Yan Zhi was starving on the desolate star, unaware that she was the new queen the insect race was searching for. After being picked up by the imperial marshal, she settled into a life of ease, only to discover that the nobles around her were behaving unusually. The war god flattened star. Regions for her. The monarch bloodied the royal court for her, and even the leader of the rebels cried out to serve her as their master. When the insect race and the empire suddenly ceased fire, and the finest delicacies of the entire galaxy filled her bedroom, Yan Zhi looked at her reflection in the mirror, poked her face, and muttered, "Is this what they call achieving world peace through looks?" Chapter 1. Arrival in a different world. A bright yellow sun hung high in the sky, and the ground was an endless expanse of Gobi Desert, with coarse sand absorbing the sun's heat, making it frighteningly hot. The earth felt like a steamer, and even the gusts of wind that whipped up the sand carried a scorching heat. However, in this boundless Gobi, a group of soldiers dressed in sharp black military uniforms was orderly advancing, surrounding their marshal. The high temperature of the desert seemed to have no effect on this place. Before anyone approached, one could feel a chilling aura of sternness and ruthlessness approaching. It felt less like being in a scorching Gobi and more like being in a cold ice field. The young soldiers stood tall, maintaining perfect military posture even in the harshest environment. The footprints left in the sand were uniformly deep and shallow, exuding a sense of iron and cruelty. Most striking was the tall man at the forefront of this group. His black military uniform seemed tailor-made for him, tightly hugging his tall and powerful physique, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, with long, straight legs. His profile was distinct, his expression indifferent, and his handsome features carried a hint of somberness. The young soldiers sensed this hint of dissatisfaction and felt a bit nervous, afraid of making any mistakes that might provoke the marshal's displeasure. But they still needed to report, "Marshal, we did not find any trace of the insect race." Upon hearing this, the man's thin lips pressed into a line, making his face appear even more resolute. "Remember to accept punishment when you return," he said in a cold, deep voice. The young soldier lowered his head respectfully to accept his guilt. Even though he faced harsh punishment upon returning, he did not dare to entertain a single thought of defiance. Clearly, this young marshal held great authority in his heart, and obedience to him was ingrained in their bones. Their mission was to hunt down the insect race that had been appearing in the human world. Due to a malfunction mid-journey, by the time they arrived on this desolate planet, they could no longer track the insect's whereabouts. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Gobi, Yan Zhi lay on her back, resembling a deflated fish. If it had been 2 days ago, she would have struggled a bit, looking for hope of survival. But now, after 2 days in this desolate desert, she had not seen a single living person. The cramping pain in her stomach told her that if she didn't eat soon, she might starve to death in this place. However, Yan Zhi had grown too lazy to struggle, even thinking that if she starved, so be it. It was a kind of resignation. 3 days ago, she had been a promising senior mechanical engineer with a bright future, but somehow, when she woke up, she found herself on this barren planet, without memories, food, or human contact. Now, this absurd journey through time would inevitably end in death. Was this a 3-day experience card for time travel? Yan Zhi silently thought. Suddenly, a rustling sound caught her attention, and she struggled to open her eyes that, it was a gray desert lizard. This was the first living creature Yan Zhi had seen in the desert, and honestly, she felt a bit moved. So, she decided, of course, to kill it, and no matter how small, a lizard was still meat, but at that moment, facing the dead lizard's corpse, she felt conflicted. Although she was very hungry, as a girl raised in peaceful times, it was impossible for her to eat the lizard raw without any psychological burden. Yan Zhi stared at the dead lizard's body, feeling troubled. Before she could resolve her dilemma, an anomaly occurred. The black figure rushed towards Yan Zhi at high speed. Caught off guard, she faced a wild black body. Yan Zhi racked her memory, but could not identify what this creature was. It resembled a human, but was also unlike one, with long, powerful limbs, entirely black, radiating a subdued glow reminiscent of a beetle's shell. Its body was adorned with golden patterns that reflected dazzling light in the sun, exuding a wild and mysteriously beautiful aura. Its mouth was filled with sharp teeth, not belonging to humans, indicating its aggressiveness. Yan Zhi had never seen such a creature before and felt a bit scared, unable to help but take a few steps back. As she stepped back, the creature moved closer. Yan Zhi panicked, watching it extend a tentacle towards her, seemingly trying to extract some information from the air. Yan Zhi cautiously offered the lizard corpse she had just obtained, hoping it wouldn't harm her. The creature retracted its tentacle, seemingly having analyzed something, and knelt down, lowering its head to the ground in a gesture of submission towards Yan Zhi. What is this? Yan Zhi was nearly stunned, unable to comprehend its meaning. Suddenly, her stomach let out a loud growl. The desert was extremely quiet, and evidently, both creatures present heard it clearly. Upon hearing the sound, the black figure that was kneeling on the ground unhesitatingly tore off its left limb and offered it to Yan Zhi. Seeing that the girl in front of it showed no intention of accepting, the black figure emitted an anxious, buzzing sound, its small tail flicking nervously. Since it arrived on this planet, it had captured the pheromones of its master. It was just a low-level insect, with extremely limited intelligence, and upon sensing its master was hungry, it instinctively offered its own flesh and blood. It did not understand why its master wouldn't accept. Confusion shone in its inorganic black eyes. But insects do not question their masters. It believed its master must have her reasons for rejecting it. However, Yan Zhi in front of it could not understand its feelings and thoughts, nor could she comprehend its anxious buzzing. She only felt shock and confusion. What was it doing? Self-mutilating? How brutal! Afraid, Yan Zhi stealthily backed away. It seemed to realize its master was rejecting it, and its small tail drooped in disappointment, showing signs of listlessness. The insect felt wronged. Yan Zhi secretly glanced at the severed limb in its grip, surprisingly thinking it looked somewhat appetizing. Although she was starving, she didn't think she could be so indiscriminate with her food. Yan Zhi thought to herself. Suddenly, the insect seemed to realize something. Its body trembled, and it carefully picked Yan Zhi up with its intact arm, intending to leave the area. It realized that those annoying people were coming. Not far from there, a group of men in black military uniforms had appeared, watching everything from a distance. Report, Marshal, the insect is ahead, and it is attempting to attack a female. Request immediate strike, a young soldier reported to the young man at the front of the line. To his surprise, the man did not respond for a long time. Now was an excellent opportunity for an attack, especially since the insect was trying to attack a human girl. The insect race was known for its brutality and hostility towards humans. If they didn't seize the moment to eliminate the insect, the girl would be in grave danger. The young soldier felt anxious as the situation was urgent, but without the marshal's orders, he did not dare to act on his own. Was it because the commander had long avoided women that he was reluctant to carry out a rescue? The soldiers thought to themselves. No one knew that the iron-blooded marshal they admired was currently fixated on a girl in the distance. His usually indifferent eyes were now turbulent with emotions, which he intentionally suppressed. The hands that had been relaxed by his side were now clenched into fists, with the bulging veins indicating his unrest. The Empire's war god, Yan Zhi, did not know how to describe his current feelings. Few knew that the great war god of the Empire was actually completely colorblind. His world was only in black and white. He thought he had long since gotten used to a colorless world, but it was not until the girl entered his sight that his world finally had color for the first time. So bright, so beautiful. However, the marshal's hands were tightly clenched into fists. He was not someone who lacked reason. On the contrary, being in a high position made him accustomed to the habits of all rulers, which included being suspicious. This was a remote and desolate planet, always devoid of human presence. Why would a human girl suddenly appear? And this girl happened to be the only color in his world. Marshal Yan Zhi had to suspect that this was a conspiracy aimed at him. If this was a conspiracy, he had to admit it was very well designed. He truly hesitated, just like a person who has seen light would no longer feel secure living in darkness. Would the war god of the Empire, having seen color, still be willing to return to that dull world? The Marshal stared intently at the girl in the distance. Against the backdrop of the towering insectoids beside him, she appeared so fragile and small. It seemed that in the blink of an eye, the girl would be torn to pieces by the insectoids. Just thinking about that scene was unbearable for Yan Zhi. Attack. He coldly ordered amidst the anxious gazes of the young soldiers. Finally receiving the command, the young soldiers dared to act. But before the young soldiers could take action, to their shock, they saw their marshal personally pick up a weapon and shoot at the insectoids in the distance. It was just killing one insectoid. How could it warrant the Marshal's personal involvement? The soldiers were stunned, but Yan Zhi did not care about their thoughts. As the war god of the Empire, he had confidence in using large-scale weapons against that insectoid without harming the girl nearby. Still, it was most reassuring to act personally. To everyone's surprise, the insectoid in the distance, whom they regarded as brutal and inhumane, did not choose to dodge the shells or tear the girl beside it to pieces. Instead, it took on a protective stance, shielding the girl tightly in front of it. The insectoid was actually protecting a human. What charm did this girl possess? Even the most charming human would be like casting flattery at a blind person when faced with insectoids, as they were entirely different species. Surely, they must be seeing things. This was the consensus among the soldiers. Along with the trajectory of the shells, Yan Zhi also noticed a group of people in the distance, and naturally, she was taken aboard their spaceship. However, no one knew that shortly after the military ship took off, a massive black and red spaceship arrived at this desolate planet, searched in vain, and then left again. Chapter 2. The Handsome Gentleman. Yan Zhi held the medical report of the girl rescued from the desolate planet, which detailed various data about her body. Report. Marshal. That young lady seems to have lost her memory and cannot clearly explain her origins. It is currently speculated that she accidentally fled to the desolate planet, and her identity remains uncertain. She is approximately 18 years old, which has not yet reached the interstellar adult standard. It is recommended that upon landing, she be sent to the Imperial Nursery to be raised until adulthood or adopted by a guardian. The doctor accompanying Yan Zhi reported. Are you sure there is nothing abnormal about her? Yan Zhi thought of the special color he saw in the girl and felt it was strange. Currently, from the data, the young lady appears generally normal, but she is somewhat weak due to prolonged lack of food. No abnormalities. Yan Zhi stared at those few words, lost in thought. He was certain that he had indeed seen color in the girl. If there was no abnormality in her body, then why did she shimmer in his eyes, brightening his black and white world? As a doctor who had always taken care of Yan Zhi, he understood his condition. He was one of the few who knew that the great war god of the Empire was actually colorblind. Yan Zhi had not concealed his ability to see color in the girl from this doctor. He told him as soon as they boarded the ship that they needed to explore what secret lay within her. Marshal, do you truly see color in that young lady? Although he had heard Yan Zhi's description, the doctor still found it hard to believe that he was a doctor and he understood color blindness better than anyone. The Marshal had considered curing this condition, but after so many years, there had been no progress. How could he see color just by going on a mission to a desolate planet? Moreover, it was limited to one person's color. That sounded too absurd. Imagining the Marshal's black and white world, where only that girl was colorful, the doctor couldn't help but recall a term he had seen in an ancient text, fated person. He was startled by his own association and shook his head to dispel this absurd notion. After all, this was the war god of the Empire. Although countless young women in the Empire wished to marry him, the Marshal was famously uninterested in women. Having worked alongside the Marshal for so many years, the doctor had never seen any female creature stay near him for long, not even a female mosquito. However, the doctor was still somewhat curious and couldn't help but ask, Marshal, since you suspect that girl, why did you still save her? Upon hearing this, Yan Zhi tightened his grip on the medical report. Yes, from the moment he saw the girl, he was not only astonished by her vivid colors, but also filled with suspicion. Given his style of preferring to err on the side of caution, how could he still choose to save that girl despite his doubts? In a very short time, he considered ignoring the girl, but he couldn't do it. He really couldn't. Having grown accustomed to a black and white world, he could not help but long for that splash of color. At that moment, Yan Zhi realized he was just an ordinary person after all. Rescuing every citizen of the Empire is the responsibility of our soldiers. This time, Yan Zhi chose not to be honest with the doctor, instead opting for a grand-sounding excuse. After saying this, he left. Only the doctor remained behind, silently contemplating. As far as he knew, that young lady was considered a black household. As someone not registered in the national system, she did not strictly count as a citizen of the Empire. The doctor fell into a dilemma over whether black households could be considered citizens of the Empire. Once aboard the military ship, Yan Zhi was taken to a small room where she was not allowed to move freely. Yan Zhi understood, as it was a military spaceship and everything was confidential. How could they allow an outsider to wander around? The facilities in the room were quite comprehensive. They merely restricted Yan Zhi's freedom and did not mistreat her. However, Yan Zhi's situation was not as good as she had imagined. Whether it was forgotten or something else, no one brought food to Yan Zhi. Having gone 3 days without a drop of water, she felt dizzy. Surely, she couldn't be rescued only to starve to death. Yan Zhi felt she could no longer hold on. Her vision darkened, and she fainted from hunger. Meanwhile, Yan Zhi had instructed the kitchen to prepare some desserts that girls liked, along with suitable porridge and side dishes, to send to the girl they had rescued. The chefs on the warship couldn't help but gossip among themselves about what kind of woman could make the aloof Imperial Marshal go out of his way to provide her with special treatment. It is known that the Marshal's personal guard is nicknamed the Monk Temple, where even a military dog must be male. Now that there was a woman on board, it was impossible for them not to be surprised. However, they also sensed that the girl's status was unusual. The chefs did their utmost to fulfill the Marshal's orders, preparing exquisite and delicious desserts and cooking the porridge to be exceptionally fragrant and sweet. But when Yan Zhi brought the chef's labor to the girl's room, the curious girl had already collapsed on the bed from hunger and lost consciousness. Yan Zhi saw the girl lying motionless on the bed, frozen in his black and white world, like a quiet yet colorful oil painting, and he couldn't afford to admire this rare beauty in his world. His first feeling was a twinge of panic. He quickly called over a soldier to find the ship's doctor. Seeing the usually calm Marshal displaying signs of anxiety shocked the soldier, leading him to believe that something serious had happened. After all, on the battlefield before, he had never seen the Marshal show even a hint of worry, no matter how dire the situation. What was going on this time? The soldier was curious but didn't dare to probe further. Trusting the Marshal, he believed it must be something extremely important and urgent. The soldier quickly found the ship's doctor, who was almost dragged along at high speed. The soldier's anxious mood infected the doctor, and as soon as they arrived, he forgot to salute the Marshal and asked nervously, "What happened?" Yan Zhi brought him to the girl, saying, "She has fainted." The doctor, being experienced, immediately understood the girl's condition without needing any instruments. "She fainted from hunger. It's not a big problem." This answer was indeed unexpected for Yan Zhi. Fainted from hunger? How fragile! An inexplicable sense of heartache crept into Yan Zhi's heart, and he couldn't help but wonder how long the girl had gone without food before meeting him. The doctor was also surprised, but for entirely different reasons. Seeing the soldier's urgent demeanor, he had thought something serious had happened on the way. He even considered whether the girl suspected by the Marshal was actually an assassin who had harmed the Marshal on the ship. In the end, she merely fainted from hunger, not even a minor injury. There was no need for such panic. However, if the Marshal was this anxious over such a small issue, the doctor's gaze shifted between the Marshal and the girl, feeling that the Marshal's attitude toward her was quite unusual. He decided not to think too much about it and focused on his duty as a doctor to take care of the patient. The doctor administered a nutrient solution into the girl's body and informed the Marshal that since she had been starving for too long, she shouldn't eat anything for now and should rely on the nutrient solution for relief. The Marshal nodded, indicating he understood. He seemed like a family member who was seriously listening to the doctor's instructions. The doctor couldn't help but chuckle at his own thoughts. What kind of family member was the formidable Marshal? Yan Zhi woke up to the aroma of food wafting through the air. The gnawing hunger in her stomach had disappeared, but she still felt empty inside. Therefore, when Yan Zhi opened her eyes, she completely overlooked Yan Zhi beside her. Her gaze was fixed on the exquisite desserts and the porridge that looked incredibly soft and mushy on the table not far away. Swallowing hard, she wanted to eat. Yan Zhi obviously noticed her gaze. If this food had been prepared for her before she fainted, it was evident that she had been too hungry and had collapsed. Moreover, following the doctor's instructions, she shouldn't eat anything for now. Yan Zhi decided to heed the doctor's advice and pretended not to understand her longing, stating, "Because you were starving for too long, you can only receive nutrient solutions now and cannot eat anything." As soon as Yan Zhi's words fell, the light in the girl's eyes dimmed instantly, and she looked somewhat pitiful. Various emotions were openly displayed on her face, which was surprisingly vivid. Yan Zhi couldn't help but feel a sense of appreciation in his heart. As her consciousness gradually returned, Yan Zhi also realized that her longing for food seemed a bit embarrassing. Reluctantly, she shifted her gaze from the food to the man beside her bed. Although it wasn't her first time seeing him, facing the man's captivating beauty again still left her somewhat shocked. Her desire for food was cast aside, and only one thought filled her mind. What a graceful and handsome man. In her world, this man would undoubtedly outshine others in any entertainment industry with his looks. Were all the people in this world so good-looking? Yan Zhi wondered in her heart. Chapter 3. The emphasis is on companionship. Staring at someone for too long is ultimately impolite. Although Yan didn't understand the man's specific identity, she could infer from the respectful demeanor of others around him that he must hold a significant status. "Did you come here for something?" Yan Zhi asked cautiously. Although he appeared gentle, she was still in someone else's territory, and if he decided not to help her and wanted to throw her back to her original desolate star, that would be terrible. "I'm here to investigate your information," the man said, adopting a formal demeanor, seemingly here for official business and not mentioning his earlier panic when he saw her. Unconscious. "What is your name?" "Yan Zhi," she replied obediently. As someone who had been rescued, it was understandable for him to inquire about her identity. "Where are you from?" This simple question indeed stumped Yan Zhi. When she awoke in this other world, she realized this was not her original body. However, she had no memories about this body. She truly had no idea where this body came from or what its identity was. She didn't even know its name, still using her name from her previous world. Unable to answer, Yan Zhi looked timidly at the man in front of her, worried he might abandon her due to her unclear origins. The man remained silent, just focusing intently on her, as if trying to engrave her in his heart, with her reflection clearly visible in his eyes. Yan Zhi felt a sense of pressure, but beyond that, she felt somewhat uncomfortable under his intense gaze. Seemingly noticing her discomfort, he shifted to ask other questions, but after a long while, Yan Zhi could only provide her name. She was clueless about everything else. To Yan Zhi's surprise, he didn't seem to mind. Instead, after asking, he gently urged her to rest well. Yan Zhi couldn't help but marvel at how kind he was. However, what she didn't know was that if the soldiers under Yan Zhi knew about her thoughts, they would be utterly astonished. What? Describing the cold-blooded war god as gentle? What a joke. It would make them laugh their heads off. The word gentle had nothing to do with the Marshal at all. But the soldiers were unaware of Yan Zhi's feelings, so Yan Zhi's martial dignity remained intact for the time being. Regardless of her identity, Yan Zhi settled on this starship. But it wasn't for free that a certain Marshal fully utilized every labor force. Yan Zhi was assigned a job, which was to follow the Marshal and organize some documents. It was equivalent to being half a secretary. Logically speaking, this job shouldn't be difficult. However, it couldn't be helped that Yan Zhi was illiterate. That's right, the characters of this era were different from those of Yan Zhi's time. Therefore, Yan Zhi became an illiterate who couldn't recognize a single character. Upon realizing this issue, even Yan Zhi, who usually kept his emotions in check, was a bit taken aback. It was hard to imagine that even in a time when compulsory education covered every citizen's lifetime, there were still illiterate citizens within the empire. Where on earth did this girl come from? Regardless of whether others fully believed her, Yan Zhi ultimately used amnesia as an excuse to get through it. Thus, the plan fell through. Yan Zhi not only lacked the ability to handle the daily task of organizing documents, but also had the trouble of busy Marshal to take time out of his day to tutor her and teach her how to read. Marshal Yan Zhi was truly a good person. Yan Zhi couldn't help but marvel. She also wondered what expression Yan Zhi would have upon realizing he received a good person card. Thus, during the day, when she had nothing to do, Yan Zhi was ordered to stay in Yan Zhi's office to accompany him while he worked at IT was called companionship. But more so, it was to arrange a small desk for Yan Zhi, with some picture books and snacks to keep her quietly occupied. Yan Zhi picked up a picture book and took a look. Wow, it was still a children's picture book. There was no choice. Yan Zhi's vocabulary was limited, so she could only choose some simple ones. Only when Yan Zhi had time would he call Yan Zhi over to personally teach her how to read. Watching Yan Zhi and his secretaries busy all day long, Yan Zhi took a sip of the juice prepared for her and felt that she, as a girl of unknown origins, had become the happiest person on the entire starship. Yan Zhi, in addition to handling official business, would occasionally ask his secretaries to bring him some snacks. It was as if he were feeding a pet. Yes, Yan Zhi felt like a pet raised by Yan Zhi, occasionally being fed, and as for Yan Zhi tutoring her after work, it was similar to a master playing with his pet after. getting off work. Realizing this, Yan Zhi was not angry. Instead, she was very satisfied. Being a useless person without worries about food and clothing was truly enjoyable. Moreover, that Marshal was indeed quite easy on the eyes. Every day, watching a tall, long-legged, handsome man in military uniform diligently working in front of her was undeniably pleasing to the eye. However, as everyone knows, life is never smooth sailing. Even someone as fortunate as Yan Zhi could not escape this law. The biggest challenge Yan Zhi faced in her life now was learning. The characters here were fundamentally not of the same system as those in her original world, and in Yan Zhi's view, the difficulty was indeed considerable, especially when facing Jian Xingji's one-on-one tutoring. If she couldn't answer, the pressure was really quite heavy. Just like now, the impeccably dressed man was pointing at a crooked character that somewhat resembled the Oracle bone script Yan Zhi had seen in her previous life, asking her what it was, how to say it. Yan Zhi clearly remembered Jian Xingji explaining it to her yesterday, but she also realized that she hadn't remembered what it meant. However, seeing how busy Jian Xingji was yet still took time to teach her, Yan Zhi felt embarrassed to admit that she hadn't learned it. She felt a sense of guilt for wasting a big shot's time. Yan Zhi's gaze flickered, looking left and right, as if trying to find some inspiration from the outside world to help her remember. Her gaze was inevitably drawn to his fair fingertips on the paper. His fingers were fair, long, and strong, with veins distributed just right, not overly feminine nor exaggerated, only filled with a sense of strength, with a faint pink at the fingertips and joints. This was a hand that would drive any hand lover crazy. Realizing her thoughts, Yan Zhi scolded herself for being so inappropriate. The man was working hard to teach her, yet she was drooling over his looks. She quickly pulled her thoughts back, like a wild horse that had broken free. She looked a bit embarrassed at the man in front of her. Strange, why were his ears a bit red? There was no need for Yan Zhi to confess. In fact, as soon as Yan Zhi started to let her gaze wander, Jian Xingji had already realized that the girl probably couldn't remember. Through these days of interaction, Jian Xingji found that perhaps it was truly because of her amnesia that the girl's thoughts were as clear as a blank sheet of paper, easy to guess, and she never hid her emotions. Every frown and smile was very vivid. Well, Jian Xingji felt a bit helpless. The girl indeed did not conceal her emotions. It seemed that even his fingertips could feel the girl's straightforward gaze, and his ears inevitably became a bit hot. He wanted to remind her that her gaze was too direct, but he couldn't bring himself to speak, so he could only let her look at him like that. He thought like this, but his fingers seemed to have their own ideas, unconsciously forming a more beautiful arc, as if silently enticing her to keep her gaze lingering. Clearly, the temptation was very successful. Feeling the girl's gaze retract, his hand felt a bit uncomfortable, as if it was reluctant. Jian Xingji cleared his throat and pretended to be calm as he changed the subject. He began to explain to Yan Zhi the meaning of the character, taking on the appearance of a teacher. It seemed as if there was no one in this world more serious than him. At least, that was how Yan Zhi felt. She felt that she was bullying a serious person, which was really too much, and she repented again. Bullying Jian Xingji? Anyone in the Empire who heard this would probably laugh out loud. In this Empire, who could bully the invincible war god of the Empire? It was simply a fantasy. Only someone like Yan Zhi, who had just arrived in the Empire and knew nothing about it, would think like this. After scolding her own sordid thoughts, Yan Zhi made up her mind to study hard, holding her breath and pretending that there was no one else around, focusing intently on copying the homework Jian Xingji had assigned her. What Yan didn't know was that during the time she had her head down, the man was looking at her without concealment, his gaze far hotter than hers had been, and carried a hint of aggression, as if he wanted to swallow her whole. Jian Xingji was not as easygoing as she imagined. Arranging for Yan Zhi to be in his office was intentional. Otherwise, this place was not accessible to just anyone. Now, as soon as he looked up, he could see a splash of color appearing beside him, liberating him from that black and white world. Greedily, he wanted to keep this splash of color by his side forever. Just then, his secretary pushed the door open, holding documents that needed Jian Xingji's response. Yes, as soon as the door opened, the secretary saw the Marshal staring intently at the girl beside him, as if he were going to swallow her whole. The secretary was taken aback, and when Jian Xingji looked up at him, the wild possessiveness in his eyes gradually faded, returning to his usual indifference. The secretary had good intuition. He closed the door and retreated, not daring to disturb them again. Although he had somewhat understood Yan Zhi's importance to the Marshal over the past 2 days, experiencing it so directly was still a first. Even after leaving the Marshal's office, the secretary still doubted whether he had seen it wrong. After all, that was the Marshal who was not interested in women. The secretary silently elevated Yan Zhi's importance another level in his heart. He had to be careful to serve this one well. By the time Yan Zhi finished her studies for the day, it was already quite late. According to Yan Zhi's previous world's habits, this time should be called off work. Although Yan Zhi's current job was to be a good pet, it wasn't a big deal that a hallmark of being an excellent corporate worker is to clock out on time, not working a second overtime. So, Yan Zhi ruthlessly abandoned a certain Marshal, leaving Yan Zhi's office without looking back and heading to her own room. Only Yan Zhi was left behind, silently watching Yan Zhi's departure, closing the door. Feeling the vibrant colors gradually fading from his world returned to black and white, to utter silence. The girl was much more heartless than he had imagined. Yan Zhi sighed. For the first time, Yan Zhi felt a bit dissatisfied with his starship speed, as it didn't give him and the girl much time to spend together before arriving at their destination, the capital star. It's time to say goodbye. Chapter 4. Encountering a nuisance when the starship docked at the capital star spaceport, Yan Zhi reluctantly sent Yan Zhi to the Imperial Foster Care Institute, as required. The so-called Imperial Foster Care Institute is similar to an orphanage on Earth, at least that's how Yan Zhi understood it. Although she was already over 18, in the age of the interstellar empire, people's lifespans have greatly increased, with women considered adults at 20 and men at 22. Therefore, according to interstellar law, Yan Zhi's current age falls into the category of a minor. As a person with an unknown identity, without parents or relatives, the Imperial Foster Care Institute is the best place for Yan Zhi. At least that's what she thought. Thanks to her relatively young age, she could still enjoy the benefits of being a minor in the Empire. And since she temporarily lacked the ability to live independently, the Imperial Foster Care Institute was a good transitional place. After all, she couldn't just keep relying on Yan Zhi, could she? On the other hand, Yan Zhi, who was deeply concerned about Yan Zhi, was making efforts to ensure that she would stay with him. Upon returning to the capital star, unexpectedly, the workaholic Marshal Yan Zhi had set aside his accumulated official duties and applied for annual leave for the first time. He directly requested a 3-month vacation, something that had never happened before. It is known that there is a saying in the capital star: even if the sun stops working, the Marshal will not stop working. This shows how deeply ingrained his workaholic persona is. Now, the workaholic was actually taking a long leave of absence, causing some unease among the upper echelons of the capital star, as they feared some major changes were about to occur. However, Yan Zhi was unconcerned about what others thought. He was busy undergoing training to become a foster parent. In the Empire, there is a strict procedure for adopting children from the Imperial Foster Care Institute, which involves asset evaluation, social relationship assessment, and the adoptive parents must undergo rigorous knowledge training to ensure they can properly care for the adopted children. Yan Zhi did not take the training process lightly because of his high status. On the contrary, he even took a long leave specifically to study and was particularly earnest, determined to become the best adoptive parent. Other adoptive parents in the same training class noticed that there was a peculiar overachiever in their midst. Someone with outstanding temperament and physique, but always wrapped up tightly, making it impossible to discern their identity. The training itself wasn't that strict, and most participants were slacking off. But this overachiever was studying so diligently that it made the others feel guilty for being lazy, resulting in a notably positive atmosphere in the class. The training instructor was even a bit touched, as a teacher of a laid-back course, experiencing a sense of honor for the first time in their teaching career. By the time Yan Zhi graduated with full marks, the teacher was somewhat reluctant to see such an excellent student go, as they were a rare find. Throughout the training, the teacher never caught a glimpse of this outstanding student's face. Watching him leave, standing tall, the teacher inexplicably thought of the Marshal who only existed in the news. Just as this thought emerged, it was quickly dismissed. How could it be? The busy Marshal would never study such trivial knowledge about nurturing minors. Meanwhile, at that very moment, the busy Marshal was holding an excellent graduation certificate preparing materials, and waiting for the right opportunity to adopt Yan Zhi from the Imperial Foster Care Institute, ensuring they would never be separated again. Recently, Jianxingji's mood had not been great. If he had never seen colors, he could endure this black and white world. But having witnessed the vibrant colors, the black and white seemed so dull and difficult to bear. Just wait a little longer. Soon, the colors of his world will return. Jianxingji reminded himself that a good hunter must have patience. On the other side, Yan Zhi, who was deeply cared for by Jianxingji, was surrounded by a group of little kids. Although she had one-on-one tutoring from Jianxingji, the time was too short, and her knowledge was still quite limited, equivalent to that of an elementary school student. Therefore, to keep up with the learning pace, Yan Zhi was arranged to study with a group of young children, making her the oldest repeat student in the class. Looking around, she saw that all the children were not even as tall as her waist. "Here for you, sister," said a little boy in the class, whom Yan Zhi remembered as a lively child. "Thank you." Yan Zhi smiled as she looked at the tender yellow flower in her hand. "Sister is so pretty. I'll give you all my snacks from now on, okay?" The little boy looked at her eagerly, genuinely liking this gentle older sister. Yan Zhi naturally had no reason to take the little boy's snacks and was just about to refuse his kind offer when a mocking laugh interrupted her. "TSK, how childish." Following the voice, she saw a delicate-looking girl with a sharp expression. The girl scrutinized Yan Zhi from head to toe and remarked, "The glasses you're wearing today are so ugly. I don't like them at all." After that, she added pretentiously, "I'm just a bit straightforward. Don't take it to heart." With malice in her eyes, Yan Zhi recognized her. This was Jianro, a girl around her age. However, unlike most situations, not everyone who was the same age could build a good relationship. For some reason, ever since Yan Zhi arrived at the Imperial Foster Care Institute, Jianro had taken a disliking to her and constantly targeted her, opposing her at every turn. Yan Zhi didn't understand what had offended her, but she had no intentions of swallowing her anger. She retorted without hesitation, "If you think it's ugly, it's because your face is reflected in the glasses." After a pause, she continued, "I'm straightforward too. Nobody cares what you like." Upon hearing this, Jianro's harsh expression faltered, and she became visibly angry. The little boy who had given the flowers looked worried, afraid that this fierce sister would do something to Yan Zhi, and he positioned himself in front of her. Yan Zhi gently shielded the boy behind her, wanting to laugh. She didn't need a little kid to protect her. Unable to argue with Yan Zhi and not wanting to escalate the situation, Jianro shot her a furious glare and stormed off. Jianro had indeed disliked Yan Zhi from the moment she first saw her, especially when she discovered that this new girl at the Imperial Foster Care Institute was exceptionally beautiful. Jianro's heart sounded alarm bells. They were of similar age. And in the Empire, those willing to adopt older orphans from the Foster Care Institute were few. Compared to Yan Zhi, she felt she had no advantage in front of potential adoptive parents. It was likely that only the leftovers after Yan Zhi would be left for her. Realizing this, Jianro was filled with a sense of crisis and was unwilling to accept it. Therefore, she targeted Yan Zhi at every opportunity to vent her frustration. In Jianro's eyes, she would not show kindness to someone trying to take her resources. After Jianro left, Yan Zhi didn't take her to heart. Although there are always some unlikable people in life, it was best not to dwell on it. The children at the Imperial Foster Care Institute were still very cute. However, life often doesn't go smoothly. Just as one unwelcome guest was sent away, another arrived. "You're quite sharp-tongued," a voice filled with malice mocked from behind her. Turning around, she saw a flamboyant young man standing not far away, who had apparently been watching the entire argument between her and Jianro. Although the boy was dressed in a sharp suit, he couldn't hide his youthful exuberance, making one marvel at how handsome he was. However, at that moment, this handsome young man was exuding nothing but hostility. The newcomer was not friendly. "What exactly do you have that caught the Marshal's favor? You seem rather ordinary." The boy's eyes held a hint of curiosity, showing no regard for the slight in his words. "What does it have to do with you? Since the visitor is not here with good intentions, Yan Zhi is not someone to be easily bullied," and she immediately retorted back. Thinking she was a weak but cunning girl, he didn't expect her to be a feisty little pepper. "What's wrong? Not pretending anymore?" the boy asked bluntly. The visitor was Yan Zhi, the cousin of Yan Zhi, who had grown up following his cousin and was Yan Zhi's #1 fan. Holding great respect for his brother and following his footsteps to become a mech warrior. Due to his close relationship with his brother, he naturally knew about Yan Zhi. And thinking about his brother's unusual behavior over the past few days being due to Yan Zhi, Yan Zhi looked at her as if she were a fox spirit confusing the heart of a prince. In his view, it was Yan Zhi who led his brother astray. Not to mention this girl from a barren star, her origins a mystery, perhaps a spy cultivated by some force, causing his brother to be infatuated. Anyway, his brother was not at fault. It was definitely this woman's fault. Before even meeting Yan Zhi, Yan Zhi's impression of her had hit rock bottom. However, seeing her retort another woman just now was somewhat impressive. Yan Zhi's impression of her changed slightly, but it was only a slight change. She was still a scheming woman. Before Yan Zhi could think of a way to retort Yan Zhi, an unexpected change occurred. A seemingly busy caregiver from the Nurturing Institute pulled out a small particle pistol and started shooting at the two. As an excellent mech warrior, Yan Zhi was naturally alert. Although he disliked Yan Zhi, he still shielded her under him, rolling agilely to escape the dense rain of bullets. The alarm system of the Imperial Nurturing Institute rang out swiftly. Yan Zhi believed that if they could hold on a little longer, someone would surely come to rescue them soon. However, at that moment, they were already surrounded by a group of people dressed in caregiver uniforms from the Nurturing Institute. Whether they could hold out until then was still a question. The rain of bullets surrounded them, leaving no room for Yan Zhi to evade. Before Yan Zhi could react with a countermeasure, the person beneath him rolled over and shielded him. A faint blue light screen covered Yan Zhi's body. The light screen seemed weightless but firmly blocked the hail of bullets outside. When they parted ways, Yan Zhi had given Yan Zhi quite a few things, including food and drink, and even several defensive devices, saying he wanted to ensure her safety. Yan Zhi had thought little of it at the time, believing there wouldn't be any danger in the Nurturing Institute, but she obediently equipped them. Now it seemed that the Marshal was indeed wise, and everything he left behind was useful. However, the defense system could only protect her, and she could only be a shield for the annoying boy beneath her. If it weren't for him having protected her at the beginning, she wouldn't want to protect this thorny youth. Yan Zhi lay on the green grass, with a soft female body above him. Understanding Yan Zhi's intention, he tried to curl up, cooperating with her protection. For better protective effect, the two were pressed closely together, their breaths unintentionally intertwining, creating a strangely inappropriate atmosphere that darted boldly between them. How long can you hold on? Someone will definitely come to rescue us soon, Yan Zhi asked in her ear, trying to break the odd atmosphere, his warm breath brushing against her ear, causing Yan Zhi to shiver. This awkward atmosphere didn't last long. The attackers quickly realized that their previous method of attack was ineffective and changed their tactics. A figure lunged toward them, the attacker igniting the explosives within himself at the cost of his own life. That was their trump card. With a loud bang, blood and flesh splattered everywhere. A deep pit appeared on the ground, and the grass around the pit was charred. The explosion was immense, and as a form of indiscriminate attack, even the attacker could not escape unscathed. The once clean and tidy Nurturing Institute had turned into a scene of devastation. This was the sight the rescuers saw upon arrival. The speed of the rescue was already quite fast, but the opponent's desperate gamble and madness still exceeded most people's expectations. Chapter 5, I Consider You a Friend. And you actually want to be my dad. When Yan Zhi received this message, his mind went blank, and his hands involuntarily clenched into fists. Even his neatly trimmed nails dug painfully into his flesh due to the force, blood flowing all over his hands. But he didn't care at all. He had been eagerly organizing the documents to adopt Yan Zhi. He could have taken Yan Zhi home today, but when Yan Zhi saw Yan Zhi in the hospital's treatment pod, the slender girl was covered in wounds, lying there silently, as if she were asleep. But this sleep had lasted far too long. Watching this scene, Yan Zhi's eyes were filled with undeniable heartache. Investigate this matter thoroughly, Yan Zhi ordered those around him, his tone low and chilling. What Yan Zhi did not know was that, in a distant star system, on a small asteroid not shown on any map. A tall man sat on a scarlet throne in a Gothic castle, his ghostly Rakshasa mask covering half of his face, revealing only his crimson lips. He coldly watched the subordinate kneeling at his feet. Failed. The second assassination squad was completely wiped out. The security system of the capital star is too strong, and large-scale weapons can't be brought in at all. The target is protected by the Jian family, making the assassination indeed very difficult, explained the tall, thin man prostrated on the ground. Sweat trickled from his forehead into his eyes, stinging painfully, but he did not dare to raise his hand to wipe it away. Lowering his body even further. Protected by the Jian family? That is indeed a bit difficult. A low voice echoed in his ears, like the whisper of a malevolent spirit. Hearing the affirmation of his explanation, the man on the ground felt a flicker of joy, but before he could continue explaining, a sharp blacktail hook appeared in his chest. Only then did he realize the pain, but the blacktail hook had already pierced through his chest. And before his scream could escape his throat, he became an empty human skin, appearing alone in the grand hall. The attendants beside him were already accustomed to such brutal scenes, not making a single sound. The one above was not a wise master. They had long known that completing the master's tasks would naturally lead to generous rewards, but if they failed, they could only become the master's nourishment. Although there were many people, the grand hall was spacious and quiet. A sarcastic smile from the man in the highest position broke the silence of the hall. TSK, useless. Yan Zhi's coma lasted a long time. She only woke up more than a month later. The power of the explosion was indeed tremendous, and even Yan Zhi, equipped with multiple high-level protective devices, found it hard to withstand. Fortunately, when the person lunged at her, her keen observation skills had already prepared her. She rolled in another direction with Jian, avoiding the center of the explosion. However, in protecting herself and Jian, Yan Zhi sustained serious injuries. Jian was slightly better off. As a mecha warrior, his physical fitness was naturally good, and with Yan Zhi's protection, although his injuries were severe, after lying in the treatment pod for over half a month, he was almost healed. Yan Zhi's coma was ultimately too long. During the time, Yan Zhi was unconscious. Jian had already investigated the attackers who targeted the Imperial Foster Institute. The attackers were not hard to find. They were a mysterious and deranged pirate organization called Lantique. Lantique was a notorious interstellar pirate organization, primarily surviving by robbing starships in the cosmos, but sometimes also conducting assassination activities or terrorist attacks on certain planets, causing widespread panic. Logically, such a vicious organization should have been eradicated long ago, but their arrogant style matched with mysterious and powerful strength. Even now, no one knew where their base was, how many people were in the organization, or who the leader was, only that the leader wore a half-Rakshasa mask year-round. The members of the organization even disdainfully flaunted their identities, with a cross tattoo on the back of their necks boldly declaring where they came from. Even though Jian had clashed with them many times, he still had not completely eradicated this despicable organization. They were like weeds, impossible to extinguish, always springing back to life. Now they had actually come to the capital star to cause trouble. Initially, Jian thought the assassination target was his cousin Jian due to his special identity, but after further investigation, he was shocked to realize that Yan Zhi was their target. Coming to this conclusion made him feel very uncomfortable. If the assassination target were Jian, it would be more acceptable. As an excellent mecha warrior of the Empire, Jian could still fight back against the assassination, but what could that frail girl do? However, why did Lantique want to assassinate Yan Zhi? What was her identity before? That remained unknown. Jian had already sent people to investigate Yan Zhi's previous identity, but there was still no news. Even knowing that there were significant mysteries hidden behind Yan Zhi's identity, Jian did not give up on her. He was determined to keep Yan Zhi by his side. When Yan Zhi finally opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Jian. At that moment, Jian was not the energetic figure she remembered. Instead, he appeared somewhat haggard, with dark circles under his eyes, showing signs of exhaustion. Yan Zhi was a bit surprised, partly because of Jian haggard appearance, and partly because she was astonished to see him. She had thought that once they got off the starship, they would no longer have any intersection. He was still the high and mighty war god of the empire, while she was just an orphan with no one to rely on, and he had already done enough to care for her. Even more surprising things were to come. What? You adopted me? Yan Zhi exclaimed in disbelief. Yan Zhi was also a bit confused. After spending time together on the starship, she had already considered him a friend. But it seemed her friend wanted to be her dad. What was going on? Yan Zhi found it hard to accept this role reversal, but while she was unconscious, Zhi had completed all the adoption procedures, and now it seemed she had little room to refuse. Fortunately, after speaking, Yan Zhi received a clarification from Zhi. Only then did she understand that she had misunderstood. Zhi was now her guardian. Guardianship was different from traditional adoption. There was no blood relationship between the two, and it was a system introduced for older minors in foster care, where guardians were responsible for providing better lives for them. This adoption relationship was different from the traditional parent-child relationship. She and Zhi were more like benefactor and beneficiary. Understanding all this, Yan Zhi felt as if she had latched onto a golden thigh. After all, he was a marshal of the empire. Meanwhile, the director of the Imperial Foster Institute, having completed the procedures, was still immersed in astonishment. Ever since Yan Zhi arrived at the Imperial Foster Institute, the director knew she wouldn't stay for long because Yan Zhi was extremely special. Since her arrival, the director had received instructions to temporarily suppress the news of Yan Zhi's acceptance and not to publicly seek adoptive parents. Knowing that some significant figure intended to adopt Yan Zhi, needing to wait for time to complete the procedures. But even with this mental preparation, the director never expected that this significant figure would actually be a marshal. That was a marshal, the empire's undefeated general, the light of the empire in the hearts of many. Thinking about the marshal completing the procedures at his place, the director of the Imperial Foster Institute was still unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Who could have imagined that one day the Foster Institute and the war god of the empire would be connected? As for the little girl named Yan Zhi, she was indeed fortunate. However, after latching onto this golden thigh, her life was not as happy as she had imagined. Zhi planned a path for Yan Zhi to study at the Imperial First Academy, the best university in the empire and the only one of its kind. Naturally, the admission requirements were extremely strict. Even with Zhi's recommendation letter, Yan Zhi still needed to pass the entrance exam. The next test was in half a year. With time tight and the task heavy, and given Yan Zhi's poor foundation, she had not even had the chance to enjoy the pleasures of the wealthy before throwing herself into the arduous study tasks. For efficiency, Yan Zhi did not attend school. Zhi arranged for a tutor to accompany her 24 hours a day, dedicating almost all her time to learning new knowledge, except for necessary meals and sleep. When Zhi returned from work, he would occasionally check and tutor her homework. Even though he was used to the military schedule, he still found this timetable too harsh. He questioned the tutor about whether the study schedule was too tight. After all, women are inherently delicate, and although the task was heavy, he feared that Yan Zhi would become exhausted. Report, Marshal, the young lady arranged for this tutor herself, the tutor replied. Initially, he thought he was just teaching an ordinary noble girl, but he was shocked by her study efficiency. Although he said that, Zhi still felt distressed seeing Yan Zhi's high-intensity study sessions, and he even started to have other thoughts. He never expected to become the kind of parent he previously looked down upon for overly indulging their children, because he felt sorry for Yan Zhi's hard work. He even considered using connections to get her admitted directly, thinking she could catch up on her studies after entering the school. This plan was ultimately dissuaded by Yan Zhi. Zhi placed a cup of warm milk beside Yan Zhi's desk. The night was already deep, but he saw the girl diligently completing the tasks assigned by her teacher. He recalled the tutor's earlier words. Although the study tasks were heavy, the young lady's completion rate was very high, and she had achieved good results in recent tests. The tutor thought of Yan Zhi as exceptionally talented, but Zhi knew that her efforts were what truly mattered. Her small face, which already had little flesh, seemed to have thinned out even more, making her chin appear particularly sharp and causing him to feel even more pity. Long-term interaction allowed him to appreciate that Yan Zhi lacked the common delicacy often seen in women. Although she looked exceptionally fragile, her character was surprisingly resilient. Zhi, why don't we prepare for next year's assessment? You're still young, so there's no need to rush. This is too hard, he suggested. Let's try this year first. I believe I can do it, the girl said, her bright eyes sparkling with confidence, making her seem as if she was shining. Okay, I believe in you. Yan Zhi patted her head, understanding her determination and no longer persuading her otherwise. Yan Zhi's confidence was not unfounded. As a promising young engineer, she was not foolish. On the contrary, she was very smart. The knowledge of the interstellar world was initially difficult, but after gaining a deeper understanding and grasping the underlying principles, she found it not hard to relate other concepts. Her main shortcoming lay in a lack of common knowledge, but once she filled this gap, she was confident that passing the entrance exam would not be a problem. Chapter 6, Testing the Time of Effort, always passes quickly and before long. It was time for the entrance exams. It was midwinter, and on the day of the test, snow was falling from the sky, despite the cold weather. The Imperial First Academy was filled with people. Even before the exam started, parents were wandering around the campus with their children, familiarizing themselves with the surroundings. Today was a rare day when the Imperial First Academy opened its doors to the public. Yan Zhi specifically took time off work to accompany Yan Zhi to the exam, just like countless other parents. Although this test was significant, neither of them felt nervous. If Yan Zhi had doubts about Yan Zhi's abilities before, he now completely believed that his girl might indeed be a rare genius, not only exceptionally talented, but also possessing unmatched perseverance. In his free time, Yan Zhi would tutor her, and knowing her abilities, he believed that the small test would be no problem. At this moment, both of them were relaxed. Yan Zhi introduced Yan Zhi to the campus, as he was very familiar with it. If all went well, Yan Zhi would have to call him senior in the future. When it was time, Yan Zhi escorted Yan Zhi to the exam room, feeling a rare bit of tension. Good luck, MM. The results of the Imperial First Academy's entrance exam came out quickly. Without a doubt, Yan Zhi passed the test. Yan Zhi knew Yan Zhi's intelligence and resilience and was aware of the effort she put into preparing for this exam, so he was not surprised that she passed. However, what surprised him was that Yan Zhi actually ranked first in the entrance exam. It was important to note that although this exam was just a school entrance test, the Imperial First Academy, being the best university in the Empire, had candidates selected from various galaxies, all of whom could be considered the cream of the crop. Yan Zhi, with her poor foundation, managing to emerge victorious from such competition was something he had not anticipated. This was a good thing. But the only regret was that after Yan Zhi entered the Imperial First Academy, they would have to separate again. Yan Zhi thought to himself, I dislike the Imperial First Academy's lack of boundaries. To cultivate students' independence, parents could only send their children to the school gate, and once inside, the school implemented closed management. Even if he wanted to, Yan Zhi could only watch Yan Zhi drag her suitcase into the school. Yan Zhi had already received the news and was waiting at the school gate early. His cousin had repeatedly reminded him to take good care of Yan Zhi at school. He looked at Yan Zhi, feeling an indescribable complexity in his heart, a bit of shame for not being friendly to her, but she still protected herself, making him feel somewhat like he was judging her too harshly. However, upon seeing Yan Zhi in the car, the complexity and hesitation in his eyes instantly disappeared, replaced by a sunny, cheerful demeanor as he approached the car window. Brother, you're here. Seeing his enthusiastic attitude, Yan Zhi couldn't help but think that if Yan Zhi had a tail, he would surely wag it like a helicopter upon seeing his brother. Considering his previous terrible attitude towards her, she couldn't help but feel the stark contrast. After sending off Yan Zhi took Yan Zhi to get acquainted with the campus. Yan Zhi was also a student at the Imperial First Academy, majoring in mecha warrior studies. And he was a direct senior of the same department Yan Zhi wanted to enter, being 2 years her senior. With just the two of them left, Yan Zhi was unsure how to treat Yan Zhi. Although they had experienced life and death together, he really didn't know her well. If he were to say that being saved by her once made him completely accept her, that wouldn't be entirely true. However, he was not an ungrateful person, and he couldn't bring himself to dislike her. Having made up his mind, he decided to observe her more closely. As for whether Yan Zhi was a scheming woman deserving of his cousin, he still needed to investigate further. With this decision, Jian attitude became much more normal, treating her like a regular junior, introducing her to every detail of the school as he kindly escorted her to the dormitory. Since Jian did not make things difficult for her, Yan Zhi, who was not hard to get along with, naturally treated him with courtesy, and their journey was quite harmonious. The dormitory was a 3-bedroom apartment, with each student having their own room and bathroom, and they shared a living room. Each floor was equipped with a gym, study room, kitchen, and other facilities, making it quite spacious. Next door to Yan Zhi's room was a sweet girl with a bright smile, dressed in a lovely short skirt. Her name was Chu Tian, and she had arrived earlier than Yan Zhi. She greeted Yan Zhi enthusiastically, appearing very approachable. After Yan Zhi settled her luggage, the owner of another room arrived. She was tall with long legs and a slim waist, her long hair neatly tied back, revealing a plain face with frosty features and very dark eyes, exuding an air that kept people at a distance. Only when she greeted the two did she manage to squeeze out a smile, indicating that she meant no harm. Don't be fooled by Qing He's cold demeanor. She's actually like this, Chu Tian explained, clearly familiar with the other girl. Once they had organized their things, the three of them went downstairs to explore the campus together. Chu Tian was skilled at livening up the atmosphere, and she seemed to have done her homework before coming, as she was familiar with everything on campus. Yan Zhi learned that the school would organize a physical test the next day, and based on the results, students could choose the majors they wanted to study and start their official academic life. Whether it was the lively and cheerful Chu Tian or the seemingly indifferent Qing He, Yan Zhi felt an inexplicable sense of warmth. They both seemed like great roommates. On the other hand, the other half, who should have been sleeping, found Qing He in Chu Tian's room. Qing He looked even colder than during the day. Don't forget our mission. Focus on what's necessary. Chu Tian was not afraid and retracted her sweet smile. To find a queen, one must fit in here, right? Being isolated from society makes it easier for the empire to discover you. Qing He did not respond. Chu Tian countered, but isn't quite likable? Qing He did not agree further, walking to the door to warn, just leave it at that with Yan Zhi. As for the future, know your limits. With that, she left without looking back. The next day, the three of them headed to the testing site, maintaining a harmonious atmosphere, and Yan Zhi did not notice anything unusual. Upon arrival, they found a long line already formed, with new students queuing according to their student numbers for testing. The testing device was a round platform. Whenever a student stood on it, a burst of white light would appear, and once the light disappeared, the platform would display the student's physical fitness and mental strength. On the playground, dozens of testing platforms were orderly checking the students' physical conditions. In this time frame, a person's mental strength and physical fitness were classified into 8 levels from E to SSS. Currently, the instruments could not accurately measure levels above SSS. Mental strength is generally predetermined at birth and difficult to increase, but physical fitness can potentially be improved through training. Normal people's physical fitness and mental strength usually hover around levels C and B, but to become a mecha warrior, one must at least be at level A. This is why there are so few mecha warriors. Generally, mental strength and physical fitness are consistent with each other. Most of the students tested earlier were at level, with level B being rare, and occasionally, a student at level S would attract envious glances. It was said that before their arrival, a genius at level SS had appeared, applying for the commander department. Upon hearing this news, Chu Tian exclaimed in regret that she had not seen that legendary genius. Yan Zhi didn't feel much, after all. Jian Xingji was the legendary SSS level, which was no secret in the empire. However, she hadn't noticed anything special during their time together. Chu Tian and Qing He had their numbers ahead of Yan Zhi and tested first. Both were S level, with Qing He even having SS level physical ability, though their mental strength was slightly lower at S. It wasn't unusual for there to be a mismatch between mental strength and physical ability. As long as the difference wasn't too great, it wouldn't pose a danger. After finishing her test, Chu Tian encouraged Yan Zhi, telling her not to be afraid, as this was just a reference for her major selection, and anyone who could get into this academy wouldn't be too bad. Chapter 7. A Genius and a Good-for-Nothing Finally. It was Yan Zhi's turn to stand on the high platform, surrounded by a gentle white light. As the white light faded, Yan Zhi saw the complex expressions of the people around her, including Chu Tian, who seemed hesitant to speak. The teacher announcing the results paused for a moment before stating that her mental strength was at the SSS level. Before Yan Zhi could feel joy, she then heard that her physical ability was at the E level. Looking at this evaluation result, the teacher who valued talent couldn't help but let out a sigh of regret. Unlike other students who could leave directly after their tests, Yan Zhi was specially taken to a small room. Several elders were waiting inside, and the one at the forefront was a kindly middle-aged woman. Yan Zhi recognized her from the Star Network. She was the current principal of the Empire's first academy. Under their instructions, Yan Zhi underwent another test on more precise instruments. But unfortunately, the results were no different. The group had come not to make things difficult, but rather to recruit her. During the new student testing, the deans of several academies had been secretly waiting in the small room to see if any exceptionally talented new students would be discovered to bring back to their own academies. After all, there were performance evaluations between the academies. Although Yan Zhi could be considered a severely specialized student when it came to talent, she was indeed the most outstanding today with that SSS level. Yan Zhi, you would be a great fit for our academy. Your strong mental strength is perfect for the detailed work in mecha manufacturing, and mecha manufacturers are famously well paid. A plump middle-aged man was the first to extend an olive branch to Yan Zhi. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Yan Zhi is more suited for our art academy. Mecha manufacturing is dirty and tiring work, completely unsuitable for delicate girls. Art is wonderful. It cultivates one's character. Yan Zhi, consider our Commander Academy. With one person starting, everyone present began promoting their own academies. For a moment, the room was as noisy as a market. But at the center of it all, Yan Zhi was not very happy. She looked at the man sitting in the lower right corner of the main seat. He was dressed in a crisp military uniform, and although he was over 50, he still exuded an imposing aura. Faced with everyone vying for Yan Zhi's attention, he remained silent and did not show any interest. He was the principal of the Mecha Warrior Academy, the academy Yan Zhi most wanted to attend. Before entering the Empire's first academy, she had already confirmed her aspirations with Jian Xingji. Whether it was the impact of the tall and powerful mechas on her, or the desire for strength triggered by repeated assassination attempts that forced her to flee, becoming a mecha warrior was Yan Zhi's goal. She longed to have the ability to protect herself. However, her E-level physical ability made it impossible for her to pilot a mecha. The silent man understood this, which is why he did not extend an invitation to her. But what else could she do besides becoming a mecha warrior? Yan Zhi truly had not thought it through. Politely declining the enthusiastic teachers, she expressed the need to think it over privately before giving an answer. Leaving the room, her mood became even heavier. She learned from their discussions that most normal people's physical abilities match their mental strength, and even if a few had discrepancies, it was usually just one level apart, which was considered normal. However, a situation like Yan Zhi's, with such a significant gap between the two, was truly unheard of and unseen. What consequences could there be? The most likely outcome was that over time, her powerful mental strength would require a strong physical ability to serve as a vessel, and her weak body would naturally be unable to bear this pressure, leading to an early demise. It was no wonder that when the test results came out, the people around her looked at her with pity. Yan Zhi felt very confused, really confused. She also felt a deep fatigue coming from the depths of her soul. Living in this other world was truly difficult. Besides the occasional assassination attempts constantly threatening her life, there's also this strange physique, not knowing when it would collapse under the burden and take her life away. It was really exhausting, always living in fear, facing the threat of death. She lay curled up in bed, holding herself tightly, trying to find a sense of security. She wanted to live. She wanted to live for a long time. Suddenly, a video call request broke the silence of the room. It was Jian Xingji. After connecting the call, Jian Xingji's holographic projection appeared in the room. He was impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, and his gaze was no longer the indifferent one she had first encountered. Instead, it was filled with concern. Clearly, he had learned about the results of this test. Yan Zhi adjusted her emotions, not wanting to pass her negative feelings on to him, and changed the topic. It seems I won't be able to go to the Mecha Warrior Academy. What do you think I would be suitable for in other academies? Zhiji naturally wouldn't bring up her wounds, tacitly skipping that topic. After a discussion between the two, taking into account Yan Zhi's interests, they finally decided on applying to the Commander Academy. Yan Zhi's mental strength could help her understand the rapidly changing situations on the battlefield, process complex information, and make the best decisions. Most importantly, as a future member of the battlefield, even if she was a commander who didn't directly participate in combat, she would still need a relatively strong physique. This required the training program for commanders to include a lot of physical training and exercise, which suited Yan Zhi's current situation perfectly. Yan Zhi also received a training plan from Zhiji. Although physical ability initially depended on talent, unlike mental strength, physical ability had a lot of room for improvement through high-intensity training. Yan Zhi's mood improved considerably. Before dawn, there were very few people on the playground, with only a few scattered individuals engaged in high-intensity training. Among them was Yan Zhi. The training plan provided by Zhiji had a huge workload, and her goal for that morning was to run 20 laps around the playground. Improving physical ability sounded mystical, but the actual operation was quite simple. In Yan Zhi's understanding, it was more similar to fitness in her previous time and space, aimed at enhancing physical quality. The only difference was that the training volume in this time and space was extremely intense. It was said that individuals with high physical ability could withstand attacks from firearms using only their bodies, something Yan Zhi had never seen or understood. She ran silently, lap after lap, sweat dripping down her chin and shoulders, soaking her clothes. Yan Zhi didn't know that there was a familiar face on the playground. Zhiji watched Yan Zhi from a distance at the entrance of the playground, feeling quite complicated. To be honest, he didn't really like Yan Zhi. The debt of gratitude had offset some of his aversion, but this delicate and weak woman was certainly not his type. Even so, he had long learned of Yan Zhi's physical condition from the school's Star Network forum and couldn't help but feel regret. During Yan Zhi's break, he approached her, handed her an energy supplement, and trained alongside her. The energy supplement somewhat soothed her physical fatigue, and Yan Zhi felt her body lighten up in an instant. She thanked the person next to her, knowing he had been running alongside her. After running another lap, the sun had already risen, and the sky was bright. Yan Zhi felt a throbbing pain in her temples, her steps grew weaker, and her throat felt dry and painful. But she pressed on with a will to keep moving forward. It was the last lap. Large drops of sweat dripped from her chin to the ground, and Yan Zhi gritted her teeth, finally completing the last lap. "Thank you," Yan Zhi said to the person beside her, who had been running alongside her. She knew he had been there all along. Not wanting to say much to Zhiji, Yan Zhi just wanted to hurry back to her dormitory and take a hot shower. Zhiji watched her departing figure on the playground and smiled. He decided to accept this little sister-in-law. Yan Zhi truly impressed him. He had anticipated that Yan Zhi's training load would be substantial, but he was still shocked by what he witnessed. Several times, he thought Yan Zhi wouldn't be able to continue, yet she gritted her teeth and kept running. Perhaps Yan Zhi herself didn't realize that, despite being extremely exhausted, her eyes were astonishingly bright. She seemed to be shining, and he had seen a similar quality in his own cousin. He was now fully convinced of Yan Zhi, this little sister-in-law. After taking a shower and resting for a while, Yan Zhi submitted her professional preferences to the academy, and for the time being, she had no other arrangements. She logged on to the campus forum, wanted to learn about some school matters. The first prominently displayed post on the forum was about her. Yesterday, a freshman's physical fitness test unexpectedly revealed an SSS-level freak. Their physical abilities are truly extremely poor. I have never seen such a disparity between physical fitness and mental strength. I suspect the machine malfunctioned. Upstairs, it said they tested again, and it's true. The machine didn't malfunction. It's a bit absurd. It's genuinely impressive, but also a pity. I heard that various departments are fighting to recruit her. Although her physical abilities are poor, I believe this freshman is definitely the most talented among the newcomers. Right? She'll probably be the top in this year's strongest freshman selection. Were you joking about upstairs? There's another SS-level genius among the freshmen. Their development is balanced, and that's the strongest, okay? Yan Zhi realized that she seemed to have gained early fame on campus due to her unique physique. The physical fitness tests for freshmen were public, And every year, students with outstanding results inevitably attracted attention, and this year was no exception. It wasn't surprising that Yan Zhi would become somewhat well-known. However, what caught her attention was the so-called strongest freshman selection they mentioned. After learning more, she found out that this selection was a tradition of the Imperial First Academy. Every year, the Imperial First Academy initiates an online vote based on the physical fitness test results of the new freshmen to elect the so-called strongest freshman. The college that wins this honor will participate in the College Cup, a large intercollegiate competitive event, alongside upperclassmen. The opportunity is highly valuable and is a great chance for training. This competition receives attention from all sides, and if one performs outstandingly, they will inevitably be valued by various forces, gaining prominence. Upperclassmen generally do not like to team up with lowerclassmen, so this competition is one of the most prestigious events that freshmen can participate in. Chapter 8 Crisis. The bedside alarm clock buzzed once, and a hand reached over to turn it off. Without hesitation, I quickly tidied up my clothes and rushed to the playground for training as planned. As expected, I ran into Yan Zhi again. After the training ended, I returned to the dormitory, where the other two girls living under the same roof had just gotten up. After a quick tidy-up, the three of us happily set out together. Today was the first day of formal classes. We couldn't walk together all the way, as the three of us belonged to different departments. I arrived at the classroom, and even though class hadn't started yet, quite a few people were already there. It was clear that everyone was unfamiliar with each other, gathering in small groups and speaking quietly. Although it was our first meeting, some people had already started to emerge as central figures within this short time. In the center of the crowd was a young boy in formal attire, with a handsome face but an expression that carried a hint of arrogance typical of a genius. He was casually chatting with those around him, and when he noticed me approaching, he shot me a glance filled with competition and a touch of hostility. I was quite sensitive to this malice, but I was somewhat puzzled. The classmates around me looked like they were enjoying the show. The boy walked over and introduced himself. "I am Jiandao." He briefly stated this and then fixed his gaze on my eyes with a hint of aggression. "Yan Zhi," I replied, stating my name. Although we were strangers before, there was an inexplicable tension between us, as if we were two sharp blades facing each other. Upon hearing my name, I realized who he was, the SS-level freshman discussed alongside me on the forum. We were both strong contenders for the title of the strongest freshman. Did he consider me a rival? That was understandable. We didn't exchange any more pleasantries after sharing names, and I went to find a seat. The people around me were eager to strike up a conversation with this popular figure who had been the center of discussion recently. But before we could chat much, the teacher arrived. As expected of the Empire's top academy, the teacher's lecture was profound yet easy to understand, very engaging, with no difficulty in comprehension. Quite good. During the time I focused on the class, I had no idea that the forum had erupted because of me and another boy. Guess what I saw? The two strongest new students are both at the Commander Academy. So the Commander Academy is the biggest winner this time. No matter what the final results are, they're definitely the ones to benefit. As a senior from the Commander Academy, I feel relieved. We're finally rising up. The Mecha Warrior Academy has become the biggest loser. For over 30 years, the strongest new students have come from there, but not this year. It's said that the admissions teacher from the Mecha Warrior Academy has been ordered to go home and reflect. The Commander Academy is different. Their admissions teachers are getting bonuses. Students' preferences, once submitted, are not publicly disclosed except to the school and the students themselves. To know which academy others are attending, one can only ask directly or see where they report. I understood that physical fitness was not my strong suit, but Dao's appearance truly shocked everyone. The Mecha Warrior Academy was famously sought after, yet the Commander Academy was the strongest among the Empire's top schools, without exception, especially in recent years. With the intensifying war against the Zerg, a Mecha Warrior was highly respected. Jokingly, if you interviewed 10 people on the street, 9 would want to become Mecha Warriors, while the Commander Academy was far less appealing in comparison. Thus, it was no surprise that the title of strongest new student had belonged to the Mecha Warrior Academy for over 30 years. However, this time, the Mecha Academy was likely to face a Waterloo. Unaware of the online turmoil, I finished the class, packed my things, and returned. I still needed to follow through with my physical training plan, which was so demanding that I had no time to worry about the strongest new student title. Meanwhile, my rival, age.The, was fully aware of everything. Unlike most Empire citizens, age.The's ambition had always been to become the best military commander in the entire Empire. With his exceptional physical fitness and mental strength, joining this major had been a significant advantage over other learners, and he had always sailed smoothly. However, upon arriving at the Empire's top academy, he encountered a rival, me, not because of my fearsome mental strength as an SSS level, which posed a threat to him. On the contrary, age.The only saw my shortcomings, my extremely poor physical fitness. In terms of strength, he believed I was unworthy of the title of strongest new student. Yet, he still felt fear. Leaving aside the hype of an SSS-level mental strength, the more crucial factor was that I was a female. In the male-dominated environment of the galaxy, protecting women had become ingrained in the genes of interstellar people. Moreover, even as a rival, age.The had to admit that my face was truly stunning. The election for the strongest new student relied entirely on votes cast by students on the forum, and it was inevitable that many would vote for me simply out of admiration for my beauty. This was unfair. For the first time, the favored young master age.The felt the taste of being treated unjustly. It was really hard for him to like me. Even though he understood that I hadn't done anything proactively in this reasoning, my existence was simply a mistake. Since everything was inherently unfair, he felt no need to act nobly. A wicked thought began to form in his mind. It was time to employ some special tactics. Born into a merchant family, age.The had money and connections, and more importantly, he had witnessed many underhanded tactics in business competition. Now, when it came to scheming against others, he was quite adept. While I continued my daily training without awareness, a storm on the internet was quietly brewing against me. Tan Feibai, from a remote star system, opened his school's forum as usual after finishing a day of training. The forum would recommend related content based on big data analysis of user preferences. Today, he saw an unusual post. Strong new student competitor Yan Zhi privately referred to people from remote star systems as country bumpkins. The title struck a chord with Tan Feibai's sensitive heart, and he clicked in, unleashing a barrage of comments. So, people from the capital star are superior? How elitist? Is this how narrow-mindedness looks? Is discrimination necessary? Do they even have a proper worldview? How dare they run for strongest new student? Fueled by anger, Tan Feibai posted his thoughts and then took a sip of cold water to calm down. When he reopened the forum, he saw a post about age.The's assistance to remote planets. This comparison made Tan Feibai's perception of age.The improve significantly. Previously unsure of whom to vote for as the strongest new student, he now realized it had to be age.The, as he disliked people with twisted values. Having figured this out, he opened his contacts and rallied a few friends to vote for age.The later. Miles, a special student admitted to the Empire's top academy with lowered scores, also came across Yan Zhi's comments discriminating against special students. His positive feelings for Yan Zhi vanished completely. Similar incidents were unfolding everywhere in the Empire's top academy. If people paid attention, they would find that while Yan Zhi had previously been a strong candidate for the title of strongest new student, that was no longer the case. However, now there is a relatively negative attitude towards Yan Zhi, and she has extremely poor popularity among the public. From time to time, there are posts specifically insulting Yan Zhi. In contrast, age.The's support rate has surged. Although it is not yet time for the voting selection of the strongest newcomer, everyone has a general candidate in mind for whom to vote, and age.The being elected as the strongest newcomer seems to be a foregone conclusion. For all of this, age.The is quite satisfied. He transferred 8 million star coins as the final payment to a data analysis company named DPay. They have been long-term partners, and in the business world, his family has eliminated many competitors using this tactic. DPay Data Company is one that analyzes user data and then pushes relevant information accordingly. Unlike other big data analysis companies, its business content is slightly less than above board. In this public opinion event, they were merely doing their usual work. Based on the daily data of forum students, they analyze the preferences of the students and precisely push age.The's promotional videos to them, while not forgetting to smear Yan Zhi. For example, they pushed Yan Zhi's remarks on racial discrimination to students from the mermaid tribe. They send information about Yan Zhi's actions that harm nature to students who support environmental protection. There were even videos of Yan Zhi abusing animals pushed to members of animal protection associations online. For OBEYS, this is precise targeting. If forum students are from a small planet, they push OBEYS charitable assistance to that planet. If forum students are special talents, they push OBEYS praise for them. As for where these seemingly conclusive videos and remarks come from, synthesizing videos and spreading rumors are DPay's specialties. Due to big data pushing personalized content, everyone is unaware of what others see, making it difficult to verify the authenticity of the videos. Moreover, when people are angry, who has the time and energy to pay attention to the truth of such matters? Relying on similar tactics, DPay has long made a fortune in similar campaign promotions. Compared to the tricks they play for certain political figures, a small school election can only be considered a minor case, and it can be said to be completely unchallenging. Chapter 9. Network simulation. In addition to her daily training, Yan Zhi occasionally paid attention to the school's forum. She naturally noticed that her reputation on the forum had worsened, but after thinking it over, she couldn't find a reason, so she decided to set it aside for the time being. Her primary task was training. She was not the type to be easily influenced by the opinions of others. Aside from this recent bad news, Yan Zhi also received some good news. Yan Zhi, who had been training alongside her, invited her to join a team for a simulated combat exercise. For a freshman, this was a rare opportunity for practical training. Today was the day Yan Zhi would introduce her to the other teammates. Arriving at a corner of the playground, the other teammates were already waiting there. The competition was called the age.The tournament, sponsored by the age.The group, which required each team to have only 4 members. So besides Yan Zhi and Yan Zhi, there was also a tall, heavy-set man and a handsome boy with prominent canine teeth. However, neither of these two seemed very friendly. The heavy-set man merely nodded at Yan Zhi's introduction, showing no sign of goodwill, while the boy with canine teeth was even less courteous, saying, "I won't compete with a rookie who knows nothing." He stared at Yan Zhi with a look full of malice. "Leave if you can't accept it," Yan Zhi said bluntly, issuing an eviction order. The boy with canine teeth was frustrated but reluctant to give up this opportunity, as Yan Zhi was strong and they had a good chance of winning. He bit his lip in anger, saying, "I don't understand how in 7066 there can still be regional discrimination." The boy's name was Brooke. He came from a remote, small galaxy, which, due to historical reasons, was known as the City of Scams. He had faced many hardships and discrimination on his way to the Imperial First Academy, so he truly detested regional discrimination. However, just a few days ago, he had seen Yan Zhi's comments on the forum regarding regional discrimination, which struck a nerve with him. So even though Yan Zhi was a beautiful woman, he couldn't bring himself to respect or like her. "Enough. Let's get ready for the competition," said the tall, heavy-set man named Light, who was clearly more tactful and tried to ease the atmosphere. "Having a girl to liven things up is great, right, Captain?" Yan Zhi opened her mouth to explain that she wasn't there to lighten the mood, but ultimately swallowed her words. It was indeed Yan Zhi's kindness that allowed her to participate in this competition. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just accumulate experience," Yan Zhi reassured her softly in her ear. After bidding farewell to her teammates, Yan Zhi returned to her dormitory, lay in her resting pod, and connected to the Star Network. This was Yan Zhi's first time logging into this student combat simulation website, which was specifically open to students from various universities for practical simulations. In the new user registration section, Yan Zhi thought for a moment and quietly filled in the nickname, Muji, without looking at the dazzling array of services provided for students. She headed straight for the combat simulation, hoping to gain some experience so as not to hold her team back. Currently, there were various forms of matches in the combat simulation, and Yan Zhi chose a 1-versus-1 arena match. She first observed a match to get a basic understanding of the game rules. The rules were quite simple. 2 people would duel on the arena, and the system would determine the failure once a mech was damaged to a certain extent. To avoid prolonged battles, if a match lasted more than 3 hours, the side with the more severely damaged mech would lose. Levels range from 0 to 10, starting at 0, and experience could be gradually accumulated to increase levels. Generally, the system would only match opponents of the same level, But if one was determined, they could challenge others of higher levels for more substantial experience, provided the opponent accepted. Soon, Yan Zhi was matched with an opponent whose ID was a jar of sauerkraut. Upon reaching the arena, Yan Zhi felt uneasy as the opposing mech stood about 10 meters tall, while the commander mech assigned to her was only 3 meters tall, making it look particularly small. It wasn't that the opponent was cheating. It seemed she had accidentally entered a mech warrior arena. The opponent was also taken aback, as a commander mech entering this battleground must have some unusual talent, so they dared not underestimate her. As the gong signaling the start of the match sounded, the opposing mech charged straight at her, and Yan Zhi hurriedly dodged to the side. The greatest feature of the commander mech was its agility, and Yan Zhi nearly lost her balance, almost colliding with the light screen at the edge of the arena. If that happened, it would be too embarrassing. Fortunately, the opponent also seemed to be a novice, so Yan Zhi wasn't eliminated right from the start. Seeing Yan Zhi disappear, the opponent hesitated for a moment, clumsily turning around. Seizing the opportunity, Yan Zhi, relying on her small and agile size, flew behind the opponent's mech and fired a barrage of missiles at its head. After a series of explosive sounds, however, unfortunately, the opponent's mech was left with only shallow marks. As a heavy mech, although clumsy, it was designed for combat, boasting far superior defense and offensive power compared to Yan Zhi's mech. The result was that this sneak attack not only failed to damage the opponent, but also revealed her position. Yan Zhi had to rely on her mech's agility to escape in a panic. The opponent directed a barrage of firepower toward Yan Zhi's direction, with the shells exploding on the ground and kicking up dust that severely obstructed her vision. What should she do? The mech had no means to damage the opponent. Most importantly, in this competition, there was no concept of surrender. Would she really have to let the opponent destroy her mech and face elimination? Yan Zhi was unwilling to accept that. It wasn't some noble spirit driving her. She just didn't want to be hit. The pain sensation on the star network was a 100 restoration. Even though her body wouldn't be truly harmed, it would still hurt like hell. The sound of shells whistling through the air and exploding made Yan Zhi feel the power contained within, making her even more anxious. A jar of sauerkraut noticed that he couldn't hit her and realized that Yan Zhi seemed to lack any capability. Continuously jumping around without landing a hit was indeed annoying. A jar of sauerkraut glanced at his mech's ammunition supply and clicked to fire all at Yan Zhi's direction. The shells fell like a torrential rain, leaving Yan Zhi no room to evade. The firepower was too fierce, and if she got hit, she would definitely be eliminated. How to protect herself? Yan Zhi recalled her mental power, though she was still somewhat unclear on how to use it. She felt that her mental power seemed to form a barrier that the incoming hail of bullets couldn't penetrate. The mech was well protected, but she felt that all the shells seemed to directly affect her consciousness, causing her a splitting headache. As the smoke from the explosions cleared, Yan Zhi's mech was unscathed. A jar of sauerkraut was completely bewildered by what had happened and felt a bit flustered. However, although he had run out of ammunition as a heavy mech, he could still engage in close combat without relying solely on ranged weapons. Although her head was throbbing, Yan Zhi suddenly gained a deeper understanding of how to use her mental power. The opponent's movements seemed to slow down in her eyes, revealing weaknesses and vulnerabilities clearly. She could even feel the wires transmitting energy within the mech. All she needed now was the strength to exploit these weaknesses. Enduring the intense headache, Yan Zhi concentrated her mental power into a sharp blade, effortlessly penetrating the interior of the mech and directly severing the wires in the main control room. The sparks generated jolted Yan Zhi awake, and the opposing mech lost control and collapsed with a loud crash. The match was over. Yan Zhi didn't observe any further and hurriedly logged off. Leaving the star network, she felt a bit better, but it seemed like a sharp knife was stirring in her head. Unmotivated to work, Yan Zhi tiredly laid down in the treatment pod that Jin Xing had prepared for her long ago. Under the influence of anesthesia, she fell into a drowsy sleep. When she woke up, it was already the next day. With no classes, Yan Zhi unusually skipped training and went to the library instead. She found a thick stack of books on mental strength, as many as she could. She settled into a corner and began to read quietly. Until the era of the interstellar empire, to be honest, mental strength was still a relatively mysterious existence. Although mysterious, it was closely related to people's lives. Those with strong mental strength had keen perceptual abilities regarding various matters in life. This explains why Yan Zhi, with her strong mental strength, was very suitable for the commander role. Commanders could leverage their sharp observation and understanding to discern the weaknesses of their opponents, even predict their moves, and direct mecha warriors to maximize their abilities. There were rumors that powerful commanders could even envelop the entire battlefield with their mental strength, perceiving every blade of grass and every tree, leaving enemies with nowhere to hide. Therefore, some said that a powerful commander could withstand thousands of troops. However, all of this existed only in an ideal state. In reality, the position of a commander was quite awkward. The ideal state was difficult to achieve. Commanders could only propose decisions, but mecha warriors needed to execute those decisions flawlessly, as commanders lacked significant offensive capability, which was a well-known shortcoming of mecha warriors. Thus, for a commander to be effective, absolute trust between both parties was required. Not to mention how difficult it was to achieve absolute trust. In fact, just the ability to discern the enemy's weaknesses was something that most commanders found challenging. Their understanding of the battlefield often did not match that of mecha warriors who had participated in actual combat. Learning from books was ultimately superficial. Consequently, in the military, command roles were always held by experienced mecha warriors. Commanders typically served to provide decision-making ideas or to help warriors relax with their mental strength, maintaining a somewhat awkward position within the team. As for how to project mental strength for offense or defense, Yan Zhi found relevant answers. The answer was simple: don't overreach. Mental strength was both powerful and fragile. Projecting mental strength could directly affect the brain with even slight impacts, and one should avoid becoming foolish. Yan Zhi also discovered an obscure piece of information. The Zerg had strong mental strength, and their research on mental strength far exceeded that of humans. However, the extensive data from decades of conflict between the two sides could not be verified. Her intuition told Yan Zhi that mental strength was not so simple. Chapter 10. The Strong Rookie Eager for Power. After a brief rest, Yan Zhi logged back onto the Star Network and began another round of practical simulations. This time, she didn't make the same mistake and faced another rookie from the command department. Without the overwhelming pressure from the mecha warrior students, defeating her opponent didn't seem as difficult. Yan Zhi tirelessly participated in match after match, quickly leveling up to level 1, marking the end of her rookie phase. She gained a lot from the repeated training sessions. Suddenly, Yan Zhi received a challenge notification. Looking at the level and the 0 matches, it was clearly another rookie. Challenging for the first time, Yan Zhi found it intriguing and accepted. This time was different. As soon as she stepped onto the battlefield, she sensed something keenly. The subsequent developments confirmed her intuition. Although her opponent was also piloting a basic mecha assigned by the system, the otherwise unremarkable mecha was almost mastered under his control. The commander's special mecha was characterized by its agility, which he fully exploited. Yan Zhi could barely locate his position. The blind spots were perfectly utilized. Soon, her mecha's arm fell off. The opponent didn't even use any aggressive tactics, merely employing the most basic dismantling method, completely removing her mecha's arm, which lay silently on the ground, mocking Yan Zhi. She couldn't even catch sight of her opponent's position. He was definitely not just an ordinary rookie. This was a shared realization between Yan Zhi and the spectators nearby. Clearly, the opponent was acting arrogantly, showing no intention of hiding his uniqueness. Under the immense pressure from her opponent, Yan Zhi felt a hint of excitement in her heart. She recalled her mental strength. What kind of sparks would it create if she integrated it into the battle? Without hesitation, she decided to act. However, this time, Yan Zhi was much more cautious, weaving her mental strength into a fine net, densely enveloping the entire venue. Found you. The opponent's mecha stopped at her right rear. Her mental strength immediately enveloped and wrapped around it, attempting to analyze its weak points. Her mental strength condensed into a blade, and the opponent seemed to sense something, creating a thin barrier to obstruct her. The collision caused both their heads to experience a sudden, sharp pain. The barrier provided some resistance, but failed to completely block Yan Zhi's offensive. She managed to sever most of the wires. The mecha was an extremely precise object. Even if it was externally indestructible, the intricate internal components were vulnerable, especially in this basic mecha, which had no protective measures inside. Although the opponent's mecha didn't directly black out, it was already out of control and on the brink of being scrapped. The opponent was also a tough character. The intense pain in his head seemed to have little effect on him. With strong willpower, he maneuvered the mecha to charge at Yan Zhi rapidly, changing his previous style and deciding to finish the fight quickly. A sharp blade pierced Yan Zhi's mecha's energy core, and at the same time, the opponent's mecha completely blacked out. It was a draw. The two characters appeared before Yan Zhi's eyes. She was quite satisfied with this result. The opponent's strength was evident, and it was clear that he was not just some random player. A sense of excitement rose in her heart, but the pain in her head reminded her that she could no longer continue her training. Yan Zhi logged off and lay down in the treatment pod once again. This time, she was better prepared. Although her head hurt, it was bearable and far less severe than the last time. Meanwhile, a man in a villa complex far away in the imperial capital wasn't as fortunate. Due to severe trauma, his mental strength was forcibly logged off, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He felt the metallic taste in his mouth and reflected on the earlier experience. The aura of mental strength was something he was all too familiar with. "I found you." A smile appeared on his face. It seemed that another group hadn't discovered her yet, allowing him to get ahead. When Yan Zhi logged back onto the Star Network, she received a friend request from someone named Yan Xiao. She remembered this name. It belonged to the person who had skillfully piloted a basic mecha earlier. She accepted the request. Although they had just fought, the opponent's attitude was particularly friendly. He said that he noticed her talent and wanted to be friends, even offering numerous combat tips. Initially, Yan Zhi was wary of his enthusiasm, but seeing that he was genuinely teaching her without any issues, she couldn't think of anything about herself that would warrant his ulterior motives, so she decided to go with the flow. Yan Zhi struggled to get up from the ground. Her mecha was already in tatters. This was probably the umpteenth time she had been knocked down by him. Yan Xiao stood in front of her, looking at her. "You were too hasty this time. You discovered a flaw, but do you have the ability to exploit it? Think it over and come back." Yan Zhi was knocked away once more. Again, she was sent flying again. Again, with each training session, Yan Zhi was able to last longer under his hand. This was the unique training plan he provided for her. To take hits, constantly take hits, summarize experiences from getting hit, and improve. Although it was tough, Yan Zhi could feel her rapid progress. Use your mental strength. It will yield better results. During one routine training session, Yan Xiao suddenly spoke up. Yan Zhi was taken aback. Her mental strength was her secret. She looked at him warily, wondering how he knew. "I noticed you using it during our first battle. You're very talented. Don't waste it. Your method of use is too primitive. Let me teach you." Yan Zhi understood. It was a virtual world, and he didn't know who she was, so it wouldn't really affect her. Perhaps he was genuinely a kind-hearted person who was sincerely helping her, and her suspicion seemed somewhat unjustified. However, for some reason, she always felt something was off about him. But it had to be said that with the enhancement of her mental strength, Yan Zhi's abilities had more than doubled. He seemed to have an exceptionally detailed understanding of the use of mental strength, and his guidance was always remarkably on point. Under his instruction, Yan Zhi became more proficient in using her mental strength. She also realized that there were so many ways to utilize mental strength. Yet, her curiosity about his identity grew stronger. Yan Zhi was no longer the poor little thing who was clueless about everything when she first arrived in this era. She clearly recognized that his teachings and the current understanding of mental strength were completely different, but they were indeed useful. She didn't know what his background was. However, Yan Zhi deeply understood the preciousness of this guidance, absorbing the knowledge he offered like a sponge. Thus, Yan Zhi began a life that revolved around physical training, the Star Network, and the classroom. Soon, it was time for the deer competition to take place. Yan Zhi and her teammates took the competition's prepared flying ship to a remote planet. Upon arriving at the competition planet, Yan Zhi and her group encountered a group of uninvited guests. The group was dressed in matching white uniforms. As soon as they appeared in Yan Zhi's line of sight, she could clearly feel the atmosphere around her change, filled with a distinct sense of displeasure. The other party seemed oblivious to the unwelcoming aura emanating from here. Instead, they approached with ill intentions, wearing smiles that didn't reach their eyes. "Is this the team from the Imperial First Academy? Please send my regards to your senior Chad." "Get lost," Jingu retorted directly. Hearing the other party shamelessly mention senior Chad, Brooke and Light were both extremely angry. Although Yan Zhi didn't know what had happened, she could clearly sense that the visitors were not friendly. How rude. With such a bad temper, young Master Jian really hasn't improved at all. Jian Xingji couldn't be bothered to respond to him, and the other party turned their gaze towards Yan Zhi, their eyes greasy, making her feel uncomfortable all over. Young Master Jian is so lucky to have such a pretty sister participating in the competition. Good dogs don't block the way. Jian Gaji pulled Yan Zhi away directly, not wanting to argue with them. After dealing with them for a long time, one knows that they're like disgusting flies. Arguing with them brings no benefit and only makes one feel sick. Yan Zhi still hadn't figured out the grievances involved, only knowing that the other party's slick talk was indeed unpleasant. The capital Mecha Academy's arrogance was becoming increasingly rampant. Brooke spoke with some indignation. This time, they must make them pay. Perhaps because they had a common enemy, the team's morale became even more focused. It was from their discussions that Yan Zhi learned about the grievances between the Empire's First Academy and the Capital Mecha Academy. There were quite a few people and matters involved in this. Chapter 11, the competition, begins. The grievances between the Imperial First Academy and the Capital Mecha Academy can be traced back 100 years. Initially, the Capital Mecha Academy was a branch of the Imperial First Academy, but later became independent. With this connection, the two schools enjoyed a long honeymoon period. Teachers from the Imperial First Academy even taught classes at the Capital Mecha Academy, which helped attract students to the latter. The Imperial First Academy not only sent personnel, but also provided various teaching equipment and training for the teachers of the Capital Mecha Academy. With these advantages, the Capital Mecha Academy quickly established itself in the imperial higher education landscape and experienced rapid growth. However, once they developed well, ambition arose. After decades of growth, the Capital Mecha Academy began to feel dissatisfied with being subordinate to the Imperial First Academy. Why should the Imperial First Academy be regarded as the best? With ambition came schemes. They started to undermine the Imperial First Academy online and secretly poach students and faculty. Their favorite tactic was to sabotage the students of the Imperial First Academy during various competitions. Initially done covertly, their conflict escalated to the open when the two schools broke apart. The audience outside could clearly see the animosity that had existed for a long time. The senior Chad mentioned earlier was caught during a reconnaissance mission last year and was subsequently captured by the opposing team. His signal device for quitting the competition was damaged, and the opposing team used some means to block the signal interference. When Chad reappeared, he was injured and had completely lost the ability to become a mecha warrior, suffering severe psychological trauma and still undergoing counseling. Because the opposing team had blocked the surveillance signals, there was no evidence to capture, and as a victim, Chad would lose control whenever he mentioned this past incident and found it difficult to testify. With insufficient evidence, and the Capital Mecha Academy determined to protect the perpetrators, this incident could only be left unresolved. There were rumors that the leaders of the Capital Mecha Academy had made promises to the students that such matters would be handled by the school. The team that harmed Chad was led by OBEYS, the captain of the team that Yan Zhi had encountered earlier. OBEYS came from a wealthy family and was arrogant. After being disqualified from the entrance examination of the Imperial First Academy for causing a disturbance, he joined the Capital Mecha Academy and targeted the Imperial First Academy for years. In addition to various malicious tactics, OBEYS was also notorious for his words. He did not care about his reputation and often provoked the students of the Imperial First Academy during competitions, making them feel disgusted, achieving his goal. Having learned about all the grievances, Yan Zhi's perception of the Capital Mecha Academy plummeted. The next day, before the assembly time, Yan Zhi woke up early and went to the cafeteria for a meal. Unfortunately, she encountered the same group from yesterday. This time, Yan Zhi was alone, and they clearly recognized her, walking directly towards her. Their intentions were not good, and Yan Zhi's alarm bells rang in her mind. She placed her hand on the security call button, ready to summon security if anything went wrong. Strangely, they did not directly confront her, but chose a seat close to her and occasionally glanced her way. Yan Zhi felt puzzled. What were they up to? It seemed like they were brewing something malicious. Suddenly, a girl from the opposing team stood up and walked towards Yan Zhi. As she passed Yan Zhi, she bumped into her forcefully. However, Yan Zhi's training paid off, and she remained steady, while the girl staggered and almost fell, glaring at Yan Zhi in anger. There was no attempt to disguise their intentions. Anyone could see that the bump was deliberate, and the girl walked away without apologizing. Was that it? Did they just want to bump into her? Yan Zhi sensed that something was off when the girl collided with her. She felt the girl leave something on her. When she found a secluded spot, she observed it closely. It was extremely small, not even the size of half a sesame seed, with a toothed suction cup underneath that could firmly attach itself to clothing and was difficult to remove. It had a matte black appearance, looking inconspicuous and easily overlooked. This was an egg of the insectoid species. After her studies, Yan Zhi recognized it easily. However, she still needed to confirm which specific insectoid it was. Strangely, Yan Zhi felt her mental power stirring, eagerly wanting to envelop and absorb the object entirely. She sensed a hunger deep within her soul, as if it wanted to consume her. With great willpower, she suppressed this impulse. She couldn't casually absorb something of unknown origin, especially since it required further research. This was an egg of the soul-devouring butterfly. Jiangaji looked at Yan Zhi in surprise, asking how she had obtained it. Once hatched, the soul-devouring butterfly would directly absorb a person's mental energy, which could be considered a great supplement for them. Jiangaji quickly realized that this was an extraordinary matter. Due to the insectoid's high reproductive capability, the existence of live insectoids was strictly prohibited within the empire. The insectoids used in competitions were actually bionic versions, robots mimicking the structure of insectoids for training against them. In such a serious preventive situation, where did this insectoid egg come from? It was truly a matter worthy of investigation, and the implications were deep. Jiangaji wasted no time. Fortunately, the competition hadn't started yet, and personal terminals were still usable. He promptly reported the incident. In the face of the insectoid threat, the Empire demonstrated strong action, quickly surrounding the area where participants were staying. Yan Zhi and her group were taken to an office, where they found Xingji, whom they hadn't seen in a long time. Although the matter concerning the insectoids was significant, it was typically unnecessary to trouble the Marshal, but upon seeing the personnel involved, Xingji decided to come in person. Cousin Jiangaji was pleasantly surprised. You all did well, especially Zhiji. Jiangaji looked at Yan Zhi. He had already heard the background of the situation. The once fragile girl had truly grown a lot. According to imperial law, discovering insectoids within the Empire warranted a second-class merit. When you return, there will be a commendation ceremony. You did well. Xingji patted Yan Zhi on the shoulder. Thanks to Yan Zhi, the entire team earned merit, and even Brooke, despite his dislike for Yan Zhi, had to acknowledge her capabilities. Thanks to her, everyone had narrowly escaped disaster. Due to the involvement with the insectoids, with solid evidence, the group from the Capital Mecha Academy was also detained for investigation. They could only send another team to participate in the competition. As for the matters related to the insect egg, that would be left to the government to investigate. Soon, it was time for the competition to officially begin. Perhaps because they had hit a wall, the people from the Capital Mecha Academy dared not cause any trouble during this period. The Deer competition adopts a common survival mode, where a team, equipped with initial gear, is randomly dropped into a predetermined competition area, which is mostly harsh in environment. Contestants need to survive in this area for 7 days, during which there are limited supplies hidden, and whether they can obtain them depends on the contestants' luck and observation skills. Only teams that survive the full 7 days in the competition area are eligible to compete for the final championship. The ranking is determined based on the contestants' total points, sorted from high to low. Points can be obtained mainly through 3 channels. The first channel is hunting the insect species in the competition area. The second channel is to steal points from other teams. If a team eliminates another team in the process, the eliminated team's points will belong to the victorious side. During the competition, each person has one opportunity to request rescue. If they choose to send a distress signal, personnel waiting outside will rescue them. But that person will lose their chance to compete and lose a teammate, severely weakening their team's strength. Therefore, out of team spirit, generally, not many choose to forfeit. At the beginning, Yan Zhi and her team were randomly dropped into a dense forest with some basic supplies. Each contestant was given only 3 compressed biscuits, 3 bottles of pure water, a dagger, and a signal device to forfeit the competition. The supplies provided were only enough for one day, which meant they had to find additional supplies today. Senior Jian is participating in the competition again. With him, our academy will definitely win, right? Brooke is also very impressive. Last time he competed against the seniors, he completely crushed them. It's a pity there are no mechas. Light looks super cool in a mecha. At the competition site, there weren't many viewers watching the live stream. Most were students from their own school supporting their own team, and it was clear that Yan Zhi's teammates had a certain level of recognition in the school, as there were people encouraging them right from the start. Of course, being on the same team, there were also comments mentioning Yan Zhi, but the tone was entirely different. How can a freshman participate? Their strength doesn't match at all. As expected, she must have connections. A freshman can compete. Impressive. The other 3 seniors are just teaming up with the freshmen to gain experience. Racists get out of the Empire's first academy. Poor seniors, having to carry a teammate like her. Occasionally, there were people from outside who didn't understand the situation and clicked into the live stream. What happened? I think this girl is pretty cute. The Empire's first academy really has high standards, especially that girl looks great. At this time, there would be comments from enthusiastic viewers educating some new arrivals about Yan Zhi's so-called notorious actions. She discriminates against her home region. She looks down on residents from remote star systems. She has a strong background. It said she cheated to get in. It said she cries and whines every day. So pretentious. The team was completely unaware of everything happening in the comments. Even if they knew, Yan Zhi probably wouldn't care. She had seen too many similar remarks on forums, and clarifying them was futile, so she simply chose to ignore them. The words of others could not hurt her. Chapter 12 Swarm. Has the difficulty level increased again this year? The supplies given are too little. Leda frowned at the supplies. All 3 in the team were mecha warriors, consuming much more energy, and this little bit of supplies wouldn't last even a day. In this situation, finding supplies became particularly urgent. However, according to the usual style of this competition, the supplies in the arena were hidden very well. If a contestant could find a quarter of the prepositioned supplies during a match, it would be considered that they had keen observation skills. It could be said that instead of waiting to find supplies, it would be faster to directly steal supplies from other teams. Let's first look for edible plants in the forest. Yan Zhi decided to give up searching for supplies and instead focus on sourcing food directly from the environment. Yan Zhi, where are you going? Yan Zhi noticed Yan Zhi walking in a certain direction. What is this woman up to again? Don't cause trouble, please. The noble young lady probably wants to find a place to rest. There's a supply pack in that tree. Yan Zhi pointed to a tree not far from them. The trees in the forest were dense, and Yan Zhi couldn't immediately distinguish which tree Yan Zhi was referring to. Then you go take a look first. Yan Zhi had some trust in Yan Zhi's abilities and believed in her words. I don't believe she can find it from that far away. It's just an excuse to be lazy. Jian, don't believe her. This woman lies all the time. Until Yan Zhi pulled out a dark package from a hidden tree hole, the comments exploded. WOC, really? I didn't even realize that was a supply pack when I was so close just now. There was moss covering it. Who would go digging in that tree hole for fun? The competition organizers aren't human. Just lucky, it should just be a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Brooke and Leda were just as surprised as the comments. They weren't new to this competition, and no one understood better than them how hard it was to find a supply pack. Impressive, found it right away. Yan Zhi's observation skills have always been good. Yan Zhi felt an inexplicable sense of pride, as if his treasure had been discovered. The first time he saw Yan Zhi was at a banquet. To be honest, he really didn't like this woman who had appeared suddenly, but after spending some time together, he had come to understand her. She wasn't as weak as she appeared, and Yan Zhi understood why his cousin viewed her differently. The reason he invited Yan Zhi to participate in the competition wasn't solely due to his personal feelings. He had been aware of how hard Yan Zhi trained daily, and he believed she had the ability and qualifications to participate in this competition. Moreover, her mental strength was definitely a powerful weapon. At the same time, facing the slander against Yan Zhi on the forums, he didn't believe a word of it. However, it was clear that other classmates felt differently. Therefore, through this competition's live broadcast, Yan Zhi believed that under the camera, Yan Zhi could clarify others' misunderstandings about her. Only those who truly understood Yan Zhi knew how lovely she was. Opening the supply pack, it was clear that the competition organizers were much more generous with these supplies. In addition to food, there were also weapons like guns and ammunition. From the very beginning, Yan Zhi had enveloped the forest with her mental strength, and the so-called hidden supply pack was visible to her. Using similar methods, Yan Zhi and her group found several more supply packs. The attitude of the comments shifted from a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse to worshipping a lucky koi, but they still didn't believe Yan Zhi had real skills. Some keen viewers had early on noticed that Yan Zhi's luck seemed to be more than just luck, but they merely thought her observational skills were impressive. As for the idea of her projecting mental strength, no one believed it, as it was simply too outrageous. No one thought a new student could achieve such legendary feats. Yan Zhi thus earned the title of Eagle Eye Koi. Among the numerous supply packs, they even found tents. Night fell quickly, and Yan Zhi and her group set up the tent early in a flat area, with a campfire burning outside, making it feel more like camping than a wilderness survival competition. "This is the most comfortable competition I've ever participated in," Leda exclaimed after taking a sip of hot soup. "Newcomers, if you don't understand, is this a camping live broadcast? The neighboring Lan Academy is crying with envy. Is this heaven? Lan Academy, refusing to pull others down, haha. What is Lan Academy? I've never heard of it before." Lan Academy had a rough start, being randomly placed in a nest of insectoids at the beginning of the program. Fortunately, their team's overall strength was decent. Although they were in a tough spot, they hadn't been directly eliminated yet. But it was still quite dire, as they were now being chased by a swarm of hornets. Others might not feel it yet, but through these days of interaction, Leda and Brooke's attitudes toward Yan Zhi had undergone a complete transformation. The most surprised was Leda, although he hadn't clearly expressed strong opposition to Yan Zhi like Brooke did at first. Deep down, he had strongly disliked the spoiled young lady attitude. However, after spending these days together, his impression had completely changed. "You're nothing like I imagined." Leda looked at Yan Zhi. "I apologize for my previous misunderstandings. You are very different from what I imagined." "What did you imagine me to be like?" Yan Zhi asked curiously. "Very domineering, very arrogant, without ability, yet looking down on others, with extreme and shallow thoughts, both foolish and malicious." Leda carefully organized his words. "Misunderstanding you is my fault." "It's okay." The two exchanged smiles, and all previous grievances vanished in that smile. Only then did the team truly accept Yan Zhi, becoming a solid group. "Leda is just like my past self. Yan Zhi is indeed better than I imagined." "Aha, senior, don't be fooled by her. This woman is the best at deceiving people. Yan Zhi is so theatrical. Could this be her way of clearing her name?" Yan Zhi and her group were completely unaware of all this. They left one person on night watch while the rest had long fallen into a deep sleep. It's hard to say whether this is good or bad. The place where Yan Zhi and her group landed had not revealed any traces of the insectoids. Although it provided them with a safe living environment, a day had passed, and their group scores had not increased. On the scoreboard, the team in first place was the Capital Mecha Academy. The Capital Mecha Academy has already taken the lead. Why is the Empire's top academy ranking so low? What's going on? Yan Zhi is holding us back. She's being overshadowed by those guys. No matter how lucky she is, it doesn't matter whose team she is on. It can't be the Capital Mecha Academy. Although Yan Zhi and the others were unaware of the situation outside, they understood that they couldn't continue like this. They couldn't just aim to survive. They had to rely on hunting insectoids to gain points for a good ranking. Danger also means opportunity. This forest was vast, and Yan Zhi and her group had been walking for a long time without finding a way out. Towering trees surrounded them, and in the morning, the humidity was high, with mist everywhere and visibility extremely low. The dense canopy blocked out sunlight, and the surroundings were dim, with strange bird calls echoing in the distance, creating a terrifying atmosphere. After a long time of not being able to get out, and with the oppressive environment, the morale of the team members was not great, and they had to be on guard against changes around them, making them mentally fatigued. "Be careful," Yan Zhi suddenly warned. Her mental strength sensed an ominous presence. The crisis approached at high speed. Before everyone could act on Yan Zhi's warning, a huge buzzing sound came from the distance. In the blink of an eye, it was getting closer, and a massive black cloud appeared in their line of sight. The sunlight was blocked, and the surrounding environment suddenly darkened. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't dark clouds, but a swarm of blood cloud bees. Individually, these bees were not hard to deal with, but the terrifying part was that they didn't appear alone. They came in swarms, like clouds, blocking out the sun. The saying there's strength in numbers applied to the insect race as well. Yan Zhi faced them like an isolated wheat field confronting a locust plague. Even more astonishing was that in front of the black cloud, there was a figure running very fast. However, the swarm behind was still closing in. The figure saw Yan Zhi and her team and was initially pleased, intending to seek help from them, but upon remembering what was behind, quickly changed direction. That must be the most unfortunate contestant from Land Academy this time. Everyone on the forum is betting on when they will be eliminated. 3 out of 4 teammates have quit the match. What's the point in continuing? What can one person do? I guess this person won't last long either. Although the person tried hard to remedy the situation and turned around as soon as possible, the swarm was very keen and also noticed Yan Zhi's group, charging towards them. The oppressive swarm of blood cloud bees made one's scalp tingle. "Run!" shouted the person in front of the bee cloud. Before his words fell, Yan Zhi's team had already run far away, but the swarm continued to pursue relentlessly. With so many blood cloud bees, the Empire's top academy is going to face defeat. Help, it's so disgusting with so many of them. Elimination at this rank, the Empire's top academy is not going to make it this year. Just yesterday, we thought they were lucky, and today they're facing retribution. What goes around comes around. The comments were filled with pessimism, and no one believed they could get through this crisis. Although they needed to kill insectoids to earn points, did it really need to be this many? Brooke lamented. Yan Zhi held the standard issue dagger, her expression cold. Occasionally, some blood cloud bees flew faster and caught up with them, and she dealt with them one by one. Killing one blood cloud bee was not difficult. The challenge was killing thousands of them. The blood cloud bees, shrouding the sky, densely blocked out the sun. They had already tried their best to speed up, repelling one attacking blood cloud bee after another. However, inevitably, they were left with bite marks from the blood cloud bees. Sensing the smell of blood, the swarm became even more excited, buzzing restlessly. They then launched faster attacks, making it hard not to feel annoyed. It was difficult for an ordinary person to maintain focus in such a situation, relying solely on survival instincts to mechanically eliminate them one by one. But Yan Zhi was different. She keenly sensed that this swarm of bees was clearly not right. Chapter 13. Withdrawal. It is hard for ordinary people to maintain focus in such situations, relying only on survival instincts to mechanically eliminate one enemy after another. However, Yan Zhi was different. She keenly noticed that the swarm of blood cloud bees was clearly not right. After killing many blood cloud bees, she realized that her score increase was significantly less than the number of insectoids she had killed. Others might not have noticed this, but who was Yan Zhi? Early on, she had covered this area with her mental power, and she was fully aware of everything happening inside. Was the scoring system malfunctioning? Clearly not, because Yan Zhi sensed a long-lost hunger coming from her soul among the swarm. This hunger felt exactly the same as when she encountered the insectoids last time. With this puzzlement, Yan Zhi observed further, and it wasn't too hard to discover the oddities of the swarm. Among the dense mass of bees, there seemed to be a group of blood cloud bees moving exceptionally fast, causing particularly large wounds. They even attached themselves to the wounds to suck the flowing blood. Scanning with her mental power, Yan Zhi was shocked to find that they were not cold, mechanical bodies. They were clearly alive. They were insects. An alarm went off in Yan Zhi's mind. The eggs of the insectoids discovered in previous generations crashed into her consciousness again. What happened to this planet? Why were there so many living insectoids appearing? Everyone be careful. This swarm is not right. Yan Zhi shouted. There are genuine insectoids mixed in. She must be scared silly by the blood cloud bees, talking about genuine insectoids. This is her first competition. She probably can't distinguish between mechanical bodies and living ones. This isn't a military operation. How could there be living insectoids here? What a joke. She has no common sense at all. not doing any homework before the competition. The barrage of comments mercilessly mocked Yan Zhi. Yan Zhi dared not be careless and carefully used her mental power to check each blood cloud bee. This was an enormous workload. Yan Zhi's face turned pale. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead, and her strength to swing her knife diminished significantly. The more she checked, the more horrified she became. Almost half of the mechanical bodies were mixed with insectoids. What a staggering number that was. Just one unhatched insect egg had triggered such severe alertness. How much commotion would arise if this overwhelming number of insectoids were discovered? Yan Zhi knew that merely shouting was far from enough. She had to find a way to convince the supervising personnel outside that there were indeed real insectoids mixed in. After all, this conclusion was too absurd that even her teammates, like Jingge, did not take her claims about the insectoid seriously. In an emergency, without their support, solving this problem became even more difficult. Watching as more and more wounds appeared on herself and her teammates, she realized that if they continued to drag this out, they would inevitably be dragged to death. Even if she pressed the withdrawal button now, Yan Zhi wasn't sure if her group could wait for rescue from outside. Suddenly, Yan Zhi felt someone shoving something into her hands, a small black ball with a metallic sheen. The mechanical blood cloud bees seemed extremely averse to this object. Their movements noticeably slowed, and they didn't dare to approach Yan Zhi. Only the insectoid blood cloud bees continued to charge at them, as usual. But the pressure had already reduced by more than half. Turning to look, she saw it was the unfamiliar young man who had been chased by the blood cloud bees at the beginning. It has a little insect-repelling effect and no side effects. Don't worry. Clearly, this black ball interfered with the signals of the mechanical insectoids, causing them to become sluggish. Others also donned the small balls, and the pressure was instantly alleviated a lot. However, they still had many wounds, blood soaking their clothes, and the insectoid blood cloud bees remained unaffected, tirelessly charging at them. With the interference from the mechanical bodies gone, for some reason, Yan Zhi no longer felt afraid. In fact, she felt a subtle excitement within her. After a long time fighting the insectoids, she felt as if a seed deeply buried in her heart suddenly sprouted. The overwhelming swarm of insectoids was no problem. Her mental power told her so. She entered a mysterious state, feeling her mental power expand like never before. She ignored every blade of grass and tree around her. The world seemed to become a void in her eyes, and in her world, there was only the buzzing of the insectoids. She seemed to have established a connection with every blood cloud bee in the swarm, feeling their emotions flowing into her mind through her mental power. It was a marvelous sensation. She felt she had control over their lives and deaths. Uncontrollably, her mental power seemed to transform into countless conduits, siphoning the life force from the swarm. Half of the swarm paused, then suddenly fell from the air, losing their vitality. The entire process happened extremely quickly. No one knew what had occurred, and large batches of the swarm died. Yan Zhi realized this should be related to her. Strangely, despite having just performed such a massive mental workload, Yan Zhi did not feel impoverished as before. On the contrary, she felt more relaxed than ever at that moment. Filled with strength, half of the blood cloud bees were dead. The remaining mechanical blood cloud bee swarm, due to the small balls, moved sluggishly and did not dare to approach. The situation instantly became much simpler. The swarm, in their eyes, transformed into a free point extraction pool. Yan Zhi's team score soared rapidly, quickly climbing to the top and leaving the second place far behind. The countless blood cloud bees were killed one by one. What the hell? Not eliminated? I was so nervous, but we weren't eliminated. No need to say anything. The Empire's first academy is amazing. As expected of the best academy in the Empire, their strength is simply monstrous. I unilaterally declare that these 5 people are all my wives, too awesome. Besides praising the 5, the barrage perception of Yan Zhi improved significantly as well. Yan Zhi isn't that annoying, huh? She was really decisive when killing insectoids. She is not as delicate as I imagined. I thought she would mess up, but she didn't. Impressive. Yan Zhi and her companions were completely unaware of the barrage compliments. They, along with the young man, arrived at a small stream to rest. They also learned about the young man's identity. He was from Lan Academy, which was established in a remote star system but had a long history. at the beginning of the empire. It produced a large number of talents for the empire and once had a glorious period. Later, due to political reasons, the academy was split up, and strong departments were forced to be sent to other schools. The situation of Land Academy deteriorated day by day, but due to its remote location, it lacked attention. No one cared about this once glorious academy anymore. Its name was now little known, and many believed that this old school had disappeared into the river of time. With its low visibility, it could not obtain sponsorship from other enterprises, and government subsidies were just a drop in the bucket. The financial situation of Land Academy was precarious. If they could not produce results soon, they might really disappear from the empire's list of higher education institutions. Participating in this competition, our academy just wants to announce to the world that we still exist, the young man said. His name was Meiji, the most outstanding student of Land Academy. No wonder Meiji is so unwilling to give up the competition. It turns out it's for his school. Meiji's teammates are also excellent. If it weren't for excessive blood loss, they wouldn't have to withdraw. I'm really moved. Is Land Academy in such a bad situation? I saw this academy in my history book. I thought it had disappeared. Our academy's mecha manufacturing department seems to be what the Rand Academy moved out from back in the day. Now, it's our ace major. It's really a bit heartbreaking to see a once glorious university reduced to this. However, Yan Zhi and her group were not so easily fooled by the comments. They looked at the black small iron ball in their hands. They understood that things were probably not that simple. Due to the Zerg, Yan Zhi had more information and thus thought more. Since this small ball should have been specially made in advance to slow down the movements of other mechanical Zerg during the competition, they had gone to great lengths to bring it over. If it weren't for the real Zerg mixed in with it causing them quite a bit of trouble, they might have been able to dominate the competition and easily secure points. As long as they played it safe, developed a bit, avoided encounters with other teams, and didn't let their victory be snatched away, getting first place was definitely possible. The few of them exchanged glances. Each had their own understanding of the real situation, though there were varying degrees of difference. Meiji smiled at them a bit shyly. He really wasn't as innocent as he claimed, but there was no way around it. His alma mater was in a precarious situation, and he couldn't just stand by. Although Meiji was not so innocent, he was certainly not a bad person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have changed direction immediately upon seeing Yan Zhi and her group, fearing that he might implicate them. Though it was of little use. If he were a bad person, he wouldn't have gone to the trouble of delivering the metal ball developed by their academy to Yan Zhi, even at the risk of being discovered. Just for the sake of his alma mater, he had to appear less than completely upright. Both sides clearly understood this logic. Therefore, Yan Zhi and her group did not expose him. Yan Zhi and the others also shared part of their supplies as a gesture of gratitude. It must be admitted that the metal ball helped Yan Zhi and her group quite a lot. After all, anyone would feel pressured in the face of that overwhelming blood cloud of bees. Once everyone was ready, Yan Zhi casually broke the hard-won calm with a statement. I want to withdraw from the competition. Is she crazy? With one less person, the team's strength drops directly by a quarter. Isn't that just being a pig teammate? How did the bee cloud scare the little princess? And now she's backing down. After finally reaching the top, they need to maintain their position now. The Capital Mecha Academy is still eyeing them in second place. I'm done, really. What? Can the little princess only accept the camping life like yesterday? After finally improving her image a bit online, at this moment, her image plummeted to the bottom again, and the internet was filled with criticisms. Chapter 14 Champion Jianggaji, Booker, and Light were clearly surprised by the news. Why? Jianggaji asked, as he naturally wouldn't believe that Yan Zhi couldn't endure hardship, but he couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. I have more important things to handle. Yan Zhi stared into Jianggaji's eyes. It's really important, trust me. She actually knew that withdrawing from the competition was obviously not a good thing for the entire team. But it was related to the Zerg, and she had to do it. I can't explain. Yan Zhi knew this explanation was weak, but it was all she could do, although she felt very sorry for her teammates. If you have something you need to do, then go ahead and withdraw. I know you're not the kind of person to act recklessly, Jianggaji stated. Hey, Gigi, if you have something to do, just go do it. Light said with a smile. Don't feel burdened. It's just a small competition. Just do what you want to do, Booker also awkwardly added. He naturally didn't dislike Yan Zhi anymore, but he still felt a bit awkward trying to be nice. Although what Yan Zhi is doing is quite absurd, the team is really united. What qualifications does Yan Zhi have to be the team's pet? I don't understand. Maybe something big that we don't know about is about to happen. Perhaps Yan Zhi has her own reasons. I don't think she's that kind of person. Various speculations unfolded in the bullet comments. Remember when Yan Zhi yelled about the Zerg during the previous battle? I don't think it's just a lack of common sense. The barrage was too numerous, and this particular comment was quickly drowned in the sea of comments. Yan Zhi didn't know what was happening in the bullet comments, nor did she care about the audience's various speculations. She only cared about her friends' opinions of her. Compared to correcting others' views of herself, Yan Zhi had more important matters to deal with. That was the Zerg. After Yan Zhi pressed the withdrawal button, a group of people arrived in a light aircraft to take her away. The staff were definitely puzzled. The other individuals they had rescued had all pressed the button while trapped in various dire situations. And this was the first time they had seen someone press the withdrawal button in a safe environment. However, having been in this job for so long, he didn't say anything. "We will definitely win the championship," Booker shouted towards the aircraft. How could Gigi bear to leave when Senior Booker is so nice? Although it's a bit of a buzzkill, the Imperial First Academy is leading in points by a wide margin, so it seems they will indeed win the championship. It's fine without Yan Zhi. Indeed, and the other three contestants are also very strong. Once Yan Zhi was taken out of the competition area, she could retrieve her communicator, which was the purpose of her withdrawal. How to contact the person in charge of handling the Zerg issue. Yan Zhi thought of Xingji, whom she had encountered during the previous Zerg egg incident. She opened her communicator. On the other end, Xingji was inspecting the conditions of the new recruits in the military training camp. Clearly, they did not have the capability to satisfy the Grand Marshal. Xingji had a cold expression, and the surrounding officers were trembling with fear. The atmosphere became tense. Suddenly, the ringing of the communicator broke the suffocating silence. One officer cursed inwardly, wondering who dared to cause a disruption in front of the Marshal. Following the sound, he saw the Marshal gently answering the call. Well, he thought, "Let go. You're saying you've discovered the Zerg again?" Xingji frowned. Although the situation seemed absurd, he did not doubt Yan Zhi's intentions. "Take care of yourself. I'll send someone to investigate," Xingji replied. After hanging up, he left a brief instruction to the officer responsible for training the new recruits. They need to strengthen their training. With that, he strode away. The frequent appearance of Zerg in this year's deer competition was concerning and needed to be thoroughly investigated. Not long after finishing the call, Yan Zhi saw the people handling the Zerg incident. Oh, it was familiar faces. It was the same team that dealt with the Zerg egg incident before. They clearly recognized Yan Zhi as well. Secretly complaining to themselves, they thought, "What is this girl, a Zerg magnet? How come she discovers Zerg every few days?" Yan Zhi took out some dead blood cloud bees that she brought from the competition venue and handed them over to the researchers for examination. The rest could be handled by the professionals. Sure enough, the next day, the originally 7-day deer competition was announced to end early on the third day, and the contestants were forcibly recalled. What major event happened? The deer competition has ended early. This has never happened before. Does anyone have news? What is going on? The barrage was noisy, but no conclusion was reached. In a place not visible to the cameras, layers of military troops surrounded the competition area, with well-equipped soldiers entering first, followed by researchers in white protective suits carrying advanced instruments. As for the person in charge of the deer group, he had already been summoned for a discussion the day before. With the early end of the competition, the points were also calculated in advance. There was no doubt that the championship belonged to the Imperial First Academy. As for the other strong competitor, the Capital Mecha Academy, their name didn't even appear on the leaderboard, having been eliminated long ago and not qualifying to compete for the championship. Gigi, you don't know, but after you left, we ran into that bunch from the Capital Mecha Academy. Light excitedly recounted the events that followed. They were much weaker than the team we dispatched before. Without much effort, we defeated them easily, and their points naturally went to us. We can finally breathe easy. Congratulations on winning the championship. Yan Zhi cheered. No, we won the championship, Zhangji said. Looking at Yan Zhi, you contributed to it. Yeah, what is yours and mine? We're a team. Light grinned. Zhi went to handle important matters. We all understand. Once the competition ended, Zhangji Light, and Booker all understood what had happened and couldn't help but admire Yan Zhi's insight and courage. They also felt a bit of fear. Had Yan Zhi not discovered the Zerg, who knew what kind of bloody chaos might have ensued with such a large number of them? It was just a pity that after the competition, they also saw comments in the barrage, and due to the confidentiality of the Zerg matter, there were still some negative discussions about Yan Zhi online. Inevitably, they felt a bit indignant on Yan Zhi's behalf. However, with too many negative messages, their posts could only sink into the sea. Yan Zhi and her group returned to school. It could be considered good news after this competition, although there was still significant controversy surrounding Yan Zhi's reputation. Many people had begun to change their views on her. Yan Zhi logged onto the Star Network, which she hadn't used in a long time. During her absence, her old friend, Yan Xiao, had sent her a lot of materials on training mental strength. Yan Zhi immersed herself in intense study. She could clearly feel that she had become much stronger, both in terms of mental strength and physical fitness. If previously her mental strength was like a vast ocean, where she could only strive to draw from its depths, now Yan Zhi's mental strength felt like a vibrant planet, and her control over it had improved significantly. Looking at her physical fitness, completing the training plan once nearly cost Yan Zhi her life. But now the training plan was a breeze for her. She felt as if her body had grown overnight. In a high-rise apartment in the most prosperous area of Capital Star, a man saw a notification on his terminal. The person he had been waiting for had finally come online again. "Found you," he said, a satisfied smile curving his lips, his eyes flashing with a frightening obsession and madness. But he was not in a hurry to access the Star Network. His slender and powerful fingers tapped away at a series of codes, repeatedly attacking the privacy system of the Star Network. The usually tight system quickly fell apart. Fortunately, the code had no intention of causing chaos. It locked onto a target in the vast sea of information and began tracking it. The address where Yan Zhi was currently located was imprinted in the man's pupils, the first academy of the Empire. "I'm coming to catch you," the man thought, feeling quite pleased as he logged onto the Star Network. Yan Zhi, on the other hand, was completely unaware of the impending danger. Seeing an old friend online excited her. Yan Xiao was, in her eyes, a very reliable elder. He had great patience and profound knowledge, always able to provide her with help at the right moment. Yan Zhi was always grateful for her and relied on him. So, as soon as she saw him online, she poured out her concerns about her physical changes. This surprised the man, who then laughed out loud. "That's great." In a remote corner of the Star Network, there were also people offering services to measure mental strength. A well-kept secret. Since measuring mental strength posed no significant issues, the government had turned a blind eye. Soon, Yan Zhi received her testing report. Her mental strength was still SSS, the highest level detectable at present, although there was no data to support it. Yan Zhi felt in her heart that her mental strength was stronger than when it was measured before. The physical strength was unexpectedly classified as A level. Although there was still a significant gap compared to her mental strength, it could be said that she had made rapid progress compared to the initial data. What's going on? Why did the data change so dramatically? Yan Zhi couldn't understand, so she decided not to think about it. After all, it was a good thing. "You've grown up." The man looked at her as if admiring a magnificent piece of art. But this artwork was not yet mature and still needed to wait. "You must have absorbed something recently, right?" Looking at the girl's confused expression, the man tried to give this lost lamb a hint. Absorb something? Yan Zhi instinctively thought of the strange death of the blood cloud bees. Their deaths were related to her. She was sure of it, and she had a vague intuition that she had gained something from the blood cloud bees. Although there were too many questions in her heart, the matter regarding the insect race was confidential, so Yan Zhi did not confide in the man. Logging off the Star Network, the man poured himself a glass of red wine to celebrate. Standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looking at the bustling traffic below, the man could hardly contain his excitement. The girl's growth rate was faster than he had imagined. He needed to give her another push to hasten the maturity of this artwork. Just wait a little longer. He covered his heart that was beating wildly with excitement. Soon, he would create the greatest artwork in the world. He made a toasting gesture to the void, as if celebrating the imminent victory. Cheers! He drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. Soon they would meet. He was really looking forward to it. Just thinking about it made him tremble with excitement. Chapter 15. Shift in reputation in a distant galaxy, in a very secluded corner, not even recorded on interstellar maps. Another group of individuals clearly did not share such a good mood. At the very center of a resplendent hall, a man sat on a throne, wearing a half-Rakshasa mask. No one had seen his face. Beneath the mask was an exceptionally defined jawline, lips as red as blood, now pressed into a thin line, making it evident to anyone that he was in a very foul mood. At his feet knelt a man, his expensive clothing now wrinkled and crumpled. But he had no energy to care, trembling uncontrollably, clearly terrified but too afraid to make a sound, only able to wait in silence for his final judgment. Waste. The man on the throne coldly uttered these two words as if delivering a sentence, waving his hand to the attendants nearby. Someone came over and dragged the man away. With a heart like dead ashes, the man did not struggle, accepting his fate. He was wrong. He knew he shouldn't have used the blood cloud worms against that woman. It was utterly useless. He had failed this mission. Meanwhile, in the capital star, Yan Zhi had a good sleep after logging off the star network. She was exhausted, and classes would resume normally tomorrow, no matter how strong her psychological quality was. The thought of her classmates' inexplicable hostility towards her made her feel a bit resistant to attending classes the next day. But while life had to go on, classes still had to be attended. Yan Zhi fell into a sweet dream. The morning sunlight was soft and bright, and after finishing her training, Yan Zhi felt as if the whole world was exuding goodwill towards her today. Strange, was it a psychological illusion caused by the wonderful sunshine? Upon arriving at the classroom, a girl saw another girl stuffing something into her seat. Upon noticing her arrival, the girl blushed and ran away. What kind of trick was this? Were they trying to play a prank on her? Yan Zhi had some bad guesses. When she reached her seat, she found that a pile of envelopes nearly filled the entire space. Opening one of them, she read, "I'm very sorry, classmate Yan Zhi. I was misled and formed a bad impression of you. You were really a good person. I hope this period did not cause you bad experiences. And I hope you can forgive me. Linda from Mecha Class 1. The wording was quite earnest. There were also more emotional ones. I'm sorry, sob sob sob. I was blind and deceived by you, Dao. I like you so much. You were really great. I'm sorry, sob sob sob. I said many bad things about you. I'm sorry, Ava from Art Class 3. Some were more direct, stuffing checks as gifts inside the envelopes, claiming it was to show sincerity. Yan Zhi finished reading these apology letters full of regret. The sincerity of the students from the Empire's First Academy was still genuine, with strong dislikes, but also sincere affections. Receiving this sincerity, Yan Zhi felt a bit touched and understood their lovable qualities. However, she also caught a crucial piece of information from the numerous letters. Yu Dao. What was his connection to this matter? Yan Zhi logged onto the long-unseen student forum, sensing that there might be answers to her questions there. Upon opening the forum, the environment had greatly changed. Previously, it was full of insults directed at her. Now, it was filled with apologies and praises. The most eye-catching was a pinned post at the top of the forum, which, after reading, made Yan Zhi understand the whole situation. On the other side, Yu Dao's mood was not so wonderful. Ever since he rushed to the classroom early in the morning, the atmosphere along the way felt strange. No one greeted him as friendly as before. Instead, he felt groups of passers-by gathering to point and whisper about him, showing expressions of disgust. Yu Dao couldn't stand those looks. Feeling something was wrong, he knew something must have happened. After sitting down in the classroom, he ignored the professor on stage and immediately logged onto the forum to check for information. Sure enough, overnight, the messages on the forum had undergone a tremendous change. The pinned post made him shudder as if struck by thunder. It was over. This time it was completely finished. The title of the pinned post was very concise, revealing Yu Dao's conspiracy. It listed in detail the conspiracy between Yu Dao and the DPay data processing company. They revealed how they used algorithms to target students with different preferences, pushing Yan Zhi's negative behavior, striking precisely at the student-sensitive spots. As for the so-called video reports exposing Yan Zhi's ugly side, they were all synthesized works, with various online trolls stirring up the forum. With such means, Yan Zhi's reputation had plummeted. By suppressing a rival, Yu Dao's support rate naturally soared. Therefore, since the voting for the strongest freshman began, nearly everyone had cast their daily vote for Yu-Dao, leading him to a significant lead. As for Yan Zhi, she had previously only received single-digit votes. And although today everyone understood the situation and cast their votes for her, it was still only a few thousand votes. After accumulating over the past few days, she had reached 500,000 votes. There were still 3 days left until the voting for the strongest freshman ended. According to the rule of 1 vote per person per day, even if everyone in the school voted for Yan Zhi from now on, given the vast difference, it was still evident that Yu-Dao would be declared the strongest freshman, a result that was hard to accept. I can't accept a hypocrite being elected as the strongest freshman. The strongest freshman represents the face of the Empire's First Academy's new generation. If Yu-Dao is really elected, that would be too ironic. Choosing Yu-Dao would make us the laughingstock of the Capital Mecha Academy. If Yu-Dao is really elected, there should be no more elections for the strongest freshman. Agreed, an election without fairness is meaningless. Although the forum was heated with calls to denounce Yu-Dao, the students of the Empire's First Academy knew in their hearts that unless a miracle happened, under such circumstances, Yu-Dao's election as the strongest freshman was an assured outcome. This was truly the most disgusting selection of the strongest freshman ever. Yu-Dao looked at the overwhelmingly negative comments about him on the forum, infuriated. He felt as if malicious and mocking gazes were occasionally directed at him from all around. Suddenly, Yu-Dao stood up, disregarding the professor who was lecturing, and strode out of the classroom, flying back home in his hover car, recklessly crashing through the streets. What happened to you all? Yu-Dao called the contact person from the D-Pay company. Did they still want the final payment? The D-Pay company was quite dissatisfied with Yu-Dao's questions. They were currently overwhelmed themselves, not only under scrutiny from government departments, but also frequently attacked by mysterious organizations. They really didn't want to deal with this bad-tempered young master anymore. It was already a foregone conclusion that young Master Yu would obtain the title of strongest freshman. How could he possibly have any reason to default on the payment? I want to obtain this title with grandeur, not like this, like a rat crossing the street. Everyone shouting to hit me. Yu-Dao shouted angrily into the communicator. How are you handling public relations? I won't send the final payment. You need to resolve this issue immediately. Hearing that Yu-Dao didn't want to pay, the D-Pay company was dissatisfied and ominously replied, Young Master Yu situation has been exposed. But the other collaborations between the Yu family and our company are still going well. Young Master Yu wouldn't want us to reveal those matters, would he? Yu-Dao fell silent. He certainly didn't dare. The D-Pay company further stated, even if young Master Yu agrees, your father, the head of the Yu family, probably wouldn't be pleased either. As far as I know, the head of the Yu family has a beloved younger son outside. This is using his father and his father's illegitimate child to threaten him. Yu-Dao really has no way out, but he truly doesn't want to face the overwhelming negative reviews. Please help me, okay? Yu-Dao's throat let out a mournful cry, almost pleading into the communicator. Let's continue our cooperation. I can pay more, can I? The other party, seeing Yu-Dao's awareness of the situation, no longer pursued the matter. This is another cooperation project. Young Master Yu, first transfer the balance to the account, and then send over the full payment for this project, all right? It's easier to do things with money, isn't it? That was no small amount. Collaborating with D-Pay company was always expensive. Even Yu-Dao couldn't come up with that much money in a short time. Can you give me a few more days? I promise I will gather the money for you in a month. Yu-Dao pleaded over the phone. However, the other party was not convinced. It's a small business. We can't wait that long. What if young Master Yu threatens our company again? We can't handle that. It's tomorrow. If young Master Yu can't come up with the money by tomorrow, all activities with the Yu family will be over. And this is all because of you. The other party delivered the final ultimatum to Yu-Dao and then hung up the phone. Yu-Dao listened to the beeping sound of the call being disconnected, slumping helplessly in his chair. What should he do? Where could he get so much money? He buried his head in the pillow, tears streaming down his face. He regretted it. He truly regretted it. He shouldn't have acted irrationally against Yan Zhi. D-Pay company could thrive in the unseen fields. It was definitely not a simple company, and this was the outcome of Yu-Dao colluding with the tiger. Leaning weakly against the stool, Yu-Dao's mother arrived. To the outside world, Yu-Dao's mother could be ruthless, but she was very caring towards her son. Her son had always been her pride, and had always been on the same side as her. Yu-Dao's father, being a flirt, not only kept a woman outside and had a child, but also recently wanted to bring that illegitimate child back, which she strongly opposed. Luckily, she had her son to resist with her. Otherwise, she wouldn't know what to do. Her son had always made her worry less. "Son, don't you have class today? Why are you back so early?" Yu-Dao's mother asked, her eyes filled with concern for her son. Looking at his mother's caring gaze, Yu-Dao suddenly had an idea about how to get the money. "Mom, you'll always love me, right?" Yu-Dao looked at his mother. "No matter what I do." "Yes, Mom will always love you." Chapter 16, the last 10 minutes in the evening. Yu-Dao's father returned home reeking of alcohol. Yu-Dao appeared next to his father. "Dad, I agree to bring Auntie's son home," Yu-Dao said, looking at his father. "Oh." The father was surprised. Previously, when he mentioned bringing the illegitimate child home, this kid had fiercely resisted. What made him change his mind? "My good son, what about your mother?" the father asked. "I'll help persuade Mom," Yu-Dao replied. "Good boy. Your mom listens to you the most." The father looked at Yu-Dao and said, "Go ahead. What do you want?" "A well-behaved child gets a reward." "Dad, I need some money." Compared to Yu-Dao's tumultuous life, Yan Zhi's life was much smoother. She followed a regular routine of attending classes, eating, and training. Classmates greeted her warmly everywhere. Yan Zhi was aware of the competition for the strongest new student. There were indeed some regrets, but it was out of her control, and she wasn't too saddened by it. Meanwhile, in a computer room at the Imperial First Academy, 3 people were gathered together, the faint glow of the computer screen illuminating their faces. It was Jiangezhi, Light, and Brooke. "Damn it. Those people from D-Pay Company want to attack Sister Yan Zhi again," Light cursed. He was known for his smooth demeanor, but this time he was genuinely angry. "It must be Yu-Dao, despicable," Light continued to curse. Jiangezhi had no time to pay attention to them, fully focused on the computer screen. His fingers flew deftly as he typed a series of codes to fend off the attacks. After a while, he succeeded. "Jiangezhi, you're amazing." Light and Brooke cheered. Since returning to the academy after the deer competition, Jiangezhi had gathered them to search for evidence of Yu-Dao's conspiracy against Yan Zhi, editing and publishing information while monitoring the forum to prevent further attacks on Yan Zhi. Sure enough, yesterday they managed to fend off another attack from D-Pay Company, quickly organizing to drive out the accounts of those who didn't belong to the student forum. "Jiangezhi, you're so concerned about Sister Yan Zhi. You must like her, right?" Brooke asked, revealing his little fangs and teasing Jiangezhi. "How could that be?" Jiangezhi quickly denied it, but his ears quietly turned red. Did he like her? Impossible. He just appreciated her, right? Appreciating someone so outstanding, they shouldn't be slandered on the forum. Every time he saw smear campaigns against Yan Zhi, he felt uncomfortable. As for taking care of Yan Zhi, it was a request from his cousin. Yes, it was all because of his cousin. Jiangezhi explained to himself in his heart. Was it liking her? He had never thought about that and was not surprised. His first reaction to the question was to avoid it. The student forum belonged to the students and should not be manipulated by others. Jiangezhi tried to explain seriously, but no one knew what he was truly thinking. "Yeah, but Sister Yan Zhi is beautiful and has a good personality. Who wouldn't like her?" Light continued to play the role of peacemaker. "Yeah, who wouldn't like Yan Zhi?" Jiangezhi thought in his heart. So, it was normal for him to like Yan Zhi. A voice echoed in his mind. No, what was he thinking? What liking or not liking? The redness spread from his ears to his cheeks. "The crisis is over. I'm tired. I'm gonna rest for a bit," Jiangezhi said, bidding farewell to the others and leaving with a chaotic mind. Why does Jiangezhi look so flustered? And his face is so red. Brooke looked at his partner beside him. Is Jiangezhi sick? Light, being the oldest and most perceptive among them, understood the situation. Looking at Brooke's confused expression and Jiangezhi's clear discomfort, he advised, "Go eat more walnuts. They're good for your brain." Huh? Brooke was even more puzzled. Licking his little fangs, I still don't get it. Well, I won't think about it anymore. Such strange people, he thought. Back in his dorm, Jiangezhi's thoughts were still in disarray. A voice kept nagging at him. "Admit it, you like Yan Zhi. Otherwise, why would you do so much for her? Ever since that explosion, you've been paying attention to her? Are you only doing it because of your cousin? Really? Probably not." The voice echoed in his heart, like a seductive devil tempting him to fall. Why do you resist the feeling of liking someone? Yan Zhi knew in his heart that the cousin he admired most seemed to have different feelings for Yan Zhi as well, and his cousin trusted him enough to take care of Yan Zhi. Wasn't his behavior a form of betrayal? This would be a betrayal to his cousin. Yes. Yan Zhi finally sorted out his feelings, but then he thought of his cousin and became even more frustrated. He had no idea how to face Yan Zhi and his cousin. He angrily punched his bed, thinking that if he slept, everything would be fine. After a while, Yan Zhi sat up from his bed again. He couldn't sleep. Let's handle the important matter. No matter what, the title of strongest new student belonged to Yan Zhi. He would definitely help her, whether it was due to his cousin's request or his own selfishness. Soon, it was the last day of the strongest new student evaluation, with only half an hour left until the voting ended. The atmosphere in the forum was indeed not good. Classmates had been trying their best to vote for Yan Zhi every day, but it still wasn't enough. After all, they were too far behind before. The atmosphere in the forum was very tense. I was wrong, sob, sob, sob. Why didn't I vote for Yan Zhi before? It feels like going back in time and slapping myself. Why was I so blind? I'm begging for a miracle. The anger and regret in the forum were not only about defending Yan Zhi, but also stemmed from their own realization of being fooled. OBEYS had exploited their weaknesses and manipulated their choices. After the truth was revealed, everyone felt deceived, and their free will had been violated. They once liked OBEYS, but after being fooled, they hated him just as much. The enemy of their enemy is their friend. This was how Yan Zhi, as the victim, entered their sight. She truly was a perfect emotional outlet. Good character, outstanding ability, and a victim, a buried genius. Thus, they raised the banner of justice to fight for Yan Zhi's fairness. So, the deceived classmates tightly surrounded Yan Zhi, doing their utmost to support her. Only in this way could they prove they were not fooled. But they were not in the wrong. They had not cyberbullied a girl out of misunderstanding. They were righteous. They thought, how they treated Yan Zhi before was how they would treat OBEYS now. If they needed to show love and brilliance as human beings towards Yan Zhi, that was justice. But towards OBEYS, they could vent their anger and the evil in human nature without restraint. That was also justice. However, at this moment, their sense of justice was overshadowed, because as the representative of evil, OBEYS was about to be selected as the strongest new student due to the mistakes they had made before. If OBEYS succeeded, it would be the evil fruit of their mistakes. Their errors would be nailed to the pillar of shame. This was something they could not allow. Don't let OBEYS be elected. If it really doesn't work, let's just cancel this year's strongest freshman evaluation. What's the point of an unfair evaluation? Please, let a miracle happen. Stop begging. There's only 10 minutes left until the deadline. It's impossible now. Suddenly, the entire forum's messages paused for a moment. What the hell? Did a miracle really happen? Quick, open up Yan Zhi's vote count. It's rising so fast. What's going on? What happened? Suddenly, Yan Zhi's vote count surged wildly, gradually narrowing the gap with OBEYS. Closer, getting closer. Only 1,000 votes left. Everyone held their breath, watching the continuously rising number. It exceeded. The deadline arrived, and the clock struck 12. This year's strongest freshman evaluation ended, and the title was awarded to Yan Zhi. Everyone cheered, not knowing who started it. The school song echoed through the campus as everyone joined in singing, their hearts filled with unprecedented excitement. After the excitement, the students were left somewhat puzzled. What happened? How did Yan Zhi's votes increase so quickly in the last 10 minutes? Did a miracle really happen? Later, a trending post provided the answer. The forum is a place for students of the Empire's first academy to communicate and learn, and not only current students have voting rights. Alumni also have accounts on the forum. However, in the past, the strongest freshman evaluation wasn't really related to graduates, so they rarely paid attention. This time, for some reason, it caught the attention of the Alumni Association. Graduated seniors rallied to support, creating a miracle in the final moments. As for why the focus was on the last 10 minutes, that was just the seniors' mischievous fun. They wanted these little bunnies to know that labeling people based on unverified information is wrong. They needed to learn a lesson and feel a bit anxious. The president of the Alumni Association, Mr. Chung Kaiji, a graduate from the class of 6,998, explained this. At nearly 90 years old, he hadn't paid attention to specific forum news from his alma mater for a long time. The The strongest freshman evaluation had been held for a long time since he was in school. The selections always aimed to find outstanding students with comprehensive moral and ability development. They represented the strongest capabilities of the new generation from the Empire's first academy, which, as the Empire's top university, also represented the best talents of the new generation in the Empire to some extent. The evaluation primarily relied on fairness and public opinion. And this time was no exception. At his age, he still had to clean up the mess for these little bunnies, Mr. Chung chuckled, looking at the young man who had gone through many channels to visit him. If he hadn't brought the news, and since he usually didn't pay attention to this area, he probably wouldn't have known about it and wouldn't have stepped in to stop it. It must be a kid from the Jian family. Why is he so invested in this year's evaluation? Mr. Chung teased Yan Zhi, saying that he hadn't seen such effort from him during his own evaluation. Yan Zhi deserves this title. Yan Zhi said this with confidence. It was indeed true. Do you like that girl? As an old man, seeing this younger generation, Mr. Chung took a liking to him and wanted to tease him a bit, even giving him a push. Yan Zhi blushed and didn't speak. Not like, Grandpa Chung has a grandson who's quite excellent. I can introduce him to that girl. I think it will be good. Mr. Chung continued to provoke him. No way. Yan Zhi hurriedly denied it, not caring about being shy. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Chung laughed. Being too awkward will not win the hearts of girls. Chapter 17. His Highness the Crown Prince, while Mr. Chung Kaiji was still helping Yan Zhi to understand his own heart on the other side. In a luxurious apartment in the bustling center of the capital, a man was showcasing his artwork on StarNet. After days of careful planning, he had already studied Yan Zhi's position and identity thoroughly. It was time to meet. He opened the door. On the school forum, there was a noisy discussion. Did you know? Yu-Dao dropped out. Serve him right. It's strange he had the face to stay at school after doing that. Do you know which school Yu-Dao went to? Which one? Capital Mecha Academy. Yu-Dao has no feelings for the school at all. Our two schools are rivals. Going there is just betraying us, right? Although it's Yu-Dao's freedom to choose which school to attend, but never mind, I don't like Yu-Dao. As the center of discussion, Yu-Dao was currently standing at the entrance of the Capital Mecha Academy. Accompanying him was only a driver. Usually, whenever he arrived at school, his mother would be with him. But this time was different. Ever since she learned that he had agreed to let the illegitimate child into the Yu family, his mother had not spoken to him again. Betrayed by her son. That person's heart was broken, and she realized her son's cold-blooded and cruel nature, driven solely by profit. Yu-Dao's face was filled with gloom. The Empire's top academy, right? Yan Zhi, right? He would not let them go. In the principal's office of the Empire's top academy, the principal smiled broadly, saying, Your Highness the Crown Prince, it is our honor to have you guide our students, and it is also a great honor for the children. No, no, no. It is my honor, the man replied with a hint of a smile in his voice, making people feel as if they were basking in spring sunshine. The man stood tall like a green pine, with the demeanor of a gentleman. In the vast empire, there was no one who did not admire this prince. Not only was he of noble birth, but his abilities were also outstanding. His achievements in mecha manufacturing were unparalleled, having developed a special mecha called bug armor, using the hard bodies of high-level insectoids as raw materials. Its defense, attack, and agility were all top-notch. However, the production of bug armor was difficult and required a high level of quality from mech engineers. So even though the prince generously shared the technology, no one could learn it, which was a small regret for him. Your Highness, you are too humble. You don't need to call me Your Highness anymore. Just call me Mr. Su. Here, I am just a teacher imparting knowledge, the man said, maintaining his usual humble and gentle demeanor. I also have selfish motives. Your school has always nurtured the best talents of the Empire, and I want to see if there are any talented kids who can learn the technology of bug armor. Then I will have no regrets. The principal was momentarily stunned by this unexpected surprise. After all, it was the prince's guidance. As the Empire's best mecha manufacturer, being guided by him was a fortune earned over 8 lifetimes. Quickly arrange it. Otherwise, Your Highness, oh no, Mr. Su, let me first find a group of excellent students for you to see if any of them meet your criteria. Thank you, Principal. The prince smiled and agreed. Since a few sharp students discovered that the prince's vehicle was parked at the entrance of the Empire's top academy, the news on the forum had not stopped. The prince is here. Seeing the prince in this lifetime is truly a life without regrets. The prince is the brightest star in the empire. In addition to various praises for the prince, students also had questions. What is the prince doing at our school? Who cares? I'm willing to do anything. There must be some arrangement. After a while, the results came in. The prince will hold a public lecture at the academy. And rumors say he will personally select and guide satisfactory students. I'm so happy. I have the chance to see the prince. No one can stop me from attending the lecture. I wonder which lucky ones will be chosen by the prince. Yan Zhi, Yan Zhi, Light. Just a few outstanding ones from the new generation. Is there no chance for an ordinary student like me? Woo-woo. Maybe the prince likes someone ordinary like me. What was I thinking that day? On the day of the lecture, Yan Zhi was also very much looking forward to it. She had heard a lot about this perfect man. She arrived at the venue early. However, it was too crazy. Others were far more enthusiastic than she was. Even though she arrived an hour early, the front row seats were already filled, leaving only some remote spots at the back. Yan Zhi didn't mind and found a seat to sit down. Before long, Yan Zhi also arrived. This was the first time Yan Zhi saw Yan Zhi after confirming his feelings. Ever since they agreed to come together to attend the lecture, Yan Zhi had been tossing and turning, unable to sleep well since last night. After confirming his feelings, he felt something was off while interacting with Yan Zhi. Was the white shirt he wore too plain? Should he have worn a sapphire blue one instead? Would Yan Zhi notice that he had dark circles under his eyes from not sleeping well? A boy in unrequited love always has too many worries. However, Yan Zhi beside him had no such troubles. It must be said that His Highness Su Chengxiao could be liked by people for a reason. His explanations about mecha knowledge were both profound and lively. Even someone like Yan Zhi, an outsider, did not find it difficult to understand and even developed a slight yearning for mecha manufacturing. Despite his numerous honors, His Highness was still very approachable, making people feel as if they were basking in spring sunshine. Even when students asked very basic questions, he would answer them gently. A phrase appeared in Yan Zhi's mind, a gentleman like orchid. Su Chengxiao was the most fitting person she had ever met to be described with those words. It was hard not to like such a person. Unbeknownst to her, Yan Zhi felt that the prince's gaze occasionally drifted toward her. She must be thinking too much. After all, she and the prince didn't know each other before. Meanwhile, at the center of the venue, the admired, elegant, and gentle prince did not appear as warm and harmless as he seemed. Finally, we meet my future artwork. Across the crowd, he subtly observed his target for this trip. They grow up so fast. I need to push a little more. I've been discovered. So perceptive. Feeling Yan Zhi's keen awareness, Su Chengxiao was not flustered. Instead, he was even happier. He was not in a hurry. After all, as an excellent hunter, the most basic quality is patience. After the lecture ended, Yan Zhi and Yan Zhi were notified by the school to come to an office. Upon receiving the notification, although it was not explicitly stated, Yan Zhi and the others probably knew what was about to happen. Sure enough, as they pushed open the door, the warm and jade-like man who had just stood at the center of the venue appeared in the classroom. Accompanying him, besides the principal of the Empire's top academy, were some familiar faces, some of whom Yan Zhi had heard of, even if she hadn't interacted with them. They were all extremely outstanding students from various colleges. Mr. Su, these are some very excellent students from the academy. Please see if there are any you find suitable or wish to assess. The principal introduced to Su Chengxiao. Will I be chosen? Yan Zhi couldn't help but feel some anticipation. This was a great opportunity. It's about her, a very cute little classmate. Following the direction of his fingertip, Yan Zhi discovered that Su Chengxiao was pointing directly at her. Would you be willing to take some time during your spare time to learn some knowledge about mecha manufacturing with me? Su Chengxiao's eyes were filled with a smile. Looking very gentle, under the envious gazes of those around them, Yan Zhi replied, I would love to. Mr. Su is really a very nice person. Yan Zhi thought to herself as she went back. Chapter 18. Long time. No, see, not only is Su Chengxiao a great teacher, but Yan Zhi is also a very eager student. However, when faced with the intricate and obscure knowledge of insect armor manufacturing, Yan Zhi still struggles to understand and find it extremely difficult to learn. Su Chengxiao, on the other hand, is not in a hurry. He shows no signs of impatience regarding her confusion and patiently explains things multiple times until she understands. This teaching method reminds her of her old friend, Yan Zhi from the Star Network. Noticing Yan Zhi's frustration with her inability to learn, Su Qingxiao comforts her by saying it's all right. There's no need to feel sorry, as very few people can master this. You just want to try a bit more. In the end, it should be me who feels guilty for wasting your time. What a gentle person he is, Yan Zhi thinks to herself. If Su Qingxiao knew of Yan Zhi's sentiments, he would surely show his usual warm smile and express humility. He would only scoff internally, thinking gentle to the core, more like crazy to the core. Su Qingxiao's so-called teaching of Yan Zhi about insect armor manufacturing is merely a guise, is supervision under the pretense of education. Keeping her close allows for better monitoring. Almost no one knows that Su Qingxiao is an extremely crazy person, having been so since childhood. This trait was evident back then. People said he was a monster, unworthy of being the imperial prince. Gradually, he learned to hide it, covering this madness with a gentle facade. People praised him. He became an idol for many, the most qualified prince. After class, Yan Zhi packed her things and left the classroom. And Su Qingxiao smiled as he watched her figure depart. What Yan Zhi doesn't know is that they had met long before, much earlier than she could imagine. It was decades ago. Back then, the relationship between the insect race and humans was far from the current deep turmoil. They coexisted peacefully on their respective occupied planets. Sometimes, they even engaged in small-scale trade activities, exchanging goods. The social structure of the insect race is entirely different from that of humans. Although advanced insects possess intelligence comparable to that of humans, their society is strictly hierarchical and unbreakable, with all insects unconditionally obeying the insect queen. Even if the queen's demands cost them their lives, advanced insects have control over lower insects, who can ascend in rank by devouring insects of the same or lower rank. The insect society is filled with the brutality of consumption, yet the obedience between different ranks makes it united and indestructible. Coupled with their strong reproductive capabilities, the insect race is incredibly powerful. Decades ago, a new queen was born. The queen is undoubtedly the most powerful insect in the entire insect society. But this refers to the adult queen. The newly born queen is still in a cocoon, wrapped in a snow-white silk cocoon, silently sleeping, waiting to accumulate enough energy to break free and awaken her consciousness. This is just the beginning. She must continue to absorb energy, pass through the pupation period, the transitional period, and the adulthood phase to become the most powerful insect. Su Qingxiao's madness lies in the fact that, in order to create the strongest insect armor, he infiltrated the insect race's lair alone and stole the queen still in her cocoon. This triggered decades of conflict between humans and insects. He knew the consequences, but so what? He didn't care. He only wanted to create the strongest mecha in the world, the greatest work of art, for the queen's safety. The theft of the queen was a secret of the insect race, but they couldn't find her and didn't even know who the thief was, leading the insect race to near madness. They crazily attacked human territories while also sending undercover agents to infiltrate human society in search of the queen's whereabouts. Su Qingxiao initially planned to raise the queen until she reached adulthood and then directly turn her into insect armor. However, in a mishap, he lost the queen still in her cocoon. When they met again, his little queen had successfully broken free and seemed unaware of her identity, perfectly blending into human society. This surprised him greatly. Since that was the case, he changed his strategy, staying by her side, waiting for her to reach adulthood before seeking an opportunity to transform this little queen into the most perfect mecha. That would be the most perfect work of art in the world. His pursuit, his dream. However, before that, he needed to work hard to promote the growth of this little queen. The queen's growth requires devouring other insects to gain the energy needed for her development. Where could he find energy for the little queen? This indeed posed a problem. However, Su Qingxiao had already thought of a solution early on. He had selected a reserve of food for the little queen. Once the timing was right, they would meet. Yan Zhi felt incredibly lucky. When she ate the food made by Su Qingxiao, she thought this teacher was simply delightful. Although Su Qingxiao insisted on inviting her, Yan Zhi originally felt too shy to stay for a meal. But there was no helping it. His cooking was just too good. For some reason, the food he made was particularly attractive to Yan Zhi. After eating, she felt a sense of satisfaction as if she had gained energy throughout her body, akin to the allure of poppies addictive. Yet, he disguised himself too well, and Yan Zhi didn't sense anything unusual. Under his intentional seduction, she developed a habit of seeking him out for meals at mealtime. Today's food was still very sumptuous. For some reason, there were rarely any vegetarian dishes on the teacher's dining table. Perhaps it was a matter of dietary habits, Yan Zhi thought. Tonight's dinner consisted of stir-fried shredded pork, braised tenderloin, and a delicious meat soup made from an unknown ingredient. The teacher's culinary skills were exceptional. He was simply all-around talented. Yan Zhi generously praised him at the table, certain that Su Qingxiao was the person she admired most at the moment. "Teacher, what kind of meat is in this soup? It's so delicious." The meat was stewed until extremely tender, and Yan Zhi couldn't tell. It was a type of cow called ermine cattle, which grew in a remote star system. Its meat is very delicious, but it's rare in the market due to transportation issues. Su Qingxiao explained with a smile. "I see. Teacher, I understand now." Yan Zhi continued to drink the soup. Of course, that's not it, Su Qingxiao thought to himself. How could it be beef? It was the thigh meat of an advanced insect, rich in energy, perfect for his little queen to absorb now. According to custom, during the pupation period, which is the phase Yan Zhi is in, the queen would be supported by advanced insects that provide the highest quality, energy-rich insect meat for her to absorb and grow. However, his little queen had left the insect society early, so he could only secretly provide for her. Even someone as indifferent as Su Qingxiao couldn't help but feel a bit proud at this moment. The insect queen was right beside him, obediently accepting his nourishment, unknowingly worshipping him, even relying on him, like a newborn lamb, pure and defenseless against him. This feeling was hard not to indulge in. "Do you know about the Gaoshan Group?" Su Qingxiao suddenly asked. "I know. Teacher, what's up?" Gaoshan Group is undoubtedly the #1 company in the empire, with no dispute. It started in securities and later expanded into multiple fields, whether it be people's daily necessities or cutting-edge technology research and development, even military equipment manufacturing. This company has a presence in all these areas. It is rumored to have maintained an unclear relationship with the government, which is why it can thrive in the empire. The current chairman is Les Han, a legendary figure who started from scratch. Even someone like Yan Zhi, who hasn't paid special attention, knows his story very well. But why mention him suddenly? Yan Zhi was a bit confused. Soon, the question had an answer. Mech manufacturing inevitably requires technical and financial support. You can find time to meet him another day. Su Qingxiao arranged it. We are old friends, and he will help you. Yan Zhi was very touched by the teacher's meticulous care, but, "Teacher, I actually don't lack money." "Yes, due to Jian Gaji's influence. Yan Zhi can be considered half a young lady of the Jian family, and money is indeed not a big concern for her. Mech manufacturing not only requires money, but also specialized technology, and Les Han Group has been deeply involved in this area for many years." Then, thank you. "Teacher, not a bother. As your teacher, I must be responsible for you." Su Qingxiao still wore his signature gentle smile, which was highly deceptive. How could it be a bother? The fact is, it's time for the reserves to meet his little queen. Grow up quickly. He couldn't wait to turn her into the perfect mech. However, for some reason, when this thought arose, Su Qingxiao wasn't as excited as before. Suddenly, he felt a bit sad about the idea of turning such a lively and innocent girl into a lifeless mech. But that would be the perfect mech. He had prepared for so long for this and would definitely not waver easily. Nothing could stop him, not even himself. Su Qingxiao keenly realized that delays could lead to changes. According to the plan, the two were supposed to meet after a while. Su Qingxiao decided to arrange for them to meet earlier. The wind howled along the street, stirring up clouds of dust. The surrounding roads were gray and worn, and the garbage piled up at the roadside emitted foul odors, with drunken men passing by, mumbling incomprehensibly, suddenly collapsing on the pavement, motionless, making one wonder if they were dead. The entire street was shrouded in a gray hue, making it hard to believe such a scene could appear in the capital star, known for its prosperity. Today, this place welcomed two guests who completely did not belong here. A black sedan stopped in front of a house, It was clear it had tried to maintain a low profile, but it still clashed with the surrounding environment. However, the locals were used to this scene. This seemingly barren place engaged in various shady transactions every moment of every day, with astonishing transaction volumes. It was located underground in a remote area of the capital star, and its dull and dilapidated appearance was merely a protective cover. Stepping out of the black sedan was a tall man, his hat pulled low and wearing a black mask that obscured his face. Even so, his aura made it clear at a glance that this person was not to be underestimated. He pushed the door open and entered the room. The people inside had been waiting for a long time. He wore his signature hypocritical, gentle smile and said to the newcomer, "Long time no see." Chapter 19, Destination. The man removed his hat and mask, revealing an extremely beautiful face, strikingly androgynous, radiant enough that it seemed to brighten the dilapidated little room. If there had been others present, they would have recognized this handsome man as Lushan, the chairman of the Gaoshan Group. However, at this moment, his charming peach blossom eyes were filled with disgust. "What do you want from me?" The man was disinterested and reminiscing and got straight to the point. "I want fresh insectoids." Su Chengxiao put away his usual smile, no longer pretending. His warm, almond-shaped eyes now held an unfathomable coldness. Even so, he still wore a smile. But this time, it lacked the refreshing feeling it usually conveyed and instead exuded a chilling malice. "You've been consuming insectoids too quickly lately. You just asked me for a batch." Lushan questioned, "What have you done with so many insect shells?" Lushan's words were probing. He was one of the few in this world who knew Su Chengxiao's true identity. As a longtime partner, he had seen through this man's hypocrisy long ago. However, Su Chengxiao also held his weakness, which was that he was a high-level insectoid. Ironically, the richest man in the empire was actually an insectoid. For many years, Lushan was responsible for providing Su Chengxiao with high-level insectoids for crafting insect shells, while Su Chengxiao provided him with policy advantages. They cooperated with each other while remaining on guard, maintaining a delicate balance. "I've recently taken on a young apprentice, and the material consumption has increased," Su Chengxiao explained. "Young apprentice? You'll meet her soon," he added with a malicious smile. This smile made Lushan uncomfortable, but he couldn't guess what scheme was afoot. "That batch of insectoids is in the car outside," he said, preparing to leave. "Wait," Su Chengxiao called out to him. Lushan halted his steps. "Next Wednesday evening, at the top floor of the Gaoshan Hotel in the capital center, you will meet my young apprentice. You need to help her. She will be by your side for a while," Su Chengxiao instructed, outlining the main purpose of his visit. "Is there some conspiracy behind this? Trying to place a spy beside me? Don't you trust me anymore?" Lushan frowned, various speculations flashing through his mind. "Forget it. I'll deal with whatever comes," he concluded. "Good," Lushan agreed. "You will be satisfied," Su Chengxiao said, a strange smile curling his lips, making Lushan feel uneasy. He always sensed that the other party was concocting something sinister. As the two departed, the little room fell silent once more, giving off a sense of desolation. On Wednesday evening, in the most prosperous commercial district of the capital, a towering building shot up into the clouds, its exterior highly designed, marking it as a landmark of the capital. This was the Gaoshan Hotel, owned by the Gaoshan Group. At the entrance, people came and went, dressed elegantly, either wealthy or noble. "The teacher has gone ahead. You wait here for Lushan. He'll be here soon." Su Chengxiao settled Yan Zhi into the room he had booked in advance. "Okay," Yan Zhi replied. On the table were dishes prepared in advance, carefully selected by Su Chengxiao, all things she would like. However, having grown accustomed to her teacher's cooking, she felt these enticing dishes were somewhat lacking. What kind of person would Lushan, the chairman of the Gaoshan Group, be? The wait felt tedious, and Yan Zhi pondered a jumble of questions. Fortunately, the wait didn't last long. Just as she was thinking, a man pushed the door open and entered. Gorgeous was the first word that flashed through Yan Zhi's mind upon seeing him. This word shouldn't typically be used to describe a man, but upon seeing him, she couldn't think of a better word to describe him. The newcomer wore a simple, elegant white long robe, his tall and upright figure made even more striking by his understated attire, rendering his appearance breathtakingly beautiful. His enchanting peach blossom eyes seemed to shimmer like a warm spring stream, with emotions swirling in his gaze. Yet, His petal-like thin lips were pressed into a line, suggesting he was in a sour mood. The man casually glanced at her, but seemed momentarily stunned, not moving further. "What's wrong?" Yan Zhi wondered, looking curiously at the beautiful man. No one knew the tumultuous emotions swirling within Lushan at that moment. Having submerged himself in human society for years, his restless heart suddenly seemed to calm, like a traveler returning home after a long absence, feeling an unusual sense of peace and satisfaction. Along with it came a deep desire to protect and submit to this beauty. He wanted to safeguard this exquisite sight. He wanted to yield to it. Faced with this desire, he found himself powerless to resist, nor did he wish to. It seemed he had found a master he wanted to follow for a lifetime. The feeling of having a goal was so wonderful that he no longer felt adrift. Lushan thought that at this moment, no matter what the girl wanted him to do, he would not refuse. "Mr. Lushan, what's wrong?" After a long time without any movement from him, Yan Zhi asked. Lushan snapped out of his reverie. He remembered the purpose of his visit. He wanted to uncover the details of the spy Su Changxiao wanted a place beside him. He had planned to see who this person arranged by Su Changxiao was and dispose of his trouble in passing. Dispose of it directly? How could he bear to do that? Rationality told him that this girl was too strange, 1,000 times more dangerous than he had imagined. He should deal with her immediately, as he had his mission to find the queen of the insectoids. Getting rid of her was for the future of the insectoids. His gaze fixated on the girl's slender neck, so fragile, so delicate, and exposed without any defense before him. He knew that if he acted, he could be sure that the girl would have no capacity to resist. But a stronger force held him back. He found himself frozen in place, unwilling to act, unwilling to harm her. He understood why his smile had been so strange when he last said goodbye to Su Changxiao, full of confidence. This must be his conspiracy, and he knew he could not resist it. Lushan's heart was in turmoil, logic and emotion pulling at him in a tug-of-war. He walked over awkwardly, taking a seat in a very strange manner. Realizing what he had done, Lushan, who usually represented elegance and beauty, felt his ears burning with embarrassment. "I usually don't act this way. I'm just not quite myself today," he felt compelled to explain. Clearly, reason had failed and emotion had taken over. Lushan smiled, his enchanting peach blossom eyes gazing deeply at the girl in front of him, his voice low and gentle, unreservedly exuding his charm. Like a beautiful butterfly displaying its splendid tail. "You are truly beautiful." His melodious voice was filled with sincerity. Yan Zhi was momentarily stunned by this dazzling charm. Undoubtedly, as a businessman, Lushan's social skills were unquestionable, especially when he could showcase his charm. After a delightful dinner, both host and guest enjoyed themselves, and they agreed to visit the newly built mecha manufacturing laboratory of the Gaoshan Group the next day. After bidding farewell to Yan Zhi, Lushan returned home. Sitting in a wicker chair in the garden, he gazed at the blooming flowers before him, the cool evening breeze bringing with it waves of floral fragrance. This environment, which usually calmed him quickly, felt chaotic today. He began to review his day. The more he thought, the more confused he became. His usual calm logic seemed to have taken a day off. He clearly understood that Yan Zhi was a conspiracy, a dangerously bottomless black hole. Yet despite this, he didn't want to let go. Logic in his heart sounded the alarm, but he chose to abandon reason, like a moth to a flame. Even knowing the path ahead is dangerous, the firelight is simply too warm and bright. The firelight calls to him, luring him, making him willing to risk everything without hesitation. And Yan Zhi is that firelight. He understands his feelings, but there is still one mystery he cannot comprehend. Why did Su Changxiao send Yan Zhi to him? What is his purpose? Is it merely to have him take care of the newly accepted apprentice? Clearly, it is not that simple. Without clues or leads, he can only take it one step at a time. Thinking of Yan Zhi, Leshan feels an inexplicable impulse. In the garden, he practices the butterfly courtship dance he had previously scoffed at. When butterflies court, they perform magnificent dances for their chosen partners, showcasing their beauty to attract the attention of females. For this, Leshan's clan has a specific set of dances for males to learn. He had always looked down on these things, but now he suddenly feels the need to learn. Previously, his practice of this dance was merely a requirement of the clan. done perfunctorily. Now, Lesan's practice cannot be taken lightly. Just thinking about who he will perform this dance for in the future fills him with a sense of happiness. He practices even more diligently. Why are you acting up late at night? A refined, ascetic man dressed in a perfectly tailored black suit, with not a single wrinkle in his clothing, wearing silver-rimmed glasses that conceal the indifference and madness in his eyes, now stares at him with eyes as dark as a deep pool. The man's cold voice ruthlessly shatters Lesan's happy fantasies. You belong to the Queen. Put away those inappropriate thoughts. The man warns without mercy. We have a goal. We must strive to find the Queen. A tribe without a queen is a group of wanderers with no home, and the tribe has wandered for too long. Lesan understands a man's words. Indeed, a tribe without a queen is like a pile of loose sand, both physically and mentally. This is especially evident among the rational, advanced members of the tribe. A sense of emptiness and aimlessness envelopes them. The tribe are born knights. Their purpose in life is to protect their queen. This is their spirit, their belief. A tribe that has lost its queen is like a knight without a master, unable to find the value of its existence. They vent their anger on the empire, which is the thief that stole their queen. This is also why the border conflicts are so tense. Lesan was once surrounded by feelings of emptiness, confusion, and aimlessness. But now, it seems he has found his place, found the object to which he wants to dedicate his life again. Chapter 20 Grand Gift, Don't let me catch you harboring improper thoughts. Lesan looked at his partner. Don't always let the burden of finding the queen weigh you down so heavily. Perhaps we can have other lives outside of executing tasks. Lesan swore this was his heartfelt truth. He remained the queen's most loyal follower, but he inevitably needed his own life. You have other thoughts, Lesan. Do you want to be a traitor to the Zerg? The man stared at Lesan, his eyes filled with scrutiny, as if he wanted to dissect him to see if his heart was still loyal. I will always be loyal to the queen. You better remember your own words. After warning Lesan, the man left. This night was not quiet. Soon, the spies planted by Su Qingxiao reported Lesan's unusual behavior. Knowing the habits of the Zerg well, Su Qingxiao naturally understood what Lesan was doing. The plan was progressing smoothly. He should have been satisfied, but Su Qingxiao clenched his fists, his neatly trimmed nails leaving deep crescent imprints on his hands. Why did it feel so uncomfortable? Meanwhile, Yan Zhi returned to her dorm. Zhi, you're back. As soon as she saw Yan Zhi, Chu Tian approached her with her trademark sweet smile. Chu Tian was a lively and likable little girl, and the relationship among the roommates was quite good. Zhi, did you see His Highness today? How was His Highness's condition? Chu Tian chirped various questions in Yan Zhi's ear like a cheerful little bird, but it was not noisy. It was just cute. Since Yan Zhi started learning with Su Qingxiao, Chu Tian asked her a ton of questions about him every day. According to Chu Tian, she had been a fan of Su Qingxiao for many years. His Highness was still great today. He took me to meet a friend of his, Yan Zhi. He patiently explained the story of the day to Chu Tian. His Highness is such a good person. I like him so much. Chu Tian clung to Yan Zhi, acting spoiled. I prepared a small gift for His Highness. Can you help me deliver it to him? Saying this, she handed Yan Zhi a small box. What is this? Yan Zhi asked, since it was meant for Su Qingxiao. She needed to check what it was first to ensure safety. It's a small aromatherapy item. The spices were all brought from my home planet, and I made it myself. Chu Tian et lai. Yan Zhi used her mental power to check it, and felt there was no problem. So she accepted it, deciding to give it to Su Qingxiao tomorrow. Yan Zhi secretly laughed at her own caution. Chu Tian was like a piece of transparent glass, rare and pure. She had liked Su Qingxiao for a long time. So how could she harm him? Then thank you, Zhi. Chu Tian expressed her gratitude. Did you deliver the item? A tall figure spoke coldly. It was delivered. Another figure knelt before the tall one, adopting a submissive posture. This is the master's command. You executed it well. If Yan Zhi were here, she would be shocked to discover that the two people conversing were none other than her two roommates. The tall figure was the usually quiet but thoughtful Qing He, while the one kneeling was the same Chu Tian who had just been acting spoiled with her. The expressions on their faces were cold and completely devoid of their usual softness. The news of the successful task quickly reached another person in the capital star. Lesan sat in his small garden, a satisfied smile curling his lips. Su Qingxiao, you came to provoke me first. It's just a matter of reciprocity. Will you be satisfied with this grand gift? He originally didn't want to use these two carefully cultivated pawns. But now that Yan Zhi had appeared, he had to topple him for Yan Zhi to possibly cut off ties with that side, completely belonging to him. Although he suspected that Yan Zhi was also a pawn cultivated by the other party, if the pawn had no master, how could it still be considered a pawn? It would naturally belong to him. It's just a pity that after this incident, those two pawns would likely be exposed soon and could no longer be used. But that's okay. They are just pawns. The next day, according to the latest reports, the imperial prince Su Qingxiao fell into a coma for unknown reasons. He has now been transferred to the Imperial Royal Hospital for observation and treatment. As soon as the news broke, the nation was shocked. Among the public, Su Qingxiao had an excellent reputation. He was gentle and graceful, caring for the people, and had a large number of supporters. Everywhere, people were praying for Su Qingxiao. Woo-woo-woo. My prince must not have any accidents. The prince is the future of the empire. May he be blessed. The Imperial Royal Hospital has the best medical equipment. The prince will be fine. Various similar discussions filled the streets and online spaces. Although the official response was that he fell into a coma for unknown reasons, the true cause of the coma was soon uncovered. It was the box of aromatherapy that Chu Tiantian had asked Yan Zhi to deliver. The toxin in the aromatherapy was a new type of special toxin specifically targeting Su Qingxiao's genes. It was harmless to others but could cause great harm to Su Qingxiao, making it hard to guard against. Soon, the masterminds Qing He and Chu Tiantian were taken into custody by the imperial police. As for Yan Zhi, as the person who directly delivered the dangerous item to Su Qingxiao, she was naturally implicated and faced punishment, such as detention. The Jin family was preparing to use connections to find a way to protect Yan Zhi. However, Su Qingxiao had already arranged everything. Before he fell into a coma, he requested that Yan Zhi's responsibility not be pursued under the pretense of protecting her, and insisted that during his coma, Yan Zhi must stay by his side and not leave. Yan Zhi had no objections to this arrangement. She accepted his goodwill with a heart full of guilt. But she did not realize that Su Qingxiao was considering that during his coma, it would be difficult to control the overall situation. What if the little queen he had finally retrieved was taken away by other forces? After all, as far as he knew, there were more than one force looking for the little queen. They just didn't understand that Yan Zhi was the target they were searching for. Thus, Yan Zhi was firmly locked by his side. Yan Zhi felt extremely guilty. Out of a sense of compensation at this moment, she could not refuse any requests Su Qingxiao made. Su Qingxiao had grasped this aspect of her psychology. For this reason, the date Yan Zhi had arranged with Les Han to visit the new mecha production laboratory could not proceed. Les Han, who had been looking forward to this day for a long time, had everything prepared and even polished his hidden wings until they shone brightly. I shot myself in the foot. I should have waited a day longer to act. However, no matter how Les Han thought, Yan Zhi was always by Su Qingxiao's side during this time. The Imperial Royal Hospital, as one of the most famous hospitals in the empire, was most known for its wealth. As the prince, Su Qingxiao's ward was more like a standalone villa than a hospital room. Compared to a normal villa, it was filled with medical equipment and doctors on duty 24 hours a day. Naturally, there were also layers of bodyguards inside and out. Yan Zhi was arranged in a room within this so-called villa. Materially, no one would neglect this esteemed guest that the prince had specifically requested to protect. Yan Zhi still felt extremely guilty on a mental level. Driven by this guilt, she returned to observe Su Qingxiao's condition whenever she had free time. However, half a month had passed, and Su Qingxiao remained in a coma. It's important to note that in the interstellar era, medical technology is highly advanced. And for someone to remain in a coma for half a month indeed indicates the severity of the situation. After handling her tasks for the day, Yan Zhi, as usual, went to see Su Qingxiao and stay by his side for a while. To be honest, the life of accompanying a patient was not particularly pleasant. In this house, there was no one Yan Zhi was familiar with. The only person she knew, Su Qingxiao, was still trapped in a coma. The others around, whether the bodyguards responsible for protection or the doctors responsible for treatment, each had their own duties, and Yan Zhi felt awkward interrupting them. She couldn't contact other friends either, as the prince's current health status was confidential, and she was also worried about her friend's concerns for her. Even when she logged onto the StarNet, her friend Yin Xiao had inexplicably not been online. Yan Zhi had no choice but to participate in various arena competitions on the StarNet repeatedly. Through many simulated matches, her skills improved significantly. Yet, it was still too lonely and boring. Every time she went to see Su Changxiao, she would stay for a long time, chatting away to the familiar figure in the villa, not caring that the person in the treatment pod would respond to her. After all, he was the only person she had left to talk to. Another day passed. Yan Zhi entered Su Changxiao's room and began to recount her day, her thoughts, and her experiences. Sometimes, she would even read him excerpts from books. She thought that if Su Changxiao were conscious, he would probably feel lonely too. With this in mind, Yan Zhi not only read books to Su Changxiao, but also shared news and recounted her various experiences. After expressing her thoughts and feelings, it was getting late, and Yan Zhi returned to her bedroom to rest as usual. Su Changxiao's current condition was different from what everyone imagined, including himself. He was well aware that there was something wrong with the small gifts Yan Zhi brought. He even knew who was behind the attempt to kill him. But that didn't matter. He needed to use this opportunity to stir Yan Zhi's guilt. He intended to weave this guilt into a tight chain, binding Yan Zhi firmly to his side. His little queen, his work of art. He had to ensure that nothing went wrong. In this poisoning incident, he was the target of someone else, while Yan Zhi was his target. It was a case of turning the tables. Su Changxiao had naturally taken some precautionary measures in secret. However, he had underestimated the situation. The person behind it showed no mercy and aimed to kill him outright. As a result, Su Changxiao's current condition was far more precarious than he had imagined. Chapter 21. The past Su Changxiao knew that the gift had problems. However, the potency of the poison was truly unexpected. He thought he would simply fall into a coma, trusting in the abilities of his medical team. According to his speculation, it would be like taking a long nap, and when he woke up, his desired goals would be achieved. But he did not expect that he had not completely lost consciousness. On the first day of his coma, Su Changxiao felt as if he were trapped in a dark shell. He could not move, nor did he have any of his five senses. There was no touch, no hearing, only thoughts racing through an empty shell. Su Changxiao quickly realized that he was in a special state of coma. However, understanding this did not improve his situation much. An emptiness surrounded him. He could feel nothing, including the passage of time. He could not even sense his own existence. What a terrible situation, Su Changxiao thought. The scene was so reminiscent of his childhood. His mother was gentle but weak, lost in her love for his father. Although Su Changxiao was her only son, he always had to yield to love. His father certainly loved his mother, but he also loved others. The flirtatious father was referred to by the media as having the entire palace as his lovers. Strangely, this man, who was affectionate everywhere, had only one son. Who knows the answer to this question? Su Changxiao knew that his dear mother must have a deep understanding of the reasons behind it. For the sake of her love, this gentle woman also showed her ruthlessness. Su Changxiao thought with a hint of sarcasm. Yet even so, his flirtatious father did not spare the maid who was by his young son's side. It must be said that the father indeed had his own capabilities. The young maid soon became infatuated with him. However, if it were true love, how could a young girl tolerate the man she loved having children with others? Moreover, later being ruthlessly abandoned by the man, all her pent-up rage and dissatisfaction were vented onto the young Su Changxiao. The young Su Changxiao suffered the consequences. The girl who grew up in the palace understood the survival tactics within it. For her, it was easy to abuse a child in a way that did not attract attention. Not to mention, at the height of their romance, that man, Su Changxiao's father, had given her considerable power. Little Su Changxiao was still a silent child. Beatings, starvation, scolding, confinement, ridicule. Little Su Changxiao silently endured it all. He became even more silent. After a long time, his parents finally remembered they had a child. They summoned him before them. Looking at their silent and frail son, his mother said, "Why isn't this child speaking? He doesn't resemble his father at all." His father said nothing, but his eyes clearly agreed with his mother's viewpoint. They were very disappointed in this son. Little Su Changxiao realized this. He was not sad. He had long become numb. How did all this come to an end? The now adult Su Changxiao trapped in his comatose shell, recalled the past with great effort. He remembered. He was locked in a small cabinet by that woman. The cabinet was very small, and the young Su Qingxiao was already thin enough, but getting inside was still very difficult. He was imprisoned in a warehouse. He thought he had long forgotten it, but he could still clearly recall the sound of the warehouse manager locking the door. With a click, the lock closed. There was a faint clattering sound, the keys clinking against one another. The sound of footsteps faded away. For a long time after that, Su Qingxiao did not hear any other sounds. Some say SSS level is close to godliness. Perhaps it is, Su Qingxiao thought. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain why he could survive for so long without a drop of water. Days passed. The palace posted news of the crown prince's disappearance. The maid faced legal punishment for negligence. The maid realized the seriousness of the issue, but she also knew that if she revealed the prince's whereabouts, her crime would not simply be negligence. With no news of the prince for a long time, some pessimistically speculated that the prince might have quietly died in an uninhabited corner, but no one dared to voice this news. Perhaps only after losing something do we learn to cherish it. The queen wept daily, praying to the gods. But all of this was unknown to Su Qingxiao, locked in the small cabinet. Although Su Qingxiao could not feel the passage of time, time was indeed passing. He was growing day by day. The already narrow cabinet became increasingly difficult to accommodate his growing body. He had to endure the oppressive feeling of being bound day and night, suffering from physical aches. Su Qingxiao continued to grow. A long time passed. The queen no longer cried. She no longer remembered that she once had a child and continued to entangle herself in love with the king. The king remained flirtatious, and the palace returned to its previous calm. The crown prince's childhood was like a pebble thrown into a lake, causing faint ripples that quickly disappeared. Finally, one day, the small wooden cabinet could no longer bear the growing body inside. It slowly cracked and broke from within. At last, Su Qingxiao emerged. Having been bound for so long, he had almost lost the ability to walk and now lay on the dust-covered ground in an indescribably awkward state. What his feelings were at that moment, the adult Su Qingxiao pondered for a long time, but could not recall. However, he clearly remembered the lovely expressions on his dear parents' faces when he appeared before them. Thinking of this, the adult Su Qingxiao wanted to laugh, but he could not control the corners of his mouth. This realization quickly worsened his mood. In this empty silence, having nothing to do could really drive a person mad. He was like a tape recorder, repeatedly recalling his life, flipping through those gray memories over and over again. For some reason, in those limited memories, Su Qingxiao thought the most about not the setbacks he faced in childhood, nor the various praises he received in adulthood, nor even his beloved mechas. What he thought about the most was a figure. He had never invested so much thought in any living being. When he first saw her, she was a white cocoon wrapped in fine silk, pure white like the first snow of winter, and as soft as the finest goose down. Small enough to make him doubt whether such a soft and lovely thing could grow into a powerful queen. After much hardship, he secretly brought her back. The hatching of the queen was far from an easy task. Su Qingxiao could not recall how many types of hatching equipment he tried. Custom products on the market could not meet his requirements, so he made his own, diligently taking care of this cocoon, almost like a dedicated father. Su Qingxiao was almost amused by his own thoughts. Su Qingxiao was undoubtedly lonely. His experiences growing up made it impossible for him not to be wary of others. The consequence of building high walls around his heart was that he had no friends. However, fortunately, he had a snow-white cocoon, which could be considered half a living being. The cocoon had no consciousness, so there was no need to worry about being calculated against. It was a trustworthy object. For a long time, one of Su Qingxiao's favorite things was to go to the laboratory to see that white, plum cocoon. The cocoon grew bigger and bigger, and looking at the snow-white cocoon, Su Qingxiao felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He spent more and more time in a laboratory every day, and that cocoon became increasingly significant to him. Recognizing this mindset, Su Qingxiao concluded that he was simply too eager to make the best insect armor. At that moment, he was still too young to realize that it was precisely the time and energy he devoted to the cocoon that made it so important. It was not like the countless other cocoons. It was his cocoon. Later, the cocoon was lost, discarded in a match he played against the insect race. Su Qingxiao couldn't remember how he spent that time. Even though he appeared calm on the outside, he was acutely aware of the madness suppressed within him, waiting to see what consequences would arise when that madness could no longer be contained. Fortunately, later on, the cocoon returned, but it was no longer just a cocoon. It had transformed into a graceful young girl. She was his teacher, and she trusted him completely. How wonderful! Their brief time together left a deep imprint in his memory. However, the repetitive recollection of memories could also lead to fatigue. Emerging from those memories, he found himself surrounded by empty darkness. The adult Su Chengxiao felt as though he had returned to the cramped cabinet of his childhood. No, perhaps the situation back then was even a bit better. At least then, he could still feel the soreness and constriction of the cabinet pressing against his body, which wasn't a bad thing. At least it was not like now, where he felt nothing at all. He couldn't even feel his own existence. He remembered hearing before that when prisons punish inmates, they lock them in a small, airtight dark room, devoid of light and sound. It was said that even the most vicious criminals would become obedient after a few days in there. Su Qingxiao felt that his current situation was even worse than theirs. Previously, he had always believed that regret was the most useless emotion, and thus he never experienced it. But this time, it seemed he had tasted a hint of regret. He didn't know how much time had passed. Without his five senses, Su Qingxiao could not perceive the passage of time. However, his body was recovering. He quickly became aware of this issue. His hearing seemed to have partially returned. He heard a pleasant female voice from the outside, slowly speaking about something. The voice seemed to come from an extremely distant place, carrying a sense of ethereality. Su Chengxiao felt as if he was separated from the outside world by a vast distance. This was a side effect of his body not fully recovering. Nevertheless, even so, it was enough to surprise him. After a long time, he finally received information from the outside world again. He couldn't quite make out who the voice belonged to. He suspected that none of the staff or subordinates had the courage to chatter in his ear. Who could it be? Before Su Qingxiao could figure this out, the voice suddenly stopped. There seemed to be a faint sound of a door closing. Su Qingxiao's world returned to a state of dead silence. Chapter 22, The Tamed Fox. Su Chengxiao had never been as eagerly awaiting someone's arrival as he was now. Just like a Stockholm Syndrome patient might develop affection for their captor, he found it hard to suppress his dependence on the only voice that emerged in his desolate world. As his physical condition gradually improved, he became more attuned to that voice. He easily recognized its owner, the little girl Yan Zhi, who had emerged from the cocoon he had carefully nurtured. Their roles seemed to have reversed. Years ago, he was outside the cocoon while Yan Zhi was inside. Now, Yan Zhi was outside, and he was trapped in his own shell. It was a kind of karmic reversal. He gradually figured out the pattern of Yan Zhi's visits. Noon and evening became the two most anticipated times for him. He felt an indescribable excitement and joy as these moments approached. The closer they got, the happier he felt. He experienced a kind of emotion he had never felt before: happiness. Even after the voice left, he had memories to accompany him. The melodious chirping of birds outside reminded him of Yan Zhi's crisp reading voice. Everything that had previously seemed meaningless to him was now connected to a little girl named Yan Zhi, making it all seem so lovely. Was this what it felt like to be tamed? Su Qingxiao clearly knew that his state was different from usual, but he didn't care. He indulged himself in this feeling. Just when he had gotten used to the darkness, it disappeared. After staying in this place for over a month, Yan Zhi received the news that Su Chengxiao had awakened. She rushed over and saw a thin man leaning against the bed, smiling, his eyes filled with tenderness. Even though he was on a sickbed, he still looked like a graceful gentleman, making it feel less like a hospital room and more like an upscale banquet. He was the most gentle and courteous gentleman at the gathering. "How do you feel?" Yan Zhi asked, concerned about his health. "Very well, like I just had a nap." Su Qingxiao concealed the truth and joked lightly. "If it weren't for the doctor's excessive caution, I think I could go straight to the front lines of the insect tri-battlefield." The two chatted for a while, and Yan Zhi could sense that he was trying hard to convey the thrilling events in a lighter manner to ease her guilt. She couldn't help but admire Su Chengxiao, who was indeed called the most gentlemanly man in the empire by his fans on the Star Network. After a while, fearing she might disturb Su Qingxiao's rest, Yan Zhi left. Su Qingxiao did not tell anyone about what had happened during his coma, especially not Yan Zhi. Deep down, he was crazily indifferent, yet also nobly arrogant. He knew very well that the person he loved did not harbor the same feelings for him. Yan Zhi respected him, which was good, but what he wanted was not just a respect. A tamed fox was never a benign creature. It was proud, cunning, and, even if tamed, it sought its master's wholehearted love. He liked her so much. Yan Zhi should return his love in the same way, shouldn't she? A proud fox would never reveal its affections to someone who did not love it back. He wanted to weave a large net to keep Yan Zhi firmly by his side. Previously, he sought Yan Zhi's body, the indestructible shell belonging to the insect queen. Now, he aimed for her delicate heart. He had never failed, and this time would be no different. A notification pinged on his communicator, pulling Su Chengxiao out of his thoughts. The sender was Lushan. As soon as news of his awakening was released, Lushan hurried to contact him. There were quite a few unread messages from him, long ones that would take considerable time to read. The strategic businessman was usually concise with his words, but now he was bombarding Su Chengxiao with lengthy messages, which was not typical of him. The sheer number of messages indicated his urgency. Su Chengxiao clicked a few times on his holographic computer. He cleared the unread messages without even glancing at them and conveniently blacklisted that annoying man. The content was nothing more than a few sentences. He merely hoped that Su Chengxiao would spare Yan Zhi and return her to him, offering any price in exchange, insisting that their relationship should not involve an innocent little girl. The concern he expressed for Yan Zhi was what Su Chengxiao had anticipated and hoped to see. The higher the insect tribe's status, the harder it was to resist the queen's deadly allure. They wished to submit to her and offer their loyalty. He had long foreseen this. However, he was not pleased with the realization of his plan. Instead, he felt immensely irritated. How dare they come to tarnish what he desired? It was intolerable to Su Chengxiao. He had to think of a way to make this annoying guy disappear. This matter required careful deliberation. A few days later, after confirming that Su Chengxiao had no other health issues, Yan Zhi had already packed her things and was ready to leave. She had stayed long enough in this place. She had her own matters to attend to. When she informed Su Chengxiao of her decision, he paused for a moment but then smiled and agreed. This outcome was not unexpected for Yan Zhi. She happily left the villa, feeling trapped for too long. Although she understood that the other party's intentions were to protect her, she still yearned for freedom. Yan Zhi boarded the airship that Su Chengxiao had prepared for her, which would take her back to the Yan family. The news of Su Chengxiao's awakening not only stirred various factions, but also drew continuous attention from Lushan. The Jian family was the same. However, while others were concerned about the imperial crown prince, they were focused on the little girl who had not even been mentioned in the reports. On the second-floor study of the Jian family's ancestral home on Capital Star, the two most outstanding representatives of the new generation of the Jian family were rarely gathered there. "Brother, when do you think Zhi will come back?" Jian Zhi, who had been reading, flipped the pages noisily, clearly not paying serious attention, his mind elsewhere. He looked at the man sitting at the desk, who wore gold-rimmed glasses that obscured the sharpness in his eyes. The man had removed his military uniform and was dressed in soft loungewear, appearing much less cold. This was not an illusion. When the name was mentioned, warmth was rare in the man's eyes. "Calm down. Zhi will be back soon." Although he spoke reassuringly, even he had not turned a page in a long time. Jian Zhi noticed his brother's distraction and didn't worry about disturbing him. Instead, he began to share with his brother. "Once Zhi is back, we need to prepare for the annual freshman competition." Jian Zhi chattered about his future plans. His eyes filled with anticipation for what lay ahead, brimming with youthful vigor. "I believe Zhi is so amazing. Her ranking this time will definitely be good. She works too hard." Jian Xingji looked at his younger brother, not annoyed by his chatter. He always patiently listened to anything about Yan Zhi. If it meant seeing someone he liked, the waiting process became wonderful. However, the conversation between the two brothers went on for a long time, and they still did not see the airship that would take Yan Zhi back. The brothers couldn't help but feel some worry. "Let's wait a bit longer," Jian Xingji said as he looked at the fallen flowers in the courtyard. Little did he know, this wait would last a long time. On the other side, Lushan was not having an easy time. If it were just facing Su Chengxiao's targeting, it would be bearable. At worst, he could give up his business empire. The vast universe would surely have a place for him. His anxiety stemmed from his partner, who should have been his closest ally. As the only two high-ranking generals of the insect race, they had been lurking in human society since the queen went missing, searching for her whereabouts. One engaged in politics, while the other in business, gathering information about the queen from all angles. Lu Shan believed he was already ruthless enough, but it was his partner who made him feel even more uneasy. He was like a precision machine, with the sole operational goal of finding the queen. For this purpose, he would stop at nothing. Any action that seemed even slightly erroneous to him would be ruthlessly erased, like deleting unnecessary data. Initially, this personality made their collaboration incredibly enjoyable. However, the situation had changed recently. He had developed personal motives, and the other party did not allow such motives to exist. He arrived. The sound of polished shoes tapping on the ground made Lu Shan's nerves tense up involuntarily. This mad dog was back. For the past few days, Lu Shan had been almost under house arrest in his own office. His keen senses made him feel that something earth-shattering was happening outside. However, due to the other party's deliberate concealment, he still did not know what was going on. Lu Shan, will you always maintain your unique loyalty to the queen? The man's projection appeared before Lu Shan through the terminal. Even as just a projection, it conveyed a deep sense of oppression. The man's deep voice seemed to come from a great distance, yet it felt like a whisper in his ear, extremely oppressive. I will always be loyal to the queen. Lu Shan avoided answering the question about uniqueness. He would not deceive his partner, but as for the term unique, if it were before, he would have undoubtedly affirmed it without hesitation. However, now things were different. Another girl had appeared in his life, so he was not so sure anymore. The other party clearly sensed this and paused before speaking again. Lu Shan, I am very disappointed in you. There is no need for an insect who is disloyal to the queen to remain in the insect race. You are free. After saying this, the man ended the communication, and the projection disappeared from the room. His final words announced the end of Lu Shan's house arrest. But Lu Shan did not relax. On the contrary, his mood became heavier because he understood that this meant the other party would no longer regard him as a partner. Facing a cunning lone wolf was clearly not a wise decision. Chapter 23, Cocoon. The ominous premonition indeed came true. After Lu Shan left his house arrest, an unexpected guest appeared before him. The once resplendent crown prince of the empire sat in front of him, exuding an aura of suppressed madness. His eyes were filled with red veins, staring intensely at Lu Shan. Where did you take Yan Zhi? Tell me. Others might not notice, but Su Chengxiao, who had long been dealing with the insect race, naturally picked up on things that others could not. Ever since he received the news that Yan Zhi went missing on her way home, Su Chengxiao felt a sharp sense of the insect race's lingering presence at the scene. It was related to Lu Shan. Su Chengxiao immediately realized this, but when he tried to find Lu Shan, a mysterious force seemed to prevent him from doing so, as if Lu Shan was hidden away by some unknown power. Until today, as soon as Lu Shan regained his freedom, Su Chengxiao, who had been closely monitoring him, rushed over immediately. Isn't it just about negotiating terms? I'll give it to you. He just didn't expect that when he brought up Yan Zhi's disappearance. The person opposite him appeared even more surprised than he was. Yan Zhi is missing? The surprise on the other person's face seemed genuine. What's going on? Su Chengxiao felt a sense of confusion. After some conversation, he couldn't extract any valuable clues. Su Chengxiao faintly sensed that the other party knew something but just wouldn't tell him. Instead, they managed to pry quite a bit of information from him. Su Chengxiao didn't guard against him because he knew the other party wouldn't harm Yan Zhi. However, this feeling still left him frustrated. He returned empty-handed. After bidding farewell to Su Chengxiao, Lu Shan began to organize his thoughts. He had a rough idea of who the culprit was. That mad dog. He dialed the terminal and contacted the other party. Where is Yan Zhi? Lu Shan directly inquired as soon as they met. The other party didn't beat around the bush, saying, come to the center of the insect domain, and you can exchange her. All right. Lu Shan readily agreed without hesitation. He knew what the other party wanted. That guy believed he wasn't loyal enough to the queen. He wanted to absorb Lu Shan in the center of the insect domain to enhance his own power. Both were servants of the queen at the same level, and to devour Lu Shan, he could only rely on the power of the insect domain. However, the insect domain was in the center of the insect race's territory. It would take some time to get there from the capital star. Nevertheless, Lu Shan still had some confidence in that mad dog. Although he was extreme and crazy, he wouldn't go back on his word. At this moment, Kong Bai, the mad dog Lu Shan referred to, appeared in the center of the insect domain. The other party's straightforwardness did not bring him joy. It seemed this woman held a significant position in her heart. Unlike other insect races, Lu Shan was one of his most trusted partners before. In the face of his betrayal, Kong Bai was far from the calm and composed manner he portrayed. Very well, the queen is not here. None of you are maintaining your unique loyalty to the queen anymore. Disloyal servants of the queen have no reason to exist. The air pressure around Kong Bai was becoming increasingly low. With the queen missing, the insect race, which had always been united, seemed to have lost their proud sense of solidarity. There were always some ill-intentioned individuals secretly engaging in small actions. When will I be able to find you, my queen? Kong Bai sighed deeply. Even the usually invincible prime minister showed a hint of frustration and helplessness. The queen's servants without a queen were like knights without a master, wandering through the vast universe. The insect race, which made the people of the empire shudder, was just a group of wanderers. They didn't know when the insect race could end this wandering life. When Yan Zhi opened her eyes, she was greeted by intricate and ornate carvings spreading across the entire ceiling. It was luxurious and solemn. Where is this? Looking out of the window, she saw a vast garden with flowers covering it, and in the distance, there were even more magnificent buildings. Yet, such a splendid manor had been eerily devoid of passers-by. Not a single person, not even the sound of insects or the wind. In the enormous space, the only sound was her own breathing, making the entire environment feel exceptionally oppressive. However, Yan Zhi did not feel afraid. On the contrary, this environment made her feel particularly comfortable, as if she were born to belong here. Everything here felt extraordinarily familiar to her. It was as if the air she breathed was transmitting energy to her. Why was she here? She only remembered saying goodbye to Su Qingxiao on her way back to the Jian residence and suddenly losing consciousness. When she woke up, she found herself here. Was she kidnapped? Yan Zhi thought, pushing against the bedroom door, which was locked tight. This confirmed her suspicion. At noon, someone sent exquisite food through the window. They didn't seem to be mistreating her. Apart from restricting her freedom, there were no other measures. However, since arriving here, Yan Zhi had not encountered anyone. What exactly did they want? Yan Zhi couldn't figure it out. Watching the sky darken and lighten, she realized she had already spent 2 days here. Yan Zhi felt as if something was wrong with her body. She was dizzy and suffered from severe headaches, as if something was trying to come out from inside her. At the same time, an insatiable hunger gnawed at her. Hungry, pain, dazed, Yan Zhi lost consciousness. By the time the unconscious Yan Zhi was discovered, it was already dinner time. The person bringing her food noticed she was unresponsive and quickly reported to Kong Bai. Unconscious? Kong Bai heard the report. After all, he had promised Lu Shan not to make things difficult for Yan Zhi, and naturally, he wouldn't act like a petty person. He had no choice but to follow the attendant to the room where Yan Zhi was being held. Kong Bai didn't want to see Yan Zhi. He had no fondness for this woman who tempted his partner to fall. He feared that meeting her would make him unable to resist the urge to kill this temptress of the queen's servant. However, there were no doctors in the insect domain who could treat humans. He still needed to take a look. What a troublesome woman. For some reason, the closer he got to the room where Yan Zhi was held, the more restless Kong Bai felt. Opening the door, he was enveloped by a rich and intoxicating fragrance. Kong Bai felt almost dizzy, but this aroma did not affect the others. In contrast, the human attendants beside him seemed completely unaffected, as if they felt nothing unusual about this place. Kong Bai used his last bit of strength to drive the human attendants away. The pervasive and rich scent in the air made him tremble all over. His mind was swept away by excitement and joy. He wanted to submit, to pledge loyalty to the girl. It felt like a wandering traveler finally finding his way home. The information from his genes clearly told him that this was the queen he had been searching for. Approaching the queen, even though his heart was in turmoil from such an impact, the tall man showed no sign on his face. Each step he took was measured, appearing solemn and dignified, as if he were on a pilgrimage. Although the queen was unconscious, one must not lose composure in front of her. However, He soon realized that Yan Zhi's condition was not optimistic. At this moment, Yan Zhi had completely lost consciousness. Her body was covered with a thin layer of silk. This layer was extremely light, and her face looked hazy and dreamlike beneath it. Bai quickly understood Yan Zhi's current situation. The queen is about to cocoon and enter the next developmental stage. However, after breaking free from the cocoon, the abandoned Yan Zhi, without the service of the insect tribe attendants to provide a continuous supply of energy, has led to her body being in a long-term state of energy deficiency. At this moment, the energy within Yan Zhi's body is insufficient to promote her own cocooning, resulting in only a thin layer of gauze. Faced with this situation, Bai did not hesitate to cut open his wrist. The wound was deep, and blood gushed out in large amounts. The insect tribe is a race that reveres violence, and even their method of absorbing energy continues this tradition. Devouring the energy of their own kind is the fastest way for them to absorb energy. The blood that flowed out dripped onto the thin gauze covering Yan Zhi. The gauze was incredibly white, but the blood that dripped onto it left no trace. Instead, it was rapidly absorbed by the white gauze. The gauze became denser, seemingly dissatisfied with the slow flow of blood. Bai made several more deep cuts on his body, directly applying the wounds to the gauze. The gauze seemed to possess intelligence, greedily absorbing the continuous stream of blood. Bai's face quickly turned pale, while the gauze became even thicker. More accurately, it was no longer just gauze. It had transformed into a thick, soft cocoon, firmly wrapping Yan Zhi inside. Excessive blood loss made Bai's vision gradually blur, and his body informed him that he was on the brink of collapse. The flow of blood gradually slowed until not a single drop could be released. The deep wounds, gaping and devoid of color, appeared ghastly white. At this point, the gauze, now a snow-white cocoon, seemed to realize that this source of nourishment could no longer provide any nutrients. Haughtily retracting its blood-absorbing filaments and no longer concerning itself with this nutrient-depleted offering. Unconscious, Bai was abandoned in a room. Beside him, the snow-white cocoon radiating a shimmering glow. In the vast starry sky, a pitch-black starship swiftly cut through the cosmos, moving at a speed that surpassed the limits of human observation. Only the scanning systems of other ships could vaguely record evidence of a flying object passing by. Inside the rapidly advancing starship was Lushan, who was heading at full speed towards the insect domain. The starship's speed was extremely fast. It was estimated that they would reach the insect domain today, with plenty of time to spare. However, Lushan appeared somewhat worried at this moment. He realized that he had been unable to contact Bai for half an hour. What was he doing? Was Yan Zhi, who was with him, all right? The magnetic field of the insect domain is special. It is paradise for the insect tribe, but for a powerless human girl. It is difficult to ensure that this special magnetic field would not have a negative impact on her. He had already been deemed unfaithful by that mad dog whose eyes only held the queen, and in that mad dog's eyes, Yan Zhi was the murderer that tempted him to fall. It was hard to guarantee that Bai would treat her with courtesy. Various thoughts crossed Lushan's mind. Coupled with the inability to contact Bai, Lushan grew increasingly uneasy. How much longer until they reached their destination? Lushan asked the ship's navigation assistant. Maintaining the current maximum speed, it was estimated that they would reach the destination in another 8 hours. He activated the space travel function and ordered the navigation assistant to accelerate. Warning, warning, insufficient energy. The ship emitted a piercing alarm. Lushan did not frown even once, coldly issuing commands to shut down all other functions and enter extreme mode, activating the space travel function. The activation was successful. To conserve energy, all other systems were shut down, including many that ensured the safety of space travel. The weightlessness and impact brought on by the space jump ruthlessly affected Lushan. Even a powerful insect, like him, bore numerous scars. However, the results were remarkable. The journey that would originally take 8 hours was compressed to half an hour. Chapter 24 Awakening. As he stepped off the spaceship, Lushan couldn't help but stagger slightly, swallowing back the metallic taste of blood that surged in his throat. He headed towards the center of the insect domain. The center was dominated by a towering castle. The sharp spires shot up to the clouds, and at the very top of the castle stood a tall statue of the faceless queen, overlooking the land with majesty and solemnity, symbolizing her supreme authority over this territory. Lesan did not pause for the castle, but walked straight into the place where Kongbai resided. No one. Lesan was puzzled. Logically, that mad dog should have been waiting here to negotiate with him. He faintly sensed a bewitching aura in the air, very faint, yet extremely tempting, like the siren's song in mythology, luring passers-by to succumb and offer everything to her. Following the scent, Lesan arrived at the location where Yan Zhi was. There, he found Kongbai unconscious, lying next to a white cocoon. The white cocoon was very solid, emitting a shimmering light. Without needing Kongbai to explain, Lesan understood what had happened. The memories inherited in his genes told him that the snow-white cocoon belonged to the queen in her cocooning stage. Kongbai had found the cocooning queen, so he had used Yan Zhi to threaten him into providing nourishment for the queen. Lesan felt he understood Kongbai's intentions. Lesan laughed at his own suspicion. Even though he had someone he cared about in his heart, his loyalty to the queen had not changed at all. As long as the queen needed him, he was willing to die 1,000 deaths without hesitation. He cut his wrist to ensure blood could drip onto the snow-white cocoon. The blood was continuously supplied to the cocoon, which gradually became more solid, its soft, silky exterior turning as solid and translucent as white jade. Leshan's lips gradually turned pale, and the white cocoon finally stopped absorbing blood, slowly radiating a lustrous glow, appearing holy and beautiful. After resting for a while to alleviate the discomfort from the significant blood loss, Lesan adjusted Kongbai. He was quite dissatisfied with his former companion, who had hidden his beloved without a word and, even more outrageously, concealed the news of the queen's existence. However, there was nothing to be done. Now Kongbai had rendered himself unconscious, leaving Lesan to wait for him to wake up to clarify the current situation. Lesan didn't expect that waiting would take half a month. After half a month had passed, Kongbai on the ground still showed no signs of movement. But the cocoon in the center of the room began to react first. Yan Zhi felt like she had slept a long but very comfortable sleep, but upon waking, she realized she seemed to be trapped in an extremely small space, so cramped that she had to curl up tightly, and the surrounding unclear barriers pressed uncomfortably against her. The space seemed to lack ventilation, and soon Yan Zhi felt the air inside becoming exceedingly thin. Unable to resist, she struggled to escape this space and found that her physical abilities and overall qualities were clearly much better than before. However, facing the thick, unknown barriers, she still seemed weak. Yan Zhi calmed herself and used her mental power to carefully scan the space, searching for the weakest point to break through. It was here. Yan Zhi concentrated all her strength onto one point and struck with all her might. Unfortunately, the barrier did not budge at all. The immense force seemed to sink like a stone into the sea, creating no ripples. Yan Zhi did not lose heart. She continued to exert force on that point, believing in her judgment. Once, twice, 3 times, time passed without her noticing, and finally, Yan Zhi heard a crisp sound. Something seemed to have cracked open. Encouraged, she continued to apply force in that direction. The tearing sound of cracking occurred multiple times until a glimmer of light shone through before her eyes. Oxygen rushed in through the gap, greatly alleviating the symptoms of oxygen deprivation in the space. The hardest part is the beginning, once a small opening was made. Breaking through the rest wasn't so difficult. Finally, Yan Zhi broke free from the space. Just as she emerged, exhausted, she was surprised to find that Lesan, whom she had met once before, was standing nearby. She wasn't familiar with this person and had no idea why he would be here. Little did she know, Lesan's surprise was even greater than hers. Everything became clear. Upon seeing Yan Zhi breaking free from the cocoon, he understood everything, and all the confusing points he had felt previously were rationally explained. Why Yan Zhi had such an irresistible attraction to him. Why the queen had cocooned in a remote small room rather than the central palace. Why Kongbai had discovered the queen but did not tell him. It seemed that Kongbai, who had been in a coma for half a month, was also awakening, as if responding to the queen's call. From his awakening, Yan Zhi understood the ins and outs of the situation. Kongbai revealed nothing about the reason behind the kidnapping, telling her everything, including the fact that he had kidnapped her in an attempt to deceive Lesan into coming. Yan Zhi woke up with a blank mind, surrounded by no one she could fully trust. To be honest, she was skeptical of Kong Bai's words. After all, facing a kidnapper who had taken her, it was impossible for anyone to offer trust without defenses. However, under the roof of another, she had no choice but to yield, following his lead to see what he intended to do, taking it step by step. Requesting punishment from the queen, Kong Bai knelt at Yan Zhi's feet, lowering his head without complaint, willingly submitting. He knew that his actions had irreparably offended the queen, but compared to the fear of the impending punishment, Kong Bai felt more excitement, an uncontrollable exhilaration. He had finally found his master, no longer a masterless drifter. Even if it meant dying right then, he would willingly do so. Lesan, take Kong Bai down. I need a rest for a while. Yan Zhi looked at Lesan beside her. Since they claimed to be the queen and currently showed no intention of harming her, she could only play along, feigning calmness and issuing orders as the queen. After sending the two away, Yan Zhi finally had a safe environment to carefully consider her current situation. It seemed that their respect for her was not feigned. She was not the original owner of this body. As for whether this body had any special identity, she truly did not know. However, she did not believe their explanations at all. She had undergone numerous physical examinations since coming to this world, and they had always shown that she was just a human. If she were an insectoid, she would have long been captured by the monitoring agency and locked away, instead of having the opportunity to experience all those stories on Capital Star. Moreover, she herself had no desire to become an insectoid. During her education in this period, she had developed a strong aversion to the insectoids and certainly would not think of becoming one. Yan Zhi could only hold onto a glimmer of hope, wishing that they had mistaken her for someone else. If not for this reason, she feared they were brewing an even larger conspiracy, and she was completely at a loss. Kong Bai, sent back, was not idle either. The strongest brain of the insectoids was not to be underestimated. If he wasn't an enemy, he would definitely be the strongest ally. First, he announced the queen's return to all insectoids through the Insect Domains Network, and then he began preparing for the queen's coronation ceremony. In addition to handling these matters, time was also allocated to arrange for the queen's clothing, food, housing, and travel. Since her identity as the queen had been confirmed, it was clearly inappropriate for her to stay in the side palace. Once Yan Zhi finished resting, she was welcomed by Lu Shan to the most luxurious castle in the center of the insect domain. However, these external matters were not Yan Zhi's main concern. Can I return to Capital Star? She asked Lu Shan, a hint of caution in her voice. Your Majesty has just broken out of the chrysalis and lacks energy. Given your current physical condition, I do not recommend you return to Capital Star. Although Lu Shan spoke in a consultative tone, he did not intend to let the queen refuse. Despite the unquestionable loyalty of the insect race to the queen, the current situation had to be considered. The deep-seated hatred humans had for the insect race posed a significant risk for the young queen when returning to human society. If discovered, it would surely end in tragedy. The insect race could not bear to lose their queen again. Not to mention, the scheming Su Chengxiao seemed to know quite a bit about the queen's identity, and why he had not revealed it was unknown. In any case, he needed to be treated with caution. Therefore, Lu Shan and Kong Bai unanimously decided that the queen could not be allowed to enter human society at this time. However, it was indeed painful to see the disappointment on the queen's face when her request was denied. Lu Shan expressed his loyalty, saying, I will instruct the front lines to speed up their efforts and strive to capture Capital Star for you as soon as possible. Although she wanted to return to human society, it was certainly not in this way. No. Yan Zhi declined. The insect race's way of thinking is truly bloody. Having her direct request to return home rejected, Yan Zhi was not too discouraged. She would be surprised if the problem could be resolved so easily. She also worried whether they were concocting other bad ideas. It seemed that finding a solution to return home would ultimately have to be her own responsibility. When dinner time arrived, the meal was indeed sumptuous, in stark contrast to the perfunctory treatment she received as a captive. But this was not what shocked Yan Zhi. What surprised her was that she could not identify the ingredients of each dish. However, after eating, she felt her mental energy being replenished. It was truly hard not to be astonished. To Yan Zhi's knowledge, no food could achieve this effect. Was this a specialty of the insect race? Could this be the reason for the insect race's strength? What was their purpose in feeding her this? Yan Zhi's mind was racing with thoughts. Naturally cautious, she did not dare to eat too much. Although it was indeed delicious, she restrained her impulse and only supported herself with enough food to maintain normal bodily functions. Fearing there might be some conspiracy involved. Don't like it? Lushan asked. No, I just have a small appetite. Yan Zhi replied with a reserved smile at Lushan. Your Majesty, you have just broken out of your chrysalis and need energy. Consuming more energy will help your recovery. Lushan said, which was true. Due to being in the human world for a long time and lacking the energy provided by the insect race, Yan Zhi was alarmingly weak and urgently needed to replenish her energy. A queen with insufficient energy could develop incompletely and even face early demise. However, Yan Zhi did not know this. She only felt that Lushan's persuasion reinforced her belief that there was some scheme behind these strange dishes, making her even more reluctant to pick up her chopsticks. Chapter 25, The Man in Black. It has been a long time since Yan Zhi woke up. During this period, she discovered that the insect tribe's people seem genuinely respectful toward her, which is quite puzzling. This behavior leaves Yan Zhi questioning the identity of the body she inhabits. However, she has not been idle. She has made new discoveries. The library in the insect domain contains a vast collection of books, including many on mental power training. It's worth noting that even the Imperial Academy's library has only a small portion of literature on mental power. Yan Zhi also found that the technological level of the insect tribe is not as barbaric as she had imagined. On the contrary, it is quite brilliant, comparable to the Empire, though developed in a different direction. In some fields, their research is even more advanced than that of the Empire, largely due to their long-standing secrecy, which has resulted in the public knowing very little about the insect tribe's advancements. With nothing else to do, Yan Zhi began to eagerly absorb the valuable knowledge available here. It wasn't until dusk that she lifted her head from the books, stretched her sore neck, returned a thick stack of books to their original place on the shelf, and stepped out. The attendant had been waiting outside for quite some time to accompany her back to the Queen's palace. As usual, Yan Zhi and her entourage passed by the library, where the usually well-trained guards were hurriedly passing by, seemingly searching for something. What happened? Yan Zhi wondered, but she didn't ask and just followed the people beside her back. Later that evening, it was Lushan who came to report on a day's work. The adaptable Kong Bai had long realized that Yan Zhi was afraid of him. Only appearing once on the day, Yan Zhi emerged from her cocoon and never showing up in front of her again. Lushan, as a semi-acquaintance of Yan Zhi, took on the responsibility of looking after her. Your Highness, please pay attention to your safety. According to the guard's report, it seems that reformist lackeys have infiltrated the insect domain, and the guard force around you may be reinforced soon, Lushan informed Yan Zhi. Presumably, the guards searching in the garden that evening were looking for these so-called reformist lackeys. What are reformists? Yan Zhi asked. The insect tribe has always been an extremely mysterious existence to humans. Yet even so, their internal unity is quite renowned. Yan Zhi was surprised to learn that such a united insect tribe actually has factional disputes within. According to Lu Shan's explanation, Yan Zhi learned that the so-called reformists emerged after the disappearance of the insect queen. Previously, when the queen was present, the higher insects had absolute genetic dominance over the lower insects, and the lower insects naturally offered their loyalty. Thus, there had never been any internal disputes within the insect tribe. However, since the queen's disappearance, the tribe has been left leaderless. The four high-ranking insect tribes under the queen are all proud and arrogant, each unwilling to yield to the others. Lushan and Kong Bai are somewhat better, being staunch royalists with a common goal, and they can cooperate as teammates to infiltrate the human world to search for the queen's whereabouts. Another high-ranking insect tribe, very mysterious and rarely known by name, is rumored to be codenamed Nightless. Unlike Lushan and Kong Bai, who are of noble blood by birth, Nightless emerged after the queen's disappearance, with the hierarchy of the insect tribe loosening. He fought his way up from the bottom, devouring insects of the same or even higher rank, gradually refining his lineage to the extreme, entering the ranks of the four high-ranking insect tribes. From his experience, it is evident that this person is quite unruly, showing little admiration for higher-ranking insects. It was he who prepared to establish the so-called reformist faction, attempting to break the rigid internal system of the insect tribe, claiming that relying solely on the queen's rule is too passive and has too low a margin for error, advocating for the abolition of the so-called monarchy of the insect tribe. Later, Nightless even devoured Shifeng, one of the 4 high-ranking insect tribes, reducing them to 3. After devouring Shifeng, Nightless' power increased significantly, attempting to establish himself as king by force, discarding the insect queen who had been lost shortly after birth. It was only through the combined efforts of Lishan and Kongbai that he was severely injured. Under severe injury, Nightless defected from the insect tribe, and his whereabouts became unknown. It is said that he later became an interstellar pirate, but the truth of this is unclear. Though Nightless escaped, the reformist faction he created still remains, albeit greatly weakened. However, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The reformists still have many supporters. With the queen's return, it is expected that the reformists will not remain calm. Lushan advised Yan Zhi to be especially cautious during this special period. Yan Zhi outwardly agreed, but had her own thoughts. She asked Lushan for some materials, feeling somewhat bored in the insect domain and wanting to create something small to protect herself. Lushan readily agreed, promising to deliver the materials the next day. That night, the guards outside diligently waited at the queen's palace. Yan Zhi couldn't sleep in her chamber, her mind filled with thoughts. With her identity a mystery and dangers looming, she wanted to escape this place. Suddenly, she heard some commotion outside, as if they were searching for something. Before Yan Zhi could figure out what was happening outside, she felt a chill on her forehead as the muzzle of an energy gun pressed against her head. Yan Zhi opened her eyes to see a man in black, who seemed to have appeared from nowhere. The man in black appeared to be startled by her gaze, momentarily distracted, and lowered his head to avoid her eyes, saying in a deep voice, "I apologize, Your Majesty." In that instant of distraction, he suddenly felt a pain in his mind. By the time he regained his senses, their positions had switched. The energy gun was now firmly held in the girl's hand, pressed against his forehead. In the past few days, Yan Zhi's time in the library was not wasted. The insect tribe's library offered far more books on mental power than the Empire, and she had learned many new uses for mental power. Additionally, after waking up, she clearly felt that her mental power had increased significantly. This was her first time putting her learning into practice, and it seemed effective. Suddenly, there was a creaking sound. Yan Zhi quickly hid the man in black under the blanket. The door to the chamber opened, and the captain of the guards, along with a group of guards, stood at the entrance. Seeing Yan Zhi safely lying in the chamber, they did not dare to enter and disturb her. "What is it?" Yan Zhi rubbed her eyes, appearing as if the outside light had hurt her eyes. "I apologize for disturbing Your Majesty. We detected that the palace's restrictions were triggered and came to check on your safety," the captain of the guards respectfully replied, scanning the chamber. Finding nothing unusual, he quietly closed the door. Before leaving, he did not forget to report, "Tonight, my subordinates will work with the first guard team to strictly protect the palace and ensure Your Majesty's safety." Yan Zhi smiled, but did not respond until the door to the chamber was completely closed. She withdrew her mental barrier, under which was the intruding man in black. Yan Zhi enveloped him with her mental barrier, allowing him to avoid the captain's search, though she had just protected the man in black. The energy gun's muzzle still pointed at his forehead. "Are you sent by the reformists?" Yan Zhi asked. "Yes," the man in black replied. "What is your objective?" Yan Zhi continued to interrogate. To disrupt the queen's coronation ceremony, the man in black glanced at Yan Zhi. Close monitoring of the man's mental power told Yan Zhi that he was not lying. "Now, open your mental power," Yan Zhi ordered the man in black. To Yan Zhi's surprise, she expected the man in black to resist, as mental power is crucial to everyone. However, the man in black unexpectedly complied, obediently opening his mental power. Yan Zhi became a bit cautious. Could there be some hidden agenda? Carefully connecting her mental power with the man in black, a strange tingling sensation appeared in Yan Zhi's mind at the moment of connection. However, that was normal. The man in black beside her let out a muffled groan. Entering the depths of the man's consciousness was surprisingly smooth. Normally, such a private thing as mental power would encounter subtle resistance from the subconscious, even if the person involved was willing to open up. But the man in black was different. there were no obstacles. Yan Zhi easily left her mental imprint deep within his mental power. Once the imprint was complete, Yan Zhi let out a sigh of relief. With this imprint, she could easily grasp the man's lifeline and take his life with just a thought. She could also vaguely sense the man's emotions through the mental imprint. She wanted to compel this man in black to help her escape from this place. In this unfamiliar environment, she dared not trust anyone, and she had some understanding of the security system in the Queen's palace. Could this man break through the layers of security to come before her? It was evident that he had considerable skills and would be a great asset. With this mental imprint, she had a means to control the man in front of her. After the mental imprint was formed, the man in black also became aware of what had happened through the mental link. Yet he showed no signs of resistance and obediently lowered his head. Yan Zhi pulled down the mask covering the man's face. Beneath the mask, he was unexpectedly different from what she had imagined. As an infiltrating assassin, he did not match her expectations of a killer at all. How should she put it? He was overly delicate and fragile. The man beneath the mask had a stunningly refined face, with skin like cold white porcelain, eyes that seemed to be filled with mist, and lips resembling petals touched by morning dew. Perhaps due to the stimulation from the mental link, his nose and cheeks had a tempting blush, resembling an exquisite porcelain doll, emanating a signal of vulnerability and fragility. It was hard to believe that this was the person who had forcefully breached the layers of the Queen's palace, causing the entire palace guard to mobilize in panic. This appearance was too deceptive, Yan Zhi silently reflected. Continue with the original plan? Yan Zhi did not give the man a new command, but gestured with the terminal in her hand, indicating that she would contact him if there was a new plan. After saying this, she let the man leave, as it was not suitable to stay here for long. As the man was leaving, he expressed to Yan Zhi, "I will always be loyal to you, Your Majesty." The last two words were spoken very softly, and Yan Zhi did not catch them clearly, but she saw the compelling loyalty in his eyes. Perhaps she had misjudged him. The two of them had no real bond. It was all forced by herself. Yan Zhi thought. Chapter 26. Noah. In a place far from the center of the insect domain, it was not as desolate as people imagined. The man in black had already taken off his specially made nightwear and sat in a chair, contemplating the events of the day. The man in black was named Noah, the current leader of the reformists. When Noah was born, the Zerg no longer had a queen. As a rebellious, high-ranking Zerg, Noah naturally did not want to pledge his loyalty to a queen he had never met. He had always questioned the notion presented in biology textbooks about the Zerg's ingrained submission to the queen. In response to Noah's doubts, the elders of his clan could only sigh and say, "When you see the queen, you will understand what loyalty written in the genes means." Noah scoffed at this idea, thinking of them as a bunch of decayed royalists. They were just a slightly higher class of Zerg, nothing to revere. However, the moment he truly met the queen, Noah realized that what he had once scoffed at was indeed true. The Zerg queen was absolutely powerful for every Zerg. This power was not based on brute strength, but was a submission ingrained in their very bones. Proud as Noah was, he reached a shocking conclusion. The Zerg were natural slaves, and the queen was the divinely chosen master of their fate. Once they met, every Zerg was willing to give everything for their queen. This was something written in the Zerg's genes. Noah tried to use his mental power to touch the spiritual mark that the queen had engraved deep in his consciousness. Originally a mark that symbolized enslavement and submission, he discerned a hint of sweetness from it. The queen didn't need to go this far to control him. He had already offered his heart to her. She only needed to lift a finger, and he would willingly submit. "I will always be loyal to you, my majesty." "Master, what is your next command?" Another low-ranking Zerg knelt outside the door, asking Noah for the next step in their plan. According to the original plan, they were supposed to kill the queen as early as possible to eliminate future threats. If that was not feasible, at least they needed to disrupt the queen's coronation ceremony. But now, killing her was impossible. Noah silently crossed out the first plan from the agenda. However, the queen insisted on maintaining the original plan to disrupt the coronation ceremony. Noah couldn't understand why. Didn't the queen want to possess that supreme glory? It must be that Kong Bai and Lushan had not taken good care of the queen. Noah silently made a note of that in his mind. Noah issued orders to the Zerg waiting outside the door. Protect the queen's safety at all costs and prepare to disrupt the coronation ceremony. The low-ranking Zerg outside could hardly believe their ears. The latter part of the order was understandable, but the first part was completely contrary to their usual style. The low-ranking Zerg couldn't comprehend it, but as a low-ranking Zerg that unconditionally obeyed the higher Zerg, they thought the master must have his reasons. In the Queen's palace at the center of the insect domain, Yan Zhi looked at the man who shouldn't be here. This man was the same one from last night. But today he was not dressed in all black. Instead, he wore a red robe woven with gold, adorned with jingling gold ornaments that matched the patterns on his clothing. Looking luxurious and beautiful, the gorgeous attire complemented his already stunning face, making it even more dazzling. He arrogantly announced his beauty to the world. For some reason, Yan Zhi thought of a peacock strutting its feathers in a courtship display. Although he was indeed beautiful, as a former assassin sneaking into the Queen's palace, wasn't such a display too ostentatious? However, being so conspicuous yet able to enter and exit the palace safely made Yan Zhi have a deeper understanding of his strength. At this moment, the powerful man was kneeling at Yan Zhi's feet, full of submission, waiting for her command. "Why are you here again?" "I come to serve your highness." Noah looked up at Yan Zhi, his eyes filled with respect and restrained affection. "I am safe here. I do not need your service. Up until now, only you all wanted to assassinate me," Yan Zhi silently added in her mind. Receiving Yan Zhi's polite refusal, Noah was not discouraged. "Is there anything I can do for you, your highness?" Yan Zhi thought for a moment and indeed had a request. "Help me find a spaceship that can leave the insect domain. I will need it during the coronation ceremony." Yan Zhi stared into Noah's eyes, activating the spiritual mark. "Your task is to disrupt the coronation ceremony and then, amidst the chaos, get me onto the prepared spaceship and escort me away from here." Hearing that there was a task to do, Noah felt no trouble at all. He was overjoyed to finally be able to help his queen, visibly excited. If Noah had a tail, it would probably be wagging joyfully at that moment. He was nothing like a calm and rebellious high-ranking Zerg, but more like a big, happy dog. "As you wish." He tried to maintain his composure and elegance as a high-ranking Zerg, not wanting to be disrespectful in front of Queen. Noah wanted to say something more, striving to extend his time with the Queen. A rhythmic knocking sound interrupted. "Your Highness, may I come in?" The voice belonged to Lushan. Lushan was outside the door, and it was clear that Noah should not be here at this moment. Yan Zhi had not yet revealed her secretly cultivated forces to the public. She gave Noah a look, signaling him to leave quickly and at least not appear before Lushan. Noah was reluctant to leave the Queen, but he had to obey her command. That damned butterfly. Lushan had to appear at this time, interrupting his time with the Queen. Not wanting to leave, Noah simply found a place to use his stealth abilities to hide. He believed that with his skills, Lushan would definitely not discover him, although he was unhappy that his opportunity to be alone was interrupted. He thought of the bond he shared with the Queen, a secret unique to them. He was one of her own, while Lushan was merely an outsider. This realization made Noah happy again. How easy to please this person. If Yan Zhi knew Noah's thoughts, she would surely be surprised by his self-obsession. Love-struck, hopeless. But Yan Zhi did not know that once she confirmed Noah would not be discovered, she opened her mouth to let Lushan in. Lushan waited outside for a while, but was not angry. As one of the 3 high-ranking Zerg, Lushan was very perceptive. There had been other Zerg in this room, and it was a male Zerg. Lushan was certain of his judgment. He just didn't know who it was, but it was evident that the Queen also knew this person. The atmosphere in the Queen's palace seems a bit unclean today. There is a scent from East Ballstar's incense in the storeroom. I will have it sent to the Queen to try later. The palace had been cleaned as usual, so there should be no strange smells. The only difference was that Noah had been there, and it was clear that Lushan was subtly hinting at something. Although he did not know who that man was, he was determined to clean up his scent, leaving no trace behind. Lushan thought to himself, Chapter 27. Yes, I am a lackey. Noah, who was eavesdropping in the shadows, felt frustrated. Who said his aura was unclean? Today, he had made sure every single hair was in place to meet the prince. He even sprayed on carefully selected perfume. That detestable flower butterfly. Noah decided to dislike Lushan a little more. When Yan Zhi heard this, she was taken aback. Had Noah's presence been discovered? But then she felt relieved. Even if they could guess someone had come to her side, they certainly wouldn't know who it was. Who would have thought that the high and mighty insect queen would join forces with the reformist leader who wanted to overthrow her? I came this time to tell the prince that the ceremonial robe for the coronation has been hastily prepared. If the prince has time, he might as well try it on first. Any unsuitable parts can be altered." After saying this, she waved, and 4 maids entered, carrying a large box containing the ceremonial robe. The robe was magnificent and enormous, adorned with countless jewels, sparkling under the light. However, such a luxurious robe was not easy to wear. With the combined help of the 4 maids, Yan Zhi finally managed to put on the splendid robe. Surprisingly, although the robe was embellished with countless jewels, it was made with some unknown technology that made it incredibly lightweight. Wearing it felt no heavy burden at all. The situation Yan Zhi imagined of struggling to wear a gown did not occur. If someone knowledgeable about technology were present, they would discover that this dress utilized advanced mech's unique space compression technology, greatly reducing the weight of the gemstones. Although useful, the value of this technology was indeed expensive, usually reserved for high-end mechs. It was the first time seeing it applied to a ceremonial dress. The cost of this gown was undoubtedly high. However, Yan Zhi was unaware of the story behind it. She simply stood in front of the mirror, admiring the dress. Not a single penny was wasted. This saying applied to the dress as well. Yan Zhi seemed to become a princess surrounded by jewels. The luxurious gown did not overshadow her charm. Rather, it made her even more dazzling. The dress was a striking red, a bright color that boldly drew everyone's attention, unreasonably beautiful. Hidden in the shadows, Noah thought to himself, "The queen wore red today, and he wore red too," rounding it up to a couple's outfit. Noah felt happy about this assumption and decided to wear red from now on. Although Lushan was already prepared, he was still amazed by Yan Zhi's beauty at that moment. He had personally designed this dress. He had imagined countless times how Yan Zhi would look in it, but the shock of seeing it in person was far beyond his imagination. After trying on the ceremonial dress, Lushan found no other reason to stay. Although reluctant, he had to leave. Before leaving, he silently vowed to investigate who had previously visited the queen's chamber. Shortly after Lushan left, Noah was also coldly chased away by Yan Zhi. Ignoring the boy's wet puppy-like eyes, Yan Zhi resolutely told him to leave. "Go take care of your business. Don't be wandering around like a puppy in front of her all day." Poor little puppy. Noah could only bid farewell to his beloved queen with a pitiful heart. Returning to his territory, a man in black had been waiting for Noah for a long time. "You seem off." The man in black's eyes were filled with scrutiny as he looked at Noah. "The orders you gave last night and your recent plans are full of protection for that queen." This man in black was Noah's best partner, also from a high-level insect race, sharing the same pursuit as the former Noah, to overthrow the queen. How could they, who had always been proud, be content to remain under someone else's rule? The man questioned in a deep voice, "What? Have you also become that queen's lackey?" Initially, Noah felt displeased with the man's questioning attitude, but upon careful thought, if he could become the queen's exclusive lackey, that didn't seem too bad. If he could win the queen's favor, that would be even better. So, under the man's surprised gaze, Noah slowly nodded, even carrying a hint of pride in his expression. It seemed like a silent boast. "Yes, I'm the queen's lackey. So what? Are you crazy?" The man in black yelled at him. "How did you become just like those foolish, decayed royalists? Are you content to remain under someone else's rule, becoming a mindless slave?" However, facing the man's anger, Noah stated that he was initially unwilling, but upon reflection, if he became the queen's slave and offered her loyalty, that could be a good thing. Noah was not surprised that his friend noticed his change. He had never intended to hide it. As an insect, being loyal to the queen was a matter of course. Although he had scoffed at this idea before, now he was a staunch supporter of it. "Once you meet the queen, you will naturally understand my actions," Noah explained to the man in black. He believed no insect could resist the queen's charm. This was something ingrained in their genes. It was their destiny. Yet he did not feel resentful at all. Instead, he found joy in it. Loyalty was a destiny that brought happiness. Thinking about it, he and the queen were naturally connected by destiny. Noah thought happily, "You're crazy, really crazy." The man in black looked at Noah, who seemed impervious to reason, and angrily walked away. Late at night, the man in black sat at the table with no sign of sleepiness. Noah's change in attitude had caught him off guard. The man in black was named Claire, and he had been friends with Noah since childhood. They were so alike in their rebellious spirit, dissatisfied with the strict hierarchy within the insect race, unwilling to pledge loyalty to that ethereal queen they had never seen. Under the leadership of Lord Yi, they became some of the first members of the reformists. Clearly, there were many others with similar ideas, and the influence of the reformists was growing stronger. His alliance with Noah was becoming increasingly unbreakable. Previously, due to the queen's disappearance, many reformist tactics could not be employed. After all, how could you overthrow something that wasn't there? Now, with the queen's return, according to reports from the front lines, the queen, having been in the human world for a long time, was not as powerful as in history. On the contrary, she seemed somewhat weak. Given this situation, their success seemed to be a foregone conclusion. However, on the eve of victory, Noah betrayed their ideals. Since that was the case, the man in black, Claire, gripped the pen in his hand tightly. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being ruthless. The pen in his hand could not withstand the immense pressure and snapped with a crack, just like the friendship that had broken between him and Noah. Chapter 28, Departure. The man quickly summoned several other key members of the reformist faction for an emergency meeting. After discussions among the group, a new plan was formulated, but this plan no longer included Noah. What if Lord Noah tries to stop us? One of the key members asked. Then we'll deal with him together, Claire coldly ordered. This member hesitated. After all, Noah was the leader of the reformists, and everyone had always respected him. Noah has betrayed our organization and has become the queen's lapdog, Claire announced coldly. The crowd was in an uproar. Noah sensed the dissatisfaction within the reformist faction, but he did not take it to heart. He believed that once he met the queen, the entire reformist faction would cease to exist. No insect race could remain disloyal to the queen. Everyone was a staunch royalist. Meanwhile, as a newly minted royalist, Noah was busy completing the tasks assigned by the queen, determined to become her most capable assistant and her favorite lapdog. Noah was filled with enthusiasm and resolve. Amidst the hustle, the queen's coronation ceremony was quickly approaching. Yan Zhi donned a crown and a luxurious red gown, standing on a high platform in the center of the insect domain, overlooking the entire area. Below her, Kongbai and Lushan looked on with satisfaction. As steadfast royalists, they had finally fulfilled their long-held wish to welcome back their queen, their destined master. However, the queen, high above, did not wish to fulfill their desires. Before they could revel in their joy, a commotion below shattered the illusion of peace. A group of intruders, armed with explosives, wreaked havoc during the coronation ceremony. The roar of gunfire and the acrid smell of gunpowder engulfed the venue. It's those foolish reformists. They should have been dealt with long ago, Lushan cursed inwardly. But at this moment, such thoughts were futile. They did not care about the casualties below. Their gazes were fixed on Yan Zhi on the high platform, who looked like the most precious and beautiful rose blooming in the insect domain. She was the one they had to protect at all costs. Seemingly aware of their gaze, Yan Zhi smiled brightly at them. Before they could feel joy at this smile, Yan Zhi pulled out a smoke bomb from somewhere. With a bang, she vanished into the smoke. Kongbai and Lushan frantically rushed toward the high platform. But there was nothing at all. The person they yearned for had already disappeared from their sight. What more was there to understand? Everything today was orchestrated by the queen herself, not the reformists. The queen wanted to leave this place. I should have realized this. Kongbai mumbled to himself. The queen, raised in human society, had long lost her sense of belonging to the insect domain. There was no need to be so anxious. Once they found the queen, they should take their time to announce her identity. Slowly, they should take their time. Kongbai repeated this over and over, seemingly entranced. A stream of blood tears flowed from his eyes. The queen had abandoned her subjects, and the insect race had once again become aimless wanderers. Meanwhile, Noah was escorting Yan Zhi as they fled. The ultralight red gown that Lushan had meticulously designed to lessen Yan Zhi's burden became the best gear for her escape, not hindering her movements at all. Not far away was the spaceship that Noah had prepared in advance. As long as they boarded the ship, she could leave this cursed place and return to the human world. But was everything really going so smoothly? Clearly not. A missile containing immense energy had locked onto their position, and a pair of dark, deep eyes were fixated on the screen displaying their location. Let all end. Farewell, my dear friend. Claire pressed the launch button with a snap. Starting launch, launch program running. Claire opened the monitor, ready to relish this final moment of victory, only to unexpectedly encounter a dazzling red figure like a flame. Claire's heart jolted as he felt the call of his genes. Without needing more words, he understood everything. He understood why the royalists were so steadfast in their support for the Queen's rule at all costs. He understood why his friend had quickly abandoned his ideals and changed his attitude without explanation. Because once you see her figure, you understand. The call from the depths of your soul and bloodline requires no words, no explanations. Because the insect race is absolutely loyal to the Queen without exception. Claire frantically pressed buttons on the control panel, but it was futile once the program was initiated. This was the first time he had seen his Queen since he had grown up. This was the first time he had offered his complete loyalty to her. And now, he was about to kill his own Queen. He smashed the keyboard on the control panel, shards cutting in his skin, blood flowing freely, but he felt nothing. He deeply hated himself for not deciding to meet the Queen first before making such a decision. But now it was all too late. 3, 2, 1. The missile's tail erupted with blazing flames, hurtling towards its target along the predetermined path. The missile sliced through the sky, and the two at the spaceship's entrance noticed this. They were locked onto by the missile. Without hesitation, Noah pushed Yan Zhi into the pod and transformed into his insect form, soaring into the sky. Using his advanced insect form as a shield, he protected the people inside the spaceship. At the moment the missile struck Noah, many memories flashed through his mind. Grandpa, why are we guardian insects? Because our clan's duty is to protect Her Majesty the Queen with our lives. Young Noah wrinkled his nose, unable to understand. He loved himself the most and didn't want to risk his life to protect someone. But at this moment, he suddenly understood the words of the elders in his clan. Even so, he felt no regret. Noah still had the awareness to think, it's truly wonderful to help Her Majesty. What an honor. Until the last moment, Noah's consciousness was fixed on a red figure. What a pity I couldn't accompany you to the very end. Yan Zhi clearly felt the mental connection with Noah severing. She had lost the power to control him and would forever lose him. It was an indescribable feeling. Yan Zhi felt an emptiness in her heart. How strange. Clearly, she had threatened his life to make him work for her. Yet in the end, he was willing to risk his life to protect her. Yan Zhi was puzzled. It seemed she had always misunderstood. Noah's obedience to her was not merely due to a spiritual imprint, but rather a more complex emotion. Before Yan Zhi could sort out her thoughts, the preset program on the spaceship drove it to ascend. Although the ship sustained some damage from the explosion, it still carried Yan Zhi away from the insect domain. Finally leaving this place, but at this moment, Yan Zhi did not seem so happy. Chapter 29. Picking up a person on the other side of the surveillance. Claire stared intently at the screen, facing the death of his close friend. He had no time to grieve, and there was even a hint of inappropriate joy. The Queen is not dead. That's great. He recalled Noah's tribe, the Shield Worm clan. Long ago, when technology was not so advanced, the Shield Worm clan evolved hard shells to serve as shields, protecting the Queen's safety, a tribe filled with sacrificial meaning. He remembered that as a child, Noah was never satisfied with his tribe's duty. He prided himself on being an egoist. Sacrificing himself for others was more unbearable than killing him. It was out of some rebellious spirit that Noah joined the rebels. Now, he had somewhat fulfilled his tribe's responsibilities. But none of this was known to Yan Zhi. She was trapped in another predicament. Affected by the shockwave from the explosion, the spaceship was damaged, and repairing this damage consumed a significant amount of energy from within the ship. Now, the internal energy of the spaceship could barely support Yan Zhi reaching her destination. Whether it could land on the nearest planet to obtain supplies was a big question. A spaceship without energy would lose all its propulsion, drifting aimlessly in the universe, with nowhere to land. This would lead to Yan Zhi's slow death in space. With little time to hesitate, Yan Zhi made up her mind and chose to land on an unknown planet closest to the spaceship. Whether she could successfully land was left to fate. Brother, there's a big sister here. A crisp voice sounded. Cole, who was searching for usable materials in a mountain of garbage, looked up at the sound. Nancy, How many times have I told you not to have that excess sympathy? Our lives are already bad enough. Although he complained about Nancy's overflowing sympathy. As a brother who pretended to be disdainful but was actually protective of his sister, Cole honestly went to Nancy's side. With just one glance, Cole was stunned. This beauty absolutely did not belong to this barren planet. Her skin was fair and soft, and beneath her thick, dark eyelashes were tightly closed eyes. Although she had not opened her eyes at that moment, it was not hard to see from her beautiful eye shape just how stunning they would be when opened. However, her condition was not good at all. Her delicate skin was covered in scratches and bruises from the explosion, and blood mixed with dirt stuck to her body. Yet this did not diminish her beauty. Instead, it added a sense of cold, broken beauty to her face, making one unable to help but feel pity. "Oh my God, she's truly a beauty," Cole murmured. "Brother, let's go quickly. We shouldn't have that useless, overflowing sympathy," Nancy said with a mischievous smile, waiting to see her brother's reaction. Cole awkwardly cleared his throat, coming back to his senses from the initial shock of her beauty. He wanted to save this unknown girl. However, despite being shocked by her, reason returned. Cole looked at the girl's fair skin and the luxurious red gown that, although torn, still showed its expensive material. Not to mention the countless jewels she wore. Anyone could see that this girl was either wealthy or noble. But a noble status also meant trouble. The two siblings were merely orphans supporting each other, existing at the bottom of society, with very little ability to resist risks. They had no room for mistakes. "Oh God, what should I do?" Cole anxiously ran his fingers through his golden hair, looking back at the beautiful girl on the ground, unaware of everything around her, like a red rose blooming in this barren land. At that moment, if left unattended, it was clear that this delicate rose would soon wither. Cole believed that even a hard-hearted person would not sit idly by and watch such a tragedy occur. "Nancy, do you want to save this beautiful sister?" Cole threw the question to his sister, as it was clear they had to consider her thoughts as family. Although Nancy, with her overflowing sympathy, would definitely not refuse. "Of course, brother. How could I bear to leave the beautiful sister here?" Nancy exaggeratedly pouted. "If you don't want to take her away, then I won't go home and will stay here with her." Having made a decision, they acted without hesitation. Cole disregarded the day's task of searching for materials in the garbage mountain. Staying here even a minute longer increased their danger. This garbage planet was full of ruthless thugs. Finding a small cart, the siblings lifted the girl onto it, fearing that her striking appearance would attract unwanted attention on the way back. They covered her with a piece of tattered cloth. The worn fabric concealed the girl's body. For some reason, Cole felt a twinge of guilt in his eyes. The girl should be living in an environment surrounded by jewels, not in such a state of poverty. After settling the girl, Cole retrieved something from the deepest part of the house and went out. He arrived at Uncle Mike's house, 4 streets away. Uncle Mike was a drug dealer selling potions on this garbage planet. "Hey, Uncle Mike, do you have any high-level healing potions?" Cole asked as he entered. "Of course, but they aren't cheap, young man." Uncle Mike appraised the shabby-looking boy before him, evidently not wealthy, but that was no surprise. Who on this garbage planet was affluent? Uncle Mike kindly suggested, if it's not too serious, a basic healing potion would do. The effect is a bit weaker and has some side effects, but it's much cheaper. Cole certainly knew that he usually felt a pinch in his pocket after buying a basic healing potion. Logically, as a stranger, being willing to give the girl a basic healing potion would be generous enough. But for some reason, just thinking about that girl made him feel that a basic healing potion was not worthy of her. He made up his mind and chose the high-level healing potion instead, which would cost him dearly. He had never used a high-level potion himself. "Thank you for your advice, Uncle Mike, but I still need the high-level healing potion." "You kid." Uncle Mike shook his head helplessly and did not try to dissuade him further. Perhaps everyone on this garbage planet had their own secrets. One is 500 star coins. Uncle Mike took out a packaged small box and placed it on the counter. Inside flowed a milky white liquid with a texture like milk. "Uncle Mike, I don't have any money." Before he finished speaking, Uncle Mike put away the potion on the counter. "Kid, as much as I want to help you, you know we don't do credit around here." Chapter 30. My brother is acting strange today on the garbage planet. The population is mixed and generally poor. Even without considering the scoundrels and thugs who can easily default on debts, the high mortality rate means that the people seen today may not be alive tomorrow. Therefore, all shops on the garbage planet do not allow credit, as once a debt is incurred, it is difficult to collect. As a native of the garbage planet, Cole naturally knew the rules. He took out a deep blue crystal from his pocket and asked, "Uncle Mike, can I exchange this for something?" Uncle Mike took the crystal, and just by touching it, he could feel the energy inside. A high-quality energy stone. Uncle Mike almost exclaimed, weighing it in his hand. Although he was tempted, it wouldn't be right to take advantage of a child. Exchanging a high-quality energy stone for a high-grade healing potion. Kid, you're a loss here. Uncle Mike explained the facts to Cole. I know, Uncle Mike, but a high-grade energy crystal that I can't use is just a rock. While a high-grade healing potion can save a life, and right now, I need that. Cole had already understood the reasoning and was determined. All right, Uncle Mike handed him the high-grade healing potion and also prepared some commonly used potions. I want to take advantage of you. These potions are useful for you. Thank you, Uncle Mike. Cole was a bit surprised. On the garbage planet, if you decide to barter without money, you have to be prepared to suffer losses. So getting extra potions was indeed a pleasant surprise. Regarding the high-quality energy crystal, Cole's attitude wasn't as carefree as he appeared. He had found the crystal some time ago in a lucky moment on the garbage planet and had planned to save it as a ticket for future interstellar travel away from this planet. To get that high-quality energy stone, Cole paid a considerable price. A local thug had discovered him with it and tried to rob him, leading to a significant conflict. Cole still bore a long knife wound on his shoulder from that encounter. However, the thug also sustained serious injuries and seemed to have died later due to lack of timely medical assistance, thus eliminating the danger. When Cole and his sister Nancy reached their lodging, Nancy exclaimed in delight while holding the newly acquired high-grade healing potion. It's so beautiful. This is my first time seeing a high-grade healing potion. She clearly liked it, but she felt no pity for using the potion on the girl she had found. She urged Cole to quickly step aside, as the potion needed to be applied to the skin, and it was obviously inconvenient for Cole to be there. Brother, hurry outside. I need to apply the potion to my sister. Under Nancy's urging, Cole left the room. He had no intention of peeping at the girl changing, as he wasn't that lewd. However, his good physical condition allowed him to catch a glimpse of some exposed, fair skin out of the corner of his eye. Cole thought to himself that Nancy couldn't wait even for a moment. With that thought, his steps quickened as he left the room, almost resembling a hasty retreat. He couldn't help but distance himself from that room, as if physical distance would help him cut off those thoughts. But even after walking a long way, his ears still felt a bit warm. The image of that fair skin still lingered in his mind. Cole shook his head, trying to rid himself of the thought. Such thoughts were far from gentlemanly. Applying the potion didn't take long. Before long, Nancy exited the room. Brother, I've been looking for you for so long. Why'd you run so far? Nancy complained, thinking Cole had just stepped into the yard to avoid her. But she hadn't expected it would take so long to find him. Is there something going on here? Nancy asked. It's nothing, just taking a stroll. Nancy scrutinized the tall boy in front of her, feeling his attitude was a bit strange, different from his usual calm demeanor. However, the young Nancy couldn't figure out why. Being someone who couldn't hide her secrets, she asked, Brother, why are you acting so weird today? Before she could finish the question, she noticed something new. Your face is so red. Are you sick? Cough, cough, it's just hot today. Looking at the man in front of her, who almost choked on his own saliva while fanning himself, Nancy couldn't help but tighten her clothes. Glancing at the nearby dark area where the snow had not fully melted. Is it hot? I don't feel it, Nancy said, feeling a bit cold due to not having enough warm clothes. Brother is really strange, Nancy thought to herself. When Yan Zhi opened her eyes again, she saw a strange, dilapidated ceiling. Although it was shabby, it was not dirty or messy. Everything was neatly placed, and the surroundings were clean. However, the drafty environment revealed the family's financial struggles. Where's this? Yan Zhi thought to herself. In her memory, the nearly out-of-energy spaceship had no power to safely land her. Before reaching the ground, the ship had exhausted its last bit of energy and fell straight from the sky. Yan Zhi hadn't carried any strong tools for self-defense, so she could only wrap herself in mental energy to minimize the impact damage. In the last moment of consciousness, the immense force from the impact caused her to lose awareness with a bang. Before long, Nancy discovered Yan Zhi's awakening. The little girl clearly liked the girl she had found very much, coming to check on her every now and then. This time, coming to observe, the girl on the bed was finally not in a state of unconsciousness. Her beautifully shaped eyes opened, and the sunlight shining into her brown pupils made her eyes appear even clearer. It seemed that the light favored this girl, as the fragmented sunlight passed through her fluffy hair, casting a golden halo around her, like a goddess enveloped in holy light. Even after taking care of the girl for so long and getting used to her beauty, Nancy was still awestruck. "Did you save me?" Hearing the girl speak. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, reminiscent of the first bird song in the morning. Nancy felt she was being charmed by the beautiful sister and wondered if she was also someone who admired beauty. Understanding the beautiful sister's curiosity, Nancy nodded her head rapidly like a chick pecking a grain. Yes, yes. But fearing the beautiful sister might think she was seeking repayment, she quickly shook her head and waved her hands. "It's okay, it's okay." The beautiful sister in front of her seemed amused by Nancy's series of affirmations and denials, revealing a faint smile. Nancy also realized her behavior seemed a bit comical, her face turning bright red. Feeling a little embarrassed, she chose to. Chapter 31. Is brother going to have Alzheimer's? Brother. The beautiful sister is awake. Nancy called out to Cole outside. After living together for so long, Nancy couldn't believe that Cole could remain indifferent to the beautiful sister. Everyone was enchanted by her, which made her feel less awkward. A tall young man pushed the door open and then instantly froze. Clearly, Nancy knew her brother very well. Oh my God! Even though he had become somewhat accustomed to the girl's beauty during this time, Cole was still shocked by the sight of her, as if a saint had descended. The goddess had a faint smile on her face, seemingly glowing, as if she were not in a dilapidated house, but in a magnificent hall, making the entire room appear luxurious. Cole struggled to regain his composure. Do you still feel any discomfort?" Cole asked, stammering, sounding like a flustered young man. However, the goddess didn't mind and instead thanked them gently. "I feel great. Thank you all for taking care of me during this time. You've been unconscious for so long. You must need something to eat. I'll prepare some food for you." With that, Cole hurriedly fled his room, so nervous that he even tripped over his own feet, exiting in a comical manner. Even Nancy inside the room was amused, letting out a laugh. Cole didn't know why he was so flustered, only that his face was burning, feeling that if he delayed even a second longer, he would be discovered by the person inside. Cole couldn't believe that the foolish act just now was actually done by him. She wouldn't think he was a strange fool, would she? Cole scratched his head in frustration. On the other side, through little Nancy's words, Yan Zhi learned that she had been forced to land on a garbage planet, a place where nearby planets dumped their waste. This planet was very unremarkable. It didn't even have its own name, only a cold, hard number. The people on the planet were almost all undocumented, not recognized by interstellar society, so the relevant welfare policies did not cover this place. Most people's daily lives involved rummaging through towering piles of garbage to find useful items to improve their lives. Resources here were extremely scarce. The mountains of garbage were their resources, and what they could find depended entirely on luck. The entire society was extremely underdeveloped, even primitive, completely unlike the people living in the interstellar age. This was a place where interstellar civilization had not reached. So the beautiful sister is from another planet? Little Nancy asked with wide eyes. Yes, I come from a very faraway planet. This place is located at the junction of the worm domain and the human world, not far from the capital star. Upon hearing the answer, little Nancy furrowed her brow with worry. It might be very difficult for her sister to return. The tickets for interstellar ships were outrageously expensive, and many people could never earn enough money for a ticket in their lifetime. Little Nancy was a bit concerned about the beautiful sister's future. She certainly didn't mind the sister living with them, but she still felt that their hard lives weren't worthy of the beautiful sister. Yan Zhi had also thought of this problem. She tried to log into her account on the Star Network, but there was no signal at all, which meant she couldn't use the currency in her account or contact anyone. Yan Zhi was now in a state of complete poverty and isolation. By the way, it was even worse than that. She was also seriously injured. After a long time, the young man who had just fled brought in a bowl of freshly cooked millet porridge, accompanied by steaming stir-fried vegetables, which was quite suitable for a patient. After calming down outside, the young man's expression had settled, and he looked quite reliable. Brother's cooking is amazing, little Nancy said with a smile. The young man heard this compliment, and his calm demeanor didn't last long before a blush crept up to his ears. It's just at a level that can be eaten. Yan Zhi saw the young man humbly reply, his expression showing a hint of bashfulness. After tasting it, little Nancy's judgment was quite accurate. The millet was cooked to a mushy softness, and the rice aroma completely infused the porridge, making it delicious. What little Nancy said is right. Cole's cooking is really good. Yan Zhi never hesitated to praise. With a bit of mischievousness, Yan Zhi noticed that the young man's ears were even redder, the blush spreading to his face. Unexpectedly, the tall and reliable Cole was so easily embarrassed. Yan Zhi couldn't help but tease him. Cole, you're too modest. This is totally at a master level. The blush completely spread across his entire face, and it seemed that the young man realized this too, finding an excuse to go collect clothes outside, and left again. With a hint of fleeing, little Nancy watched all this, not understanding her brother's actions. Ever since the beautiful sister came to their home, her brother had become quite strange. There were no clothes drying outside today, so why did he need to go collect clothes? Could it be that he's getting old and his memory is failing? Little Nancy recalled hearing about a disease called Alzheimer's. Could her brother be having such a problem? Little Nancy felt a bit worried, but her brother's face was so red. Could it be hot today? It was hard to understand. Her gaze turned to the beautiful sister beside her, and little Nancy forgot to think about her brother's issues. Completely occupied by the beautiful sister, she couldn't help but pester the beautiful sister with questions about this and that. The beautiful sister knew so much, and little Nancy gained a lot of knowledge. She liked the beautiful sister the most. Listening to the joyful sounds coming from the room, one could feel Nancy's happiness just from the sounds. Cole felt a warmth in his heart. The siblings had relied on each other on this planet since childhood, and their impoverished lives had not offered much joy. It had been a long time since he had seen Nancy so happy. Oh, right. It wasn't just Nancy who felt happy. He did too. Cole inexplicably thought of a concept he had seen before called home. If they had a home, it would probably feel like this. He truly hoped that the girl named Yan Zhi could stay here with him forever. This might not just be a hope. It might very well become a reality. Thinking about the exorbitant spaceship ticket to leave the garbage planet for the first time, Cole felt that the expensive ticket didn't seem so bad. Because of that, the girl named Yan Zhi would stay by their side forever. Thinking of the beautiful Rose wanting to remain in this barren land, Cole couldn't express whether he felt joy or regret. Realizing his somewhat dark thoughts, Cole's heart jolted. He felt like a lowly person stealing roses, dirty and greedy. But if he could obtain the rose, it seemed that all of this didn't matter anymore. Chapter 32. Picking up trash today. Clearly, it wouldn't be easy to leave this place for a while, and the injuries on my body hadn't healed yet. With the enthusiastic insistence of the siblings, Yan Zhi settled in their home. Since she was staying here, Yan Zhi naturally felt embarrassed to stay for free, even though the siblings didn't mind this at all. At this moment, she felt grateful. The red dress she wore at the coronation was made of very substantial materials. Although the series of high-tech technologies used inside had been rendered useless in the collision, some hard, precious gemstones remained. Relying on these gemstones, Yan Zhi barely possessed some assets. Here, she silently thanked LeSean for 3 seconds. Indeed, the Empire's richest person was wealthy. If these gemstones appeared on other planets, they could fetch astronomical prices at any auction house. However, this was a garbage planet abandoned by interstellar civilizations. Basic livelihoods had become a problem for the people here, and there weren't many willing to pay for these jewels, nor were the prices high. Nevertheless, Yan Zhi still gave the gemstones to the siblings, asking them to exchange them for some money to alleviate the pressure of survival for everyone, even if just a little. Cole held the ruby that Yan Zhi had given him, its facets reflecting dazzling light in the sunlight. Even someone like him, born on a barren planet, could recognize the value of this gem. Although Yan Zhi had never mentioned her previous living conditions, it was easy for Cole to infer that they must have been quite affluent. He couldn't help but feel conflicted. Was it really right to transplant a nurtured rose to barren land for his own selfish desires? But there was really no way around it. Even if he wanted to help Yan Zhi, selling all his belongings wouldn't raise enough for a ticket off the garbage planet. Brother, these gems are so beautiful. Hearing his little sister, Nancy, call him, he thought it would be a shame to sell them, and they wouldn't fetch much money anyway. Sister is too polite. She wants to help us. I don't think she's a burden at all. Yeah, although the gems are precious, they really don't have much market value on this garbage planet. Thinking about how Yan Zhi's gems could end up in the hands of those rough people for a low price made Cole feel unable to accept it. He put the gems in his pocket, planning to find an opportunity to return them one day. On this planet, only she deserved these brilliant gems. After coming to this realization, Cole turned his steps away from the market and took Nancy to another place. Are we not going to the market, brother? He heard his sister ask. We're not going. I'll take you to the flower sea to pick some flowers to decorate the house. Cole replied. He felt that the shabby house didn't match Yan Zhi at all. Although he couldn't change everything, picking some flowers to decorate a bit would be good. She probably liked fresh flowers too. That's great. By the way, didn't you always say that place was too far to take me? It was clear that little Nancy was very happy. Make sure not to tell sister that we didn't sell the gems, okay? Just tell her that the gems are sold. Cole reminded Nancy. Brother, lying isn't a good quality. Little Nancy made a face at him. Kids shouldn't worry about adult matters. Got it. Brother has his own secrets too. Little Nancy waved her hand and hopped away. How did you bring back so many flowers? Yan Zhi buried her face in the flowers and took a deep breath. The fragrance filled her nostrils, clearly indicating that the flowers were very fresh. Everything on the garbage planet was gray, making it hard to see such bright colors. Yan Zhi was very happy. Beside her, little Nancy chimed in. Brother, and I specifically went to a very far place. Before she could finish her sentence, Cole covered her mouth. It was just on the way back. I'm glad you like them. Yes, I love them. Yan Zhi admired the flowers. The fresh blooms surrounded her fair face, making it hard to tell which was more beautiful, the flowers or the person. Cole was almost mesmerized, deciding that he would frequently go flower picking to bring her more. From then on, every morning, Yan Zhi would receive a bunch of freshly picked flowers. Cole even planned to create a flower garden in the yard when the weather got warmer. Did Cole really like flowers this much? Yan Zhi thought to herself, surprised by the contrast. After a period of rest, Yan Zhi's injuries had mostly healed. She couldn't just rest and be idle. After some coaxing from Yan Zhi, the siblings finally agreed to take her to the garbage dump to pick up trash. What do you want? I'll find it for you. Why do you have to go yourself? The young man said helplessly. Yan Zhi didn't understand why he always thought she shouldn't go to such a place. However, after much persuasion, he finally relented and agreed. Picking up trash also had its rules. It had to be done early, with the morning being the best time. At dawn, it was clear and the weather wasn't too hot. Afternoon was not suitable, as high temperatures could cause trash to emit unpleasant odors or even toxic gases, which would be dangerous. As soon as dawn broke, Yan Zhi set off with them, holding the cleanest garbage bag Cole had found for her the night before. It was even pink. Cole really has a feminine side, Yan Zhi thought. Some say that trash is just resources in the wrong place, and that's quite true. Among the mountains of trash, if one is patient in selecting, they can find plenty of useful items. Yan Zhi came with a purpose. After all, she had been personally taught by Su Changxiao, the Empire's top mecha master. Yan Zhi wasn't foolish. She had learned quite a bit. This mountain of trash was filled with all sorts of scrap metal. With some ingenuity, there was bound to be something usable. Even if the temperatures weren't that high, the garbage dump still emanated an unbearable stench, yet Yan Zhi didn't mind. She sifted through the piles of trash, putting things she could use into her small bag. Yan Zhi didn't think there was anything wrong with looking for what she needed in a dump. However, Cole felt inexplicably agitated. The beautiful girl and this foul-smelling garbage dump were completely out of place. She shouldn't be here. She should be surrounded by flowers and jewels. He shouldn't be so selfish as to want to keep the rose by his side. Cole had never hated being so poor as much as he did now. If he had enough money, he could take the girl and little Nancy away from this broken place. A thought he had previously dismissed reappeared in Cole's mind. Chapter 33. Getting rich. Cole realized that he had been too stubborn before. It wasn't necessary to keep the girl by his side, staying on this barren little asteroid together. As long as he worked hard to make money and had enough of it, he could buy 3 tickets to leave this junk planet, taking Nancy and the girl away from this hellhole. Previously, the exorbitant ticket prices were something he wouldn't even dare to think about. It was simply impossible. But now God had sent such a beautiful girl into his life. What else was impossible? He recalled how some people had once offered him a helping hand because of his strong physique. In the past, he had rejected their offers due to various concerns. But now it was time to reconsider. He really needed money, although it would come at a certain cost. He didn't mind as long as he could earn enough. As the sun rose higher, the weather gradually warmed up. Under the high temperatures, certain materials in the garbage began to ferment rapidly, making this place completely unsuitable for human habitation. At this point, Yan Zhi had also gathered what she needed and followed Cole back home. Once at home, Yan Zhi cleaned herself up and got to work. She planned to use the materials she had collected to make a means of transportation for the siblings. On this junk planet, transportation was scarce. Most of the time, they had to rely on their own legs. The siblings were running back and forth every day, which was exhausting. Yan Zhi assembled a small cart with a sunshade. Due to limited materials, she couldn't create anything more advanced. The cart primarily used solar energy, eliminating the need for human power and making it easier for the siblings. Yan Zhi painted the assembled cart pink and added some flowers that Cole had previously given her for decoration. After all, in Yan Zhi's memory, Cole was a guy with a strong sense of girlhood. Finally, a simple yet exquisite little cart was completed. Although it didn't have any advanced features, it was sufficient for transportation. When Nancy saw the car for the first time, she squealed in delight and rushed over, carefully touching the cart's body. "It's so beautiful. Sister, is this a princess's cart? I love it. You're amazing, sister." After saying this, she clung to Yan Zhi, asking her to take a ride around the yard. Yan Zhi played along, making sure Nancy fastened her seatbelt before taking her on a spin around the yard. The little girl was overjoyed. Her laughter echoed far and wide. Cole watched this warm scene with a smile, feeling that Yan Zhi always had a way to make a poor life bloom. He couldn't give up on working hard just because the others were content with simplicity. He still had to provide them with a better life. For the next several days, Cole was busy coming and going, almost without time to eat. When asked what he was busy with, he simply replied that he had found a well-paying new job. As for what exactly he was doing, he was unwilling to say, and his face grew paler. Yan Zhi was somewhat worried, but since he didn't want to share, she respected his little secret and didn't pry further. She quietly stayed at home, helping Cole take care of little Nancy. Despite being so busy, Cole still insisted on bringing home a fresh bouquet of flowers every day. Yan Zhi advised him not to work so hard and to rest more, but he wouldn't listen and continued to pick flowers daily. It seemed that Cole truly loved flowers, and his image as a flower lover further solidified in Yan Zhi's heart. Little Nancy was incredibly happy these days. Her sister drove her around every day. Although Big Brother was very busy lately, it seemed they had money now, as he brought home things he had previously been reluctant to buy. However, little Nancy was still very worried about her brother. He seemed to be in poor condition these days. When she asked him what was wrong, he wouldn't say anything, always treating her like a child. In fact, she wanted to tell her brother that he didn't have to work so hard. Little Nancy could still handle a life of hardship. In the junk star, having one's own means of transportation was quite a flashy thing. Yan Zhi and little Nancy had certainly drawn a lot of attention these days. Having a cart made things much more convenient. It could carry people and sometimes hold some items, which was very practical. Although the people around them were envious, it seemed that Cole still had a bit of reputation in this area, so no one attempted to rob them. However, a few families with slightly better circumstances had started to ask Yan Zhi if she could sell them a few similar carts. Although the offered compensation wasn't high, it was still a decent price on this impoverished little asteroid. Yan Zhi accepted these jobs since the materials for the cart were all collected from the garbage, excluding labor. It was essentially a no-cost business with pure profit. To improve the efficiency of finding materials, Yan Zhi made a few metal detectors, which greatly increased the efficiency of searching for materials in the garbage. Each cart wasn't priced high, but she had made many in a row over these days. And she even created other simple machines based on market demand, which had good sales as well. During this time, she earned quite a bit of money, leaving little Nancy amazed. She had never seen so much money in her life. Her sister was indeed a capable person, and her admiration for Yan Zhi grew even more. Calculating the current earnings, Yan Zhi happily thought to herself that if this trend continued, it should be possible to save enough for 3 tickets to leave the junk star with a little more effort. Yes, 3 tickets. After spending this time together, Yan Zhi had long regarded these adorable siblings as her family, planning to take them along to leave this junk star. From her observations over this time, although the siblings came from a poor background and had received a good education, they were not foolish. On the contrary, they were quite clever. Not to mention the older Cole, even the younger Nancy. During this time, Yan Zhi tried to teach her to read and write, and she learned quickly, showing great intelligence. In their conversations, Yan Zhi also discovered that they very much wanted to go to school for an education, but there were no educational resources on the junk star. Yan Zhi thought that once she bought the tickets and flew to a place connected to the star network, she could use the money in her account to bring the siblings to the capital star for education. She believed that with their abilities, they would surely achieve great things. The moon had risen for a long time, and the starry sky was reflected above. Yan Zhi had tidied up the money and prepared dinner, sitting at home waiting for Cole to return. She wanted to discuss future plans with him. Cole was really late. Yan Zhi waited until she almost fell asleep, and the dinner she had prepared had long since cooled down, but Cole still hadn't returned. The night grew deeper. With a creak, the door opened, waking the light-sleeping Yan Zhi. "Cole, you're back." The young man nodded. Although the weather was gradually warming, he still wore long sleeves and pants, covering himself up tightly. His complexion was pale, and even his lips lacked color. Chapter 34. The sharp knife cuts through the chest after hearing Yan Zhi's plan. Cole's eyes brimmed with tears. Unbeknownst to him, both of them had been working hard toward the common goal. He truly felt unworthy of such a wonderful person. However, despite being deeply moved, Cole couldn't place the entire burden of buying tickets on Yan Zhi. He still had to keep working hard to fulfill their shared wish as soon as possible. "I'm good making money, so you don't have to work so hard. Look at you, your complexion has been so poor recently." Listening to Yan Zhi's advice, Cole felt the pain from his wound lessening. "Have you eaten? The dinner I prepared for you has gone cold. I'll go heat it up and bring it to you." No, I'll heat it myself. You should rest. You've worked hard during this time." Cole took the food and escorted Yan Zhi to her bedroom, insisting that she shouldn't be busy anymore. The girl in front of him clearly couldn't argue with him, so she had to obediently go to sleep, but still reminded him. "The car parked in the yard with flower graffiti is a gift for you. Even if you have to work, driving will make it easier." "Got it, go rest," Cole responded lightly. However, after settling Yan Zhi, he couldn't even eat dinner and went to the yard to check out the gift she had prepared for him. The more he looked, the more he liked it. People from Garbage Star never had the tradition of giving gifts. After all, even survival was a problem. So who would think about giving gifts? Therefore, this was the first gift Cole had ever received in his life. Cole played with the gift in the yard for a long time, reluctant to put it down, and finally, unable to resist any longer. He returned to the bedroom to rest. Originally, he came back late and had stayed in the yard for a long time, hardly sleeping for a few hours that night. But Cole still got up early the next morning, driving to the sea of flowers where he usually picked flowers. Under the first ray of sunlight in the morning, he picked the freshest flowers to give to his beloved girl. Cole also discovered a cluster of roses. So, roses could bloom in this barren land? He thought roses were the most suitable flowers for Yan Zhi, but this cluster of roses was not yet fully bloomed. He decided to wait until they blossomed better before giving them to his beloved girl. On this back-and-forth journey, Cole felt for the first time that the muddy ground was so annoying, dirtying his beloved car. He could only try to find clean places to walk. After bringing the freshly picked flowers home, Cole went to his workplace, still smiling. A researcher in a white lab coat approached him, attaching various observation instruments to him. Seeing the happy smile on Cole's face, the researcher found it strange that he was so cheerful every day. He was impressed by Cole. After so many years of conducting human experiments, was the most motivated subject he had ever seen. It's worth noting that those who became subjects for human experimentation were all driven to the brink of despair by life. Otherwise, who would be willing to earn money this way? Cole had something rare that was seldom seen anywhere called hope. It was a rare thing, especially on this garbage star where everyone lived in a daze. In addition, the researcher was impressed by Cole's determination. In his lab, there were various levels of experimental projects available, with higher levels offering more rewards, but also higher risks. This kid was truly willing to gamble with his life, signing up for several high-risk projects. Fortunately, his physical quality was genuinely strong. Otherwise, others would have died long ago, but he still looked lively, as if nothing was wrong. The researcher had a bold guess, estimating that this kid's physical quality was at least A level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a high tolerance. He felt lucky to have found a treasure. After all, if this were anywhere else, an A-level talent would be treated like royalty, cherished and revered, not coming to his lab to be a human experiment subject. However, it was a pity that he was on Garbage Star. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had to live such a hard life. Even if born into a poor family, he would have achieved great success long ago with his physical abilities. One could only say that everyone has their own fate. The researcher couldn't help but sigh. Even though he thought this way, he still had to do what needed to be done. The researcher, though sympathetic, couldn't let his compassion lead him to give up such an outstanding subject. Take off your clothes. Let me check your condition. The researcher ordered the boy in front of him. The boy was already used to it and took off his long shirt and pants, revealing a body that was usually covered by clothing that could no longer be called a body. His limbs had completely lost their flesh and were replaced by cold, shining steel. At this moment, looking at his exterior, Cole could no longer be considered a complete human. He looked more like a half-machine. Indeed, the Research Institute was engaged in the study of human mechanical modification, attempting to explore the limits of human mechanization. On other planets, human experimentation was prohibited due to human rights protection, but on the Garbage Star, abandoned by interstellar civilization, everyone was an illegal resident, and naturally, there were no human rights to speak of. Thus, the laboratory was established here. Being a subject of human experimentation was often painful and had a high mortality rate. Fortunately, this laboratory was one of the few wealthy ones on Garbage Star, offering quick payments. Even if a subject died, their family would receive a large compensation, so some people driven to the brink of despair would choose to come here. The researcher carefully examined the places where the machinery connected to flesh. Due to overuse, some areas were inflamed and festering. Without anesthesia, the researcher took out a small knife he carried with him and scraped off the rotten flesh. Although the boy was already accustomed to this kind of pain, his body couldn't help but tremble from the pain. Now you know it hurts. I'm not saying you, but why do you insist on going home every day? The machinery hasn't fully integrated with your body yet. Once you move, your flesh will rub against the steel, and it'll definitely cause you pain. This place is prepared for you to rest. The researcher admonished the boy beneath him, still valuing this subject highly. High-level subjects were rare and precious. If he ruined this one, he probably wouldn't find another willing high-level talent to experiment on in his lifetime. However, the boy, enduring the excruciating pain, didn't take his words to heart and smiled in response. There are still people at home waiting for me. Mentioning family seemed to light up the boy's eyes. The researcher was somewhat moved and didn't press further. Speaking of which, his wife and child were on another planet, and he missed them dearly. He decided that he needed to hurry back to see them during his next vacation. Although his heart was touched, the researcher didn't relax his tone. You signed up for the mechanical heart replacement project yesterday. Make sure to rest well afterward. Got it. Under the glaring surgical lights of the operating room, the sharp scalpel sliced through his chest. Chapter 35. The abrupt end of happiness after the surgery. Cole put on his black long coat and pants again, covering himself up tightly, trying hard to hide any signs of something being wrong. However, his pale face from excessive blood loss could not be concealed. Although the researchers repeatedly advised Cole to rest well at the Research Institute, he still decided to go back. But he did not go home directly. Instead, he went to another place. By the time Cole arrived, there were already 3 or 5 muscular men waiting for him. They looked intimidating, but Cole walked over to join them. Although he was a bit thinner, he blended in harmoniously, exuding a presence that did not lose to the others, and even seemed to overshadow them slightly. You finally made it. Let's show those little bastards who's boss for daring to encroach on our territory. One of the big men put a hand on his shoulder and led him in a certain direction. On Garbage Star, although the trash was piled high, wherever there were people, there were factions and power divisions. Each trash area actually belonged to different forces, and if you went into someone else's territory to scavenge, you could expect to get beaten up. Of course, there was a way to expand your controlled area, which was to defeat the original forces on that land. Cole and his group had no intention of invading others. They were simply responding to a recent group of unruly forces that had repeatedly caused trouble in their controlled area, clearly trying to stir things up. Since that was the case, they were not pushovers and decided to teach them a lesson today. Upon arrival, the opposing group had been waiting for a while with a tacit understanding. The two groups met and, without a word, immediately started fighting. The numbers were about equal, but it was clear that Cole's side was stronger. Despite being the only lean one, Cole fought with a ferocity that far surpassed those big men, exhibiting a reckless attitude. He kicked one man to the ground without giving him a chance to breathe and followed up with a punch. His moves were unpredictable and relentless, leaving the opponent with no room to fight back. With an elbow strike, a bone-cracking sound echoed. "Stop, stop, stop." The opposing side conceded verbally, kneeling in the dirt, baring their teeth as they wiped the blood from their mouths. Cole stood there with his arms crossed, looking down on them with disdain, while the defeated group scurried away like beaten dogs, tails tucked between their legs. However, it seemed they were not entirely convinced, as a sinister glint flickered in their eyes, hinting at some bad intentions brewing. "You got some skills, huh? I thought you looked as pale as a sheet and wouldn't be able to hold your own," one big man said, patting Cole on the shoulder, only to feel a slippery, wet sensation. He looked at his hand to find it covered in blood. Cole's dark outfit had concealed it during the fight, but now, the man exclaimed, "What is going on with you?" In contrast to the man's surprise, Cole remained excessively calm. The mechanical limbs he had just fitted, combined with his flesh, had become a bloody mess during intense movement. But Cole had long since grown accustomed to this pain. Cole's face turned even paler, fearing that Yan Zhi would smell the blood when he got home. He said to the big man, "Can I use this place to wash up and change clothes?" "You're injured. You shouldn't get wet," the big man advised. Cole heard the warning, but ignored it. After washing up, he headed home. As soon as he walked in, little Nancy rushed out wanting to hug him. Cole, fearing she might sense something was wrong, halted her. Nancy, rejected for a hug, was not upset and sweetly pouted at Cole. "Brother, I haven't seen you much lately. I need to go earn money to buy us tickets for a spaceship. Once we leave this place, you'll be able to go to school." Cole patiently reassured his sister. "I don't want to go to school that much. You don't have to work so hard." Hearing Nancy's soft comfort, Cole felt a pang of pain for her, not wanting her to feel like a burden, and quickly reassured her. "But I want to leave Garbage Star too, to see the outside world." "All right then." Nancy nodded, but still felt sorry for her brother working so hard. Yan Zhi was focused on making various machines that could be sold, and the house was filled with flowers. Under the backdrop of the flowers, the focus girl appeared even more beautiful. However, the surroundings still seemed too shabby, and Cole made a silent resolution. Soon, he wouldn't have to wait long. He would take the girl away from this place. He decided to sign up for the newly opened project at the lab. Although it carried some risks, if he succeeded this time, he could directly take Yan Zhi and his sister away from this place. Not wanting to disturb Yan Zhi, who was engrossed in her work, Cole turned and took Nancy to the kitchen to prepare dinner, so that they could eat as soon as Yan Zhi finished. "Brother, today's meal is so lavish." Little Nancy clearly found it tempting, filled with many delicious items they usually couldn't have. "Of course, your sister has been working hard lately, so we need to replenish her energy," Cole replied. "Yeah, I think both you and sister have been working hard, so we should eat more." Nancy assumed a little adult demeanor, saying she would go buy some honey the next morning to make dessert for her brother and sister. "Then I'll look forward to Nancy's creation," Cole said. In the midst of laughter, the three enjoyed a sumptuous dinner, the atmosphere light and joyful. Cole let the two ladies rest first while he cleaned up the remaining dishes. The warm atmosphere made Cole wish that life could continue like this forever, that the three of them could always be together. The next day, early in the morning, all three woke up early. Yan Zhi was responsible for continuing to make various machines. Cole had already gathered flowers for the day and tidied up before heading off to work again. Even little Nancy was carrying her small bag, ready to go buy some honey today to let her brother and sister taste her dessert-making skills. Everyone had their own tasks to attend to, each fulfilling their role in harmony. Cole thought to himself, "This is happiness." Driving to the research institute, Cole still wore a smile. The researchers thought to themselves, "Why is he so happy every day? Being able to be with family is amazing. Damn, it really is amazing." The thought of his wife and child far away on another planet inspired the researcher's homesickness to reach its peak. "I want to pack up and take a vacation home right now," they sighed inwardly. But there was nothing they could do. Workers were always bound by their obligations. Speaking of which, Cole was somewhat reluctant. He had signed up for a new project and would soon leave the lab for good. It was hard to let go of such a useful experimental subject. Cole completed a day of experiments on himself, though it was painful. But thinking of his sister and Yan Zhi at home filled him with immense happiness. Cole thought this happy life would continue indefinitely, and today was no exception. But reality played a cruel joke on him. As soon as he got off work, Cole received some bad news. Chapter 36. Nancy's disappearance. What? Nancy is missing. Nancy was forcibly abducted on her way home after buying honey in the morning. There were clear signs of struggle nearby. The things Nancy had packed in her bag before leaving home were scattered everywhere, including the honey she had eagerly bought to make desserts for her siblings. Cole and Yan Zhi searched everywhere, but couldn't find her. Yan Zhi borrowed the connection she had built through selling machines in recent days, but still received no news. Just when the two of them were about to go crazy, Cole received a message that someone had specifically delivered to him. Upon opening it, Cole immediately understood what had happened. The ones who abducted Nancy were the same group that had tried to take over their territory yesterday. Although they had suffered a defeat, they were unwilling to back down. Today, they had taken Nancy without mentioning any ransom demands, only insisting that Cole go alone to the designated old warehouse. They emphasized going alone. If he brought anyone else, they couldn't guarantee what would happen. Cole knew well the ruthless nature of those desperate criminals. Watching Yan Zhi beside him, who was deeply worried about Nancy, Cole feared that she would be implicated because of him. Without hesitating too long, Cole chose not to tell Yan Zhi the contents of the note, only asking her to wait at home for news. Yan Zhi obviously sensed something was off, but no matter how she asked, Cole remained tight-lipped. As for the object of Cole and Yan Zhi's concern, little Nancy was now in a dusty, dilapidated warehouse. Surrounded by dirt, with bugs occasionally crawling by, Nancy was very scared, but she fought hard to hold back her tears. At that moment, she was bound hand and foot, her mouth taped shut, and her fair skin was covered in bruises from her struggles, looking both pitiful and disheveled. "Where are you, brother and sister?" little Nancy called out in her heart. Meanwhile, just a wall away from where little Nancy was being held, several scruffy men were drinking and eating meat, laughing heartily. This group was the same one that had fought with Cole and his companions over territory yesterday. "Isn't Cole supposed to be tough in a fight? Now that his sister is in our hands, let's see if he can still be tough," one skinny man, looking like a monkey, said proudly. "Forget about that. When the time comes, we'll make him do whatever we want," another man chimed in, suggesting they would make him crawl between their legs and lick their feet. "We brothers don't want anything this time, just to vent our anger and make that kid suffer," a stout man said, trying to smirk, but ended up wincing in pain from his wounds. He hated Cole the most because he had been beaten badly the night before. "Speaking of venting, isn't that kid's sister still in our hands?" a short man said with a greasy smile. "She's still so young and tender. It would definitely be enjoyable to use her." The others burst into laughter at this idea, enjoying themselves. However, their enjoyment was short-lived. With a loud bang, the door was kicked open from the outside. Sunlight poured into the dark warehouse, and a figure appeared against the light in front of the men. It was Cole, the very subject of their earlier conversation. The men guarding the warehouse were shocked that he had arrived so quickly. They knew this message was a trap. Anyone would hesitate before coming. Yet he had arrived so fast. It was truly unexpected for the men, who were still unprepared, with leftover food and beer bottles scattered all over the floor. Even though they weren't ready, they exchanged glances and became even more excited. Looks like this kid really cares about his sister. Once someone has a weakness, they can be easily manipulated. Unfortunately, they wouldn't get to taste his sister's sweetness. Cole stood at the door, and the men dragged little Nancy out, tossing her aside. Nancy was covered in dust mixed with blood. Although she was born on a garbage planet, Cole had taken good care of her, and she had never looked so disheveled. Yet she bit her lip tightly, refusing to shed a single tear. Especially when she saw her brother, her heart felt even more aggrieved. But she understood she couldn't let him worry. The men were somewhat surprised by this scene. The siblings looked different in style, but were equally stubborn at their core. Seeing little Nancy in this state, Cole's pupils constricted. This was the sister he had cared for so carefully for so long. Even when Nancy faced minor grievances, Cole would silently feel distressed. Now, to see her treated like this was unbearable. The men, grinning maliciously, threw a glinting bone knife at Cole, telling him to stay put. Meanwhile, a man several meters away from Cole was brandishing a gleaming machete near Nancy. "We're not unreasonable. We just want you to make a choice." One man pretended to be serious, but he couldn't help but laugh at his own ridiculousness before finishing his sentence. Another man chimed in, expressing disdain for the first man's lack of ambition. "Here's the knife. Today, since we're meeting for the first time, how about you cut off a finger as a greeting gift? But we won't be picky about whose finger it is. We believe in freedom." With that, the man wore a sinister smile, hinting at the pleasure of deciding whether to cut off his precious sister's or his own. This was a blatant scheme to create discord. The men were intentional. As someone who had always been overlooked at home, he didn't believe there was any familial affection on this garbage planet. He wanted to see if the care Cole showed for his sister was genuine or just hypocrisy. He was curious about Cole's answer. However, even if Cole answered him, he wouldn't let him off easily. After all, it was a lot of trouble to kidnap his sister. It couldn't end so simply. The man watched Cole with an expression of anticipation, curious about his answer. Cole didn't keep him waiting long. He picked up the bone knife from the ground, aimed it at his own thumb, and without blinking, he cleanly chopped it off as if it weren't his own hand, if not for the blood splattering on his face. He seemed completely detached from the situation. His decisive action astonished the group of desperate criminals, who thought that even if sibling love was strong, a normal person would at least hesitate. However, it appeared he didn't need any time to think. "Good. What a hero," the man said with malicious intent. "Now, here comes the second question. Please listen carefully. One finger is too few. It's not enough for us brothers to share. Now I think we need an arm. Which one do you think is more suitable?" Chapter 37. Desperation given the poor medical conditions on the garbage planet. Even a small wound could lead to the loss of a leg. It's not just about the pain. The post-amputation care simply doesn't exist here. There have never been disabled people with amputated limbs on the garbage planet because they have long since died from infections due to lack of timely wound care. The question they asked was malicious at heart. It was no different from directly asking, which one of you wants to survive, you or your sister? Although young, little Nancy understood this logic. If it were just her being abused, she could still hold back her tears and stay strong. But seeing her brother endure all of this made her tears flow uncontrollably. The attention of the men in front of her was focused on her brother, and as a young girl with her hands and feet bound, not many people paid her any mind. The gleaming knife was right in front of her, and no one was overly cautious of her. The cold light reflected off the knife scared little Nancy, but thinking of her brother gave her courage. She was not afraid that her brother would not choose her. On the contrary, having grown up together, she knew that if faced with a choice where only one could survive, her brother would undoubtedly sacrifice himself to save her. Yet, little Nancy loved her brother dearly. So their answer to this question was the same, to sacrifice themselves for each other. Looking at the gleaming knife in front of her, little Nancy steeled her heart and charged forward, shouting, "Brother, run!" The blood gushed out, completely staining her little dress red. In the last moment of consciousness, little Nancy thought, without her as a burden, her brother would surely be just fine. Watching little Nancy's blood mix with the dust on the ground, Cole nearly went mad. What little Nancy didn't know was that Cole didn't care about losing limbs. Although he looked like a normal person, most of his replaceable parts had already been swapped out during his time at the research institute. Now, he was merely repeating the steps he had previously lost. The only thing he cared about was little Nancy's safety, his sister who depended on him. Cole picked up the bone saw and charged into the crowd. The men had already been stunned by little Nancy's unexpected actions. Taking the initiative, Cole acted swiftly, and two men fell to the ground. The men, having regained their senses after the initial chaos, hurriedly tried to defend themselves. Even if one-on-one they couldn't team-match Cole, they were numerous and armed. Alone, Cole was at a disadvantage, and, through sheer numbers, they could drag him down. The blade reflected blinding light, and blood flew everywhere. To the men's surprise, little Nancy's death stimulated Cole far more than they could imagine. When the blade struck Cole, blood gushed out, but he seemed oblivious. consumed by a single thought, to kill them all. He had nothing to lose, truly nothing to lose. The men were intimidated by his ferocity, their fighting spirit weakened by a third, which is a major taboo in battle. A group of them found themselves being overpowered by Cole. As time passed, more than half of the people in the dilapidated warehouse had fallen, leaving only a few who were already terrified, kneeling on the ground and weeping as they begged Cole for mercy. Mercy was not an option. Why hadn't anyone spared his sister? Cole ignored their pleas for mercy, gripping the bones saw and harvesting the lives of those present one by one. The tools they used to mock him became the most effective weapons for claiming their lives. However, the human body has its limits. Prolonged fighting took a significant toll on his stamina, and Cole wavered, using the knife for support. Realizing that begging for mercy was futile, a man behind Cole seized the opportunity, raising his machete to strike at Cole's neck. With that blow, he would surely sever Cole's head. Even the most reckless madman would die without a head. Cole sensed the movement behind him, but was powerless to stop it. There were threats in front and a deliberate attack behind, and with his body at its limit, he had no strength left to defend himself. The man swinging the knife suddenly hesitated. A searing pain shot through his mind, and everything went black as he lost all ability to move. Apart from Cole, it was clear that everyone else had experienced this inexplicable attack and collapsed to the ground. Although Cole didn't know what had happened, he wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip away. He was the butcher, and they were the fish on the chopping block. With swift strikes, he left no one alive except himself. As Cole shook off the situation and left, Yan Zhi sensed that something was wrong. However, Cole's pace was too fast, and he intentionally distanced himself, making it difficult for Yan Zhi to track him. Struggling, she spread her mental energy, searching for Cole's whereabouts bit by bit. After considerable effort, she finally located Cole, only to find him surrounded by a group of attackers. Although she hadn't seen them yet, the situation left no room for hesitation. Transforming her mental energy into a weapon for taking lives, Yan Zhi attacked those who wanted to harm Cole from a distance. When Yan Zhi reached the warehouse entrance, this was the scene that greeted her. The ground was littered with chunks of flesh and blood, indistinguishable from whose blood soaked into the soil, staining the earth a dark red. In the center of the scattered bodies, Cole stood there, propped up by his knife, covered in wounds, his eyes hollow, resembling a demon. He was a far cry from the shy big boy she remembered. It seemed he heard the noise as Cole's gaze shifted to the entrance. Upon seeing Yan Zhi, a glimmer of life returned to his eyes. Trembling lips formed two words, Nancy. Nancy lay in a corner of the warehouse, collapsed in a pool of blood. Her usual fair face was tinged with a hint of blue. There was a deep wound on her neck, exposing bone, with flesh turned inside out, revealing glaring white. Yan Zhi picked her up. The little body had already turned cold. To the Research Institute, Cole shouted, the only place he could think of on a garbage planet with the best medical conditions, even though it was primarily not focused on saving lives. Ignoring his own injuries, Cole hurriedly followed Yan Zhi as she drove the two injured to the Research Institute he mentioned. The researchers took little Nancy and rushed to the treatment room. Cole sat in a recliner, his wounds still bleeding profusely, while an assistant tried to bandage him without any response from him. Before long, a researcher came out, her expression grave. The situation isn't optimistic. She needs a large amount of O-type blood, she said. Little Nancy had lost too much blood and was in critical condition, urgently requiring a transfusion. On other planets, this wouldn't be a problem, but here on the garbage planet, medical resources were extremely scarce, and there was no such thing as a blood bank. Although the Research Institute had advanced technical resources from other planets, it was not a facility dedicated to saving lives. So naturally, there was no blood bank. Chapter 38, he had seen the rose when it came to type O blood. The researcher's gaze turned to Cole, looking at his pale as paper face, and quickly shifted away. He chuckled to himself about what he was thinking. Cole's situation was not optimistic either. If it weren't for his strong physical constitution, he would probably be lying there waiting for rescue like Nancy after being attacked by so many people and losing blood. But there was no more blood to squeeze out. However, among all the people present, Cole was currently the only known type O blood. Unfortunately, Cole's body could not withstand any more depletion. That little girl needed a significant amount of blood. If they wanted to save her, they would probably have to drain him dry. It seemed that the little girl was in grave danger, which was a pity given her young age. But beside them, Cole keenly caught the researcher's gaze and, being very intelligent, realized the issue. "You're going to take my blood." Cole suddenly stood up. "What a joke. Sit back down and rest. In your current condition, just managing to take care of yourself would be a mercy from God." Seeing that the researcher did not adopt his suggestion, Cole became anxious. He was not unaware of his physical condition. On the contrary, he was very clear about it. And he knew what this behavior meant: one life for another. But as long as it could save Nancy, nothing else mattered. After all, she was his only sister. "Use my blood to save her. I can accept any consequences." Cole stared at the researcher, his voice firm. "This is my last request to you. Are you out of your mind? You'll die doing this." The researcher wanted to say more, but seeing the determination in Cole's eyes, he swallowed his words. From their time together, he had already figured out Cole's temperament. This kid was very stubborn, and once he made up his mind, not even 10 oxen could pull him back. "You've worked so hard to earn money. Don't you have dreams you want to fulfill?" The researcher used his trump card, hoping that the Cole before him would change his mind. He knew how crazy this guy could get when it came to making money to fulfill his dreams. However, Cole was not swayed by his words and calmly replied, "I don't care anymore." The researcher was stunned. After enduring for so long and suffering so much, to just give up now? Cole was truly the most hard-working human test subject in his research institute. Other test subjects would need months or even half a year to recover after just one experiment, and many with poor physical conditions would die on the operating table. But Cole, relying on his good physical constitution, kept doing one experiment after another, which made the researcher worried. Although Cole was physically superior, it only meant he wouldn't die easily on the operating table. The pain he had to endure wouldn't lessen at all, and could even double due to the cumulative effects of various projects. As the project leader, no one knew better than him what Cole had sacrificed to achieve his goals. No one understood better than him how desperately Cole wanted to realize his dreams. But at this moment, Cole actually said he would give up. This left the researcher speechless. It seemed that the researcher had been frozen in place for too long, and Cole couldn't wait any longer. He spoke again, this time only uttering 2 words. "I beg you." The researcher was shocked by these 2 words. He clearly knew how tough Cole was, enduring inhumane torture during the experiments without a sound. Now, he was willing to humble himself and beg, which was truly astonishing. "Have you really thought this through?" The researcher asked Cole for confirmation again. But without needing Cole to confirm, the researcher was burned by the determination in Cole's eyes. With just one glance, he couldn't help but think of his wife and child far away on another planet. If they encountered such a situation and he were in this environment, would he be willing to make the same choice as Cole? The researcher thought for a long time. The answer was no. He truly loved his wife and child, and to give them a better life, he had come to this harsh garbage planet for higher pay, even at the cost of being separated from them. But if it meant sacrificing his own life, he still wouldn't be willing. Although they made different choices, this did not affect the researcher's deep respect for Cole's decision. Just as people naturally admire those who are greater than themselves, the researcher decided to respect Cole's wishes. Cole was taken into a small room alone. A syringe the thickness of a pinky finger continuously drew bright red blood from Cole's body. The large volume of blood extraction made Cole's vision go dark, and his head spun. "The little girl who brought you here wants to see you." Cole knew exactly who that person was. He really wanted to see her. But from the reflection in the glass, he saw his own appearance. His face was covered in blood and dust from the fight, filthy and devoid of color, with lips that were pale and tinged with a bluish hue. It was truly a dirty and frightening sight. Cole mocked himself inwardly, thinking that anyone who saw him would be scared for a long time. Cole heard himself struggle to squeeze out a few words through his teeth. "Don't let her see me." It seemed that after saying those words, he had exhausted all his strength. After speaking, he collapsed onto the hospital bed like a pile of mud, his gaze unconsciously fixed on the bright red blood in the blood extraction tube. So red, so red. It reminded him of the cluster of red roses he had seen in the sea of flowers that had not fully bloomed. Those roses would surely suit her well. He had thought so since he first saw that cluster. He had planned to pick them and give them to her once they fully bloomed. Counting the days, It should have been just a few days away. But it was a pity that he would never have the chance to give that cluster of roses to his little Rose. Perhaps roses should not leave the fertile land that nourished them. Just like his little Rose, Yan Zhi should never have left her prosperous planet, even if by accident. She was briefly possessed by someone as dirty and crude as him. It was merely a fleeting moment. The Rose would eventually return to the place where it belonged. What he could do was strive to provide the ticket for the Rose to leave here, to put away those greedy thoughts that should not exist. Meeting the Rose was the greatest luck of his life. Farewell, my Rose. Cole closed his eyes without any regrets. At least in this life, he had seen the Rose. Chapter 39, The Antidote for the Mad Dog from the Researcher. Yan Zhi understood the sequence of events. Uncertain of her emotions, Yan Zhi took the small, exquisite box that Cole had given her one last time from the researcher's hands. Inside, there were 3 tickets for leaving the garbage star. If it had been before today, Yan Zhi would have felt joy upon seeing these tickets. They could carry the 3 of them away from this garbage star to begin a new life. But now, every ticket was soaked in Cole's blood. Yan Zhi's thoughts were tumultuous. It was a pity that there was one extra ticket. Yan Zhi didn't know how to process everything after that. With the recovering little Nancy, she boarded the ship, leaving the garbage star. The 2 of them felt too lonely. Sitting face to face on the spaceship, Yan Zhi thought to herself. The extra ticket was carefully folded and kept on her person. Although they had left the garbage star, that ticket was just a piece of waste paper. However, on the garbage star, it could fetch a high price. Yet, Yan Zhi chose not to sell it. Instead, she stored it carefully. Outside the spaceship window was the vast and boundless universe, with stars scattered like jewels that seemed to have been casually sprinkled by God. Little Nancy clearly had never seen such a magnificent sight before. Her big eyes were filled with uncontainable astonishment. However, even in the presence of such rare beauty, little Nancy still felt a bit down. Sister, when do you think brother will be released from prison? It will be 10 years. Without brother by her side, little Nancy must take good care of herself, eat well, and grow tall, Yan Zhi gently explained to Nancy. To protect Nancy's young heart, she knew that the little girl could not accept the fact that her beloved brother had died because of her. Therefore, Yan Zhi fabricated a kind lie, telling Nancy that it was Brother Cole who killed the bad guys to protect her. But killing bad guys comes at a price. So, brother was taken to prison, and it would be a long time before he could be released to see little Nancy again. I miss brother so much, little Nancy murmured. After leaving the garbage star, they flew far away. It was only when Yan Zhi's terminal finally connected to the star network that she was overwhelmed by a flood of news. The sheer volume made her dizzy. Meanwhile, far from where Yan Zhi was in the capital star, a meeting room on the top floor of the Empire building was filled with people seated around a long table that seemed to stretch endlessly. Any citizen who happened to be there would be surprised to find that everyone present was a regular on international news, each one a powerful figure in their own right. At that moment, however, this group of big shots was trembling in fear, too scared to even breathe. The silence in the large conference room was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. At the head of the table sat a tall figure, dressed in a sharply tailored black suit, with thin lips pressed together. His handsome face showed no emotion. Seeing this made everyone even more fearful. This gentleman was no longer the easygoing one from 6 months ago. In that time, he had revealed a ruthless side that sent chills down everyone's spine. His Royal Highness Su Qingxiao. Oh no, he should now be called Your Majesty. To declare war on the insect race and better control power, unexpectedly. The usually gentle and refined Su Qingxiao had, at a speed no one could react to, committed regicide to seize the throne. His first act upon taking power was to declare war on the insect race. Although there had been friction between the insect race and the Empire on the borders in recent years, the Empire had primarily focused on defense. Yet, upon Su Qingxiao's ascent, he took a very aggressive stance, as if he were desperate to attack the insect race for some reason. No one could understand. After taking power, the war god of the Empire, the Jian family, opposed the war, deeming it harmful and unbeneficial, and they were even imprisoned for a time. Although everyone shared the thought that war should not be initiated, facing Su Qingxiao's ruthless methods, no one dared to speak up for the Jian family. Later, it was unclear what His Majesty said to the Jian family, but they surprisingly became proponents of the war. From then on, war became the most pressing issue for the entire empire. The meeting was convened because news from the front indicated that the situation had become critical. Although His Majesty, sitting at the highest position, showed no expression, no one was unaware of his bad mood at that moment. After all, it was well known that he was most concerned about the war against the insect race. The ministers were all trembling in fear, not daring to speak much. Suddenly, a notification sound broke the suffocating silence. Everyone was shocked. Who was so bold as to bring a communication device to a meeting, and worse, to not silence it? Everyone silently mourned for the unfortunate person. It seemed that today would not end well for them, given how the man in the high position had been tyrannical for the past 6 months. When the highest-ranking man heard the notification, he was momentarily stunned, and a barely noticeable flicker of surprise appeared in his deep, tranquil black eyes. Everyone turned to look, only to discover that the owner of the notification sound was none other than their tyrannical ruler. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, the ruler hurriedly left, his steps even carrying a hint of panic. Am I blind? Everyone thought. That was the emperor of the empire, who rarely displayed his emotions. Not long after the emperor left, the secretary directly announced the end of the meeting. A meeting that had yet to reach a conclusion was abruptly terminated. This was truly unprecedented. The crowd couldn't help but wonder what the notification sound had meant. As for Su Qingxiao, the center of everyone's discussion, he understood the meaning of that notification sound very well. It was the Star Network login notification he had set up specifically for Yan Zhi. Since Yan Zhi had gone missing for the past 6 months, he had not heard that sound again. Although he knew that Yan Zhi had been captured by the insect race, logically speaking, with her identity as the queen of the insect race, she should not be treated poorly. However, the fact that Yan Zhi was not by his side was enough to drive him mad. Therefore, he ordered an attack on the insect race. With the full might of the empire, he would retrieve his Yan Zhi. When the old emperor disagreed with his decision, he committed regicide to replace him, leaving no room for others to question his decisions. The Jin family, believing it would harm the people and waste resources, opposed him, so he imprisoned the entire Jin family, young and old. If it weren't for Jian Xingji, the war god of the empire, being able to contribute to his plans against the insect race, he wouldn't have told Jian Xingji that Yan Zhi was with the insect race. However, once he told Jian Xingji that news, he abandoned his theory of harming the people and threw himself wholeheartedly into the battlefield. This made it clear that Jian Xingji also coveted his Yan Zhi. How frustrating. The Star Network login could only be operated by the individual. So there was no doubt that after 6 months without news, Yan Zhi had finally appeared. The Star Network covered the empire. Once she was on his territory, she would not be able to leave again. Su Qingxiao knew very well that he was a madman, a clear-headed madman, and now his antidote had returned. He felt that his madness could be suppressed for a while. Chapter 40. The ecstasy of the god of war at the distant border of the empire. The war was raging. Jian Xingji had not rested for an entire week. His eyes were dark and sunken, and even this invincible god of war showed signs of weariness. His secretary, unable to bear the sight, urged him to take a good rest, but Jian Xingji did not pay it any mind. He could not rest for even a minute. His beloved Yan Zhi had been missing for half a year. For 6 months, he had never stopped searching for her. As long as Yan Zhi was still in the empire, he believed she could not be lost forever. Yet, despite his efforts, there was still no news of her. Faced with this situation, there was only one answer to the question. Yan Zhi had somehow ended up in the territory of the insect race. Su Qingxiao's words only confirmed his suspicions. With a target in mind, he was determined to conquer the entire insect territory to find his Yan Zhi. Suddenly, a series of urgent notification sounds interrupted his thoughts. He thought it was yet another update from the front lines. During wartime, countless messages required Jian Xingji's attention, and he was already used to it. However, at that moment, Jian Xingji did not realize this time was different. Opening the terminal, he saw only 4 simple words. I am back. Jian Xingji was stunned, frozen in place by those 4 words. The mighty god of war at that moment revealed a hint of helplessness. It seemed he was frozen for a long time, but it also felt like just a moment. A wave of ecstasy spread throughout Jian Xingji's body. The god of war was almost beside himself with joy, simply because the sender of that message was the person he had been longing for. Yan Zhi. The secretary noticed the change in Yan Zhi's mood. Surprised. He wondered what had happened. He had worked alongside the Marshal for so long, and he had never seen him this happy, even in the face of successive victories at the front. What could it be? Had they conquered all the insect territory and unified the universe? The secretary found it hard to be curious about what exactly was written on the terminal. He strained to take a glance, but due to privacy settings, he saw nothing. But soon, the Marshal ordered him prepare the tools and immediately head to the capital star. Had something happened in the capital star? The secretary couldn't understand, but obeying the Marshal's orders had become instinctual for him. At that moment, Yan Zhi pushed the door open. Since receiving news that Yan Zhi might be in the insect territory, Yan Zhi had directly given up his studies at the Empire's top academy, applied for a leave of absence, and went to the front lines with his brother. Although he had not graduated directly, he was still a prodigy from the Empire's top academy, fighting fiercely and achieving continuous victories, earning the title of Wolf of the Empire in the military. Given time, he would undoubtedly become a significant figure. At this moment, the person held in high hopes by the military entered the Marshal's office with a beaming smile, shedding his usual cold demeanor and displaying the youthful spirit appropriate for his age. "Brother, Yan Zhi is back." Hearing this, Yan Zhi could not suppress his smile. "Yes, I know." Only the secretary present was confused. Who exactly was Yan Zhi that could make two prominent figures so happy? He decided to investigate this name thoroughly. It must belong to someone of great importance. Yan Zhi stood by the window, gazing at the starry sky, while others watched her from their seats. Although only those with status could board a ship from the garbage star, as it required substantial wealth to purchase expensive tickets. They had to admit that they had never seen such a refined and beautiful woman on the garbage star. She did not seem like someone who could grow up in such a place. In a way, they were right. Jason was the captain of this ship. His family had long been engaged in ship transportation in this star region, almost monopolizing the market. Coming from a well-off background, Jason had never lacked women vying for his attention since childhood. He had seen countless women. However, from the moment Yan Zhi boarded the ship, Jason's eyes widened. To avoid causing any trouble, the girl had already put on a mask before boarding, leaving only her beautifully shaped eyes exposed. But even with just those dark, captivating eyes and her graceful figure, Jason could assert that she was undoubtedly a beauty. Using his position, Jason intentionally passed by the girl several times. Though he longed to approach her, as someone from a prominent family, he maintained a semblance of gentlemanly decorum. Damn, even the air passing by that girl seems fragrant. Jason thought to himself, is she really from the garbage star? If he hadn't seen her board the ship with his own eyes, he would not have believed such a conclusion. Although she was dressed simply, every part of the girl emanated an exquisite aura, vastly different from the stinky, discarded creatures of the garbage star. Despite being in the personnel transport business for the garbage star, deep down, Jason held some disdain for the indigenous people of the garbage star. As for the possibility that Yan Zhi was not a native of the garbage star, Jason had never considered that. After all, even the people born and raised on the garbage star were eager to escape, while others avoided the place. How could anyone voluntarily go there? It was simply a fantasy. Jason made several rounds near Yan Zhi. However, the girl seemed completely absorbed in the star network's information and did not notice the peacock displaying its feathers beside her. It was understandable. It was normal for someone from the garbage star to feel novelty upon first encountering the star network. She surely did not mean to ignore him. Jason reassured himself. Unable to wait any longer, Jason took the initiative. He bent his knuckles and knocked on the table in front of Yan Zhi, the sound drawing the attention of the girl lost in the star network. In the girl's puzzled gaze, Jason placed a delicate dessert in front of her. "Hello. We didn't order this," the girl spoke. "Beautiful lady, this is a gift for you. I am Jason, the captain of this ship. If you need anything during the journey, feel free to find me." Jason introduced confidently. The dessert he offered was the most expensive on the ship, something a girl from the garbage star probably had never seen in her life. Coupled with his status, he believed no woman would refuse him. He thought he had made his intentions clear enough. The girl should understand his hints. If during the journey she was willing to be with him, he would provide her with whatever she desired on the ship. Perhaps not just for the journey ahead, but if she served him well. Keeping her by his side wouldn't be out of the question. After all, people from the garbage star found it challenging to secure decent jobs even after fleeing to other planets. They could only live like sewer rats. If he were willing to keep the girl by his side, she would surely be grateful to him. Jason thought confidently. Chapter 41, The Cake Incident. Not only did Jason think this way, but so did the others on the spaceship. If it were any other woman, the others on the ship would be lamenting the girl's good fortune at this moment. After all, Jason indeed held a high position and was quite handsome. If simply spending a few days with him could yield such benefits, why not? After all, in the interstellar era, society has progressed, and the feudal remnants regarding chastity have long since disappeared. However, despite this, when imagining the gentle girl sitting by the window in the above scenario, it always felt somewhat off. The girl was too pure and flawless. Even if she were to be given to Jason, it felt uncomfortable, like flowers being placed in cow dung. But no one expected the girl to refuse. After all, this was a great opportunity, just a bit of inexplicable sentimentality. To everyone's surprise, Yan Zhi listened to the newcomer's words and looked at the exquisite dessert placed on the table, realizing Jason's intention. Without hesitation, Yan Zhi pushed the dessert back. "Thank you for your kindness, but I don't need it." Yan Zhi calmly declined the olive branch extended to her. Please, after all, she had been a queen of the insect race for a few days. If she were to be bought off by this little cake, she would be laughed at if it got out. She rejected him. The news reached everyone on the spaceship. Some were happy, and some were sad. Others were relieved that they would no longer have to witness the tragedy of flowers in cow dung. However, as the male lead of the incident, Jason was very angry. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his rage. Jason turned and left angrily. Although he was displeased, he was a person of stature and could not just forcibly take a woman. "Your cake," Yan Zhi reminded him, having refused him, and naturally, there was no reason to accept a gift. "What I send out will not be taken back." All that was left for Yan Zhi was Jason's furious back. Yan Zhi wanted to return it, but little Nancy beside her was eagerly looking at the dessert on the table, clearly desiring it. Ever since being pulled back from the brink of death, little Nancy had been gloomy without seeing her brother, and now she finally showed a craving for something. Yan Zhi had no reason to refuse her. Since she was connected to the Star Network, Yan Zhi's account was usable again, restoring her wealthy status. She transferred the money for the dessert to the spaceship's payment account and pushed the dessert to little Nancy, telling her to try it. On the other side, upon receiving Yan Zhi's payment notification, Jason became even angrier. She actually wanted to draw a line with him. He had already offered it to her, and she still had to transfer the money. Jason felt displeased, very displeased, but his innate pride did not allow him to confront the girl again. He could only sulk, thinking, what was so great about a girl from a garbage planet? Jason thought angrily, she really is something. Once again, Jason appeared in front of Yan Zhi with a dessert. "This is the dessert you ordered." Jason placed the dessert on Yan Zhi's table, meeting the girl's puzzled gaze. Jason felt a bit embarrassed, but still forced himself to speak calmly. "The first dessert was a gift. You paid for this one, so this is your dessert." This reasoning was truly terrible, Jason thought, feeling annoyed and despising his own spineless behavior. After saying this, he wanted to leave in a hurry, but before leaving, he was still unwilling to give up. "If you need anything, feel free to come to me." Jason emphasized the words anytime, fearing that the person in front of him would not understand his meaning. As a result, he did not walk far before receiving another transfer notification. "Okay, that person really doesn't understand," Jason thought angrily. "I will never again offer my warmth to someone who doesn't care." He vowed in his heart. He was a young master with his own pride. What is so special about a woman who is just a little more attractive? As long as I want, what woman would I not be able to get? However, in the evening, a waiter pushed a huge cart filled with cakes. The waiters distributed them one by one to the passengers. But the one distributing cakes to Yan Zhi was still Jason, whom she had seen during the day. He placed a cake on Yan Zhi's table. "To celebrate the 100th anniversary of my company, this is a small cake given free to each person." Jason emphasized the words, each person and free, almost grinding his teeth. He could not believe that he would not be able to give away even a small cake today. After distributing the cakes, Jason pretended to be calm and left, but his flushed ears seemed to betray his nervousness. After walking for a long time, He finally did not receive another transfer notification from the girl. Jason couldn't help but smile slightly, feeling a bit pleased. Realizing the change in his mood, he scolded himself in his heart for being so weak. It's just an ordinary little cake. Jason told himself to consider it as helping the garbage planet. But he did not realize that if it were truly an ordinary little cake, there would be no need for him, the captain of the spaceship, to deliver it personally. Unlike the entangled young Master Jason, on the other side, the atmosphere among the passengers on the spaceship was one of joy. Jason's prediction was correct. The people from the garbage planet had indeed never eaten such exquisite desserts, and the prices of desserts on the spaceship were exorbitant. No one would be willing to spend a fortune just to satisfy their cravings. Now that they had the opportunity to taste for free, how could they not be happy? However, everyone was not foolish enough to believe the so-called excuse of celebrating the company's 50th anniversary. They turned their gaze towards the girl sitting by the window, estimating that this time it was indeed thanks to her that they were able to enjoy this. In their hearts, they felt a bit more gratitude towards the girl. Meanwhile, little Nancy, also sitting by the window, was completely unaware of the gazes directed at her. Having eaten 3 small cakes today and with her belly round, little Nancy patted her small stomach contentedly, exclaiming, "It's great to be with my sister. I can eat so many delicious things." But according to the law of conservation of energy, where some were happy, others were sad. Unlike the warm atmosphere among the passengers, the chefs in the kitchen were working hard enough to spark. The chefs on the spaceship making trips to the garbage planet had always had a leisurely job. After all, the purchasing power of the passengers on the ship was very limited, and the so-called kitchen was almost just a decoration. The chef, who had worked on the spaceship for over 10 years, never expected he would have a day where he was so exhausted he didn't even want to move. To prepare small cakes for all the passengers on the spaceship was an incredibly massive project. Since the captain gave the order, he had been busy from afternoon until evening, without even having a chance to drink water. As for celebrating the company's 50th anniversary, wasn't that something from long ago? How could the captain's jet lag be so severe? The chef could not understand. Chapter 42, Uninvited Guests. Due to the long distance, interstellar travel takes a significant amount of time. However, the days on the spaceship are not difficult to endure, except for that guy named Jason who occasionally needs to make his presence felt. Nevertheless, it hasn't bothered Yan Zhi much, and her days have been quite comfortable. On this day, Yan Zhi was still sitting near the window, browsing information on her light brain. She looked up and saw the spaceship staff hurriedly passing by, seemingly busy with something important. Jason, at the forefront, had a serious expression. Has something major happened? Yan Zhi felt a bit curious. With her curiosity piqued, she asked, and over the past few days, her relationship with Jason had improved significantly, allowing for some conversation. Our spaceship has been forced to stop, Jason replied. Forced to stop. The passengers on the entire ship were shocked upon hearing this. How could this happen? Who are they? Are they good or evil? A multitude of questions flooded their minds. It's no wonder they thought this way. After all, in the vast universe, if a spaceship encounters any issues and falls into the cosmic abyss, no one on board would survive. Restlessness began to spread among the passengers. Don't worry, we're trying to establish communication with them. Jason attempted to reassure the panicking passengers, but it had little effect. At that moment, a voice came over the loudspeaker. Please open your hatch. Please open your hatch. We request aboard. We request aboard. The message repeated twice, clearly coming from the ship that had forced them to stop, spoken in standard interstellar language, articulated clearly, but in this context, it conveyed an immense sense of pressure. We can't let them board. One passenger screamed. Who knows if they're good or evil? If we let them on, it would be like inviting a wolf into the house, putting ourselves at their mercy. The other passengers nodded in agreement, evidently sharing similar thoughts. Jason smiled wryly. As the captain, he knew more than the passengers. Although they were still far away and couldn't clearly see what kind of ship had stopped them, just from a silhouette transmitted by the scanner from a distance, he could tell it was enormous. Generally speaking, the larger the spaceship, the more powerful it is. Barring certain exceptions, small ships might just serve as transport, while large ships could be equipped with a lot of weapons and various facilities, essentially functioning as a fortified city wandering through space. If equipped with enough weaponry, It could easily be termed a mobile weapon of mass destruction. The current situation was that the opposing ship was dozens of times larger than theirs. Jason had only seen ships of this size in promotional videos on the Star Network. If they decided to attack, it would be as simple as a flick of a finger. However, amidst his surprise, Jason was also puzzled. After all, how could a colossal ship, which only existed in legends, take the time to deal with someone like him? A mere nobody. His ship was just a low-level passenger transport, carrying people from a junk planet, essentially the dregs of society. There was nothing of value on board. Why would they go through the trouble of stopping his ship? Just like a person wouldn't pay attention to ants on the ground, the other side had no reason to bother with him. Jason couldn't figure out, but still, amidst the dissatisfaction of the crowd, he opened the hatch to welcome the unknown guests. Refusing to open the hatch was absolutely not an option. If cooperating offered a glimmer of hope, then going against them would be a surefire way to seek death. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, a massive platinum-colored spaceship appeared before them. The ship's body was enormous, blocking out the sun, and it was impossible to see its boundaries at a glance. The entire structure was white, adorned with golden patterns, giving it a luxurious yet solemn appearance. At the very front of the ship, a gigantic imperial flag fluttered in the wind, boldly declaring its identity. While the others on the ship were still in shock at the grandeur of the vessel, Jason, who had seen more of the world, found the ship strangely familiar, but couldn't quite recall where he had seen it before. Nevertheless, just by looking at that flag, Jason understood that this was a ship belonging to the imperial government. Although he had figured this out, it only deepened his confusion. The imperial government held a high status. What could be the reason for stopping his ship today? Among all those present, only Yan Zhi was initially puzzled, but upon seeing the flag, she understood what was happening. She immediately relaxed, no longer worried. Under the curious and fearful gazes of the crowd, the door of the opposing ship slowly opened. A chilling aura swept over, making everyone shudder. Before them stood a group of soldiers dressed in sharp black military uniforms. Although there were quite a few of them, they were neatly arranged in 2 rows, stepping forward from the connection point of the 2 ships, their footsteps synchronized, visibly well-trained. The most striking feature was the 6-pointed star emblem on their chests. Is this? Jason recognized them immediately. This was none other than the invincible Jian family army of the Empire. The Jian family army, subordinate to the imperial war god, had always been a myth in the Empire, undefeated in battle. Joining this army and becoming a soldier under the imperial war god was the lifelong goal of every soldier. Since the Jian family army appeared here then, Jason's gaze moved forward to see the man standing at the forefront of the line. The man's aura was particularly striking. The black military uniform seemed tailor-made for him, with a tall stature, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long, straight legs. His resolute face bore an icy expression, making it hard for anyone to act recklessly in his presence. This was the legendary imperial war god, Yan Zhi. How could he be here? Seeing someone enter, Jason mustered his courage to approach, trying to maintain his composure, but his legs trembled. After all, he was the imperial war god. Marshal, what brings you here? Jason forced a smile and inquired cautiously. Yan Zhi nodded slightly as a form of greeting, not directly answering his question, but that was enough. The people on the ship were clearly all present. He scanned the area and finally fixed his gaze on the girl sitting by the window, then stepped towards her. Chapter 43, Can't We Just Let It Go with the Spaceship? It wasn't until Yan Zhi truly saw the girl with his own eyes that his restless heart, which had been agitated for half a year, finally calmed down. For 6 months, he had searched everywhere he could. Now, he had finally found her. Although his expression still bore the cold and ruthless demeanor, those eyes, which were as calm as an ancient well, had turned into a pool of spring water the moment he looked at the girl. It was hard to describe how happy Yan Zhi felt at that moment. However, Jason, who was beside him, had no idea of Yan Zhi's feelings and thoughts. All he knew was that this war god of the Empire walked towards Yan Zhi's direction with a cold face and an air of ruthlessness. Jason was so scared he could hardly breathe. He couldn't understand how a mere native of a garbage planet like Yan Zhi could be connected to the legendary war god of the Empire. He couldn't think too much about it, fearing that Yan Zhi might harm Yan Zhi. Jason didn't know where his courage came from. but he stood in front of Yan Zhi. "Marshal, this lady is just our passenger. There's nothing special about her coming from a garbage planet," Jason said with a forced smile. He hoped Yan Zhi wouldn't hurt Yan Zhi, even though he knew he didn't have that much influence. Being blocked from his path, Yan Zhi felt a bit displeased and looked down to see a face full of ingratiating smiles. The words were filled with protection for Yan Zhi. What was going on? Was he afraid that he would harm Yan Zhi? What a joke. He had finally found his Yan Zhi, and he would protect her instead. What kind of position was this person in to make demands of him? Yan Zhi furrowed his brows, feeling that things were not simple. It seemed like another bad guy was coveting his Yan Zhi. Seeing Yan Zhi frown, Jason was nearly scared out of his wits, fearing that the legendary war god of the Empire might pull out a gun and shoot him. Jason didn't have to worry for too long. The girl he was concerned about spoke up. "You're here." Her tone even carried a hint of intimacy. This sentence was clearly not directed at him, but at the legendary war god of the Empire. I'm here." The war god, who had terrified Jason, responded to the girl's words. It seemed that he was quite pleased with the intimacy in her tone, and his mood visibly improved. A faint smile even appeared on his cold face, revealing a touch of gentleness, no longer as cold as before. How? These two knew each other and seemed to have a deep relationship. Jason looked at one and then the other, astonished. Wasn't Yan Zhi just a lonely and impoverished native of a garbage planet? How could she know someone of such high status? Someone who even stopped his spaceship just to see her? Jason felt he could no longer see through Yan Zhi. Even more shocked were the officers who accompanied Yan Zhi. As the Imperial Marshal's personal guard, they understood their commander far better than others and respected him even more. The Marshal's daily life was like that of a precise machine, like a perpetual motion machine with no rest or entertainment, just incessant campaigns against the insect race. Ever since they met the Marshal, it seemed like he had welded that cold and stern expression onto his face, and they had never seen him so emotionally expressive before. Although they were internally astonished, their strict training gave them good obedience. Even as their hearts surged with waves of shock, they maintained good military posture, not losing their composure. When Yan Zhi and Nancy were taken to another spaceship and the hatch closed, the ship nearly erupted with chatter. People were discussing who this girl named Yan Zhi was, that even the Imperial Marshal personally came to pick her up. For the past few days, although the girl had quietly sat by the window, everyone had merely watched from a distance without anyone daring to approach, leading to almost no knowledge about her background. The only one who interacted with her more was Jason, who had stubbornly tried to get close to Yan Zhi. Faced with everyone's probing gazes, Jason could only smile wryly. He knew more than others and understood the terrifying implications of Yan Zhi's identity, but even he had no idea what her actual status was. As for why she ended up on his garbage planet, that was an even bigger mystery. Although he was unclear about the specifics of her identity, Jason had deeply realized the vast gap in status between them. So what could he do? He could only smile wryly and bury those inappropriate little thoughts deep in his heart. Jason's spaceship continued to fly towards the vast universe with its passengers. He thought that after experiencing such a rare storm, there wouldn't be any more problems on this journey. However, reality told Jason that there could be nothing more absurd, only the most absurd. When Jason once again received a signal from afar to stop, he was completely stunned. Who were they trying to take this time? What big shot had been transported on his inconspicuous ship without his knowledge? Jason looked at the passengers on his ship with a changed expression. His little spaceship was indeed hiding dragons and crouching tigers. As the saying goes, once you encounter it, you become familiar with it. This time, when the ship was forced to stop, the passengers were no longer as panicked as the first time. They even had the mood to look around and guess who was being taken away this time. Looking left and right, no one seemed to fit the bill. No one else possessed that kind of transcendent aura that clashed with the surrounding environment. With familiarity, they opened the hatch to welcome the esteemed guest. Even though he was mentally prepared, Jason was still stunned by the massive spaceship that blocked out the sun. What kind of luck did he have to see such a ship twice in one day? Jason silently activated the spaceship's recording function, preparing to capture the appearance of the ship. However, it was evident that the other side had installed shielding devices, and all he could record was a screen of snowflakes. He could only rely on his own eyes to remember. A group of people in white and gold uniforms entered. If the previous group exuded a ruthless and iron-blooded aura, then this group had an elegant, noble demeanor. The newcomers scanned the surroundings, but evidently did not find their target. Their eyes turned to Jason, the captain. Jason heard the mask. "Where is Yan Zhi?" "Great." Another group looking for Yan Zhi. Jason even felt a sense of premonition. After all, the only person on a ship who matched this repeated search was that girl. Jason did not hide anything and told them straightforwardly that the Imperial Marshal had already taken Yan Zhi away before them. Upon hearing that name, the other party revealed a look of understanding, clearly aware of the situation. They did not trouble them further and left the ship. Once the group departed, the people on the spaceship let out a long sigh of relief. Who exactly was Yan Zhi? Why were so many people looking for her? "I don't know. I don't recognize her on the garbage planet." The crowd began discussing again, once more consumed with curiosity about Yan Zhi's identity. But their curiosity was in vain. Yan Zhi's identity was not something they could uncover. Perhaps one day in the future, they would see Yan Zhi's face on the news and then be astonished, recalling that they had once shared the same spaceship with this big shot. From then on, it would become something they could boast about to others. But at this moment, everyone was completely unaware and remained passionately discussing Yan Zhi's identity. The spaceship continued towards its destination without any further incidents. This experience was just a small episode in everyone's lives. Chapter 44, Ambiguity. This was just a minor episode in the minds of the other passengers, likely to be forgotten with the passage of time. But Jason was different. Supported by some unknown spirit, he wanted to delve deeper into the matter, deeper still. The recording equipment became completely ineffective under the opponent's signal jamming, leaving Jason with no visual data about the spaceship. However, he remained undeterred. Fearing that the memories would eventually fade, Jason began to teach himself to draw, striving to recreate the images of those two spaceships on paper. Yet sometimes, as he drew, the spaceship unconsciously morphed into the face of a young girl. The fleeting memory of the girl deepened in this act of recollection. Of course, all of this was secondary. Far away on Jian Xingji's spaceship, Yan Zhi knew nothing of all. "Sister, this spaceship is so big." Upon entering Jian Xingji's spaceship, little Nancy was amazed. Although Jian Xingji's spaceship was not decorated in a lavish style, but rather exuded a calm and deadly atmosphere, just like himself. The various high-tech devices on board still astonished this little bumpkin from Junkstar. Despite her young age, little Nancy had a keen animal-like intuition and sensed that the people around her posed no danger. She joyfully played around, but was also mindful not to disturb the soldiers working on the deck. "What is this?" Watching little Nancy's cheerful figure, Jian Xingji was curious about her identity, wondering what status allowed her to be constantly accompanied by Yan Zhi. Jian Xingji thought a lot, even briefly considering whether she might be Yan Zhi's child. He was startled by this thought and quickly dismissed it as absurd. "She's a friend, sister, entrusted to me for care." Hearing Yan Zhi's response, he felt a tinge of nostalgia for this friend. Jian Xingji was somewhat jealous of this nostalgia and couldn't help but wonder who this friend was, male or female, and whether he knew them. It felt like Yan Zhi had experienced many things in the 6 months she had been missing that he was unaware of. "Where's that friend now?" Jian Xingji couldn't help but ask, trying to conceal the jealousy in his tone. "He passed away," Yan Zhi replied softly. Receiving this unexpected answer, Jian Xingji saw Yan Zhi's lack of enthusiasm and dared not ask further. He quickly shifted the topic, mentioning that little Nancy was still young and could be sent to an appropriate elementary school in Capital Star. Yan Zhi nodded, agreeing with this idea. The two discussed little Nancy's education. Due to her falling behind in classes on Junkstar, Yan Zhi decided to take advantage of their time on the spaceship to give little Nancy extra lessons. Okay, little Nancy's joyful and carefree life on the spaceship comes to an end. Jian Xingji found an empty office on the spaceship to become Yan Zhi and little Nancy's tutor. Watching Yan Zhi patiently teach Nancy, Jian Xingji's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to the time they studied together to help Yan Zhi get into the Empire's top academy. All the past was worth reminiscing. Thinking of this, a smile crept onto Jian Xingji's lips. A passing soldier caught sight of this smile and was startled. After walking quite a distance, he couldn't help but look back to confirm. Is that the Marshal? The Marshal is smiling? What good thing happened? If he had known the Marshal had been in a good mood lately, he wouldn't have expected it to be this good. After all, this was the Marshal, who usually kept his emotions in check. Yet here he was showing such visible emotion. Yan Zhi sat not far from Yan Zhi, doing nothing but watching her carefully guide little Nancy through her studies, as if trying to make up for the lost time of the past 6 months. Yan Zhi moved closer, unable to resist being nearer to Yan Zhi, and occasionally offered her some food and drinks, taking care of her meticulously. Little Nancy looked at Yan Zhi with some wariness, sensing that this big brother had ulterior motives towards her sister. At that moment, Yan Zhi's secretary entered, holding some documents that needed handling. Observing this warm scene, the secretary inexplicably had a strange association, as if they were a family of 3, young parents helping their young child with studies. The secretary shook his head, trying to dispel this thought. After all, this was the Empire's Marshal, who was known for avoiding women. From his perspective, given the Marshal's cold demeanor, he seemed like the most likely man in the Empire to remain single. However, watching the Marshal gently feeding the young girl fruit, was this still the cold and heartless Marshal he had in mind? He decided to retract his previous assumptions. His Marshal might not only avoid being single, but could very well be on the verge of dating. The only one likely to remain single was him. The secretary thought with a tinge of bitterness. Yan Zhi seemed to be addicted to feeding one piece of fruit after another to Yan Zhi. To be honest, Yan Zhi was a bit full. She looked up, wanting to stop Yan Zhi's feeding. However, she unexpectedly locked eyes with a pair of deep black eyes that seemed bottomless. Carrying a sentiment Yan Zhi couldn't comprehend. It was then that Yan Zhi noticed how close they were at that moment, feeling each other's breath intertwining. The reflection of her image could be seen clearly in his black eyes, and an unusual shyness surged in Yan Zhi's heart. Flustered, she quickly averted her gaze, forgetting to stop his feeding, as if she wanted to bite into the fruit in his hand to alleviate the embarrassment. But in her panic, her rosy lips accidentally brushed against his fingertips. The soft sensation traveled from his sensitive fingertips to his mind, causing Yan Zhi to feel as if he had been electrocuted. Jolting him, an indescribable atmosphere flowed between them, and Yan Zhi couldn't help but want to take a step closer, to be just a little nearer. At that moment, the secretary's shout interrupted this inexplicable atmosphere. "Marshal, here are the documents that need to be handled today." The secretary, smiling broadly while holding a thick stack of documents, approached, his eyes filled with curiosity about the woman beside the Marshal. For some reason, Yan Zhi at that moment realized for the first time that his highly efficient secretary, whom he had carefully chosen, seemed annoyingly superfluous at this moment. Yan Zhi also came to her senses and hurriedly distanced herself from Yan Zhi. Looking at the empty space in her arms, Yan Zhi felt a void in his heart. I'll deduct the secretary's salary later. Chapter 45, docking at the largest starship docking port on the capital star. Without any fanfare, very few people knew that the most esteemed emperor of the Empire was quietly waiting here. Even if someone were to mention it, they probably wouldn't believe who it was that warranted the personal attention of the most prestigious emperor in the galaxy. Nada was a small streamer, not particularly popular online, but after years of mingling on the Star Network, she had a loyal fan base. In pursuit of traffic, she often stayed at this starship docking port, hoping to catch a glimpse of some big celebrity. She heard that a superstar was set to land here today, so Nada prepared her equipment and got ready to go live for her fans. She changed the name of her live stream to Encounter with a Big Shot, leaving a bit of suspense by not directly naming the celebrity, allowing her fans some room for discussion. After warming up, fans began to flood into the live stream, chattering away. "Who is the Big Shot? I guess it's Yin Qian. I've been a fan of hers for ages." "Yin Qian isn't really a big shot, is she? I think it's Sun Lai." Some fans revealed he should be on the capital star today. The timing fits. But Sun Lai isn't exactly a big shot either, is he? Just clickbait? Watching the discussions in the bullet screen, Nada smiled with satisfaction. This was the effect she wanted. Otherwise, there would be nothing for the bullet screen to do during the wait. Nada didn't reveal the answer, keeping the suspense alive, and roamed around the docking port, filming with her equipment. Suddenly, the bullet screen exploded. "OMG, that looks like the Emperor. I see it too. At the 8 o'clock direction. Where? It should be the Emperor himself. I can see the Royal Guard." The discussions about who the so-called big shot was quickly turned into a frenzy over one name. Nada, who was closely monitoring the bullet screen, noticed this and, following the direction pointed out by the comments, saw a figure waiting in the distance at the VIP passage. Nada couldn't help but marvel at how the viewers seemed to have microscopes for their live streams. They could spot details from so far away. Though she thought this, her body instinctively zoomed in with the camera. Due to the distance, the figure was still somewhat blurry, but it was enough for the audience to enjoy. It would be foolish not to ride the wave of hot topics. Since the emperor took the throne, he had drastically changed his formerly conservative style, implementing radical reforms and declaring war on the insect race. Despite his aggressive style, he hadn't appeared much in public media for nearly half a year, being busy with state affairs. Forgetting about big celebrities, Nada took a moment to search for a better spot to set up her camera for a clear shot. Fans in the live stream had started promoting that they could see the rarely seen emperor. Suddenly, Nada's live stream was flooded with viewers, skyrocketing its popularity to the website's homepage. Nada couldn't stop smiling. She felt like she was on the path to becoming famous after today. A bullet screen user raised a question. Is the emperor waiting to pick someone up? This was quickly met with rebuttals from others. LOL, how could that be? Who in the empire is worth the emperor personally picking them up? Exactly, he's probably here to handle some matters at the docking port. The person who raised the question was still unconvinced, insisting, but it really looks like he's waiting for someone. Before the bullet screen could reach a conclusion, a loud rumble echoed as a massive vessel docked at the VIP port in the distance. The starship was easily recognizable, quite famous in the empire, and the bullet screen quickly identified it. OMG, isn't that the war god's personal guard ship? The war god is back? Isn't he fighting the insect race at the border? In the camera, the Emperor Su Qingxiao, whom everyone had been eagerly anticipating, suddenly appeared rejuvenated. Clearly, there was someone on that starship he wanted to see. Now it makes sense. The Emperor is here to pick up the war god. The Emperor and the war god are really close. No wonder they're the Empire's twin stars. The bullet screen couldn't help but feel they were touching the truth of the matter. Meanwhile, in a distant galaxy, Jason casually browsed information on the Star Network. Upon seeing the enormous ship docked on the homepage of the live stream site, he was completely captivated. Wasn't this the ship that picked up Yan Zhi a couple of days ago? He had drawn that ship countless times and was very familiar with it. So the girl was from the capital star? Jason calculated the time and felt that the girl was likely on this starship. Unlike other viewers who might be drawn in by the Emperor or the Marshal's fame, Jason clicked in simply wanting to see the girl again. The starship quickly docked at the port. A passage extended from the starship to the land. The first to exit the starship were several members of the Marshal's personal guard, coming down to assess the surrounding situation. Seeing the Marshal's personal guard confirmed for the viewers that the Marshal was indeed on this starship. However, there was still some confusion. Wasn't the Marshal supposed to be fighting at the border? Why was he back now? Did something happen? With these questions in mind, the audience continued watching. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a tall figure in a black military uniform appeared on camera, broad-shouldered and slim-waisted, with long legs. Rather than the cold, hard expression often seen in media reports, his face now showed a hint of warmth. Upon reaching the hatch, he didn't choose to descend immediately, but instead extended a hand into the starship, seemingly waiting for someone to assist out. Who could it be? This question lingered in the minds of everyone watching the live stream. They didn't have to wait long. A pair of delicate, long hands rested on his, and from the hatch emerged a girl in a flowing white dress. She was tall and graceful, with snow-white skin, her face obscured, leaving only a pair of beautifully shaped eyes visible. The ethereal white dress contrasted sharply with a black, hard military uniform, yet they harmonized beautifully. Not long after the girl stepped out, a little bundle dashed out, running and leaping into the girl's legs. The girl smiled, took the little one's hand, and even the usually stoic war god revealed a gentle smile at this scene. At that moment, a bullet screen comment floated by. Is it just me, or does it really look like a family of three? Clearly, he wasn't the only one thinking this. Others quickly chimed in. Though it's absurd, I think so too. On the other side, Jason felt inexplicably unhappy at the conclusion of this so-called family of three. He angrily thought, what are these netizens guessing about? The ages don't even match. He clearly remembered that the little bundle was just a sister. Jason hurriedly tried to debunk the rumors in the bullet screen. What a joke. The kid is so big now, definitely not that girl's child. The ages don't match, stop spreading rumors. He typed furiously, his keyboard clattering loudly. Chapter 46. Uninvited arrival on the other side. The respected emperor's expression was indeed not very pleasant at this moment. Once he snapped out of the joy of seeing Yan Zhi, Su Changxiao felt that the arm supporting Yan Zhi was quite annoying. During times of peace, the imperial marshal seemed rather unnecessary. As soon as Yan Zhi got off the plane, she spotted Su Changxiao, who had been waiting nearby, and was somewhat surprised. Teacher, yes, you finally returned. Yan Zhi saw him, giving her a gentle smile. He hadn't changed at all, looking just like the graceful and gentle prince from her memories. Yan Zhi hadn't expected Su Changxiao to come specifically to pick her up. She thought he was there to meet Jian Xingji or had some important matters to attend to. After all, he was no longer the former prince, but the ruler of the empire, busy with countless affairs, and she was just a small fry. Yan Zhi was also worried that the increasing gap in their statuses would affect their relationship, but it seemed she was overthinking. Su Changxiao didn't specifically explain himself. Revealing his intentions too early without full confidence would only put him at a disadvantage. After disembarking from the starship, Su Changxiao and Jian Xingji exchanged a glance, both understanding each other's meaning, but they did not clarify it. Even after the group had disappeared from view for quite some time, the discussion in the comment section about them continued. Is it just my illusion? Why does it feel like there's a hint of gunpowder between the Marshal and the Emperor? Ha ha! No, it's just your illusion. Clearly, the relationship between the ruler and his subject is quite harmonious. Am I the only one who feels there's a sense of balance between them as a couple? This comment came from a dedicated shipper. Shipping anything will only harm you. Some also noticed Yan Zhi, the unfamiliar young girl. Who is that girl? She seems to know both the Marshal and the Emperor. I don't know. She looks like a stranger. However, the discussion about the girl was fleeting. After all, compared to her, those two were of much higher profile. Back at the Jian family, a welcome banquet was prepared for Yan Zhi to ward off bad luck. The past 6 months had indeed been filled with disasters. Yan Zhi took this opportunity to meet many friends she hadn't seen in a long time. Zhi, my brother Wen Ti, let me pick you up. Jian Gaji began to complain upon seeing Yan Zhi. He had never realized that his all-capable brother had such a selfish and childish side. They had initially agreed that he would return to Capital Star to wait for Yan Zhi's arrival. However, later, upon learning the number of the ship Yan Zhi was on, he had taken the starship and gone directly to intercept her. That was fine. Wanting to meet early was nothing serious, and he wanted to as well. But his brother hadn't taken him along, leaving him to arrive at Capital Star alone. He thought he knew his brother's little thoughts all too well. While everyone was enjoying the gathering, suddenly a visitor shocked them. Out of the blue, without any prior announcement, Su Changxiao appeared at the banquet. Yan Zhi had sent an invitation to Su Changxiao. It wasn't to isolate him or anything. After all, as the ruler of an empire, Su Changxiao was busy with daily affairs, and it was just a small gathering. There was no need to trouble him. Even if he didn't come, it would only add to his burdens. Worried that her actions might be inappropriate, Yan Zhi had asked Jian Xingji for his opinion, and he deemed it reasonable. Surprised yet a bit embarrassed, Yan Zhi thought that if she had known he had time, she should have sent him an invitation. Yan Zhi was merely surprised. However, the others present felt a mix of shock and fear. Unlike Yan Zhi, who had been away from the power center of Capital Star for half a year, the others had been dealing with the Emperor for the past 6 months. Ever since Su Changxiao had killed his father to seize the throne, his style of doing things had undergone a tremendous change. He was no longer the graceful prince, but had become ruthless and merciless, causing people to feel frightened. Moreover, in the past 6 months, no one had seen the Emperor attend any banquets. Why did he appear at this small gathering? Everyone turned their gaze towards the main character of the banquet, Yan Zhi, realizing that she was not an ordinary person. Someone knew a little bit of the inside story mentioned that Yan Zhi was the Emperor's closed-door disciple, possibly indicating a master-student relationship. Only then did everyone look enlightened, not expecting the Emperor to care about this. Unaware of the crowd's thoughts, Yan Zhi approached Su Changxiao. She respected her teacher. Su Changxiao had taught her a lot academically and had also taken care of her in life. feeling embarrassed for not sending him an invitation. She said, "Teacher, why are you here? I thought you were too busy to disturb you." Hearing Yan Zhi's explanation, Su Chengxiao felt slightly better. God knows how awful he felt when he realized this ungrateful little one hadn't sent him an invitation. His pride as a monarch almost made him decide not to come. However, in the end, he couldn't bear it and thought silently about what other reasons he could come up with to meet more often. Of course, I had to attend the return ceremony of my only disciple. Although he had countless thoughts in his mind, Su Chengxiao still wore a gentle smile on his face. This time, don't forget your studies. I'll have to test whether you've forgotten everything about mecha production. Hearing Su Chengxiao mention this, Yan Zhi felt a bit guilty. She had learned a lot about mecha production from him before, and after more than half a year without review, she felt a bit anxious, hoping not to embarrass herself too much. At the same time, she understood the other party's attitude. She initially thought that after becoming the ruler, he would be too busy for their master-student relationship to continue. It seemed he still intended to teach her well, so she needed to work hard to study. Yan Zhi decided to review thoroughly after the banquet. She couldn't let him down. Su Chengxiao's visit not only boosted his presence, but also extended his stay until the very end of the banquet before he reluctantly left. Since the emperor didn't leave, the others naturally didn't dare to leave early either, and they all stayed for quite a while. It was only after the emperor departed that everyone felt safe to leave, although they had stayed much longer than planned. The banquet helped everyone understand the importance of Yan Zhi's status. She was the only one who could make the emperor treat her gently. Only those who had personally worked with the emperor in the past 6 months could realize how rare his gentle demeanor was tonight. Some sharp-minded individuals had already guessed that the Jian family might soon produce a queen. However, they only dared to bury this thought in their hearts, not daring to voice it. After all, it was too bold. But they had secretly begun to strengthen their ties with the Jian family, hoping to share in any future good fortune that might arise. Chapter 47 Challenge. On the other side, the much-speculated Yan Zhi was struggling with knowledge of mecha manufacturing. It was really difficult. Yan Zhi felt like crying, but had no tears. She didn't even know how she had learned it in the first place. After half a year of a tumultuous life, she hadn't really studied much during this time. Now, back to normal life. She realized that her apparent identity was actually that of a student. Tomorrow, she would complete her re-enrollment procedures and return to campus life. With a long sigh, Yan Zhi began her arduous review. Fortunately, she had learned this knowledge before. As long as she organized her thoughts and understood it, it would be much easier. Even so, the light in Yan Zhi's study remained on until late at night. Looking at the light that hadn't gone out for a long time, Jiangu felt moved by Yan Zhi's diligence. The next day, Yan Zhi and Jiangu arrived at school together. Yan Zhi didn't understand why the emperor had recently slowed down the campaign against the insect race. Jiangu took this opportunity to rest and withdrew from the battlefield, expressing his intention to return to school with Yan Zhi. As for Jianxing Zhi, it was rather unfortunate. He had been targeted by Su Chengxiao and was sent back to the border early in the morning under the pretext of border needs. Whether the border really needed him or if there was someone's scheme behind it remained unknown. Logging onto the school forum, it was particularly lively. After browsing, Yan Zhi realized that the strongest freshman competition for this year had begun again. Unknowingly, a year had passed since the last competition. Remembering the various events that occurred during the last competition, Yan Zhi felt a sense of change. Clearly, Jiangu felt the same way, and the two exchanged smiles, understanding each other without words. This time, Yan Zhi was no longer a participant, but a judge. The role reversal piqued Yan Zhi's interest as she browsed this year's popular candidates. Every year had its own talents, and this year was no exception. Yan Zhi discovered several outstanding junior students, and she even saw her own name among the past seniors. Calling for everyone to vote this year and be wary of incidents similar to last year's Yan Zhi. Unexpectedly, she had become a topic of advice for others, which felt quite strange. Yan Zhi and Jianxing Zhi continued to stroll around campus, which had changed significantly over the past 6 months. Suddenly, a man, as strong as a bear, blocked Yan Zhi's path. "Want to spar with me at the training ground tonight at 8? The man was so muscular he looked like a wall, giving off a strong sense of oppression. Who was this, challenging her right off the bat? Yan Zhi carefully recognized him. He seemed to be one of the popular candidates for this year's strongest freshman, Tang Yin. Yan Zhi didn't know him and didn't understand the meaning behind his sudden challenge. While Yan Zhi was observing Tang Yin, he was also observing her. Although he had seen Yan Zhi's photo online, meeting her in person, he found her to be even more delicate and fragile, like a little white flower that would break at a touch. This was the strongest freshman from the previous year. She didn't seem strong at all. Noticing that Yan Zhi had been looking at him for a long time without speaking, Tang Yin thought he might have scared her, considering he looked a bit fierce. He forced a smile, tried to convey that he meant no harm, but it came off a bit silly. "Hello, senior. I want to compete for this year's strongest freshman, and I'd like to gain some momentum for votes." Tang Yin didn't hide his intentions and stated his purpose straightforwardly, fearing Yan Zhi might refuse. He offered a condition. "If you defeat me, I'll be your little brother for a year, serving you tea and water, whatever you need. If I win, you don't have to pay any price." This agreement seemed beneficial for Yan Zhi, but despite saying this, Tang Yin had no intention of losing. Before coming, he had investigated Yan Zhi. Although she was the strongest freshman of the previous year, her physical abilities were extremely poor, only excelling in mental strength. And he hadn't seen her achieve anything remarkable at school. Although she had won a major competition, he thought it was just due to her teammate support. In his eyes, Yan Zhi was not much of a threat. Tang Yin was serious about selecting an opponent who would create buzz, but not be too difficult to defeat. What could be more sensational than beating the previous strongest freshman? If not for this consideration, he would have directly chosen Jiangu instead. As for why he didn't set a successful wager with Yan Zhi, Tang Yin felt that he had already used her to create momentum and shouldn't take advantage of her further. Meanwhile, Jianxing Zhi wanted to intervene. He understood the little scheme of this junior student and felt it was unnecessary to pay attention to him. However, Yan Zhi held a different opinion and was somewhat tempted, not because she wanted a junior to serve her tea and water, but mainly because since returning from the insect domain, she felt that her physical fitness had improved considerably. However, she was still unsure about how much it had improved. The junior student in front of her looked like an easy target to test her skills on. As for the junior's scheme to create momentum, Yan Zhi didn't mind. She found it somewhat cute that he was open about his intentions. Thus, Yan Zhi agreed to Tang Yin's invitation. The Imperial First Academy rarely had evening classes, so once night fell, the forum was particularly lively. Since he wanted to create buzz, after obtaining Yan Zhi's consent, Tang Yin opened a live stream on the Star Network to announce the challenge between the two. Coincidentally, the topic of selecting the strongest freshman had been attracting attention lately, so as soon as the live stream started, it drew a large audience. The popularity surged, and with that, the live stream was recommended by the algorithm, attracting even more viewers, creating a positive feedback loop. Tang Yin is going to challenge Yan Zhi. This year's freshman is very courageous. By the way, I'm not very familiar with Yan Zhi's strength. Me neither, but Tang Yin is indeed strong. Both his physical and mental strength are SS. I'm rooting for him. Yan Zhi's physical strength is only E. I think it's a bit precarious. Agree with the above. Yan Zhi has also been on leave for half a year, feeling no different from a freshman. Although everyone in the comments had different opinions, overall, most people were not optimistic about Yan Zhi, as they all remembered her poor physical abilities very well. The scenes on camera seemed to corroborate everyone's guesses. Yan Zhi, dressed in a white tracksuit, had a slender build, but compared to the bear-like Tang Yin, she appeared particularly fragile. One comment quietly mocked the comparison. Although Yan Zhi is the senior, I feel like Tang Yin is bullying a classmate. One, clearly, others shared the same thoughts. Chapter 48, Bullying the Weak? At this moment, Yan Zhi on stage was actually not nervous. Admittedly, she felt a bit narcissistic, but she truly believed her body had become significantly stronger. This boy named Tang Yin seemed to enjoy challenging others. She had seen many of his videos online where he challenged opponents. His fighting style was indeed fierce, and he rarely lost. However, in Yan Zhi's eyes, although he was formidable, he lacked strategy. Just by watching the videos, she could identify many of his flaws. Therefore, she was confident about defeating Tang Yin. But others were unaware of Yan Zhi's thoughts and feelings. They could only see the exaggerated size difference between the two. despite Yan Zhi repeatedly reassuring herself. Even Yan Zhi was somewhat worried about Yan Zhi's safety. After all, Yan Zhi's physical ability was only E-level, which was inferior to even a small child from the interstellar realm. It was truly a challenge for her to have grown up this way. In contrast, Tang Yan's physical ability was SS level, which was a complete dominance. Yan Zhi could not understand why Yan Zhi agreed to the challenge. Many others shared similar thoughts. Not only the audience on the other side of the live stream, but even Tang Yan on stage felt the same way. He was even worried in his heart, wondering what would happen if he accidentally hit this seemingly fragile senior too hard and caused her serious injury. Would he have to pay compensation? Should he hold back a little? The senior looked really delicate, and he felt a bit hesitant to strike. Tang Yan even regretted his behavior of picking on someone he perceived as weak. If he had known, he would have chosen a stronger opponent. Otherwise, it might seem like he was bullying the weak, which would not be beneficial for garnering support. What no one knew was that in another distant insect domain, two other individuals were also watching the match. Su Chengxiao was closely monitoring the news of Yan Zhi logging into the Star Network. It was clear that Lu Shan and Kong Bai were doing the same. Ever since Yan Zhi left the Barren Star and reached the Star Network coverage area, Lu Shan and Kong Bai had picked up Yan Zhi's signal. Their concerns for the Queen's safety were alleviated. However, this time, Lu Shan and Kong Bai dared not disturb her recklessly. From away, Yan Zhi fled the insect domain in a rather intense manner. They had realized that their queen did not like it there. They should not have used such strong measures to keep the queen in the insect domain. Now, they suspected that the queen's impression of them had dropped to the lowest point. Just thinking about this recognition made both of them feel a pain in their hearts. They had originally planned to stay on Capital Star to be closer to the queen. But ever since Su Changxiao, that scoundrel, had removed the influence they had built over the years on Capital Star after they brought the queen back to the insect domain, they had no idea how many people were involved. Su Chengxiao had eliminated it all with thunderous means. Previously, when the queen was in the insect domain, they did not pay much attention to it. After all, establishing an intelligence network was meant to find the queen. If he wanted to eliminate it, so be it. However, things did not go as planned. The queen had escaped back to Capital Star, making it difficult for them to intervene there again. They would have to start from scratch to build their influence bit by bit, which could not be rushed. Yan Zhi on stage was unaware of the concerns of others. But Tang Yan opposite her seemed to have some reservations. "Senior, how about I let you have 5 moves first?" Looking at Tang Yan's serious expression, Yan Zhi was somewhat speechless. Did he look down on her? However, he genuinely seemed worried. Yan Zhi did not take this small offense to heart. "No need. Let's have a fair match." Upon hearing Yan Zhi's words, Tang Yan realized the impertinence of his statement and felt a bit embarrassed, no longer speaking. Respecting one's opponent is a quality that a warrior must possess. With a whistle, the match began. Since he was taking the competition seriously, Tang Yan focused all his attention. His gaze fixed on Yan Zhi. Taking advantage of the moment, she had not yet moved. He struck first with a punch aimed straight at her chest, using all his strength, hoping for a quick victory. His fist, as big as a sandbag, swung with great momentum, making everyone worry about the condition of the girl on the other side, unable to help but close their eyes, fearing they would witness a bloody tragedy. Sure enough, there was a loud thud, and something was thrown off the stage, crashing into the audience area. No way, the delicate-looking girl was actually knocked away by a punch. But why did the sound of the landing seem so dull? A girl that frail shouldn't make that kind of noise. Opening their eyes, to everyone's surprise, what crashed into the audience was not Yan Zhi, who looked as fragile as a delicate flower, but rather Tang Yan, who was as robust as a bear. Meanwhile, Yan Zhi stood there gracefully, appearing deceptively weak and fragile. "I can't believe this," everyone thought. Although they did not understand what had happened, they would no longer believe she was just a delicate flower. A fierce flower would be more accurate. As a first-hand witness, Tang Yan, who had crashed into the audience, was even more shocked than them. Others might not know, but he had personally experienced that overwhelming power. He had put all his strength into that punch, expecting a solid hit, only to be met with a delicate white hand that effortlessly intercepted his blow. From that moment on, he could no longer escape her delicate grip. Before Tang Yan could react, he felt himself spinning in a daze. When he regained his senses, he realized he had crashed into the audience area, his back in excruciating pain from a fall. The speed was so fast that no one present had time to react, including the referee, who took a while to announce. Red side falls off the stage, blue side wins. With a loud bang of celebratory fireworks, Yan Zhi stood there in the smoke, but this time, no one regarded her as a weak fighter with E-level physical ability. Yan Zhi felt the most deeply impacted. Having E-level physical ability had always been Yan Zhi's concern, constantly worrying that Yan Zhi's frail body would collapse from bearing too much powerful mental energy. Now, seeing Yan Zhi easily defeat Tang In, who had SS-level physical ability, it seemed her physical ability was at least SS, if not SSS. Yan Zhi leaned towards the latter, estimating that it would not be long before another genius with both SSS-level physical and mental abilities would be recorded in the Empire's records. Yan Zhi could think of this, and so could the other classmates. However, upon realizing this issue, they couldn't help but feel puzzled. Years ago, Yan Zhi had E-level physical ability, which was big news in the academy. There had never been such a specialized genius in the history of the entire empire. Everyone clearly remembered this conclusion. Although theoretically, physical ability could be improved through training, they had never seen such rapid improvement. The conclusion drawn by everyone was that the measuring device at that time must have been faulty. Although the possibility of the most advanced testing equipment of the Empire's first academy malfunctioning was less than 1 in 10,000. It was still much more plausible than the idea of someone improving from E-level to SSS level in just 1 year, which was nearly impossible. If someone could really achieve that, they might have already been locked away for research. Chapter 49, it turns out, I am the greatest villain in the entire galaxy. However, rather than focusing on what level of physical ability Yan Zhi possesses, everyone is more concerned about how Yan Zhi defeated Tang In. In the blink of an eye, Tang In was lying in the audience. Everyone and the referee hurriedly opened the previously recorded battle video on the big screen, watching frame by frame. To everyone's surprise, from start to finish, Yan Zhi never made any big moves. Her actions were always gentle and flowing like water. She gently held Tang In's wrist, and his aggressive fists became as powerless as a tame cat, suspended in midair. Then, using that force, she flicked him away as if casually throwing away a piece of paper, and Tang In's body flew into the audience. If it weren't for the loud thud when he hit the ground, indicating that he was indeed heavy, one might have thought that the strong, bear-like Tang In was made of cotton. Yan Zhi pushed him away as if she were shoving a bothersome cloud. This was an absolute suppression. After watching the video, this thought lingered in everyone's minds. At the same time, they realized that their previous concern for Yan Zhi's safety was quite foolish. Yan Zhi must be some hidden master who had been pretending to be weak all along. It was really infuriating. Only Tang In, after being defeated, now had a face as red as a monkey's backside. He deeply regretted his earlier arrogant remarks about giving her 5 moves. However, a bet is a bet. Although the outcome was far beyond Tang In's expectations, since he had previously stated that he would be her servant if he lost, he wouldn't go back on his word. Like a large dog, he happily ran towards Yan Zhi, just short of wagging his tail. "Big brother, I'm coming." Seeing a bear-like giant running towards her was indeed quite imposing, Yan Zhi thought. "Big brother? What kind of nickname is that?" Expressing her dissatisfaction, Tang In immediately proposed other solutions. "Master? That sounded a bit off. Sister? Don't pretend to be young. Bossian? Too much of a social term." All the proposals made by the big, strong, simple-minded Tang In were ruthlessly rejected by Yan Zhi. "Let's just stick with senior sister. It sounds more normal," Yan Zhi decided helplessly. Tang In felt aggrieved by this title. "What makes me different from the other students?" "No difference." Yan Zhi ignored Tang In's grievance and made a firm decision. Tang In felt wronged, but he didn't voice it. Everyone calling her senior sister didn't show his uniqueness as her exclusive little brother. But since senior sister had decided, as a loyal little brother, he could only obediently comply. As he reluctantly said goodbye and wanted to follow her, Yan Zhi left the stage amidst the enthusiastic gazes of the crowd. Yan Zhi hurriedly took Yan Zhi to check her physical ability and mental strength again. "Let's test it again." Yan Zhi was skeptical that Yan Zhi's physical ability could still be rated as E. As expected, a flash of white light passed, and Jian was both relieved and surprised to see the numbers on the monitor change to SSS. Jian wasn't that surprised, but the tester beside him was extremely astonished. He had been in the physical testing field for many years, and it was the first time he had seen the legendary SSS level. If it weren't for maintaining client privacy, the tester would have wanted to take a few pictures. Struggling to contain his excitement, the tester announced the results. Physical ability SSS level, mental strength SSS level. His voice carried a slight tremor of excitement. That was SSS level, the closest level to a god. Just based on physical quality, it was enough to rival high-level mechas. Currently, only 4 individuals in the entire empire were recorded at this level. One was His Majesty the Emperor Yan Zhi. Another was the Jian family's imperial twins, Yan Zhi and Jian Zhi, and the last was the previous Marshal of the empire, who had now retired. Now, it seemed another newcomer would be added to this roster. Although not in the media industry, the researcher could easily imagine the uproar this news would cause throughout the empire once it broke. He believed that soon he would see the face of this girl on the empire's news. The researcher had already thought about how to brag about this to his family and friends when he returned. The person being tested, Yan Zhi, was equally shocked. In fact, she had some awareness of her physical improvement. It was no exaggeration to say that, for some reason, Yan Zhi could clearly feel that her body was stronger each day compared to the day before. She wanted to know how far her abilities had come, which is why she agreed to Tang Yan's challenge to test herself, but she didn't expect that she wouldn't be able to test her limits at all. Although she realized she was strong, the test results still astonished Yan Zhi. SSS level, having lived in this interstellar era for so long, Yan Zhi understood the classification of SSS level. However, in addition to her joy, she also felt a bit of worry. Not to mention the saying, the taller the tree, the harder it falls. Even Yan Zhi herself could sense something was amiss. As the person involved, she clearly knew that her previous E-level was not due to a machine malfunction. At that time, she was indeed weak, and her physical quality had genuinely risen from E to SSS level in just this year. Such a rapid upgrade would be shocking anywhere. Yan Zhi couldn't help but worry that once her secret was exposed, she would be taken to a lab for research. More importantly, Yan Zhi recalled a conclusion she had previously dismissed. That strange group, Lu Shan and Kong Bai, treated her with utmost respect and claimed she was the queen of the insect race. Initially, she didn't believe it. She was clearly a human and more accustomed to life in the human world. What a ridiculous conclusion about being the queen of the insect race. Remembering the introduction she saw in the insect domain library about the insect queen, who had absolute dominion over all insects. She recalled that the young queen was weak in her early years, but would grow stronger through multiple metamorphoses, eventually becoming the strongest insect and the absolute ruler of the insect race. Feeling the power surging within her body, Yan Zhi felt a chill. Could what they said be true? This speculation frightened Yan Zhi. As someone who had lived in human society for many years, her identity was now in question. The education she received had always taught her that the insect race was humanity's greatest enemy, and this ideology was deeply ingrained. If she really became the ruler of the insect race, what the hell? Wouldn't she become humanity's public enemy? What is this? It turns out that I am the greatest villain in the entire galaxy? Chapter 50. The CP Party Under the Blue Sky. Yan Zhi couldn't accept this conclusion. If it came true, not to mention anything else, just her teacher, Su Chengxiao, who had implemented particularly aggressive policies against the insect race, could easily kill her in a mech. The policies clearly showed how much this monarch hated the insect race. Not to mention the imperial marshal, Yan Zhi, who had been fighting the insect race on the front lines, coming from a military family, the entire Jian family. If this speculation were true, all her friends and family in the human world would directly become her enemies. No one could accept such a scenario, and Yan Zhi was no exception. She decided to ignore this issue like an ostrich and set it aside. Now, the immediate question before Yan Zhi was whether to transfer to the Mecha Warrior Academy. Since she arrived at this school and learned about the departmental distribution, she had wanted to join the Mecha Warrior Academy and become a warrior. However, due to her poor physical fitness, which did not meet the requirements, she settled for the Commander Academy. Now, having qualified in physical fitness, whether to transfer was a dilemma. After a year of study, transferring now would inevitably incur substantial sunk costs. Whether to stay or go was a question. After deep contemplation, Yan Zhi made up her mind. Transfer. After all, this was her former aspiration. Moreover, as a mech designer learning from Su Qingxiao, using her own manufactured mechs was the dream of every mech designer. And Yan Zhi was no exception. So, she decided to act on it. The next day, Yan Zhi prepared the materials for her transfer and went to the Academic Affairs Office. The teachers in the Academic Affairs Office were almost familiar with Yan Zhi by now. Didn't this little girl just come to handle her re-enrollment yesterday? Why is she back today? Oh, it's for a transfer. The teacher looked at Yan Zhi a bit longer. Although the policy had always allowed for transfers between colleges, giving students ample freedom, most people chose to transfer shortly after starting. Few, like Yan Zhi, chose to transfer after a year. After all, transferring now would mean that a whole year of effort would be wasted, and very few had the courage to completely abandon those efforts. This little girl has something. The teacher thought highly of Yan Zhi. Flipping through the documents, she came to the physical fitness section. Upon seeing the glaring SSS level, the teacher's eyes widened. Student, is there an error in your physical fitness report? The teacher stammered. SSS level. As far as I know, there are only 4 in the entire empire, and none of them are female, right? But looking at the black and white text on the report and the stamp from the Testing Research Institute to prevent forgery, it told the teacher that none of this was fabricated. Really? Really? Even the well-informed teacher was taken aback. It felt like a dream as she helped Yan Zhi complete the necessary procedures. After Yan Zhi left, the teacher still wore a shocked and somewhat dazed expression. When a colleague returned from errands and saw the teacher's expression, they curiously asked, "What happened?" "I just helped an SSS-level student with their paperwork," the teacher said softly, still in disbelief. "You're talking about Jian, right? He is indeed a genius in our academy. Haven't you gotten used to it after all these years?" The colleague said, showing an understanding expression. Everyone in the school knew about Jian level. It was big news. Not him, the teacher denied. Now the colleague could no longer maintain their calm demeanor. What? If not him, who else could it be? The teacher smiled, wanting to tease this usually composed colleague. "I won't tell you. You can read about it in the news in a few days. Quick, tell me." The two began to playfully tussle. Yan Zhi was unaware of the commotion she had caused in the school's Academic Affairs Office. She was busy moving her belongings to the Mecha Warrior Academy, with Jian helping her. The moving process wasn't small, and given that both were prominent figures in the school, their actions quickly sparked discussions on the school forum. Did I see it wrong? Is Yan Zhi moving her things to the Mecha Warrior Academy? I saw it too. But isn't she from the Commander Academy? Could it be that Yan Zhi is transferring? Impossible. She's been studying there for so long. Everyone was speculating about this phenomenon, offering their guesses. Yan Zhi, it must be moving in to live with Jian. This outrageous comment came from an ID named Gaji CP Party under the blue sky. Clearly, the speaker was a die-hard CP fan. And although the number of people sharing this sentiment wasn't particularly large, they subtly carved out a space for themselves in the forum. Don't be ridiculous. My Xing GCP is the sweetest. Besides, Yan Zhi is Jian sister-in-law. Jian is just looking after his sister-in-law. Don't overthink it. This statement evidently came from the Xing GCP faction, which had rapidly grown since the video of Jian Xingji and Yan Zhi disembarking from the starship at the docking port went viral. The idea of a family of 3 was the easiest to ship. After all, who had ever seen the iron-blooded Marshal show such tender feelings? But Yan Zhi had seen it. As the saying goes, nothing beats dumplings for eating, and nothing beats a sister-in-law for fun. This was clearly a rebuttal from the Gaji CP faction. Other CP factions remained quietly lurking, weak and afraid to speak up, including the Xiaoji CP and Master Apprenticeships. Wouldn't that be nice? They even speculated that Su Chengxiao had been waiting for Yan Zhi that day at the starship docking port. Otherwise, why hadn't he gone to pick Jian Xingji up when he usually returned? However, this speculation was too outrageous to gain widespread acceptance, so this faction remained quite weak. Really, is there no one shipping the Xing CP? That's the Imperial Twin Stars after all. Who doesn't love a strong pairing? I second that. It's widely known that Jian is a brother complex. These comments came from the establishing CP faction, which had been around for some time. Jian Gaji had expressed many times in the past that Jian Xingji was his idol, and with their identity as the Imperial Twin Stars, many people liked this pairing. Stay away from the incest. But clearly, every CP faction had its detractors. Various CP factions debated endlessly. Thus, the school forum became a battleground for CP factions, with discussions completely derailing as they argued over who was the most compatible. However, the discussions in the forum did not affect the two individuals in reality. Well, actually, there was a slight impact. Chapter 51, What Fanfiction? Yan Zhi looked at Tang Yin, who was running over with a silly grin not far away. Tang Yin had come after seeing a post on the forum saying that Yan Zhi was moving things to the Mecha Warrior Academy. As a loyal little brother, he felt it was his duty to help his boss with such tasks. Thinking of his boss and how casually she had tossed him aside, Tang Yin silently added to himself that although his boss might not need it, as an excellent sycophant, he should learn from the devoted followers and strive to alleviate his boss's burdens, regardless of whether it was necessary or not. Tang Yin took the things from Yan Zhi's hands. After a slight stumble, he wondered why this seemingly small box was so heavy. Then Tang Yin saw his boss's somewhat embarrassed expression and thought about how she had packed more than needed to improve efficiency. Was it really just a little more? Tang Yin shook the weight in his hands, his neck veins bulging. He felt that his boss's understanding of certain measurements might differ from that of ordinary mortals. Even though his boss said she could carry it herself, an excellent sycophant would not agree. He insisted on helping Yan Zhi carry things back. By the way, Senior, why are you moving things to the Mecha Warrior Academy? Tang Yin was quite curious. He then heard his boss casually reply that she was transferring from the Commander Academy. Tang Yin didn't find Yan Zhi's decision strange, even though many people saw it as a choice that required giving up a lot. His boss must have her reasons for doing so, and he couldn't help but admire her. She was indeed his boss, transferring without a hint of hesitation. Tang Yin understood this, but the school forum was still oblivious to all of it. While various CP fans were debating heatedly, Jian Gaji, back at his residence, also saw the news on the forum. He felt a bit embarrassed about the discussions regarding the Gaji CP. How could this even exist? Not knowing what drove him, Jian Gaji began searching for information about the Gaji CP on the forum. The hottest post in the related interest circle was one titled Gowu Jiji. Upon clicking it, Jian Gaji's expression gradually stiffened, even the muscles in his cheeks twitching. It was a fanfiction about himself and Yan Zhi. Although his rational mind told him he could exit now, his eyes couldn't help but scroll up and down. Fair-skinned, beautiful, genius commander versus unruly mecha warrior. Jian Gaji watched, as the author described, in extremely detailed strokes, the entire process of meeting, getting to know, and falling in love with the characters bearing his and Yan Zhi's names. In the interstellar era, there were no net-cleansing actions, and the forum's author wrote extremely boldly. Thus, Jian Gaji saw the following description. Bang! Jian Gaji threw Yan Zhi onto the bed, his eyes red, hoarsely saying, "Commander, please don't tempt me anymore." The author's writing was very intimate and ambiguous, creating a strong sense of immersion for Jian Gaji. The more he read, the redder his face became. By the time Jian Gaji finished the article, an hour had passed. He touched his ears, feeling them burning. Unable to resist, Jian Gaji liked the article. Ahem. The author's writing was indeed good and worth supporting. He continued browsing other news about the Gaji CP and liked each one. As a prominent figure in the school, everyone knew his forum ID, so his likes on the Gaji CP posts couldn't be hidden from the school's populace. The main character appeared, and the Gaji CP fans directly celebrated on the spot. What did I just see? Jian Gaji liked the Gaji CP. The Gaji CP is real. Sob, sob, sob. What's the difference from an official announcement? Unlike the joy of the Gaji CP fans, the other CP fans weren't as happy, so began to pour cold water on their excitement. The other main character hasn't appeared yet. It might just be Jian Gaji's one-sided affection. He probably slipped up. Don't think too much. However, regardless of the comments, Jian Gaji's actions that night did lead to a decrease in the activity of other CP fans. He was quite satisfied with all of this and fell asleep contentedly. In a foggy atmosphere, Zhi saw Yan Zhi appear in his bedroom wearing a red spaghetti-strap dress. Her usually bright eyes were now tinged with an indescribable wetness, and the surrounding scene was blurry. Zhi heard himself hoarsely say, "Commander, please don't tempt me anymore." It was enchanting, intertwined, warm and soft, with red waves crashing. Zhi woke up with a flushed face. Clearly, the fanfiction he saw on the forum last night had a significant impact on him, even manifesting in his dreams. How shameful! Zhi scolded himself internally. The impressions of those things in his mind were too deep, and when he saw Yan Zhi early that morning, he couldn't help but avoid her gaze, his face turning red. "What's wrong with you?" The girl clearly noticed his odd behavior. "It's nothing. Maybe I caught a chill last night and have a slight fever." Zhi heard himself reply stammeringly. However, not mentioning it, he was indeed feeling hot, with both cheeks flushed, resembling someone with a fever. Yan Zhi was easily convinced and didn't think much of it. But Zhi felt he couldn't stay beside Yan Zhi any longer. Every time he looked at her, his mind was filled with the images from last night's fanfiction. Afraid of making any inappropriate moves, Zhi greeted Yan Zhi and said he was going back to rest, leaving without looking back. However, his retreating figure had an unmistakable air of escape. "He's really strange today," Yan Zhi remarked, watching Zhi's back. Perhaps it was because he was sick. She thought she would bring him some medicine later. Unlike Zhi's swirling thoughts, on the other side, in the distant insect domain, Lushan and Kongbai were closely monitoring every move around Yan Zhi through the Star Network. The discussions about CP fans on the school forum certainly didn't escape Lushan and Kongbai's notice. Lushan was furious. Those humans, how absurd. How could they be worthy of their queen? Don't make random pairings. Even if the queen were to find a partner, it would have to be someone like himself. A handsome male insect with beautiful wings. The others didn't even come close. Their different races made it impossible to love. Lushan was so angry that he created an account to post on the forum. Yan Zhi and Lushan are the perfect match. Okay? He decided to promote himself a bit, but it didn't receive any approval from others. Who is Lushan? I don't know him. Isn't Lushan the former richest person in the empire who later became a first-class wanted criminal for colluding with the insect race? Don't be ridiculous. Yan Zhi probably doesn't even know Lushan, right? Definitely not. This is hilarious. These two people are completely unrelated. This so-called theory of being unrelated made Lushan furious. What do you mean they don't know each other? They know each other very well. But then he thought about it. He indeed hadn't appeared in public with Yan Zhi. Lushan now felt like a secret lover kept away from the world, unknown to outsiders. And a not-so-desirable secret lover at that. Thinking like this made him even sadder. He turned to look at Kongbai. "All right, here, as a less favored little lover, which makes me feel a bit more balanced inside." Chapter 52. The Commander Academy becomes the biggest loser. Lesan didn't dare to promote the Laji CP2 boldly. After all, as confirmed by the forum, he was now a level 1 wanted criminal in the Empire. Acting too arrogantly would only bring trouble to Yan Zhi. However, not being able to get affirmation on the forum gave Lesan a great sense of frustration, while the comment from other CP fans seemed particularly glaring. Although he couldn't go to Capital Star because of certain rogue named Su Changxiao, the biggest advantage of StarNet was that it wasn't limited by location. Without a second thought, Lesan hacked into the school forum, deleting all comments related to CP fans overnight. Out of sight, out of mind. Kongbai next to him clearly supported his decision. The two were quite pleased. But this move caused a lot of trouble for the staff of the Imperial First Academy's Network Security Office. They worked tirelessly for 2 whole days to fix the Academy's forum, but still lost a lot of data. Everyone thought it was an attack launched by hackers from that organization targeting the Academy, and the school administration held several meetings to discuss the matter. No one could have imagined that it was just due to 2 men being jealous. When the news of Yan Zhi's transfer was posted on the school's bulletin board, the forum exploded once again. Did she really transfer? Doesn't that mean the previous year was all for nothing? I have to say, I really admire her courage. Although I'm not satisfied with my own academy, after a year, transferring would mean falling behind. I agree with the above. I admire Yan Zhi's courage. But I have to say, this is a very foolish idea. The Mecha Warrior Academy moves quickly. Missing a year of classes is impossible to catch up on. Clearly, While many on the forum admired Yan Zhi's courage and decisiveness upon hearing the news, most did not look favorably upon her actions. After all, in the Imperial First Academy, there was no concept of repeating a year. If she transferred to the Mecha Warrior Academy, she would have to start from the second year, having missed an entire year's worth of study content. Catching up with the Academy's pace was almost impossible. Not to mention that the Mecha Warrior Academy is known for its fast pace and high professionalism, with all the students being the best from various planets in the Empire. There were no easy courses or opportunities to coast through. Had she stayed at the Commander Academy, Yan Zhi might have been a top genius, but at the Mecha Warrior Academy, she would likely find herself at the bottom. Of course, there were also some odd points of focus from others on the forum. Regardless, the Commander Academy has become the biggest loser. I'm from the Commander Academy, and the Dean Yan seemed happy these past few days. He put a lot of effort to recruit Yan Zhi to our academy. What a waste of effort. However, no matter what others said, Yan Zhi still showed up on time in the classroom of this year's students at the Mecha Warrior Academy early in the morning. Her arrival sparked discussions among the students, not out of malice, but pure curiosity. After all, transferring after a year seemed like an unwise decision. A talkative girl sitting next to Yan Zhi, bold and straightforward, clearly couldn't keep her curiosity to herself, asked, "Why did you transfer to our academy? Didn't you do well at the Commander Academy?" To avoid making Yan Zhi feel unwelcome, the girl quickly added, trying to express goodwill, "I'm just curious, no other meaning." Yan Zhi didn't hold back and expressed that she wanted to fulfill her previous wish. One idealistic answer, the girl sighed. The girl wanted to say something more, but the teacher had already arrived, and she had to stop. The teacher was a little old man with white hair who immediately announced that the annual Mecha Warrior League was about to begin, and every student in the academy had to participate. Form teams of 3, the teacher reminded everyone to quickly group up. The Mecha Warrior League was a competition held jointly by the Mecha Warrior Academy of the Imperial First Academy and other Mecha Warrior Academies. It mainly adopted a point elimination system, requiring each team to actively hunt various ferocious simulated insectoids to earn points, while also having to guard against other competing teams. The competition allowed teams to eliminate others to steal their points. Thus, participants were both hunters and prey. What made the competition even more treacherous was that there were gatekeepers set up in the arena, all of whom were excellent mecha warriors recruited from the army. Countless teams were eliminated by these gatekeepers every year. Defeating a gatekeeper, much like defeating a major boss in a game, could also yield generous rewards. At the end of the competition, a unified points calculation would take place, and the team with the highest score would be crowned champion. Since the entire competition was live-streamed, as a highly anticipated event, the various rewards from donations would amount to a considerable sum, which would ultimately become the prize for the winning team. Even without the various honors that came with victory, the prize money alone was enough to make participants fight tooth and nail for it. The first step to participating was to form a team. You needed 3 teammates to register on the official website. Yan Zhi looked around, trying to find a few teammates. The classmates in the room collectively avoided Yan Zhi's gaze, including the girl who had initially spoken to her, who could only smile awkwardly when meeting Yan Zhi's eyes. After all, who wouldn't want a higher ranking in the competition? As a team event, choosing teammates had to be done with great caution. Yan Zhi had just transferred, and even if she had been outstanding in her previous academy, in the completely new field of mecha warriors, she was still a novice. No one wanted a rookie teammate. Everyone found it hard to trust Yan Zhi's abilities. Thus, Yan Zhi ended up isolated in the classroom. A tall male classmate in the front noticed this scene and saw his opportunity. He had specifically only found one teammate to leave an extra spot in his team. Ever since he saw Yan Zhi's photo on StarNet, he had been drooling over her for a long time. Damn, she looks delicate and weak, just my type. She doesn't seem very strong. If we compete together, she would have to listen to me and would be at my mercy. Now that she is alone, if I extend an olive branch, she will definitely come to me. He was very confident. Chapter 53 Win-Win. He approached Yan Zhi with a greasy smile, exuding confidence. Classmate Yan, you haven't formed a team yet, have you? Why not join our squad? We're just one person short. As he spoke, his gaze lingered over Yan Zhi's body, as if appraising a piece of merchandise. Before Yan Zhi could respond, the man continued, but joining our team comes with conditions. You don't mind having dinner with me to build rapport, do you? Looking at the man's oily expression, It was evident that it was more than just a meal. Without a second thought, Yan Zhi directly refused, "No thanks." The man was taken aback by the unexpected rejection and became furious. "Oh, so you refuse, huh? We'll see how a newcomer like you finds teammates without me. Don't come crying to me later to take you in." He scoffed. "Just a former commander from the academy, and you think you're a top student? What a joke." The man walked away, still muttering angrily. Some classmates nearby felt uncomfortable witnessing this scene. Although the man was strong, his demeanor had made him unpopular in class. However, no one really wanted to team up with Yan Zhi, so they didn't intervene. As soon as class ended and the teacher left the room, a burly figure rushed in. Senior. The teacher said there's going to be a mecha warrior competition. Do you want to team up with me?" He was asking for her opinion. But the expectation in Tang Un's eyes was palpable. It seemed he would burst into tears if Yan Zhi refused. "Sure," Yan Zhi replied. And if he had a tail, it would have been wagging furiously. No matter who the other teammate was, nothing made him happier than teaming up with his leader. The classmates clearly recognized Tang In, who was a strong candidate for the strongest newcomer of the year. His face had been all over the forums recently, known for his SS-level mental strength and physical abilities. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be this year's strongest newcomer. Although he was from the first batch, being an SS-level genius made him a great teammate. Everyone's gaze shifted to the man who had just harassed Yan Zhi. Clearly, having Tang In as a teammate was far better than that guy. The man realized the attention he was getting from his classmates, and his face turned red with anger. He thought maliciously, "It takes 3 people to form a team. Let's see who else you can find." But this thought didn't last long. At the entrance of the classroom, another tall figure appeared. This person was well known among the classmates, and even those who hadn't interacted with him should know his name, Jian. Thinking of the rumors on the forums about Jian having a good relationship with Yan Zhi, they wondered, could he be here to team up? Although they knew the two were close, competitions were crucial for everyone, and with Jian strong abilities, he could easily find better teammates to compete for the championship. Yet, he came to find Yan Zhi. Was he choosing beauty over power? Jian confirmed everyone's speculation. "Do you want to team up?" He asked Yan Zhi. "I've already teamed up with Tang In, but if you don't mind, you can join us," Yan Zhi replied. "Of course I don't mind. Please take me in, you too," Jian responded, satisfied with the outcome. Although it added an extra person, Tang In, to the team, it was fine since the competition required 3 people. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Jian didn't feel that teaming up with Yan Zhi would hold him back. He had his own selfish reasons, but even from a capability standpoint, Yan Zhi was an excellent teammate. Others might not know, but he was well aware that Yan Zhi's ratings, mental strength, and physical abilities were all SSS. Such qualities were unmatched, not only in the Empire's top academy, but in the entire Empire as well. He felt he had struck gold. Jian was pleased with this outcome, both publicly and privately. It was clear that Tang In, who was grinning beside him, had also sensed this. On one hand, he was blindly following his leader, but on the other hand, he believed that anyone who could easily defeat him was definitely not a burden. Even if there was a burden, it would be himself. Looking at Jian, Tang In realized he had long heard of this big shot's glorious deeds and firmly concluded that he was indeed the burden in the team. So what could he do? Just hug the golden thigh and relax. Now, all 3 members of the team were very satisfied. Meanwhile, the man who had disturbed Yan Zhi was furious. The arrival of Tang In and Jian felt like a slap in the face, making his earlier actions seem ridiculous, like a clown. Feeling the mocking gazes from his classmates, he felt increasingly uncomfortable and left the classroom in a hurry, not even looking back. The classmates nearby noticed him too, but they showed no sympathy, only mocking him. "You brought this on yourself." The team list for the competition was quickly announced. The students at the academy discovered that Yan Zhi, Jian, and Tang Un had teamed up. The fans of the Gaji couple were ecstatic. No matter how the competition turned out, it was all about the little couple facing challenges together. This was no different from publicly showing off their relationship. Recently, the Gaji couple's popularity had rapidly grown due to these events, attracting many new fans, including some aspiring writers who started creating fan fiction. This led to a positive feedback loop, attracting even more fans. Of course, it wasn't just new fans who were drawn to the fan fiction. Jian, the subject of the events, felt a mix of embarrassment and amusement every time he came across similar fan fiction. As a result, there wasn't a single Guji couple fan fiction that he hadn't read on the entire forum. Naturally, there were also fan fictions about other couples, to which Yan Zhi scoffed. I wouldn't even bother to look. Not only did he not read them, but he also reported them, deeming them nonsense. He had anticipated the frenzy among the couple's fans. Yes, he was doing it on purpose and had no intention of changing his ways. Chapter 54. Issuing a challenge aside from the CP fans, the others on the forum didn't look favorably on this pairing and even expressed regret. Originally, Yan Zhi was a strong contender for the championship in this competition, but with this team setup, it seemed a bit precarious. After all, this is a team competition, and having only one ace in the team is not enough. To compete for the championship, strong alliances are essential. Relying solely on Yan Zhi is far from sufficient. However, the various rumors circulating in the forum did not affect the trio who were preparing for the competition. The three were training at the school as training ground, getting ready for the upcoming Mecha Warrior League. Their small team was going through their usual training routine without bothering anyone, but some people were looking for trouble. It was a man with red-dyed hair. He was tall, wearing a black leather jacket with irregular diamond ear cuffs, exuding a rebellious aura. Upon entering the public training ground, he headed straight for Yan Zhi and the others, clearly with a purpose. Calvin, what are you doing here? Yan Zhi recognized the man first. He was a classmate with whom he had a good relationship, very talented and strong, and they had competed together in several matches. Captain, I'm not here for you. Yan Zhi watched as Calvin bypassed him and approached Yan Zhi. Judging by the expression on his face, it was clear he was up to no good. Yan Zhi quickly grabbed Calvin. What are you planning to do? Calvin ignored him and spoke directly to Yan Zhi. I don't think you have a capability to team up with Yan Zhi. Let us have a match. If I win, you'll let Yan Zhi join me. I refuse. Yan Zhi isn't an object. There is no reason to let or not let him go. Yan Zhi flatly rejected his invitation. Even as Yan Zhi's teammate, she felt she had no right to decide whether Yan Zhi should team up with another man, even if that man seemed quite capable. Hearing this, Calvin was displeased. Students from the Mecha Warrior department were generally very arrogant. To put it bluntly, they often had a brutish demeanor. It was rare for someone to refuse a challenge thrown directly at them. In Calvin's view, this was weakness. On the other hand, Yan Zhi was secretly pleased to hear Yan Zhi's words. He actually didn't mind being used as a wager. But seeing Yan Zhi genuinely respect him was truly touching. No one likes to be objectified, and the thoughtful details were particularly moving. Yan Zhi stepped in between Calvin and Yan Zhi. You've crossed the line. It's my freedom to choose my teammates. Yan Zhi looked at Calvin, his eyes showing a hint of hostility. Calvin's behavior displeased him greatly. However, the Mecha Warrior League was not just about individual prowess. It also concerned the honor of the school. Under the pressure released by Yan Zhi, Calvin shouted, I'm your best choice. Calvin originally thought that Yan Zhi would team up with him for this Mecha Warrior League. After all, they were both upperclassmen, and it would be hard to find another student in the entire academy with similar abilities and experience. If they could join forces, winning the Mecha Warrior League championship would be a sure thing. Plus, they had participated in several competitions together before, building a solid rapport. He had everything planned out. But unexpectedly, someone like Yan Zhi popped up and stole the teammate he had long set his sights on. He disagreed. Only the strong could team up with the strong. He intended to challenge Yan Zhi to regain the right to compete alongside Yan Zhi and to show this underclassman what a true powerhouse looked like. But he never anticipated that the other party would not play by the rules. Now, it was clear that Yan Zhi was also displeased with him. Frustrated by not achieving his goal, Calvin, not daring to confront Yan Zhi directly, shifted his focus to Yan Zhi. To avoid Yan Zhi's watchful eye, Calvin first left the training ground to get Yan Zhi's contact information. He left her a message. No fanfare, no publicity. Let us meet at the training ground at 3 a.m. Not long after, he received a reply. It was just one word. Okay. Seeing this brief response, Calvin revealed a sinister smile. Who didn't he know that Yan Zhi had only E-level physical abilities? Meanwhile, he was an SS-level warrior and with years of study experience. Beating an underclassman would be as easy as a flick of his finger. As for the earlier match with Tang Un, he believed it might have just been a stage performance to fool the public, especially considering how close Tang Un was to Yan Zhi now. They must have known each other before. He scheduled the time for late at night, keeping it low-key to avoid anyone saying that Calvin was bullying the weak, even though that was precisely what he was doing. On the other side, to be honest, Yan Zhi didn't mind competing with others. After all, she wanted to understand her own strengths and weaknesses better. She had heard early on about Senior Calvin, who was said to be quite strong, and she hoped he would be a bit easier to deal with than Tang Un. Yan Zhi thought to herself, diving back into her training, viewing this as just a minor incident. The training ground was open at midnight, but it was mostly empty. In the vast training ground, only 2 figures stood on the central platform. Seeing Yan Zhi arrive for their appointment, Calvin smiled satisfactorily, ready to show her the consequences of stealing a teammate. When Calvin was thrown off the platform for the 99th time, he could no longer smile. What the hell? This is what you call E-level physical ability? Are you kidding me? Come again. Calvin stood back up on the platform. He had lost track of what was motivating him to keep climbing back up. He just couldn't easily admit defeat. Maybe it's better to just stop, Yan Zhi said with a troubled expression, looking at Calvin covered in injuries. She didn't want him to die on the training ground. That would leave her with a lot to explain to others. Do you look down on me? It was the same line again. Yan Zhi didn't know how many times she had heard it that night. Every time she suggested stopping the match, he would respond with this phrase, his tone carrying disbelief, as if he felt deeply wronged. She had no choice but to go along with his wishes. But now, it was truly impossible to continue. His body looked like it couldn't take it anymore. I don't look down on you. I admit defeat, she said softly, as if coaxing a child. Finding the first aid supply she had prepared earlier, she began to treat Calvin's wounds. His injuries were more severe than she had imagined. It seemed like she had been a bit too rough. Yan Zhi felt a bit embarrassed. Even though she tried to be gentle, Calvin still winced as the disinfectant touched his wounds. He let out a small sound, then quickly stifled it, seemingly feeling it was too embarrassing, his ears turning red. His flamboyant red hair, mixed with the dust, hung down over his face, resembling a little lion that had just lost a battle. In the vast training ground, there were only the 2 of them. Calvin's gaze unconsciously focused on the girl beside him who was treating his wounds. Her movements were gentle, and as the disinfectant flowed over the wounds, it brought not only pain but also a slight coolness. To treat his injuries, the girl had to lean in very close, her warm breath brushing against his sensitive wounds, creating a tingling sensation that seemed to reach his heart, spreading throughout his body. Calvin's heart began to race. Chapter 55. The start of a rookie's misfortune in the vast space. An inexplicable atmosphere seemed to be spreading. Cole then cleared his throat, forcing himself to appear calm. You said you admit defeat, which means I win. His ears were burning red, a visible bluff. Cole then realized this, but fortunately, the girl was still focused on tending to her wounds and probably hadn't noticed. She didn't refute his unreasonable demand. Instead, her tone remained gentle, as if coaxing a child. Yes, you won. Damn it, why did you have to coax him? He was the senior. He should assert his authority as a senior. But at that moment, it felt like his brain had rusted over. He opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. He only clearly felt his ears getting hotter and hotter, probably red enough to bleed. Cole then thought to himself in despair. If he had known, he wouldn't have entertained such malicious thoughts of bullying the junior. All right. Yan Zhi finished cleaning the wound, wrapped it in gauze, and tied a pretty bow. As soon as she finished speaking, the person beneath her jumped up and ran away like a rabbit, moving incredibly fast, as if afraid she would see him clearly. Don't engage in vigorous activities with an injury, Yan Zhi shouted after him. In just that moment, the distance between them widened significantly. How strange, Yan Zhi thought to herself. The communicator rang. She picked it up and saw a message. I reluctantly admit that Jian deserves to be your teammate. This sentence came from Cole then, and although it was brief, it seemed filled with awkwardness. Was the senior a bit Sundra? Yan Zhi chuckled at her own guess. However, she didn't notice that what he sent was Jian deserves to be your teammate, not you deserve to be Jian teammate. The shift in the hierarchical relationship indicated a change in Yan Zhi's standing in Calvin's mind, even ranking above Jian. But Yan Zhi was unaware of this and had no habit of savoring such details, She tidied up and went to sleep. Meanwhile, back in his dorm, Colvin's roommates stared at him in shock, seeing him covered in injuries. Although he couldn't be called the best in the academy, Colvin's strength was still among the top. What kind of deity had injured him like this? His roommates speculated, wondering if he had offended some big shot who sent a group of assassins after him. Hearing their guesses, Colvin punched them, thinking, "What are you imagining? It was just a sparring match." Sparring? The only person who could beat up our roommate like this has to be Yan Zhi, they thought. Wow, that's brutal. But Colvin ignored them and returned to his bedroom. He meticulously edited a text message to Yan Zhi, rambling on about wanting to compete for the opportunity to become Yan Zhi's teammate. Although Yan Zhi was strong, Colvin decided to take a chance, betting on a long shot. On the other side, Yan Zhi read the message and deleted it. What's my friend talking about lately? Is he addicted to challenging others? Yan Zhi couldn't understand. 10 days later, the Mecha Warrior League commenced on schedule. The entire event was live-streamed, with each participant equipped with their own broadcasting devices. But whether anyone would watch and how many would tune in depended on their strength and popularity. On the central large screen, there was a particularly big broadcast screen. The contestant with the highest streaming popularity would have their live feed broadcasted there. A great way to gain fame. Beside, it was a rapidly changing screen displaying real-time scores and rankings of each team. When the competition ended, the team with the highest score will be crowned champion. The live viewership was extremely high, with audiences from all over the universe cheering for their favorite contestants. However, none of the participants knew this. They had all had their communication devices confiscated and were randomly dropped into various locations on the competition map. Random deployment meant that team members could easily be scattered, sent to different places. This also meant that, in this competition, in addition to earning points, they had to find their teammates and regroup as soon as possible. Of course, going solo wasn't impossible, but countless former participants' experiences told us that it was better to have more people. A lone player would become a target, a walking point bank for other teams. And Yan Zhi was now such a walking point bank. At the start, she was dropped onto a tree. A branch had caught her just right. When she arrived, she almost fell off due to a momentary distraction. Her teammates, Tang In and Yan Zhi, had long since disappeared, not knowing where they had been deposited in the map's corners. In stark contrast to Yan Zhi's solitary situation, 3 people stood neatly beneath the tree. Clearly, they had incredibly good luck, as all 3 members of their team had been deposited in the same location, along with a fat sheep. 3 dark gun muzzles pointed at Yan Zhi. It seemed that in the next moment, they were ready to eliminate her and convert her into points on their account. This extreme, devilish starting point amused the viewers watching the live stream. Ha, what a devilish start. Eliminated right at the start, it feels like participating without really participating. Is this going to be the contestant eliminated the earliest in the entire event? The comments were buzzing with discussion. The 3 people below the tree didn't waste any words. They were very decisive. 3 cold gun muzzles fired 3 bullets. Clearly, this was a very well-coordinated team. The 3 bullets formed a surround, blocking all of Yan Zhi's escape routes and ensuring she had nowhere to flee. They didn't underestimate their opponent just because of the advantageous 3-to-1 situation. Instead, they went for the kill right from the start. Isn't that the famous sharpshooter team from Side Academy? The 3 bullets blockade is a signature technique of the sharpshooter trio from Side Academy. It is said that the 3 members grew up together, developing a great synergy and trained to develop this skill. As the name suggests, each person fires a bullet to surround the prey, ensuring that even if the prey tries to dodge, they cannot escape the bullet trap. The 3 of them had participated in many competitions, and since this skill appeared in major leagues, no one had ever successfully escaped from it. Clearly, that girl was doomed to be eliminated. The viewers in the live stream shared this belief. The 3 contestants on the field were no exception. They were confident in their long-practiced killing move. Now, they just waited for that girl to be eliminated. Chapter 56. God-level Operation Buna is a student at the Empire's First Academy, but she is not from the Mecha Warrior Academy. Instead, she is from the Commander Academy. So she did not participate in the competition this time. She has been paying attention to Yan Zhi for a long time. Yan Zhi, as a legendary senior from the Commander Academy, surprisingly transferred to the Mecha Warrior Academy after just a year of classes, which is something that most students from the Commander Academy cannot comprehend. However, Buna has a bit of a connection with Yan Zhi. So as soon as the Mecha Warrior League started, she entered Yan Zhi's livestream. Unlike others who are not optimistic about Yan Zhi, Buna actually thinks this legendary senior is a seed player. After all, she can easily defeat Tang Yin, which shows she has some strength. Plus, teaming up with Jian Ge, at least reaching the finals should be no problem. By then, she would be a veteran viewer in the livestream. However, when she opened the livestream, what she saw was not her imagined seed player growing steadily or dominating the battlefield, but rather 3 dark gun muzzles. Having frequently watched League live broadcasts, Buna quickly recognized the 3 people on the opposite side and was aware of their deadly moves. So far, they had never been defeated. Oh no! The seed player she was counting on was about to be eliminated as soon as she stepped onto the stage. Buna felt like she was also touched by some bad luck and was just waiting for Yan Zhi to be eliminated so she could switch to Yan Zhi's livestream. Buna sighed and couldn't bear to watch anymore. Sure enough, an elimination announcement came through exactly as she had thought. Then another elimination announcement followed. Huh? Who was eliminated this time? Why was there an extra person? Before Buna could react, another elimination announcement sounded. She opened her eyes. The live stream she was watching did not go black as she had imagined due to the player's elimination. Instead, the player she thought was about to be eliminated was standing there intact, with the dark gun muzzle still smoking. Obviously, this gun had just been used. On the other side, the 3 figures had turned semi-transparent and were lying on the ground. They were the unbeatable trio of sharpshooters in Buna's eyes. Clearly, they had already been eliminated. What was going on? The viewers in the live stream of the eliminated trio were just as confused as Buna. They had thought their streamer had encountered an easy target, but in the blink of an eye, their stream had disappeared first. Looking at the blacked-out live stream, everyone was puzzled. To find answers, they all rushed to Yan Zhi's live stream. They wanted to see what had happened. This trio had some fame in the league and a decent following, so the influx of viewers brought a significant boost to Yan Zhi's live stream. Under the curious gazes of the crowd, the live replay began. In the slowest playback of the recorded video, to everyone's surprise, facing the 3 bullets that were directly surrounding her, the girl did not instinctively choose to evade like any other player who had previously died under such a 3-gun blockade. The players who had been eliminated by this setup had no blame. After all, facing such an imminent crisis, instinctive evasion could be considered a human instinct. It can only be said that the opponent's design was overly intricate. This kind of evasion would only lead them into the opponent's trap, getting hit by other bullets and losing their life, rendering them unable to escape. However, the girl did not exhibit this instinctive evasion behavior. In this situation, there are only 2 possibilities. Either the girl, Jiqiang, had undergone strict training and had already overcome this instinctive reaction during training, or she had strong confidence in her own abilities, viewing this as a crisis that didn't require evasion. Although evasion might lead into a trap, it does not mean that not evading means there is no crisis. Facing the oncoming bullets, could the girl have some advanced protective gear? But that wouldn't make sense. The competition prohibits players from carrying any defensive devices, and everyone uses the same combat uniforms and weapons. With doubts, the crowd continued to watch. Even in the slowest playback, Yan Zhi's movements did not appear sluggish. She quickly drew her weapon and aimed at the 3 people under the tree. Was she planning to take a few down with her before she died? It must be said that this could be a good strategy, although eliminated. As long as there were other teammates alive in the group, it could at least bring in a wave of points. However, the reality was not what everyone expected. They witnessed a move they could never have imagined. With 6 gunshots, Yan Zhi fired 6 bullets at an incredible speed. The bullets that flew from the gun seemed to have a mind of their own, flying out on different trajectories, as if they had undergone intricate calculations. 3 of the bullets perfectly overlapped with the trajectories of the bullets fired by the trio and collided. The colliding bullets exploded in midair without harming Yan Zhi in the slightest. Meanwhile, the other 3 bullets surged towards the 3 people under the tree, moving so quickly that they had no space to evade. With a loud bang, the 3 were almost simultaneously eliminated. As the replay ended, Buna felt a bit dizzy and breathless, suddenly realizing she had been so tense while watching that she forgot to breathe. The voice of surprise coming from beside her startled Buna. She turned to see her roommate, who had somehow come to her side, likely drawn in by the live stream. Unlike her, Her roommate was a student at the Mecha Warrior Academy. However, she had broken her leg during a sparring session and hadn't participated in the competition to focus on recovery. As a professional, she held back for a long time without saying anything of value, leaving only the simplest and most sincere praise in her mind. Amazing. Both of them were seasoned livestream watchers, and after years of study, this knowledge made them more acutely aware of Yan Zhi's terrifying abilities. Hitting high-speed moving bullets? That is simply unbelievable. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. You should know that ordinary people can't even see the trajectory of bullets with the naked eye. It's often only when the bullet hits them that they realize it. However, Yan Zhi not only clearly discerned the trajectories of the incoming bullets, but also aimed at the high-speed moving bullets and shot, perfectly intercepting them with her bullets. Even for specialized interception devices, this task is nearly impossible to accomplish. If this operation was already godlike, enough to make them, ordinary people, worship in awe, then Yan Zhi shooting the other 3 bullets to kill the trio in such a short time was blatant showboating. It was as if a god stood high above, mocking these ignorant mortals. There's such a move. Buna and her roommate were almost driven crazy by the stimuli, their expressions dazed. Had humanity secretly evolved without them? Buna, feeling numb from shock and exhaustion, spoke with a hoarse voice. Are all of you at the Mecha Warrior Academy this competitive? Her roommate, however, appeared dazed and did not respond to her question, silently questioning her life. Chapter 57. Non-luck explosion on the other side. As the witnesses of this series of operations, no one was more surprised than the 3-member team that was eliminated. The 3 individuals who were shot and eliminated appeared outside the arena, looking at each other with confusion. It might be hard for others to believe, but although they were personally eliminated, they didn't even react to what had happened in that extremely short time. They just felt a darkness in front of them before being transported outside. What happened? Did the system have a bug? According to their imagined scenario, they should have already dealt with the unfortunate girl who appeared alone on the tree. They expected to start the next match with a bang, happily carrying the points gained from eliminating the girl. But instead, they found themselves in the elimination zone. The system really must have a bug. One of the teammates, filled with anger, was ready to go report to the organizers. How could the system do this? Contestants were eliminated for no reason. Before he could make a move, he heard a voice exclaiming, "What the hell?" Looking over, it turned out to be their usually calm captain. They had been teamed up for so long and had never seen the captain lose composure like this. In front of the captain was a dim light screen, playing the recorded moment of his elimination. With just one glance, he was captivated by the video, taking all his attention. Another teammate was also drawn in. The 3 were stunned by Yan Zhi's godlike operation. They remained in shock for a long time, expressing a sentiment that echoed their captain's, "What the hell?" Just by watching the captain's elimination video, the other 2 could imagine how they had been eliminated themselves. They didn't even need to see it. It was pretty much the same. Without caring to watch their own elimination moment, the 3 hurriedly entered Yan Zhi's livestream. The first thing they heard upon entering made their mental state collapse. The girl on the screen casually said, "Wow, lucky me. I ran into 3 lonely ones right off the bat." The 3 nearly broke down, thinking, wait, 3 against 1. Who is the lonely one here? Well, considering the girl's terrifying strength, it seemed acceptable for their team to be considered 3 lonely ones. This was the difference between a god and the mere mortals. They felt wronged, but said nothing. Once inside the live stream, it was evident that they were also noticed by other viewers. They were warmly welcomed right away. "Oh, the victims are here. Make way. Make way. The victims are here for revenge." Ha ha, is revenge still a thing? I envy the brothers so much. Being taken out by the sister herself, unlike me, who can only miss her sister from the screen. Seeing these comments, the 3 felt a bit embarrassed. After all, being eliminated and then watching the live stream of the one who eliminated them was indeed somewhat shameful. However, the live stream was truly captivating, and they couldn't care less. They decided to just enjoy the show and sent a barrage of comments. "The streamer is amazing." The comments erupted in laughter. "Conquered by my sister. I'm dying of laughter." Who are you making laugh? As the center of discussion, Yan Zhi had no idea what was happening outside the competition in the live stream. She intended to make a cool jump down from the tree, but ended up stumbling and nearly falling. Hey, she got snagged by a branch. Yan Zhi looked somewhat flustered. Seeing this scene, the comments exploded with laughter. Not cool for even 3 seconds. Ha ha ha. Wife is adorably dazed. Aunt has a little money. Aunt wants to spend it herself. New viewers, who were recommended by others, had no idea what had happened earlier. They only saw a girl tripping over a branch. Is this it? Is this the legendary super sniper? The comments didn't criticize them. Come on, give her a break. A sniper and not being agile is normal, as long as her shooting is accurate. Although a group of viewers had been watching Yan Zhi's livestream from the beginning, knowing her godly shooting skills, they didn't understand her style of play, thinking she was just good at shooting. After all, mastering every skill requires time and effort. It's unrealistic for someone to be a jack of all trades. However, they didn't know that soon their perceptions would be shattered. Despite being a bit clumsy, Yan Zhi successfully got down from the tree and continued on her way. Throughout her journey, she encountered no opponents, which could be seen as either good or bad luck. While there were no dangers, there were also no opportunities to gain points. Naturally, the excitement of the live stream diminished. Some viewers attracted by her so-called godly shooting skills found it boring and left the live stream, causing the viewership to drop. After a long time, it seemed that the previous calm was a setup for this moment. Yan Zhi continued her usual non-lucky style and encountered the level guardian. The guardian was not like ordinary contestants. They were all excellent mech warriors from the military with rich combat experience. They were the final bosses of each level, allowed to be equipped with weapons, and far exceeded the average level of contestants in terms of equipment and physical fitness. One of the highlights of the competition was the various ways the Guardians eliminated contestants each year. Of course, defeating a Guardian also brought rich rewards. But ordinary people didn't dare to covet this prize. It was a joke. Just surviving against a Guardian was considered extraordinary luck, let alone dreaming of obtaining rewards for defeating one. The Guardian Yan Zhi encountered this time was a muscular man in tight military attire, visibly strong. Around him were numerous contestants who had turned semi-transparent, indicating they had been eliminated. Clearly, this Guardian was not in a good mood and had no intention of going easy on the newcomers, having already eliminated quite a few contestants. It was reasonable to suspect that the reason Yan Zhi hadn't encountered any opponents previously was that they had all been dealt with by this Guardian. However, those who followed previous competitions knew that encountering a Guardian was both a crisis and an opportunity. It wasn't about coveting the reward for defeating the Guardian. No one dared to do that. Instead, it was because the Guardians, as highly watched figures, naturally attracted a large audience. If someone else's livestream encountered a Guardian, it would draw in tons of viewers. If they could miraculously escape the Guardian, that would significantly boost their popularity. If they were unfortunate and got eliminated by the Guardian, well, that would just be a pre-elimination celebration. A comment appeared asking, "So how do you think the streamer's luck is so far?" Other comments fell silent. The streamer seems to be a non-lucky person. Chapter 58. Just a toothless tiger when encountering the Guardian. The live broadcast room will experience a surge in popularity. And Yan Zhi's room is no exception. After the news was released, a large number of new viewers flocked to Yan Zhi's live stream. Another new contestant has arrived. Send some luck to the streamer. Betting is closed. Guess how many minutes the streamer can last without being eliminated. This Guardian is really fierce so far. No contestant has survived against him. Send some luck to the streamer. It's worth mentioning that this Guardian, due to his brutal and ruthless style, has attracted a group of fans. Although the Guardian himself doesn't have a live room, they are very eager to watch the contestants' live streams where the Guardian appears. Some of these viewers are not very friendly. Here comes another one to seek death. This female streamer looks weak, not even enough for my brother's punch. Seeing the new viewers all singing Yan Zhi's praises, the old viewers in Yan Zhi's live room felt a bit dissatisfied. But those who watched the League live broadcast had heard about the Guardian's terrifying reputation, and they had no way to refute it. They could only stew in their own anger. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Yan Zhi, facing the Guardian, even showed a hint of excitement in her eyes. She had long heard of the Guardian's fame, and today she had the opportunity to test her skills against him. Holding the gun firmly, Yan Zhi took the initiative and fired a clean shot at the Guardian. Seeing Yan Zhi pick up the gun, those who had been following her live stream instantly became excited. The streamer has great shooting skills. She's amazing. Streamer, charge. show the Guardian the power of a sharpshooter. But this joy didn't last long. The Guardian, as the final boss of every level, displayed agility that was unexpected for his muscular build in the face of the rapidly approaching bullet, seemingly able to predict its trajectory. He skillfully dodged to the right, and the bullet grazed his right shoulder, perfectly avoiding any injury. Not discouraged by the missed shot, Yan Zhi quickly fired again, and the sound of 3 gunshots rang out almost in unison. 3 bullets shot out from the gun, following different trajectories to surround the target. What is this? The 3-man team that had just been defeated while watching Yan Zhi gasped. No one knew better than them that this was not their signature skill, the 3 bullets blockade. They had practiced for so long to master this skill, and Yan Zhi had managed to replicate it after just one viewing. She even formed an enhanced version. They needed 3 people working together to achieve the effect, yet Yan Zhi could do it alone. Is this streamer really that terrifying? However, after Yan Zhi's impressive display, the 3 were still shaken, fearing that the Guardian would respond like Yan Zhi did earlier, pulling out a gun and firing 3 bullets that would collide and explode in midair. The 3 could hardly breathe, their nerves tense as they continued to watch. However, it was clear that not everyone had Yan Zhi's capabilities. The 3 bullets blockade still played its expected role. Although the Guardian could dodge, the 3 bullets surrounded him, blocking all his escape routes. Thus, the Guardian took a bullet directly to the chest. Is the Guardian going to be eliminated? The streamer is amazing. In the league, being hit in a vital area means elimination, and the Guardian is no exception. This is common knowledge. However, the joyful fans of Yan Zhi were soon doused with cold water by the Guardian's fans. Take a good look. Our Guardian has a bulletproof vest. Are you dumbfounded? Contestants can't bring protective gear, but the Guardian is different. Haha. Seeing this scene, even the Guardian's fans had to admit that Yan Zhi indeed had some skills. But so what? You have your tricks, and I have my wall ladder. ISNT this bullying. Exactly, the Guardian has more experience and even better equipment. It's too much. However, no matter how indignant Yan Zhi's fans were, it didn't change the rules of the league. Soon, Yan Zhi's fans perked up again. It's okay, our sharpshooter sister. Next time we'll get a headshot. Right, let us see how they can be arrogant now. Seeing that the Guardian had been hit but remained unharmed, Yan Zhi also realized that the opponent was definitely equipped with some protective gear. With the attack failing, the Guardian noticed Yan Zhi's shooting skills and charged at her, trying to eliminate her advantage in close combat. As the distance closed, Yan Zhi adjusted her strategy, raising her gun to aim at the Guardian's unprotected head. She pulled the trigger. All that could be heard was a crisp click. That was the sound of the trigger being pulled, and there was no other reaction. Out of bullets? Watching this scene, the comments section nearly exploded. My goodness, don't you have to restock? What a hell of a joke. A sharpshooter without bullets is just useless. Laughing to death. If she gets eliminated here, that would truly be the biggest joke of the year. The mockery came not only from the Guardian's fans, but even some of Yan Zhi's original fans, all because of this unexpected turn of events. The Mecha Warrior League allocated 10 bullets to each contestant's gun, and normally one could find ammo supplies randomly distributed throughout the arena or simply take bullets from other contestants. For some reason, Yan Zhi looked for supplies once since the beginning, and now she was out of bullets. Seeing this, the 3-man team that had been eliminated by Yan Zhi wished they could shake her shoulders vigorously. What is going on? How could she make such a rookie mistake? Bullets are a sniper's lifeline. Now they wish they could rush onto the field and stuff their unused bullets from the match into Yan Zhi's magazine. But no matter how frantic the people outside were, they couldn't affect what was happening inside. Realizing that Yan Zhi's trigger pull produced no response, the Guardian understood that she was out of bullets. The opportunity had come. If Yan Zhi's incredible shooting skills had made him wary while she was armed, now, with no bullets, she seemed no different from a toothless tiger in his eyes. If long-range attacks were Yan Zhi's strong suit, then close combat was his domain. Before participating in the Mecha Warrior League, he had been an outstanding close combat warrior in the army, and now, his chance had come. A tall and strong figure charged toward the girl, making her slender figure seem even more fragile in comparison, causing onlookers to involuntarily feel a sense of worry for her. Chapter 59, Reaching the Peak? On the other side, Yan Zhi, who discovered that her gun was unloaded, did not hesitate and directly threw the gun away. Everyone thought that without a weapon, Yan Zhi would become a lamb to the slaughter, quickly eliminated by the Guardian, just like the contestants who were eliminated on the ground. However, to everyone's surprise, facing the aggressive attack from the Guardian, Yan Zhi moved like lightning, dodging the attack with swift movements. The distance between the two instantly widened. The Guardian was momentarily taken aback, having thought she was merely a skilled marksman, not expecting her to be so capable in close combat as well. The Guardian did not pause and continued to attack Yan Zhi, thinking it was just her agile movements. She looked so slender and lacked any sense of strength. This time, Yan Zhi did not dodge. She extended one hand to meet the attack head-on, firmly controlling it, while her other hand formed a fist, swinging it with force. The fist cut through the air with a hissing sound, striking a vital point. With just one blow, the Guardian turned semi-transparent and was forcibly eliminated by the system. Yan Zhi's score skyrocketed. The barrage exploded. One-hit kill? What a joke. The streamer looks like a gust of wind could blow her away. The streamer isn't a distant sniper type after all. No one told me the streamer was so badass in close combat too. Is there some insider information? I don't believe the Guardian is that weak. The barrage was filled with discussions, and upon hearing that a contestant had actually taken down the Guardian, viewers flooded into Yan Zhi's livestream. They expected to see a muscular man who would give off an overwhelming oppressive feeling, but instead, they found a delicate-looking girl in the stream. What the hell? Compared to her, the eliminated Guardian seemed to fit everyone's expectations better. Unhappy with the new viewers judging by appearances, the old fans in the live stream began to argue with them. As for the former fans of the Guardian, they had all defected, becoming loyal fans of Yan Zhi. The reason they supported the Guardian was fundamentally about following strength, and when someone stronger appeared, they had no qualms about switching sides. As fans of the Guardian, they often engaged in fierce verbal battles with various streamers, easily outmatching 4-1. They could be considered the first cavalry to charge into battle within Yan Zhi's fanbase. The new viewers were met with a barrage of insults as soon as they entered the live stream. They were not pleased. They had only wanted to express dissatisfaction with the conflict between reality and imagination. Now, being insulted, their anger grew, and they directly concluded that Yan Zhi was just a weakling who matched her appearance. They belittled every strand of hair on her head to the ground. Seeing this, Yan Zhi's fans were not willing to back down. The two sides began an endless argument. Meanwhile, Yan Zhi, having defeated the Guardian, saw this level disappear. Everyone was teleported to another map. All the contestants in the map saw a flash of white light before collectively appearing in a strange place. When they opened their eyes, the contestants gathered in groups, and the number was extraordinarily large. This was not surprising. All the contestants in the entire map had gathered together. So how could the number not be large? The teleported contestants had not yet figured out the situation and were watching their opponents around them with caution, closely sticking to their small teams. The contestants were hostile to each other, and in such a gathering, if anyone made a move first, it would lead to a big melee. In the chaos, no one could guarantee they would emerge unscathed. The contestants slowly dispersed, trying to distance themselves from other groups. If everyone thought this way, and everyone retreated, although there would be no points gained, it would not be too difficult to coexist peacefully. However, some people's greed was hard to resist. The contestants who had been teleported had mostly formed small teams after a long time of competition, while those who were alone, like Yan Zhi, were ultimately in the minority. Now, those alone seemed vulnerable, practically moving points dispensers, as no one could back them up. If they missed this opportunity, it would be difficult to find the solitary contestants again in such a vast map. Ultimately, greed overcame reason. A gun was fired from an unknown corner. With a bang, the scene instantly descended into chaos. The contestants, already like startled birds, could not help but pick up their weapons and attack in all directions. Gunshots rang out one after another. In this great melee, some were quickly eliminated while others saw their scores rapidly increase. It was a place of chaos, but also a place of opportunity. Yan Zhi belonged to the group whose scores were rapidly rising. She held a long gun, which she scavenged from the previous Guardian, with a longer range and stronger firepower, making it very useful. This time, she had learned from her previous lesson and prepared ample ammunition. Bullets poured out like water, seemingly endless. With each gunshot, a contestant was eliminated. At this moment, Yan Zhi resembled the Grim Reaper on the battlefield, wielding a scythe to harvest lives. Wherever she passed, other contestants were eliminated, and correspondingly, Yan Zhi's score soared. The increase was rapid, while on the other side, someone noticed a strange name on the contestant group score leaderboard, rapidly rising in rank. Almost every second, it defeated several contestants, climbing up the ranks. Finally, it reached the second place. At this time, the first place was held by a highly anticipated team likely to win the championship in this league. This team had strong members, each being extremely rare SS-level players. Moreover, they were fixed teammates who had played thousands of matches together, having won multiple championships in the past. From the start, they firmly occupied the first position, pulling away from the second place by a large margin. That unfamiliar team had stayed in second place for quite some time, seemingly losing momentum, and it appeared the gap was too large. They stopped moving. Seeing this, the fans of the first-place team breathed a sigh of relief. They were worried it would surpass their streamer. After thinking this, they felt overly suspicious. Their streamer was not so easy to surpass. But before they could relax for too long, in full view of everyone, that unfamiliar team surged to the top. Now, at the top of the leaderboard, 3 names stood out: Yan Zhi, Jian Xingji, Tang Yin. And it was not over yet. After defeating the previously dominant first-place team, this unfamiliar team's score continued to soar, further widening the gap from the second place. Chapter 60. Licking every street of the capital star ridiculous. This was the only thought circling in everyone's mind. The curiosity of the crowd was piqued, and the live streams of the 3 members of the team welcomed a large influx of viewers. Jian Xingji's reputation was the loudest, and most people following the league knew this name. They thought it was this big shot's credit that pushed the team's score to first place. However, those who entered the live stream were shocked to discover what? The team ranked first in points didn't even have all their members gathered. What a joke. Some audience members well-versed in military strategy had already thought of it. Tactics. This must be some meticulously designed advanced strategy. This idea received unanimous agreement from the viewers. The Empire's first academy was indeed the best academy in the entire Empire. Their strength was terrifying. If Yan Zhi knew their thoughts, she would surely shed a tear of bitterness. Laughing to death, there was no such advanced strategy. It was just the luck of a non-entity. Tired. JPG, but Yan Zhi didn't know any of this. She was busy on the battlefield killing enemies and harvesting points. The current scene, to borrow Yan Zhi's words, was, "Hey, I found another group of stragglers." The lucky viewers who rushed into Yan Zhi's live stream were greeted with a scene that looked like the Grim Reaper had descended. The girl was holding a machine gun, relentlessly harvesting the points of the contestants one by one. Contestants turned semi-transparent, scattered everywhere, so many that it was impossible to count. The scene could even be described as tragic. New viewers seemed to understand why this team's points were skyrocketing. In this shocking massacre, they silently noted the name of the streamer. Yan Zhi, right? I'll remember that. I'll take a detour when I see her. Scared. JPG, although a new batch of viewers had just arrived, Yan Zhi's live stream did not seem discordant due to the newcomers. On the contrary, everyone was treated equally, all becoming emotionless tools who only gave Yan GS666. Among the dizzying barrage of comments in Yan Zhi's live stream, nothing could be distilled other than the streamer being awesome. The plagiarism rate was 100, with severe homogeneity. There was no more harmonious live stream than this. Unlike the harmony here, on the other side, at the exit where contestants were being eliminated, a rare scene of congestion appeared in the Mecha Warrior League after so many years. There were so many people that a stampede incident almost occurred. Everyone looked at each other. Although they came from different planets and races, at this moment, there was a sense of camaraderie in fighting together. Were you also eliminated by that killing god? What coincidence, so was I. In exchanging glances, they regarded each other as confidants. Although the scene was too chaotic at the time, and it was impossible to tell who fired the first shot of chaos. Everyone now just wanted to ask the person who fired the first shot one question. Why did you provoke her? Without thinking too much, everyone opened the live stream and rushed into the Killing God's live room. Being eliminated was painful. Watching others being cleanly and swiftly eliminated by that Killing God was a rare visual treat. So refreshing. Finally, After an unknown amount of time, Yan Zhi's hand, holding the gun, felt a bit numb. She had finally finished clearing all the people present, except for a few clever ones who had quickly run away at the start of the chaos. All the remaining contestants on the field had been eliminated by Yan Zhi. Almost all the points from the previous level flowed into Yan Zhi's account. Finally, the growth rate of the top score on the contestant team leaderboard slowed down. It finally stopped at a jaw-dropping number, a number that the second-ranked team could never catch up to, even if they were on a rocket. All the people present only had 2 words left in their minds. Awesome. If this year's champion team isn't the one Yan Zhi is on, I'll eat shit upside down on capital stars every street. Although I really want to see it, I guess you won't be able to eat that shit. Deep. JPG. Eating everything will only harm you. If this year's champion team isn't the one Yan Zhi is on, I'll single-handedly take down the interstellar pirate Lantique's lair. Everyone was setting flags in Yan Zhi's live stream, and the scene became increasingly absurd. Meanwhile, Yan Zhi, who had been blessed with luck for so long, finally welcomed her spring. That is, she finally found her teammates. It was not easy at all. What a joyous occasion. It turned out that everyone's starting point was not even on the same map. No wonder it was so hard to find. What made Yan Zhi envious was that she discovered Jiangaji had already teamed up with Tang and early on. Same humans, but really infuriating. Yan Zhi was happy about finally getting her team together after so much effort. However, in Jiangaji's live stream, the long-absent teammate turned out to be a completely unknown face. Jiangaji's old fans were dissatisfied. Is this year's streamer doing poverty alleviation? One by one, the teammates have no reputation. Letting that low-grade little burden Tang in slide was fine, but now another burden shows up. Are they trying to drag our streamer down? Why doesn't T the streamer team up with that red-haired Cole then? Isn't the red-haired little lion strong? I'm done. I really can't believe the teammate Jiangaji has been searching for all this time is like this. The old fans in Jiangaji's live stream knew that when Jiangaji entered the arena, he would focus on finding his teammates. Unless other teams or the insectoids in the level actively collided with Jiangaji's path, he rarely actively fought for points, only focusing on finding people. This lack of initiative in grabbing points led to Jiangaji's score rising slowly, which was a stark contrast to his previous image of dominating the game. This situation left the old fans in Jiangaji's live stream feeling very frustrated. They had followed Jiangaji through several competitions, and now they were quite dissatisfied. However, there was still a hint of expectation in their hearts about what kind of impressive teammate Jiangaji was so diligently searching for. Anyway, it surely wouldn't be a weakling. Before they even met, everyone had already unconsciously formed a preset image of a formidable teammate in their minds. As a result, after finally finding this long-sought teammate, they discovered that he looked so weak. Everyone had thought this way before, feeling disappointed. Jiangaji's fans instantly exploded in frustration, and Yan Zhi became a vent for their long-held grievances, with all sorts of unpleasant comments directed at her. Chapter 61. Entrapment when streamers meet each other. Some clever ones will sneak into another streamer's room to see the opposing perspective. Yan Zhi has quite a few fans too, and some have slipped into Jiangaji's live stream. Seeing their streamer being insulted like that, they couldn't help but argue back in the chat, really laughing to death. Who's clinging to whose thigh is still uncertain. Our Yan Zhi is super strong. Okay, look at the team points. How many points did your streamer contribute to the team to dare bark here? Judging by appearances, how despicable. Fans from Jiangaji's live stream also flowed into Yan Zhi's room, and the two fan groups were arguing fiercely. Both live streams were filled with chaos, while the most peaceful one was actually Tang and S. Weak and helpless, regardless of who the real big boss is. As a small transparent at the bottom of the food chain, Tang Yin just needed to cling to the big thighs properly. However, the three people on the field couldn't see the barrage. Even if they could, it wouldn't affect their feelings. Now that the three had successfully combined, their combat power had increased exponentially. Next up was the hunting moment. In the vast arena, a fragile girl was stumbling through the woods, her face seemingly branded with the words weak and easily bullied. There seemed to be faint tear stains on her face. Behind her, a small team of 3 was relentlessly chasing her, with gunshots ringing out from time to time, but the girl managed to accidentally dodge them. It looked like 3 bullies were picking on a helpless girl, evoking a sense of pity. Yet the atmosphere in the live stream was cheerful. To be fair, Yan really knows how to act. Run, silly kids, Those little fools still don't realize they are the prey. As that small team chased the girl, they reached a certain distance, and suddenly there were 3 consecutive gunshots. 3 bullet holes appeared neatly in the foreheads of the 3 team members, and their bodies quickly turned translucent, clearly eliminated. I'm saying this on behalf of the victim. They're an ambush. To be fair, Yan Zhi's marksmanship has always been amazing. Within range, he is invincible. I have a bold idea. I want to see Yan Dalao and Yan Zhi face off. Count me in. Since the team had gathered, directly searching for other teams on the map was too inefficient, so they chose to use entrapment tactics. The bait was represented by the seemingly weakest Yan Zhi. After all, Tang looked too strong, and Yan Zhi's face was too well known. Using either of them as bait wouldn't catch any fish. Using Yan Zhi as bait proved effective. Up until now, the 3 of them had cooperated to eliminate countless teams, and their points were soaring. However, perhaps because the heavens disapproved of their actions, or perhaps because of the saying that one who often walks by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. Or maybe it was Yan Zhi's bad luck aura showcasing its prowess again. They ran into the gatekeeper of this level. On the vast grassy field stood a man in a sturdy black military uniform, tall and powerful, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. He seemed bored waiting his long, knobby fingers idly adjusting his cuffs. The terrain on the grassland was flat and without cover, and he didn't hide. To him, it seemed no contestant was worth hiding from for an ambush, exuding an air of pride and indifference that came from being in a high position. When the figure in black military uniform appeared in the live stream, the entire chat exploded. Wow, it's the Marshal. It's actually the Marshal. The Mecha Warrior League is amazing. They actually invited the Marshal to be the gatekeeper. The Marshal is so handsome. The abstinent military uniform is really alluring. The audience in the live stream was exceptionally excited. No one expected that such a small Mecha Warrior League could invite the Empire's war god to serve as the gatekeeper. Before this, if one wanted to see the Marshal, aside from military-related news, forget about it anywhere else. No chance. Even so, the Marshal still attracted a large number of fans with his extraordinary abilities, becoming a well-known figure throughout the Empire. The reason for such high recognition, of course, was partly due to the Marshal's outstanding appearance. The organizers of the Mecha Warrior League really knew how to keep a secret. If it were any other organization, they would have started promoting the Marshal's participation 10 years in advance. The Marshal's fans were somewhat resentful about the lack of prior promotion. If I had known the Marshal was participating, I would have transferred to the Mecha Warrior Academy overnight to compete. Me too. Even if I got eliminated by the Marshal upon meeting him, it would be worth it. What's wrong with the organizers of the Mecha Warrior League? Are they afraid of too many participants? But the organizers, facing the crowd as criticism, felt quite aggrieved. In an office closely monitoring the live stream, a figure watched the barrage with indignation, only able to smile wryly. Who and T want higher popularity and more attention for their big event? It's important to note that even he was confused about the Marshal's participation. He was shocked to receive the notification from the Marshal's personal guard that the Marshal would be attending the competition, almost thinking it was a scam. After confirming the authenticity of the information, he was filled with joy. After all, this was the Empire's Marshal, one of the Empire's twin stars. What right did his small competition have to attract such attention? The Barrage's accusation of not promoting the event properly and not giving the Marshal face was quite unjust. Did he not want to promote? He wished he could sit on a spaceship with a loudspeaker and announce this news on every street of every planet in the universe. However, the Marshal had given prior instructions to keep a low profile, and he didn't dare to go against the Marshal's wishes, did he? Even without promotion, the news of the Marshal appearing in the Mecha Warrior League quickly spread throughout the Star Network. A huge influx of viewers flooded into the live stream, causing the live system to crash several times. The programmers of the competition were typing away on their keyboards as if they were sparking fire. Even so, this was under the foresight of the organizers who had strengthened the live system. If they had used the previous system, the situation would have been even worse. Even with prior expectations, they still underestimated the Marshal's influence. The head of the Mecha Warrior League was now busy and, at the same time, happy. However, he still felt a slight confusion in his heart. He couldn't understand how his small competition could attract the Marshal to personally participate. What was the reason behind the Marshal's participation? The organizer truly couldn't figure it out. Perhaps he would have to ask the Marshal directly to get an answer. Chapter 62. Don't recklessly set flags. Participating in this competition, of course, stems from Marshal's seemingly unapproachable selfishness. Ever since he brought Yan Zhi back to the capital star, he hadn't had the chance to bond with her before that guy, Su Chengxiao, using his power for personal gain, sent him to the border to continue fighting the insect race. This action made even the usually composed Yan Zhi want to scold his monarch. Don't you have any idea why we've been fighting the insect race for the past 6 months? Isn't it to defeat them and find Yan Zhi? Now that she's back, what's the point of continuing the fight? However, even with such thoughts, as the Marshal of the Empire, he had no choice but to obey the Emperor's orders. At the same time, Yan Zhi understood that Su Chengxiao simply wanted to divert him and monopolize Yan Zhi, depriving him of the chance to be with her. What kind of monarch is that? Just a scoundrel. On the other side, the barrage gradually recovered from the shock and began to analyze the battlefield situation. I originally thought Yan Zhi's team would definitely win the championship, but given the current situation, it's looking quite precarious. Be confident. You're facing the Empire's God of War. Do you think Yan Zhi's team has any chance of not being eliminated? What a pity. This team is clearly very strong, but their luck just isn't good. If only they hadn't encountered the Marshal, Yan Zhi's team could have won the championship. Don't talk nonsense. If they hadn't encountered the Marshal, what would we be watching? The barrage was full of pity for Yan Zhi's team. The outcome was not hard to guess. After all, no matter how strong Yan Zhi's team was, they couldn't compete with the Empire's invincible God of War, and failure seemed inevitable. At this moment, some onlookers who love drama jumped in. Hey, does everyone remember that group of people who set flags in Yan Zhi's livestream before? I remember. Where's that guy who said, if this year's champion team isn't Yan Zhi's, I'll stand on my head and eat shit? Time to eat. Don't forget to go live when it happens. Ha ha ha. And that one who said he would lick every street in the capital star, remember to go live too. I'll definitely watch. And that one who said he would single-handedly take down the space pirate Lantique's lair, don't forget, don't run away. This is hilarious. Since he set flags, don't back down, everyone. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yan Zhi and her team were also quite surprised to see Yan Zhi. Tang indirectly turned into a fanboy of the Marshal, disregarding how difficult it was to survive under the Marshal's command. Almost want to stick to him for a photo, an autograph. Well, perhaps this brawny but simple-minded guy never even considered the possibility of surviving under the Marshal. At least it was nice to have a carnival before elimination. Yan Zhi knew more than Tang, and seeing Yan Zhi here filled him with uncontrollable surprise. After all, he knew Yan Zhi was on a mission at the border. But looking at Yan Zhi beside him, he felt he could vaguely touch some truth, sensing that his brother's appearance here as a gatekeeper must have some ulterior motive. Yan Zhi was a bit surprised to see Yan Zhi, but didn't think too much about it, perhaps as a Marshal. He was very concerned about the growth of the younger mech warriors and had come to personally oversee things. So responsible, she thought, seeing Yan Zhi acting as a gatekeeper. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Yan Zhi was not filled with admiration or fear. Instead, her heart was filled with a strong fighting spirit. Until now, ever since her physique had greatly improved, she hadn't encountered a worthy opponent. Her victories had mostly been overwhelming. Now, facing the rumored god of war, Yan Zhi, she had a legitimate opportunity to exchange blows and was eager to try. Fortunately, others didn't know what Yan Zhi was thinking. Otherwise, they would surely mock her for being overconfident. Try means death, smile. JPG. The only problem now was to work hard to hide her personal connection with the Marshal. After all, Yan Zhi was the gatekeeper, and the fact that the participants knew the Marshal privately might have a negative impact on him if it got out. On the other side, Yan Zhi, unaware of Yan Zhi's concerns, had been waiting for quite a while without seeing anyone approach. He was disturbed by the voices from the three-person squad and frowned in displeasure, thinking it was too noisy and needed to be dealt with. Following the sound, His gaze landed on Yan Zhi, and he froze momentarily. Then, under the attention of everyone in the Star Network, his previously cold and indifferent expression disappeared, replaced by a warm smile that made people feel like they were in the spring breeze. He looked visibly happy. Wait, is it true that the legendary cold and unapproachable Marshal is just acting? Is the Marshal himself this enthusiastic? Did they switch him out? The audience's confusion was quickly resolved when the Marshal, under the gaze of thousands, accurately called out the participant's name, Zhi. As if afraid the other party couldn't see, he even waved at her. Zhi, calling her so affectionately. What is going on? Wait, the streamer actually knows this level of big shot? The streamer is amazing. Yan Zhi came to the competition to find Yan Zhi and catch up. He had waited here for a long time, and if it weren't for his confidence in Yan Zhi and Zhi's abilities, he might have doubted whether Yan Zhi had been eliminated. Now that he finally saw her, how could he not be happy? Meanwhile, the barrage was urgently digging into the identities of the streamers to see what the two groups' relationships were. Found it. Yan Zhi and Zhi are cousins. Oh, they're relatives, so it's not surprising they know each other. The Jian family is really impressive. Two SSS-level geniuses came from one family. Once Zhi grows up, he'll probably be just as talented as his brother. But what is the relationship between the Marshal and Yan Zhi? Why did he call her by name so affectionately? The audience still couldn't figure it out and continued to discuss. Finally, a comment resolved their doubts. I'm from the Empire's first academy, and I can testify that Zhi has a good relationship with Yan Zhi. They probably know each other through this connection. After all, she is his brother's friend. The Marshal probably regards her as a junior, hence the affectionate address. So that is how it is. Regardless, the streamer is amazing. The team is full of hidden talents. Seeing the barrage say this, everyone felt they had uncovered the truth. Meanwhile, in the arena, Tang In, upon hearing the Marshal call out to Yan Zhi, looked at Yan Zhi and then at the Marshal. Wait, these two actually know each other. My boss is amazing. What is it like to have your boss and your idol be good friends? Tang In felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. This is what a dream collaboration looks like. Love it. Chapter 63. The final moments seeing the Marshal and the streamer team recognizing each other. Many die-hard fans of the streamers began to dream. Since the Marshal and the streamer team are on good terms, can they give the streamer a pass? It's not easy for the streamer to get this far. Yeah, since they are acquaintances, can we just not eliminate them? Just pretend we didn't see it and let them go. However, such comments were met with fierce backlash from the Marshal's fans. Streamer fans, don't go overboard. Are you trying to climb the social ladder? This is hilarious. The military values order and rules, okay? The Marshal is known for being strict and impartial. As the gatekeeper, he will fulfill his duties. Exactly. What kind of joke is it for streamer fans to think the Marshal would use his power for personal gain? Unfortunately, the fans of the Marshal were disappointed to find that the impartial Marshal was indeed someone who would use his power to protect his own. Not only did he express his intention to let Yan Zhi's team go, but he also seemed eager to press the surrender button, directly handing over a significant amount of elimination points to Yan Zhi's team. Seeing their beloved Marshal act so cheaply, the comments exploded. Has the Marshal been possessed? Even though it's just a small competition, the Marshal voluntarily surrendering? What kind of joke is this? That's the pride and honor of a soldier. Marshal, blink if you've been kidnapped. I don't believe it. There must be an inside story. I've noticed Yan Zhi has been too strong all along, and now she wants to step on the Marshal to rise. What is her background for the League organizers to support her so much? This is ridiculous. I'd rather believe this is a script. The Marshal's fans would not think it was their Marshal's fault. They only blamed the opposing team for forcing their Marshal into such a disgraceful situation. Anger surged towards the opposing team. Is there some hidden agenda? LOL, do they have a deep background? Maybe it's a deep brotherhood. The Marshal willingly lets his brother rise on his back. Hilarious. Even in a competition, you can see the unspoken rules. What about fairness? I've disliked Yan Zhi and her team for a long time. They had things too easy. Who would believe that? Although Yan Zhi's fans were unhappy, they couldn't withstand the sheer number of the Marshal's fans, who were genuinely strong in their support. Moreover, seeing the current situation, they were a bit confused and dare not speak. Only a few die-hard fans couldn't hold back their anger and spoke up. Come on, think about it. With the Marshal's status, who would dare step on him to rise? Exactly. Who in the Empire can force the Marshal to play along? However, similar comments were quickly drowned out by the angry remarks from the Marshal's fans, fleetingly passing without causing any ripples. The comments were filled with anger. It seemed that Yan Zhi had become an irredeemable sinner. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Yan Zhi rejected Jian Xingji's proposal to directly give points. This was somewhat understandable, as the impact will be negative. However, even more unexpectedly, Yan Zhi refused Jian Xingji's suggestion to let them go. She insisted on having a fair duel with Jian Xingji. Upon hearing this decision, Tang In and Jian Ge were okay with it. Though confused, they unconditionally supported all of Yan Zhi's decisions. However, the audience exploded. Didn't T have such strong trust in Yan Zhi? Now, not just the Marshal's fans. Even Yan Zhi's own fans couldn't understand her decision. Why not just take the win? A fair duel? Isn't that asking for trouble? LOL, this is too overconfident. Does she think she can defeat the Marshal just because he wants to surrender? So disappointed. This is the first time I've seen a streamer so reckless. But the four people on stage were unaware of the audience's thoughts and naturally wouldn't let them influence their actions. Hearing Yan Zhi's words, Jian Xingji was also quite surprised. After all, in his memory, he clearly knew that Yan Zhi's physical fitness was only level. What she got hurt in battle? At this moment, Jian Xingji completely forgot his usual devilishly strict demands for the soldiers under him. As long as they didn't die, they would continue training. If they died, it was survival of the fittest. Although he had countless thoughts in his mind, Jian Xingji still chose to respect Yan Zhi's opinion. He could only try to ease his movements as much as possible during the duel. With a worried gaze, Jian Xingji watched as Yan Zhi approached him, maintaining a standard combat distance. He was still trying to figure out how to subtly ease up. Watching Jian Xingji remain still for too long, Yan Zhi grew impatient. Taking the initiative, she tested the waters and directly threw a punch at Jian Ge's face. Realizing her movement, the opponent immediately blocked, and the action was swift. At least on the surface, there seemed to be no mistakes. However, only Yan Zhi, who was personally fighting him, understood that this guy's movements were so soft and seemed to lack any strength. Yan Zhi was worried that her attack wouldn't be blocked and might hurt him. This was definitely not Jian Xingji's true strength. Yan Zhi felt somewhat dissatisfied. She wanted a strong opponent, even if it meant being thoroughly beaten, rather than a success achieved under deliberate leniency. On the other side, Jian Xingji, who was trying to ease up, felt the force coming from his blocking arm. This strength was not small at all, completely not something an E-level physique could produce. Jian Xingji sensed that the opponent's offensive was growing stronger, clearly wanting to force him to show some real skills. Understanding the other party's intentions, Jian Xingji also began to reveal a more serious attitude. However, even so, his focus in the battle remained on defense. The more he fought with Yan Zhi, the more alarmed Jian Xingji became. The opponent's attacks were becoming more fierce, and their techniques were becoming increasingly aggressive. If he only focused on defense, he might not be able to handle it. He had to concentrate all his energy. To others, the speed of the two was increasing, with various techniques exchanged back and forth, dazzling the audience. The comments were now too busy to insult anyone, focusing solely on this visual feast. The only thought in their minds was, the Marshal is so amazing, and Yan Zhi, who can fight evenly with the Marshal, is also incredible. Seeing this scene, Yan Zhi's fans ignited a glimmer of hope for victory, silently cheering for her. Come on, the competition is almost over. Just hold on a bit longer. If they can make it to the end of the match, they will be forcibly teleported out and won't be eliminated. In that case, the championship still belongs to Yan Zhi's team. At this moment, only 3 minutes remained until the end of the competition. Chapter 64, the last moment, while Yan Zhi was fully focused on the battle, she had no energy to care about the countdown to the end of the competition. All her attention was devoted to her confrontation with Jian Xingji. Seemingly aware that she was not easy to deal with, Jian Xingji also unleashed all his strength, no longer holding back. After all, he was the war god of the Empire, with top-notch strength, combat awareness, and experience across the entire Empire. This put a lot of pressure on Yan Zhi. The two were locked in a stalemate, unable to defeat each other, but also unable to lose the match. As their battle deepened, Yan Zhi encountered an evenly matched opponent for the first time. Feeling exhilarated, a surge of fierce fighting spirit welled up inside her. Now, she not only wanted a worthy opponent, she wanted to win. This seemingly far-fetched thought appeared in her mind. However, the war god of the Empire was ultimately the pinnacle of combat strength in the Empire, and defeating him was definitely not an easy task. The time until the end of the match was drawing near. Countdown. 1 minute, 50 seconds, 40 seconds, 30 seconds. Yan Zhi noticed that the girl he was battling seemed to be consciously retreating, as if trying to shift the battlefield to another location. Unable to understand, Yan Zhi decided to follow her to see what she was up to. Soon, he realized what was happening. As they fought, they moved until they reached the place where they had first met, where Yan Zhi had previously unloaded her hot weapons. The girl, while battling, also managed to find the energy to choose a suitable angle. She squatted down, dodging Yan Zhi's attack, quickly picked up a gun from the ground, and with a click, loaded a bullet. With a nimble backward roll, the distance between them widened. The whole series of movements was fluid and extremely fast. By the time Yan Zhi reacted, he was staring down the dark muzzle of the gun. This scene sent the audience into a frenzy. The streamer is amazing. So cool, my sister Yan. Regardless of whether there's a script or not, I have to admit the streamer has some real skills. Before the barrage of comments could finish, the live broadcast entered the countdown. 3, 2. Suddenly, there was a gunshot. Before everyone could see the result of the shot, the live screen went black. The match was over, and all contestants were forcibly exited from the competition. Although the live broadcast had turned into a black screen, the audience in the chat was still immersed in the shocking battle they had just witnessed, unable to come to their senses for a long time. The number of comments continued to flood in, even more than during the match, as many had been too focused on watching the fight to comment. Now that the broadcast was over, they had the energy to express their excitement. In an instant, the most astonishing scene since the competition began appeared. The number of comments after the broadcast ended was actually greater than during the live match, a unique occurrence in the entire Mecha Warrior League. The barrage of comments was dazzling, all expressing their astonishment. The streamer is amazing. The battle was so exciting. Who has a recording? I was too engrossed to think about recording. Is it really possible for someone in the Empire to match the Marshal? I almost cried at the end. It was so inspiring. I feel like I witnessed the rise of a new star in the Empire. Yan Zhi's future is bound to be limitless. However, apart from the praises for the streamer, many were also filled with doubts. After all, the timing of the end was too perfect. Just at the moment the gun fired, it went black. Wait, did Yan Zhi actually hit the Marshal? The competition organizers are too sneaky, stopping right here. If they had just shown one more second, I wouldn't feel so regretful. Regarding the outcome, there seem to be two main guesses. She must have hit him. After all, everyone knows how accurate the streamer is. Yeah, she has never missed a shot since the broadcast started, except for that time when she ran out of bullets. Ha ha ha, this is oddly amusing. Most of these comments came from Yan Zhi's diehard fans, who were now completely devoted to her after this battle, with some even believing their streamer could conquer the world. However, hearing the arrogant remarks from Yan Zhi's fans, the Marshal's fans could not sit still. It is well known that the Marshal is the true combat strength pinnacle of the Empire. Stop joking, she just fired a shot. Not like she hit anything. Even if she shot, wouldn't the Marshal dodge? It was just a shot. Look at how excited you all are. Laughing to death. She hasn't even been famous for long and is already trying to belittle our Marshal. A friendly reminder, the Marshal has spent years on the battlefield. He's dodged more bullets in his lifetime than you've eaten grains of salt. The crowd debated endlessly in the comments, with no clear resolution. However, due to Yan Zhi's outstanding performance, her fans were not suppressed and scolded by Yan Zhi's fans as they had been before. Both sides were evenly matched. Finally, a comment appeared that broke the deadlock. Stop arguing. At the last moment of the match, Yan Zhi's team gained 10,000 points. And the points for defeating the Guardian were exactly 10,000. Below is a comparison chart of Yan Zhi's team's points before and after. Screenshot 1. Screenshot 2. Upon hearing this, Yan Zhi's fans immediately erupted in celebration. Sister Yan is amazing. Sister Yan, you are my goddess. Now that I say Sister Yan is the pinnacle of combat strength in the Empire, no one has any objections, right? Looking at the screenshots, clearly showing the point comparison, with an increase of 10,000 points in the last second. The result of the duel between Yan Zhi and Zhih was self-evident. The Marshal's fans, feeling utterly embarrassed, ceased to comment, becoming silent like quails. Their previous arrogance was nowhere to be found. However, some still strong-willed fans expressed, "But she only won once. Don't get too carried away." Fans of that certain someone. Winning once makes her the pinnacle? It was just a fluke. But indeed, because their own Marshal lost, facing this undeniable fact, the Marshal's fans had nothing much to say. Even their rebuttals seemed a bit lacking in confidence. Chapter 65, the most effective way to destroy a woman. Fu Yan sat in front of the dim screen, his expression frenzied. The light screen prominently displayed Yan Zhi's live streaming room. He quickly typed on the keyboard, his hands flying without pause, generating a stream of malicious comments about Yan Zhi. Laughing to death, just got famous and started messing with the wrong people. Women are just talentless and know only how to hype. However, Yan Zhi was currently riding high, and her fans had become quite vocal, quickly drowning out his comments in a tide of bullet screen messages. Sometimes, he would even be rebutted by others. After trying for a long time without any progress, Fu Yan angrily slammed the keyboard onto the table. The keycaps scattered everywhere. Some of the flying keycaps bounced off a life-size figurine beside the desk, making a small pop sound. The sound was faint, but the man reacted as if he had heard a thunderclap, jolting him and causing him to let out a strange cry. It seemed as if he were gripped by fear, and he crawled toward the figurine, repeatedly bowing his head. I'm sorry, Marshal. I didn't mean for this little keycap to touch you." His voice trembled, filled with an overwhelming sense of terror and anxiety. The figurine was an exact one model of Zhih, and Fu Yan tightly clutched the keycap that had just bounced off the figurine, squeezing it so hard that his knuckles turned white and trembled. The sturdy keycap suddenly cracked with a sharp sound, and even when his hand was cut by the shattered pieces, he didn't care. He just kept his head down, murmuring to himself in a barely audible voice, "I won't let go of anything that dares to harm a Marshal." His expression was filled with a chilling madness. He had gone insane. Through the dim light in the room, it was clear that the space was not small, but it was crammed with various items related to Zhih. There were more than 10 life-size figurines alone, not to mention other assorted decorations, posters, and so on. It resembled a storage warehouse for Zhih-related items. The countless faces of Zhih filled the room, making it seem overwhelmingly eerie. But Fu Yan was indifferent to all of this. He looked pale and gloomy. Yet when he gazed at a poster of Zhih, his eyes shone with a disturbing reverence, as if he were worshipping a deity. And he was the most devout believer. Now, what he needed to do was to eliminate the heretics who disrespected the deity. Fu Yan stared blankly at the poster of Zhih for a long time, kneeling on the ground, motionless, his expression vacant. Finally, it seemed he thought of some interesting scheme and let out a cackling laugh. Soon after, a post quietly appeared on the Star Network. The title was simple: Reasons Why Yan Zhi Can Defeat the Imperial War God. The post was lengthy, but its central idea was clear. Yan Zhi could defeat the Marshal only because of some dark conspiracy. The Marshal was being manipulated by others and had to submit to higher evil forces for the sake of the country and its people. Thus, the Marshal intentionally lost to Yan Zhi in the competition, becoming a stepping stone for her fame. Besides the pure and flawless Marshal, all other participants in the Mecha Warrior League were shameful accomplices, aiming to deceive everyone and elevate Yan Zhi. The post even cited evidence, such as claims of Yan Zhi having an improper relationship with the event organizers. There were even videos of late-night meetings between Yan Zhi and the event organizers, along with some inappropriate videos. The post pointed out that due to this relationship, Yan Zhi obtained competition information well before the event, gaining an unfair advantage. The weapon she held, supposedly a uniform allocation from the event, was promoted in the post as a specially made high-end weapon with greater power. There were also various other sensational claims, such as Yan Zhi having seduced other competitors before the event and using her body to ensure they deliberately lost to her for fame and fortune. In the post, Yan Zhi was portrayed as a charming, cunning socialite, implying that besides the noble and untouchable Zhih, all other participants had taken shortcuts thanks to Yan Zhi's body. It was Yan Zhi who had orchestrated this entire act, apart from the various dramatic events. The content of the post was also written in an extremely sensational and explosive manner. Once published, the post naturally drew attention due to its mention of two of the most talked-about individuals in the entire empire. With built-in topics and traffic, it attracted many viewers. Coupled with the explosive content, many were eager to share it, leading to a rapid spread of the post. To prevent the post from being deleted, similar posts surged on the Star Network almost simultaneously. It was impossible to clean up completely. The issue gained increasing heat and attention from more and more people. It was once said that the fastest way to destroy a girl was to spread rumors about her. Clearly, in the interstellar era, slut-shaming remained the quickest way to undermine a woman, and the shackles binding women were still unbreakable. With some people's encouragement, Yan Zhi's misconduct and the idea that she obtained her honors through improper means seemed to become an established fact. Naturally, fans who had followed Yan Zhi were outraged. They had watched Yan Zhi's live streams and understood deeply that the effects in the streams could not be achieved through mere performance and scripts. However, their numbers were too few and their power too weak. Even though Yan Zhi had attracted a substantial fan base through her charisma in the competition, this group was still insignificant against the vast population of the empire among billions of planets under its rule, like a grain of sand. As the saying goes, people are more willing to believe what they want to believe. For many years, the image of the Marshal as the pinnacle of the Empire's combat power had deeply rooted itself in people's minds. Everyone believed wholeheartedly that their Marshal was invincible in the entire galaxy. No one would believe that their war god could be defeated, especially not by a weak woman. The war god was an SSS-level genius, the closest to a deity in legend. Meanwhile, Yan Zhi had been unknown in the galaxy before the competition, suddenly emerging with claims that she could defeat the Imperial War God. People were more inclined to believe that there must be some dark conspiracy behind it. For instance, people in high positions often have others who believe their rise is due to improper relationships rather than their own strength. It was truly tragic. As the saying goes, it takes one mouth to spread a rumor, but it takes 100 legs to refute it. Even though Yan Zhi's fans have been working hard to voice their support for her, their voices were still drowned in the tide. What they had to resist was not only people's nature to pry into such gossip, but also the challenge of breaking through deeply entrenched beliefs, a difficult path to tread. Yan Zhi's fans had repeatedly promoted and urged everyone to watch the original video before forming judgments. However, the lengthy live stream replays were too long for people to watch carefully. People preferred to listen to others' accounts, making quick judgments based on what they heard without seeking evidence or comparing details, swiftly condemning the victim to a pillar of shame. Chapter 66 Award Ceremony. As soon as the cup competition ended, Yan Zhi and her teammates were surrounded by excited participants. After being eliminated, everyone continued to watch Yan Zhi's live broadcast. They had completely transformed from fierce competitors into devoted fans, eagerly waiting at the elimination point to catch a glimpse of her. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic participants, Yan Zhi and her group were utterly exhausted. No matter how one looked at it, competing was a tough experience, with harsh living conditions and constant mental strain. Now that they had finally left the competition, the tension in their minds relaxed all at once, and a wave of fatigue hit them like a tsunami. All Yan Zhi and her group could think about was getting back to their rooms to rest, as they had to wake up early the next morning for the award ceremony. Without even checking her messages, Yan Zhi fell into a deep sleep. Yan Zhi, although tired, didn't immediately rest when they got back. The first thing she did upon logging into the StarNet was to check the forum she shared with Yan Zhi for any new updates. Yan Zhi had become quite the fan on their forum, and thankfully, she had the foresight to use a secondary account. So no one knew that the most active fan in Yan Zhi and Yan Xingji CP forum was one of the main characters herself. When Yan Zhi logged into the forum, it was different from usual. The more she browsed, the more alarmed she felt as various negative messages about Yan Zhi flooded her screen. The situation on the campus forum was somewhat better. As one of the prominent figures on campus, everyone understood Yan Zhi's character, and many had watched her live broadcast and joined her fan club, actively working to dispel rumors about her. However, the external situation was different. Although Yan Zhi had a significant number of fans, It seemed insignificant compared to the vast population of the entire empire. Thus, the StarNet was flooded with negative news about Yan Zhi. Yan Zhi couldn't care less about her post-competition fatigue and quickly contacted everyone she could, deleting posts where possible and suppressing the heat of the discussions. She also didn't forget to use all her resources to find out who was behind this incident. She was busy until the next morning. Moreover, people like Jian Xingji, Su Changxiao, Tang In, Lu Shan, and Kong Baiji also discovered the situation and took action to resolve it. Many spent a sleepless night. The next day, when the Mecha Warrior League vehicle came to pick up Yan Zhi's team, the three met. Yan Zhi was surprised, asking what's going on. Why do you both look so worn out? She seemed vibrant and in good spirits, making her appear somewhat out of place. What's wrong with you two? So tired? Yan Zhi questioned them. Seeing that Yan Zhi was in good spirits, Jian Gaji felt a bit relieved. She realized that Yan Zhi lived like an ancient person, not relying heavily on the StarNet. For the first time, Jian Gaji was glad that Yan Zhi didn't have the habit of being online for extended periods. She likely hadn't seen the turmoil online. This was quite good. Any massive waves online wouldn't affect her as long as her life was peaceful. Since Yan Zhi was unaware, Jian Gaji naturally wouldn't mention the bad news and quickly made up an excuse to divert the topic. Upon arriving at the award ceremony venue, the event began with an introductory speech. Due to exhaustion, Jian Gaji and Tang In were dozing off at the side. Yan Zhi, however, was attentively listening. For some reason, she felt that someone in the audience was looking at her, whether intentionally or unintentionally, which made her suspicious. Finally, it was time for the award presentation. The three of them adjusted their clothes and walked step by step along the long red carpet toward the podium. As the spotlight shone on them, it seemed as if the three were radiating light. Just a glance evoked the phrase, "The future is promising." Even Fu Yan, who was lurking in the award venue, was momentarily dazed by the light. In that fleeting moment, Yan Zhi had already stepped onto the high platform, and in the next second, her hand was about to touch the trophy. It seemed that this scene stung his eyes, bringing him back to reality. Today was the final part of his plan, and it absolutely couldn't go wrong. Before Yan Zhi's hand could touch the trophy, Fu Yan shouted, drawing everyone's attention. He held a megaphone and yelled in the venue. Yan Zhi climbed to the top through underhanded means. Unworthy of her position, get out of the Mecha Warrior League. Yan Zhi climbed to the top through underhanded means. Unworthy of her position, get out of the Mecha Warrior League. Yan Zhi climbed to the top through underhanded means. Unworthy of her position, get out of the Mecha Warrior League. He shouted 3 times while dodging, demonstrating surprising agility. The venue security took considerable effort to subdue him, pressing him to the ground. Fu Yan, pinned to the ground, showed no panic. Instead, he revealed a manic smile. This was the final part of his plan. Without hesitation, he bit down on the poison he had concealed in his mouth. A mouthful of blood spewed forth, splattering everywhere, creating a shocking scene. The nearby security guards were stunned, frantically reflecting on whether they had used excessive force. Fu Yan lay quietly, feeling the life force ebb away, staring fixedly at Yan Zhi on the stage through the crowd. The incident was sudden. Yan Zhi even had the chance to receive her award before being interrupted. His gaze was locked onto Yan Zhi. This is the last grand gift I prepared for you. After I die, the footage from the venue will spread across the entire StarNet. At that time, the news headline will read, Yan Zhi silences a witness, ruthlessly killing in response to public doubt. He aimed to pin his death on Yan Zhi, solidifying her reputation as someone who rose to power through underhanded means, and to add another charge, disregarding human life. He believed the audience on StarNet would be thrilled. As for the fact that Yan Zhi was actually innocent, no one knew better than him, the perpetrator. But so what? It was Yan Zhi's misfortune. But let her not only compete against Jian Xingji, but also dare to win in the end. In his heart, Yan Zhi was a blemish on Jian Xingji's career. As a devotee of Jian Xingji, it was his duty to ensure that his idol maintained an undefeated record. He had to silently protect his deity. No one could infringe upon that. Fu Yan couldn't even remember when he started to worship Jian Xingji. For a long time, Jian Xingji had been a light in his heart, a divine existence not to be desecrated. Now, being able to die for his deity was a fulfillment of his mission as a believer. He willingly faced death, calling it martyrdom. Chapter 67. Who is the real big boss? As Fu Yan predicted, Fu Yan's death disrupted the entire rhythm of the competition venue. The organizers hurriedly concluded the award ceremony and quickly escorted Yan Zhi away. Such a major blunder was a failure on their part. Furthermore, Fu Yan's death stirred up the entire Star Network. It was said that Yan Zhi killed to silence him, ruthlessly responding to public doubts. The news spread across the Star Network. If it was merely a textual description before, now that it involved the loss of life, it was different. The right to life is the most sacred and inviolable basic right in the hearts of every citizen. This is the bottom line for citizens. And Fu Yan's death clearly indicated that Yan Zhi had crossed that line. The public's anger surged. In their eyes, this was no longer just a trivial news story. It was a deprivation of the right to life of ordinary people by those in power, a disregard for human life by the elites. The topic was highly trending. The heat that had dwindled last night rose again. Some people even began preparing to organize a march, demanding an explanation from Yan Zhi. After the awards ceremony ended, Yan Zhi was not a fool. She roughly browsed the news and understood what had happened. Jiangu and Tang In found many excuses but could not stop her from browsing the Star Network. After Yan Zhi finished reading, she looked at the worried expressions of the two. She smiled and said, "It's nothing, just fabrications, they can't hurt me." Hearing this, Jiangu was still worried. After all, there were many derogatory comments about Yan Zhi on the Star Network that were glaring to see. Not to mention, she was the one being criticized. Everyone wanted an explanation from Yan Zhi, and she publicly commented on the Star Network. 2 days later, "I will give everyone an answer." After saying that, she closed the Star Network and stopped paying attention. When experiencing online violence, the best method is to disconnect from the internet, rather than repeatedly checking one's negative reviews. That is an unwise approach that only affects one's mood unnecessarily. It's just that those close feel the pain, and those who are sad feel the joy. Indeed, as soon as this news was released, the comment section was filled with haters, and various insults came pouring in. 2 days? What do you want? To resurrect Fu Yan? What are you thinking? The life of a lowly citizen doesn't need Miss Yan to worry about. Probably taking 2 days to smooth things over? After all, Miss Yan holds great power, maybe thinking about how to solve our issues. On the other hand, the protagonist of the incident, Yan Zhi, had completely disappeared for 2 days. During these 2 days, Jiangu went to find her, but found no trace of her, as if she had evaporated from the world. The 2-day deadline had arrived, exactly 48 hours after Yan Zhi's last public statement on the Star Network. Yan Zhi publicly spoke again on the Star Network. This time, it was a long article. It clearly outlined Fu Yan's various actions from beginning to end, including the IP addresses of the malicious comments he posted online, his mental health diagnosis report, and his pathological obsession with Jian Xingji. Every aspect of his plan was detailed, along with strong evidence. Furthermore, every question raised in the first post that slandered Yan Zhi was met with powerful rebuttals, proving them false. The entire article was logically sound and well-supported. It was like a resounding slap in the face to all users of the Star Network, clearly telling them that they had been used as pawns. After reading the post, the public understood the whole story. Most netizens were reasonable and came to apologize under Yan Zhi's post. Meanwhile, after reading the post and the various pieces of evidence, it inadvertently pointed to one conclusion. Yan Zhi had indeed defeated the Marshal with her own abilities. She was truly impressive. Out of curiosity, many people specifically went to watch the replay of the Mecha Warrior League. After returning, they confessed and became fans of Yan Zhi. I should be ashamed. I slandered such an amazing person. What right do I have to slander a big boss? Please, everyone, go watch the live replay of the Mecha Warrior League. It's really impressive. I can't believe someone really can defeat the Imperial War God. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have spoken like that before. However, a small portion of people were unwilling to admit that they had been foolishly used by others. They were also unwilling to acknowledge that their ignorance had led them to bully someone online. They remained stubborn, refusing to admit their mistakes, firmly believing that Yan Zhi was guilty. Only by doing so could their actions be justified as righteous. As long as they nailed Yan Zhi to the pillar of shame, they would see themselves as agents of justice rather than foolish accomplices. How could anyone defeat the Imperial War God? What a joke! There must be a conspiracy. It's hilarious. You believe everything she says. I don't believe it. But such comments were few. Most people were reasonable, and their actions did not stir any waves. They would only attract ridicule. Before the audience on the Star Network could repent, apologize, or join Yan Zhi's fan club, an even more shocking piece of news emerged. At this point, no one dared to doubt Yan Zhi's strength anymore. This was a notice issued by the official Imperial Strategic Resource Talent Reserve. The notice was very brief. According to statistics, the latest list of talents with both physical and mental powers rated at SSS level has been released. Su Qingxiao, Jian Xingji, Jian Gu, Ping Dong, the former Imperial Marshal, and Yan Zhi. The Imperial Strategic Resource Talent Reserve had not issued a new notice for many years. The last time a notice was issued was when Jian Gu was detected to have both physical and mental powers rated at SSS. The entire Star Network, from officials and wealthy individuals to every ordinary citizen, was shocked. The first 4 names were well known throughout the Empire, being the only 4 individuals with both physical and mental powers rated at SSS. Now, a new name had appeared on the list, Yan Zhi. Just 2 days ago, the entire Star Network was still criticizing her. Now, they had reversed their stance and realized they had made a mistake, discovering that she was actually an untouchable big boss. This meant she had both physical and mental powers rated at SSS. Such talents are rare, and in the vast empire, among countless stars, there were only 5 individuals. I always knew Yan Zhi was a big boss, but I didn't expect her to be of this level. I really want to leave this world. I was just cursing at a big boss a couple of days ago. So it's no surprise that Yan Zhi could defeat Jian Xingji. Someone who can beat an SSS level big boss must also be another SSS level big boss. What on earth did I do? Who gave me the audacity to curse at a big boss? Now, all doubts surrounding Yan Zhi were completely cleared. No one dared to say that she had won the championship of the Mecha Warrior League unfairly. It's laughable. In a team with 2 individuals rated at SSS in both physical and mental powers, even if they brought a pig along, they could win the championship blindfolded. Of course, Tang stated that he was not a pig, unlike the other 4 big bosses whose SSS ratings had already been exposed. Various factions began to approach the newly emerged Yan Zhi. Chapter 68's sister. Look at him. Yan Zhi is the 5th person in the entire empire whose physical and mental abilities are both rated as SSS. Many organizations are starting to take notice. This is a great opportunity to discuss and analyze. Fina is a top journalist at her newspaper, mainly publishing reports related to feminism. The incident involving Yan Zhi has given her something worth analyzing and reporting on. Historically, all individuals with both physical and mental abilities rated SSS in the Empire have been male. This has led to a subtle societal viewpoint that women are inherently inferior to men in physical and mental abilities. After all, how can one explain the absence of female names on the list of those with SSS ratings? This perception has resulted in both overt and subtle discrimination against women in society, particularly in jobs that require high physical and mental capabilities. In the interstellar era, all women are frustrated by this phenomenon, yet feel helpless. Although many feminists have tried to educate people that women are not genetically weaker than men, there are always those who ignore scientific evidence. They stubbornly hold onto the belief that since no woman has achieved SSS in both physical and mental abilities, while men have, men are inherently superior to women. The appearance of Yan Zhi undoubtedly gives a resounding slap to those who hold such views, breaking the long-standing notion that no woman can achieve SSS in both areas, and making people realize that women have never been inherently weaker than men. Everyone is equal. Fina spent all night carefully crafting her thoughts, too excited to sleep. The next day, she finalized a paper titled The Impact of Yan Zhi's Appearance on the Contemporary Feminist Movement. As for the stir this paper would cause in the academic community once published, that's another story. Meanwhile, Yan Zhi and her team were preparing to board the spaceship back to Capital Star from the competition venue. Despite their efforts to remain low-key and cautious, they were still cornered by frenzied fans at the docking port. After much effort, they successfully bid farewell to the enthusiastic fans and boarded the return spaceship. Once on board, Yan Zhi let out a long sigh of relief. After smiling for so long, her cheeks felt a bit sore. She smiled at Jian Guji, didn't linger, and turned to enter her room to stretch her muscles and get some well-deserved rest. Upon opening the door, Yan Zhi froze in place. She stepped back, checking the door number and the room number on her communicator. Yes, this was indeed the accommodation arranged for her by the organizers. However, as she looked inside, she saw a muscular man lying on the bed. The man's hands were bound to the headboard, and he wore a red sheer garment that barely covered him, accentuating his pale and enticing skin. His handsome face, with well-shaped eyes, was covered by a lace ribbon. Wow, this is quite something. Looking at the vivid scene before her, Yan Zhi couldn't help but take a few steps back. What's going on? It seemed the man had heard the noise of the door. He turned his face toward the entrance, and through the lace ribbon, Yan Zhi felt as if his gaze had locked onto her. The ambiguous and lingering look made Yan Zhi quite uncomfortable. Are you Miss Yan Zhi? age.The sent me to help you relieve your fatigue from the competition. You can use me as you wish. The last 3 words seemed to roll off his tongue in an extremely suggestive and lingering manner. Upon hearing this, Yan Zhi immediately understood the man's intention. It was merely because her physical abilities were well known, and this was age.The way of trying to please her. However, the so-called age.The was rather wild in his methods, directly sending someone to her bed. To this, Yan Zhi expressed that it was completely unnecessary. Hearing Yan Zhi's rejection, the man on the bed seemed to be hit with an enormous blow, displaying a pitiful expression that was quite endearing. However, Yan Zhi was a woman with a heart of stone and remained unmoved. No, thank you. It seemed that this act of feigning weakness did not sway Yan Zhi, and the man appeared to think of another tactic. If Miss Yan Zhi doesn't like my style, I have a brother who is very clean and innocent. He has admired you for a long time. Would you like me to call him to see you? Before Yan Zhi could respond, another voice interrupted their conversation. No need. Yan Zhi was nearly furious. He had originally thought Yan Zhi was just going to rest in her room, but upon hearing commotion from her side, he came over to find someone trying to seduce her. How shameless. He wouldn't dare do it himself. Yan Zhi scrutinized the man on the bed with a critical eye. His skin is so white, he clearly uses products, not natural at all. What is he wearing? So revealing, not at all adhering to male decorum. That expression is so lewd. He clearly isn't a decent person. From head to toe, Yan Zhi criticized the man on the bed. What kind of person dares to be sent to Yan Zhi? If anyone should be sent, it should be someone like me. Yan Zhi thought indignantly. Who sent you here? Yan Zhi asked the man on the bed, silently adding that he would find out who was behind him and deal with them once they returned to Capital Star. The man on the bed seemed to realize Yan Zhi's ill intentions. He pretended to shiver, his eyes even filled with tears, and did not directly answer Yan Zhi. Instead, he complained to Yan Zhi, "Sister, look at him. He is so fierce." His voice was so aggrieved it seemed like it could squeeze out water. Seeing the man on the bed putting on such a show, Yan Zhi was nearly driven mad by this little green tea. What kind of person is this? Yan Zhi wanted to curse. What are you pretending for? While Yan Zhi, usually calm and composed, was furious, he also kept an eye on Yan Zhi's expression, fearing that she might be seduced by this little demon on the bed. Before Yan Zhi could come up with a way to deal with the man started his antics again. Sister, it must be very hard for you to be with such a temperamental brother every day, unlike me, who is just silly and only knows how to care for you. The man's voice was soft and charming, mixed with 3 parts coquetry, 7 parts tenderness, and 90 parts seduction. To this, Yan Zhi felt an urge to kill, truly wanted to kill. He almost wished for the man to drop dead. How could there be such a despicable man? However, as someone who grew up in a military school, Yan Zhi really couldn't think of a good way to respond. Chapter 69. The rantic interstellar pirates, realizing that a direct confrontation wouldn't work, Yan Zhi took another approach. With a loud bang, he closed the bedroom door in front of Yan Zhi, physically separating her from that detestable man. Pulling Yan Zhi's hand, he said, "That room is dirty. There are bad things in there. You should stay in my room." Seeing that Yan Zhi didn't pull her hand away and followed him, Yan Zhi finally felt that his explosive anger towards that man had calmed down considerably. He earnestly advised Yan Zhi in secret, "That kind of man is very dirty. They are playthings used by the powerful to facilitate connections. Who knows how many people he has served before? You mustn't develop feelings for him. Seeing Yan Zhi nodding obediently, indicating that she understood, Yan Zhi felt quite satisfied. After hesitating for a moment, he was still provoked by that man and mustered his courage to say, "I'm different from him. I'm clean. If you need anything, you can find me." Even with his courage, Yan Zhi's voice was barely above a whisper. The girl in front of him naturally didn't catch what he said. What did you say?" "Nothing." Ultimately, there was still a bit of pride instilled in him over the years. He really couldn't bring himself to say the words about offering his bed a second time. After escorting Yan Zhi to his room, Yan Zhi still felt uneasy and meticulously checked the room again, fearing that there might be some inexplicable man hiding in a corner who didn't adhere to male decorum. Once he finished checking, Yan Zhi felt reassured that Yan Zhi could rest there. He then gentlemanly went to another room. It wasn't to rest, but to angrily investigate who was behind that man. He vowed that he would not let them have an easy time. Yan Zhi was resting in the room, feeling very tired, but she couldn't sleep soundly, as if she had an ominous premonition. Suddenly, a loud explosion startled her awake. Before Yan Zhi could react, there was a continuous sound of explosions. Looking through the porthole, they found themselves surrounded by a dense array of black and red warships. On the warships, a black cross flag arrogantly waved in the wind. Upon seeing this flag, Yan Zhi's pupils constricted. The symbol was so familiar. That was the standard of the Rantic interstellar pirates. If she remembered correctly, they had encountered an attack from this organization right after arriving in this world. It was at that time that she had formed a bond with Yan Zhi. Back then, she had just arrived in this world, knowing nothing and having done nothing, yet this organization had wanted to kill her, evidently having some connection to the original owner of this body. Even now, she still hadn't figured out the identity of the original owner of this body. It felt like an unsolvable puzzle, and this organization clearly knew something. However, right now, Yan Zhi couldn't afford to ponder this issue in detail. Against the backdrop of the numerous warships, the ship they were on, merely a passenger vessel, seemed exceptionally small. Although the ship was equipped with some offensive devices, it was not a dedicated combat tool and was utterly inadequate against the opposing warships. Unable to resist, they were not even fired upon. Soon, Yan Zhi heard an announcement over the broadcast. The ship they were on had been captured by the Rantic interstellar pirates. The broadcast instructed all passengers to gather in the ship's hull and not to remain in their rooms. Yan Zhi didn't deliberately seek trouble. She wanted to see what these people had planned. When Yan Zhi arrived at the ship's hull, Yan Zhi and Tang were already there. Their eyes filled with concern as they looked at Yan Zhi. Yan Zhi signaled them to stay calm, wanting to assess the situation. After waiting in the hall for a while, a group of burly men surrounded a man and entered the hall. Upon seeing the man at the forefront, both Yan Zhi and Yan Zhi's pupils widened in shock. This man was the so-called gift sent by Duke Ander, who had just appeared on Yan Zhi's bed. The man's face no longer bore the deliberately affected charm. Instead, it was cold and chilling. Clearly, this man was not a male pet sent by the powerful, but an undercover agent lurking on the ship. Watching the man, Yan Zhi thought bitterly. He knew this man was no good. The man scanned the people in the hall, seemingly assessing them like commodities. The kind of gaze was very uncomfortable, as if he viewed lives as worthless. Ultimately, his wandering gaze fixed on Yan Zhi, as if he had found a satisfactory item, and the man smiled. Yan Zhi was pulled up from the crowd. Seeing this scene, Yan Zhi wanted to grab Yan Zhi's hand to stop her, but Yan Zhi gave him a calming look, signaling him to stay calm. Yan Zhi dared not move again, fearing he would disrupt Yan Zhi's plan. Following the man's actions, Yan Zhi was taken to another ship. She was placed in a small room on the ship. Rather than being settled, it felt more like being guarded. All the offensive devices on Yan Zhi were confiscated by these people, not leaving a single one behind. The small room where Yan Zhi was placed was airtight, without a window, and 2 guards were stationed outside the door. Throughout the process, Yan Zhi did not resist and cooperated fully. It seemed that her unexpected compliance surprised the man. He looked Yan Zhi up and down, warning her not to harbor any improper thoughts. Even in the face of the warning, Yan Zhi nodded obediently, showing no willingness to resist at all. The small door in the room was slammed shut, leaving only Yan Zhi inside. Now, Yan Zhi had the opportunity to sort out her thoughts. She had intentionally allowed herself to be taken. What was the identity of this body? This question lingered like a knot in Yan Zhi's mind. The answers given by Lushan and Kong Bai were too shocking for her to believe, and she was unwilling to kneel in belief. This organization had been trying to hunt her down from the very beginning, so they clearly knew some information regarding this body's identity. She wanted to explore this thoroughly. However, the Rantic Interstellar Pirates organization was known for being elusive. Fortunately, this time she had encountered them, and Yan Zhi didn't want to miss the opportunity. After all, she didn't know if she would have another chance to see this pirate organization again. Thus, Yan Zhi decided to play along and boarded the Rantic Interstellar Pirates warship as a captive. It was a natural progression, and she could effortlessly reach the base of the Rantic Interstellar Pirates. Yan Zhi was very satisfied with this situation. As for safety, she wasn't too worried. She had vaguely realized her strength during the Mecha Warrior League and had better control over her power. As one of the 5 strongest humans in the Empire, all with SSS-level psychic abilities, Yan Zhi felt that even if she encountered danger, escaping unscathed should not be a problem. Chapter 70 unintentionally teased the man locked Yan Zhi in a small room, but he didn't just leave her there. What Yan Zhi didn't know was that on the other side, the man was carefully monitoring her every move through the room surveillance system. Seeing that Yan Zhi wasn't doing anything inappropriate, he felt quite satisfied. He observed her from the other side while she went about her daily life in the small room. Days passed by like this. Logically, it should be like this, but perhaps because he had been observing Yan Zhi for so long. The man felt as if he was enchanted. By the time he realized it, he was already standing at the door of the small room where Yan Zhi was held. "Good day, sir." This was the greeting from the guard responsible for watching over Yan Zhi. The man was startled awake by this greeting. Faced with the guard's probing gaze, he made an excuse for himself. Since he was already there, it would be inappropriate to leave without doing anything. He comforted himself this way. Under the pretense of observing the prisoner, he opened Yan Zhi's door. Hearing the sound of the door, Yan Zhi was intrigued and looked in its direction. These past few days, she hadn't been mistreated in this small room. The living conditions were not particularly good, but they were bearable. The only problem was that being alone in this small room for a long time was incredibly boring. Now that she saw the man had arrived, without waiting for him to speak, Yan Zhi asked first, "What are you here for?" Faced with this question, the man fell silent. He himself didn't understand what he wanted to do. Finally, he straightforwardly replied, "To see you." Yan Zhi asked, and the man answered. For a moment, it seemed as if Yan Zhi was the one interrogating the prisoner, while the man was the one being questioned, as if their roles had reversed. The man didn't pay much attention to these details. He just stared intently at Yan Zhi. The living person he saw in reality seemed much more vivid than what he had seen on the monitor, with her fair skin and rosy lips. The man's gaze boldly scrutinized Yan Zhi's body, but when she looked over, his gaze became restrained, adopting a silent demeanor. Yan Zhi felt the atmosphere was a bit strange. However, she couldn't pinpoint what was odd about it and randomly sought a topic to break the peculiar atmosphere. "What's your name?" "Name? I don't have a name. My current code is number 3. Hearing the man's answer genuinely surprised Yan Zhi. When she asked the question, she had considered that he might refuse to tell her his name, given her current status as a captive, which was understandable. She just didn't expect that he would have no name at all. How could there be a human without a name in this era? Upon hearing this response, Yan Zhi's first thought was that he might be a killer trained by some organization. Unbeknownst to her, her guess was actually quite accurate. The man was a carefully trained assassin under the leader of Rantic, having grown up in a world of killing. They were ranked according to their strength, and the man was not the first number 3. However, the previous number 3 had died at his hands, and according to Rantic's rules, killing the owner of a code allowed one to take that code. The closer a code was to the front, the stronger the ability and greater the power. However, Yan Zhi didn't think that deeply. Having stayed in this small room for several days, she was indeed quite bored. Yan Zhi tried to make conversation. "You don't have a name? How about I give you one?" "Give me a name?" "Yes, everyone needs a name to distinguish themselves from others. After all, you are unique." The man seemed taken aback by the phrase "you are unique," and he remained silent for a long time. In the Rantic organization, nothing was unique. Even everyone's serial number changed daily. Today he might be number 3, but tomorrow if someone else killed him, that person could also become number 3, and, at that point, He would be no different from the previous number 3. The man had become accustomed to all of this. After all, he had previously been number 8, number 11, number 19. But one day, someone told him that he could be the unique one. He had to admit that he was somewhat tempted. Seeing that the man had not responded for a long time, Yan Zhi thought he was unwilling and said, "If you don't want to, then forget it." After all, asking someone to name him when they weren't close was indeed a bit inappropriate. Who knew the man reacted very quickly this time, swiftly responding to Yan Zhi, as if afraid she would change her mind. "I am willing." Those 3 words were firm and resolute. Hearing that he was willing, Yan Zhi began to carefully think about what name to give him. Looking at his dazzlingly beautiful face, for words appeared in her mind. Narcissus. This was the name of the flower god in mythology, and in the legend, this young man possessed an extraordinarily handsome appearance that everyone admired. Yan Zhi thought that if the Narcissus from a myth were to take human form, he would look like this. Yan Zhi told the man this name and its meaning. Narcissus. The man repeated each syllable, as if savoring the meaning of each word, firmly committing them to memory. The man, oh no, now he should be called Narcissus, accepted this name. As for whether he actually liked the name, Narcissus's face was calm, and Yan Zhi couldn't tell. Narcissus, Narcissus, Narcissus. Yan Zhi called this name over and over again. This wasn't done for any particular reason. Rather, Yan Zhi keenly noticed that unlike the wildness he displayed during missions, Narcissus in daily life was surprisingly innocent. Simply calling his name made his ears visibly redden, becoming redder and redder until they looked like they could bleed. The change was obvious and quite amusing. Yan Zhi, like a child who had discovered a new toy, repeatedly called his name Narcissus. Narcissus was also quite perceptive and realized Yan Zhi was teasing him, so he became angry and stopped responding to her calls. It seemed he felt that this way he couldn't show his cool demeanor as a killer. Narcissus turned and left the room where Yan Zhi was held, but his back looked somewhat like he was fleeing in a panic. Yan Zhi laughed so hard behind him that she couldn't stand up straight. How could a seemingly cold-hearted killer be so easily teased? As she watched her master hurriedly exit the room, the guard watching over Yan Zhi quickly saluted him. However, for some reason, the guard couldn't help but notice that his master's face looked quite red. The guard didn't dare to ask why, and could only think to himself that it was probably because the war criminal inside was not cooperating, which had angered his master. Yes, it must be that. Chapter 71. Entangled on the other side. As soon as Narcissus stepped out of the small room where Yan Zhi was held captive, he regretted it. He didn't actually want to leave so early. However, if he turned back now, it would be too embarrassing for a killer. Narcissus could only return to his own room, writing his name over and over again. Narcissus, Narcissus. As he wrote, another name inexplicably appeared on the paper. Yan Zhi, Yan Zhi. Realizing this, Narcissus angrily crumpled the paper into a ball and threw it hard into the trash can. He exerted so much force that the small paper ball nearly toppled the trash can over. He shouldn't have such thoughts. Once, Narcissus had warned Yan Zhi, who had been kidnapped, with this phrase. Now he used it to warn himself. After all, he was someone who had carried out various tasks, and Narcissus was not as naive as Yan Zhi thought. Yan Zhi was a gift he had chosen in advance to present to the leader. There could be no mistakes. Even he himself could not covet the leader's gift. Though Narcissus thought this way, his hands were still tightly clenched into fists, veins bulging. The tip of the pen deeply gouging into the table, as if silently venting the master's inner discontent. The spaceship continued to fly swiftly towards the main base of the Randic organization, following the pre-designed program, never changing course or even slowing down. It should be this way, Narcissus thought as he stood at the spaceship's control panel. He struggled to suppress the turmoil within him. He was number 3, the most loyal subordinate of the leader. He was not Narcissus. Report, sir. The prisoner has not awakened for a day. Should we send someone to observe? The subordinate responsible for monitoring Yan Zhi reported to Narcissus. What? Upon hearing this, Narcissus could no longer maintain his calm demeanor and accidentally crushed the control stick in his hand. His subordinate was startled by Narcissus's excessive reaction. But faced with Narcissus's inquiry, he could only tremble and repeat what he had just said. The prisoner has been asleep since noon yesterday and has not awakened. Should we send someone to observe? Before the subordinate could finish his report, Narcissus had already pushed him aside and strode towards the room where Yan Zhi was held. For the past few days, to suppress himself, Narcissus had not gone to see Yan Zhi even once. And even the task of monitoring her through surveillance had been handed over to another person. However, Narcissus had not anticipated that the faith he had upheld for these few days would be so easily shattered by news about her. Pushing the door open, he saw the girl quietly lying on the bed, completely still. Narcissus felt a tightness in his chest. He hurried over, reached out, and grasped Yan Zhi's hand. She seemed reluctant. Although she didn't open her eyes, she instinctively struggled a bit. But she couldn't break free. Who is it? So annoying? Yan Zhi slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing the handsome face in front of her, she asked Narcissus, "What are you doing here?" She yawned, as if disturbed from a pleasant dream. Seeing this scene, Narcissus understood that Yan Zhi was not in any critical condition. She had simply been sleeping. She hadn't moved at all and had slept for a whole day. What a deep sleeper, he thought with gritted teeth, unable to believe that his perseverance had been so easily disrupted. Meanwhile, all she had to do was nothing, and she could throw him into chaos. Yan Zhi had no idea of the turmoil in his heart. She just felt unusually sleepy and drowsy lately, without giving it much thought. Since there was nothing to do on the spaceship, sleeping to pass the time seemed like a good choice. Seeing that Yan Zhi was awake and fine, Narcissus felt a surge of anger, though he didn't even know what he was angry about. Perhaps it was his own weakness. He turned to leave. However, despite his intention to leave, when he heard Yan Zhi call him, he couldn't help but stop at his tracks. "Aren't you going to stay and talk with me?" Yan Zhi said, her tone almost a bit playful. Narcissus's heart softened. Everything, his persistence, the leader, loyalty, seemed to be temporarily forgotten. At that moment, he only wanted to stay here. Following his heart, Narcissus sat back down at the edge of Yan Zhi's bed. Feeling bored, Yan Zhi chatted aimlessly with Narcissus. Unknowingly, they began to discuss some information about the Randic organization. To Yan Zhi's surprise, Narcissus didn't hide anything from her and shared everything he knew. Yan Zhi was almost shocked. From her observations over the past few days, she had vaguely realized that Narcissus held a significant position in this organization. However, she never expected that someone in such a powerful position would be so easy to extract information from. If all the leaders of Randic were as loose-lipped as Narcissus, it seemed that Randic would soon be finished. What Yan Zhi didn't know was that she was unfairly underestimating Randic. After all, being ranked as number 3, Narcissus was certainly not a simple character. He executed tasks with unique methods and had always been known as a master of disguise within Randic. This was because Narcissus excelled at playing various roles during missions, achieving objectives through impersonation. One of the skills he was best at was extracting information from others. After all, as a master of disguise, gathering intelligence was a necessary skill. Compared to Narcissus, Yan Zhi's small tricks to extract information were like a child's play. Yet now, the typically skilled Narcissus willingly immersed himself in this crude deception, sharing everything he knew about the information Yan Zhi wanted. Randic was an extremely mysterious pirate organization, known for its rampant activities and high visibility, yet there was surprisingly little information about it on the Star Network. However, through Narcissus' words, Yan Zhi learned a lot about this enigmatic pirate organization. Randic operated in a wide range of illicit activities, dabbling in various illegal dealings. But their main focus was on the private manufacture and sale of arms. The reason was simple. The profits were extremely high. Because of this main business, all of Randic's fleets were equipped with extremely advanced weapons, making them highly combat effective. After all, it was not surprising that good resources were first allocated to their own people. As a criminal organization, Randic's internal structure was surprisingly orderly and strict. Everyone was fully loyal to their supreme ruler, the man referred to as the leader by those within Randic, with not a hint of rebellion. When mentioning the leader, even Narcissus spoke with a hint of reverence. This made Yan Zhi very curious about this so-called leader. She thought to herself that she must seize the opportunity to meet him someday. Chapter 72. Partiality. The spaceship continued its journey, drawing closer and closer to the main base of Randic. The people on board keenly noticed that Lord No. 3 had been in a rather unpleasant mood these past few days. A guard shook off the damp documents in his hand and brushed the dust off his knees. Today was supposed to be the day to report work to Lord Number 3, but a small mistake during the task had led to a scathing reprimand from him. Watching a colleague beside him also preparing to enter with documents, the guard quickly pulled him back, saying, "Lord Number 3 is in a bad mood today. Are you trying to get yourself killed by reporting now?" The colleague sighed bitterly. It was like this yesterday and the day before too. It's been 3 days already. If I don't report, the documents will be overdue. The guard showed a knowing expression. No one dared to provoke Lord Number 3's bad temper these days. He gave his colleague a look of sympathy as he watched him walk into the office. The guard didn't leave immediately. Instead, he silently counted down outside the door. Based on his experience, knowing that his colleague wouldn't last long inside. Sure enough, not long after, he saw his colleague emerge with a mournful expression. "Did you get scolded?" "Of course. At least I managed to submit the documents." The colleague sighed deeply. Suddenly, a figure in a white dress caught their attention. The figure knocked a few times on the door, and before she could turn the doorknob, the door opened by itself. The person who opened the door was none other than Lord Number 3, who had just scolded them moments ago. However, at this moment, Lord No. 3 was not cold and stern like he had been with them. Instead, his face was filled with a gentle smile, making one feel as if they were basking in spring sunshine. Anyone with eyes could see that the arrival of this girl brought great joy to Lord Number 3. "Narcissus, I came to play with you. Do you have time now?" the girl asked. Lord Number 3 nodded repeatedly. I have time. Hearing this, the guard and his colleague exchanged glances, feeling a bit disgruntled. Where's the time? The latest batch of arms orders had encountered major issues, and with the leader's birthday approaching, everyone in Randic was too busy to even eat. Just a moment ago, hadn't Lord Number 3 insisted on cherishing time and improving efficiency? Why the double standards? Even though they had seen this happen many times recently, the guard was still shocked by Lord Number 3's indulgence towards the girl. As a captive, the girl could move freely on the spaceship, unrestricted, and could interrupt Lord Number 3 at any time without him getting angry. Most importantly, whenever the girl came to find Lord Number 3, he would become especially accommodating. This was simply the best for their group of subordinates working under Lord Number 3. Privately, they affectionately nicknamed this Miss Yan as the living Bodhisattva, here to bestow blessings upon these poor workers. Thus, the guard quickly took out his communicator to notify everyone in the group. Miss Yan has come to find the Lord. If there are documents that need the Lord's attention, hurry and seize the opportunity. The Lord is in a great mood now. Received. Going right now. Received. Seeing the messages rapidly refresh in the group chat, the guard and his colleague exchanged a glance, feeling a bit regretful. Had they known, they would have come a little later, waiting for Miss Yin to arrive before coming in, which would have spared them from that scolding earlier. On the other side, Yan Zhi rarely took the initiative to disturb Narcissus because she felt he was incredibly busy. Every time she came over, she saw a stream of people coming to Narcissus for document approval, leaving him no time to attend to her. Bored, Yan Zhi sipped the apple juice that the secretary had given her, occasionally glancing out the porthole at the starry universe, and then looking over at Narcissus, who was busy at work. She felt that Narcissus's efficiency wasn't very high, as she often caught him discreetly lifting his head to look at her. Sure enough, Narcissus quietly lifted his head from the documents again, his gaze seemingly searching for something, and after scanning the crowd, finally locked onto Yan Zhi. Their eyes met unexpectedly in the air, and it seemed he was surprised that she was looking at him too. He froze for a moment, then quickly averted his gaze, his eyes carrying an ambiguous glimmer. Caught you not focused at all. Yan Zhi thought she felt like a teacher catching someone slacking off. Perhaps it was due to his lack of seriousness that his work efficiency was low, which is why he was so busy every day. Yan Zhi thought to herself. Little did she know, she was unfairly blaming Narcissus. It was all because Narcissus was too accommodating at this moment, and his subordinates rushed to find him for document approvals. If he knew Yan Zhi thought this way, he would wonder how he could still be so gentle with his subordinates. As time passed, Yan Zhi fell asleep in the corner of Narcissus's office. Lately, she had been particularly tired, feeling like she could fall asleep anywhere at any time. Seeing this scene, Narcissus quietly dismissed his subordinates to avoid disturbing Yan Zhi's rest. Although surprised by his lord's rare thoughtfulness, everyone obediently left the office with their documents. Only a few who arrived late regretted not coming earlier and missing such a good opportunity. They wondered if they would still find the Lord so accommodating tomorrow. They also scolded their colleagues, thinking that just being a little late had resulted in so many people ahead of them, causing them to wait in line for a long time and miss their chance. There was nothing they could do but remind themselves to act quickly next time and seize opportunities. Meanwhile, in Narcissus's office, only the sleeping Yan Zhi and Narcissus remained. Watching Yan Zhi's sleeping face, Narcissus suddenly felt as if all his strength had been drained, slumping hopelessly in his chair. Only one day remained until they reached the main base of Randic. For the first time, he didn't want to return to the main base after the mission was over. Narcissus looked at Yan Zhi with a complex expression. Initially, she had been a birthday gift he prepared for the leader. Now, having reported to the organization and requested personnel, he had successfully brought this gift back, but he could no longer bear to part with it. However, the leader had known about the existence of this gift from the very beginning. He wanted to be true to his own feelings. He wanted to stop, but he couldn't. He wanted to be loyal to his leader, to maintain his loyalty, but he couldn't achieve that pure loyalty either. He was trapped in this conflict, suffering immensely. But seeing Yan Zhi sleeping beside him, his inner scale always tilted toward her side. Thinking of those he had once given to the leader, he didn't know their fate. He only knew that he had never seen those he had given to the leader again. Without needing to think about their outcomes, he knew they wouldn't end well. He didn't want Yan Zhi to meet the same fate. The scale in his heart continued to lean toward Yan Zhi. Finally, the balance was completely disrupted. Narcissus made a decision in his heart. He let out a long breath. Making a decision was painful, but once it was made, the heavy stone pressing on his heart vanished without a trace. Even though this decision was clearly contrary to his usual style, even though this decision would make him lose what he had always held on to, he was willing to do it. Chapter 73. Unexpected Narcissus walked out of the office and summoned the relevant subordinates to instruct them on related matters. After listening to Narcissus's orders, his subordinates furrowed their brows in confusion. My lord, didn't our plan involve returning to the main base? Why change the course now? Narcissus's subordinate didn't quite understand. After all, it was unprecedented to change a task that had been set from the beginning before it was completed, and he hadn't received any planned change agreements from the main base. Moreover, the M50 star system was too far from the main base. If they went now, they wouldn't make it in time for the leader's birthday and the gift. You just need to obey the orders, Narcissus interrupted, leaving that sentence behind as he walked away. Understood, my lord. Narcissus's subordinate dared not say more, as this lord was not easy to get along with. However, he still felt some doubt. Wasn't that lady on the ship a gift from the lord to the leader? If they went to the M50 star system, the gift would not arrive in time, now that they were so close to the main base. It would be better to send that lady back to the main base and then set off for the M50 star system, which would not delay either side. And the ship could also get some supplies from the main base. Narcissus's subordinate shook his head, unsure of what his lord was thinking. Forget it. The lord must have his reasons for doing this. His gaze swept to the lord's office, and suddenly he remembered that the others had left. But that lady seemed to still be in the same room as the lord. Suddenly, an outrageous thought appeared in Narcissus's subordinate's mind. Considering the lord's undisguised favoritism towards that lady in the past few days, combined with her sensitive identity, was the lord planning to take the leader's birthday gift with him to the M50 star system? The leader could not tolerate even a grain of sand in his eye. He did not allow anyone around him to have even the slightest thought of resisting him. Doing so would be tantamount to openly betraying the leader in Randic. That shouldn't be the case, right? As soon as this thought appeared in Narcissus's subordinate's mind, he discarded it. However, he still sent a message to his colleagues stationed at the main base, asking if there were any tasks to be executed in the M50 star system recently. But after sending that message, Narcissus's subordinate regretted it, wanting to retract it but unable to do so, secretly laughing at himself for being so suspicious. The leader was always all-knowing and all-powerful. As a close aide to the leader, Lord Number 3 should be more aware of this than himself. It was likely that the Lord had received some information unknown to him, which led to the decision to change the itinerary. Who would dare to betray the leader? He was so powerful that it made one afraid to entertain any other thoughts. Moreover, Lord Number 3 was one of the leader's most loyal followers. Narcissus's subordinate successfully convinced himself and hurried to carry out the orders given by the Lord. Changing the ship's predetermined course was a major project, so he had his hands full. However, in his busyness, he did not realize that he had inadvertently touched upon the truth of the situation, and he simply did not want to believe it. The next day, when Yan Zhi woke up from her sleep, she felt a rare sense of ease. She had already learned from Narcissus about the itinerary. According to the plan, she would arrive at the Randic main base today. She had been curious about this place for a long time. There was no record of it on the Star Network. Arriving at the Randic main base was also the most important part of her exploration of the secrets of this body's identity. Now that it was finally here, she couldn't help but feel excited. She had almost been bored to death during her time on the ship. However, her excitement was soon shattered. The one who broke her excitement was Narcissus. What? The destination has changed. We are now heading to the M50 planet. Why? Looking at the girl in front of him with a complex expression, Narcissus was a bit puzzled. Shouldn't she be happy to hear this news? After all, the Randic main base was, for outsiders, a place that could be described as a den of dragons and tigers. What? You're not happy? Narcissus persistently asked. Then he saw the girl across from him nodding quickly. Narcissus was thoroughly confused. How could an outsider be so eager to go to the Randic main base? After thinking for a moment, Narcissus categorized this as the girl not knowing what the Randic main base meant. Do you not know what you will experience when you get there? Narcissus asked tentatively. Thank goodness. This time the girl finally didn't do anything unexpected. She obediently nodded. That's right. Narcissus seriously explained just how terrifying the Randic main base was for ordinary people. He talked about how no outsider had ever left that place alive, about the tortures, and especially about how powerful and cold-blooded the legendary leader was. Yan Zhi listened with great interest, nodding along from time to time, sometimes even putting on a fearful expression based on the conversation. Narcissus was clearly very satisfied with her cooperation, becoming more and more animated in his storytelling, and unknowingly revealed quite a few secrets. Yan Zhi did not make a sound, but quietly remembered everything in her heart. Suddenly, the ship experienced a violent shake, interrupting the conversation between the two. A piercing alarm went off, and red warning lights flashed everywhere. Without needing to look, it was clear how urgent the situation was. What happened? Narcissus quickly settled Yan Zhi and went out to assess the situation. In the ship's cockpit, the pilot, sweating profusely, reported to Narcissus, "My lord, the ship is under attack by an unknown force. The energy compartment has been destroyed, and we have now lost all mobility." Under Narcissus's oppressive gaze, the pilot dared not continue speaking. He couldn't even blink as sweat trickled into his eyes. However, it was unnecessary for him to continue. People in interstellar travel knew that with the energy compartment destroyed, a ship without power had only one fate: to fall into the vast, endless space with no chance of survival. Chapter 74. Tang Yuan. At this moment, Narcissus's heart was heavy. The spaceship bore the markings of Randic, and no organization dared to provoke Randic recklessly. Even the Empire's ships, without adequate preparation, could only turn a blind eye when facing Randic's vessels. Who on earth dared to attack the spaceship? A certain figure appeared in Narcissus's mind. If it really is that person, he dared not think further and turned to the pilot, asking if the escape pod was still operational. "Yes, it is," the pilot replied. Narcissus's anxious heart calmed down a bit. As long as the escape pod was fine, there was still a chance of survival. He hurried back and took Yan Zhi aboard the escape pod. They had already reached the hatch, and the spaceship was preparing to launch the escape pod into space. Suddenly, Narcissus froze. The launch sequence was aborted. In the vast universe, several previously launched escape pods disappeared as if erased by an eraser, turning into particles that vanished without a sound, as if they had never existed in this world. A moment's inattention could lead to overlooking this change. But Narcissus, being a core member of Randic, understood clearly what that thing was. Randic's newly developed particle eraser could erase a target from this world without a trace once it locked onto its target. Narcissus's heart sank completely. Has that person already discovered it? Although he knew that person was powerful, he never expected to outsmart them. He just didn't think that person would come so quickly. Indeed, only that person would act so decisively and leave no room for error. Narcissus and Yan Zhi exited the escape pod. Narcissus raised both hands, signaling to the spaceship that was lying in ambush somewhere that he had surrendered and posed no threat. He didn't want to resist, nor did he dare to. A desperate struggle would only drag the innocent girl beside him into the flames of war. Furthermore, facing that person's might, he had no confidence of victory whatsoever. Sure enough, after Narcissus surrendered, a pitch-black warship seemingly appeared out of nowhere before Yan Zhi and Narcissus. The hull was completely black, as if it could swallow everything. A cross symbol was painted on the front, hinting at ferocity and brutality. Two groups of people emerged from the warship. One group subdued Narcissus, while the other restrained Yan Zhi, taking them aboard the warship. Narcissus shouted to the group holding Yan Zhi, "Be gentle. That is a birthday gift for our leader." It seemed that Narcissus still held some influence among these people. Although he was currently a prisoner, upon hearing his words, the group restraining Yan Zhi instinctively softened their grip. The two were taken onto the warship and sent to different destinations. The exterior of the military ship was filled with a murderous aura, and the interior continued this style. Following the escort, they walked through a long corridor. Looking up, Narcissus's gaze unexpectedly collided with a tall, slender figure standing on a high platform on the second floor. The person had skin so pale it seemed unreal, with bright red lips and black hair contrasting with the snow-white skin, creating an indescribable stunning effect. Even with half of his face hidden behind a half-mask, it was easy to imagine just how striking this face was. The man surveyed the entire warship from above, as if a king admiring his territory. Their eyes unexpectedly met in the air. The man suddenly paused, as if some ancient instinct engraved in his genes had been awakened. Before he could savor this feeling, Yan Zhi was taken around a corner and disappeared from view. Beneath the mask, a hint of amusement flickered in the man's elongated eyes as he watched the figure vanish from his sight, his lips curling into a barely perceptible smirk. So, this is the person who has stirred other thoughts in his loyal subordinates? Interesting. For some reason, when that figure disappeared from view, he suddenly felt that the empty warship was somewhat lacking in interest. Then let's go find something interesting. He stepped forward, turned, and walked into an unassuming little room around the corner. As the heavy door opened, a nauseating stench of blood rushed out. The man seemed to be accustomed to it, walking in without changing his expression. The floor was a deep, dark crimson, stained by countless blood spills. Meanwhile, Narcissus had been bound hand and foot, tightly secured to the execution rack. There were no other living beings here besides Narcissus and the man. Only distant human skins hung on racks, thin and seemingly ready to flutter away with the wind. The person responsible for binding Narcissus had left after securing him, not daring to do anything more, as this man preferred to deal with traitors himself. Even in an age of advanced technology, the man insisted on the ancient tradition of execution. He had read about it in an ancient book and found it fascinating. He had to admire the wisdom of the ancients. In this man's view, execution was a demanding art, requiring one to inflict unbearable pain while ensuring the victim did not die easily. Fortunately, he happened to be an artist. The red-hot branding iron slid down Narcissus's body, making a sizzling sound and releasing a distinct odor of burning protein. Where should I start? Although it sounded like a question, the man's tone was remarkably calm, even carrying a hint of playful mockery. Number 3, perhaps I should call you Narcissus. How did you change so quickly? A new name after just one outing? The man pressed the fiery branding iron harshly against Narcissus's chest, and in an instant, a sizzling sound accompanied by smoke filled the air. Even here, others entered. The man's voice remained calm, devoid of any joy or sorrow. Why aren't you speaking? His tone even carried a hint of childlike innocence, as if puzzled why Narcissus remained silent despite such treatment. Narcissus, however, understood his confusion, keeping his head down and saying nothing. The man didn't like this. He usually preferred not to silence his victims, as he enjoyed hearing their screams and pleas for mercy. Losing that pleasure felt like life had lost its music. Yet, Narcissus clearly could not comprehend his bewilderment, remaining silent. The man grew unhappy. When he was unhappy, he wanted to make others suffer too. He lightly pressed a red button not far away, and in an instant, the iron execution platform sent a high-voltage current into Narcissus's body, then downwards. But even so, Narcissus merely trembled slightly, breaking out in cold sweat yet still saying nothing. So boring, the man shook his head. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something interesting and asked Narcissus with a smile, "Have you heard of Tangyuan?" Yet that smile was laced with palpable malice. Narcissus felt a sharp pain in his eyes, and his vision abruptly turned crimson. Two round eyeballs appeared in the small porcelain bowl held by the man, accompanied by a bloodied spoon. They did resemble round Tangyuan. Even so, Narcissus remained silent. The man leaned closer to his ear, whispering maliciously, "There's a little girl who boarded the ship with you, right? Do you think she would like Tangyuan?" As soon as the words fell, Narcissus finally reacted. He struggled to utter two words, "Don't want." The man seemed to hear something extremely interesting and laughed heartily. Interesting, interesting. Chapter 75. Rebellion. The man stayed with Narcissus for a long time. By the time he emerged from the small room, the spaceship had already successfully docked at the landing port of the Rantic starship for quite a while. Although the dark starship had been stationary at the port without moving or making any other actions, no one came to urge them. The man leisurely took a shower to wash off the smell of blood before departing the ship. Outside the spaceship, a group of people was already waiting at the exit. Upon seeing the man, they bowed in unison and said, "Master." The man ignored them and left directly, while the driver respectfully welcomed him into the vehicle that had long been prepared, heading towards the center of the Rantic headquarters. On the other hand, Yan Zhi and Narcissus inside the spaceship did not enjoy such treatment. They were sent to two different places. Yan Zhi was taken to a place resembling a prison, blindfolded. Eventually, she arrived at a dark and small room with only one window to see outside. Through the narrow window, Yan Zhi saw identical small compartments surrounding her, each containing a person. She had a vague sense that they were all locked up here for the same reason. "Hey, hello." Yan Zhi tried to make a sound to catch the attention of the woman in the opposite cell. After calling out several times, the woman slowly raised her head to look at Yan Zhi. Her actions were sluggish, giving off a sense of numbness from being locked up for a long time. Although the woman moved slowly, she shared what she knew with Yan Zhi, though she herself was also confused and could only observe some superficial details. According to the woman, every few days, someone randomly selects a room and takes away the person inside. Those taken away never return. The woman was unwilling to dwell on their fate. Occasionally, new arrivals like Yan Zhi came to fill the rooms. The woman opposite had been here for a considerable time and was considered lucky. Some unfortunate ones were taken away just 1 or 2 days after arriving, and it was unclear if there were any criteria for selecting people. Yan Zhi thus muddled through her stay here, planning to observe carefully before making any decisions. Although she had been blindfolded upon entry, Yan Zhi had already memorized the route she took with her exceptional memory, so even if plans changed, she could easily escape. However, what Yan Zhi did not expect was that before her plan could be executed, an unexpected guest arrived. On the other side, even after severely punishing the traitor, the man, who was referred to as the extremely mysterious leader of Rantic, felt a sense of boredom. The thrill brought by the execution could only sustain his excitement for that moment. And now that the execution was over, the fleeting pleasure had completely faded away. He found himself feeling somewhat uninterested. Having reached his position, there was hardly anything in life that he could not obtain. Currently, aside from the assassination target that his incompetent subordinates had yet to accomplish, there was nothing left unachieved. Remembering the unfinished assassination target, the man frowned in annoyance. How annoying it was that there were still things in this world that constrained him. The man's name was Mammon. Perhaps he should not be referred to as a man, but as that male insect. However, Mammon did not want to acknowledge his identity as an insect. Due to the instinct of insects to maintain absolute loyalty to the so-called queen, Mammon was unwilling to do so. He was only loyal to himself. Rather than being loyal to others, he preferred others to be loyal to him. As one of the 3 high-level insects that had fought his way up from the bottom, Mammon lacked any reverence for insects of a higher rank. The insect hierarchy was strict, with lower-ranked insects being oppressed by higher-ranked ones, obediently serving them. Having risen from the lower ranks to a high position, Mammon had devoured countless higher-ranked insects during his ascent, making him an anomaly among insects. He was like a rebellious bone nurtured by insects over thousands of years, inherently unwilling to submit to humans, with pride and greed as his nature. After becoming one of the 3 high-level insects, Mammon cast his greedy gaze upon the new queen. Still just an insect egg. He had never seen the previous queen, so he underestimated the influence of an insect queen on every insect. Even as an egg, her influence should not be underestimated. Even now, Mammon still remembered the feeling of seeing that egg for the first and only time, as if he had encountered the only thing he wanted to protect in his life, making him want to abandon everything he had, power, wealth, and protect her at all costs. That feeling was warm enough to make Mammon feel sick. Unable to resist this soul-deep attraction, Mammon was unwilling to accept being subordinate to anyone. However, he still underestimated the loyalty of other insects. The egg ultimately was not destroyed. Instead, it was lost somewhere. Nevertheless, Mammon was somewhat satisfied with this outcome, as it was uncertain whether the egg could successfully hatch without the support of the insect tribe. Even if it did hatch, the queen would require a large amount of nutrients. A queen without nutrients would gradually fall into a coma, sleep indefinitely, until death. The insect tribe without a queen resembled knights without a lord, becoming brutal, terrifying, and plagued by pervasive loneliness. Under Mammon's intentional guidance, he led the insects to believe that the queen was stolen by humans, thus worsening relations between the insect tribe and the human world. Consequently, the insect tribe faced internal and external troubles, plunging into a dark era. Watching the chaotic internal state of the insect tribe, Mammon was quite satisfied. In murky waters, one could fish, and in chaotic times, heroes could emerge. Mammon, having fought his way up from the bottom, had no family power, and this chaotic era was the best opportunity for him to establish his own influence. As Mammon had envisioned, taking advantage of the chaos, he established his own power and became one of the 3 high-level insects, with his influence even subtly surpassing that of the 2 other established high-level insects, Cambo and Leshan. Power further bred greater greed. With the insect tribe leaderless, Mammon set his sights on the highest position, the legendary insect throne. Chapter 76. The gift a single insect egg can become the king of the insect race. Why can't I? However, the hereditary system of succession is deeply entrenched within the insect race, and it is not something that can be shaken in a short time. For this reason, Mammon naturally began to plan for the long term, gradually building momentum for the reformists and advocating for institutional reform. He slowly lurked and developed his own power. Most of the new generation of insects had never seen the queen and had not experienced that genetic call, making it easy to cultivate their rebellious spirit. Finally, Mammon felt the time was ripe. He directly rebelled, attempting to swallow the other 2 high-level insect races, Leshan and Kongbai, in one fell swoop, to become the supreme insect race and unify the insect race. However, he still underestimated the deep-rooted influence and strength of those ancient families. The rebellion ultimately ended in failure. The outcome was that Mammon defected from the insect race, and the power of the reformists quickly weakened. The defector Mammon did not rest either. His inherent greed drove him to want to hold the highest authority in any field. With ambition and ability, Mammon, as an insect, surprisingly established his own power in the human world, the Lantic Star Pirates organization, becoming one of the most untouchable forces in the entire star system. Over the years, he had never ceased his search for the lost insect queen. However, unlike other insect races searching for the queen to bring her back, Mammon was entirely different. He only wanted to kill the so-called queen. The existence of the queen had always been a hidden danger. He could never forget the feeling when he first saw the unhatched queen, that overwhelming loyalty that seemed to emanate from the depths of his bones, making him feel disgusted, as if he were a beast that could only succumb to genetic instincts. He would never submit to anyone. After finally catching wind of the news about the hatched queen, he was proud but not arrogant. Fearing he might be influenced, he sent others to investigate. As a result, that group of fools actually failed to execute the plan. The news of the queen was cut off from there. Whenever Mammon thought of this, he wished he could drag those fools out of hell and whip their corpses 100 times. He would definitely deal with that so-called queen. He opened his contact list and sent someone to further investigate the news. Aside from this matter, Mammon's life had no other goals. He had already reached the highest position. However, a lion without a goal also becomes weary. Mammon needed to find some new pleasures in his life. Now that Narses had been dealt with, A figure unexpectedly appeared in Mamon's mind. That fleeting glimpse of figure on the spaceship seemed quite interesting. The woman who tempted Narcissus to fall was of great interest to him. After all, that was his gift, wasn't it? He ordered someone to handle the matter for him. With a creak, the door opened, breaking the tranquility here. The people locked inside trembled and hurriedly hid in the corners of their rooms, praying wildly in their hearts. "Don't choose me, don't choose me." As a series of footsteps echoed, everyone's hearts tightened with the sound. Finally, the footsteps stopped in front of a door. The tension in others' hearts relaxed. As long as it wasn't themselves, that was good. A few brave ones peered through the window to see who was chosen today. To their surprise, it was the newcomer who had just arrived. They couldn't help but cast a sympathetic glance at her, but they were powerless to change anything. Yan Zhi saw the prison guard open her door. Was she the chosen one? Regarding her unknown fate, Yan Zhi felt a bit of concern about the future. But more than that, she was curious and eager to try. What would happen when she was taken away? She couldn't wait to explore new maps. When the prison guard opened the prison door, she did not see fear begging on the ground or numb waiting for fate. The girl in the prison appeared particularly lively. With a hint of anticipation in her eyes, the guard felt he must have seen it wrong. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but sigh. It was no wonder the leader specifically requested her. She indeed had a certain uniqueness. Having worked here for so long, he had never seen the leader request anyone by name. Usually, he just randomly selected someone to send over. After all, those who could come here were all top-notch. Even if it was a blind selection, it couldn't go wrong. Seeing the girl's beautiful face, the guard felt a twinge of regret, but it was just regret. He couldn't go against the leader's decision. What a beauty. What a pity she was about to become the leader's food. She would wither away at such a flower-like age. Out of rare sympathy, the guard treated Yan Zhi gently, escorting her to the leader's location and allowing her to enter alone. The leader had a strong sense of territory. As a mere guard, he dared not step into the leader's private domain. As for Yan Zhi, she was the leader's food, and in the leader's eyes, she did not count as someone infringing on his private territory. Yan Zhi walked into the magnificent Gothic castle. The castle was stunningly large and opulent, spacious and empty, with retro luxurious crystal chandeliers, gilded beams, and painted rafters, a crimson carpet, and elegant, understated ornaments. It exuded a hint of luxury to the extreme. But even with such grandeur, the empty castle carried an air of mysterious danger, evoking thoughts of a vampire's castle. The castle's master seemed to have a deep love for the bright red rose. Outside was an endless rose garden, and inside, rose-themed decorations were everywhere, with blood-red roses visible at every turn. In the vast castle, there was no one in sight, and Yan Zhi did not know where to go. Holding on to her exploratory thoughts, she wandered randomly around the castle. Suddenly, she heard the sound of running water. Yan Zhi followed the sound and came to a glass door. Inside, she could hear the sound of water splashing. Yan Zhi felt a bit embarrassed. It turned out someone was taking a shower, and she didn't want to barge in. Light filtered through the glass, vaguely outlining a lean, tall figure inside. Although she couldn't see clearly through the frosted glass, the figure's superior shape exuded an indescribable charm. Yan Zhi caught a glimpse and quickly averted her gaze. Do not look at what is inappropriate. Do not listen to what is inappropriate. Listening to the sound of water, Yan Zhi felt it was inappropriate to stay in this room, feeling restless. She prepared to leave and wait outside. Just as she turned around, she suddenly heard a creak, the sound of the door opening from that glass door. Chapter 77. Touch in an extremely quiet environment. Even the slightest sound seemed deafening, effortlessly capturing the attention of those within it. Yan Zhi's gaze involuntarily drifted towards the door, her desire to leave faltering in place. Just a glance was enough to draw her attention tightly. A loosely hanging bathrobe, casually draped over a perfectly sculpted body, water droplets seemingly reluctant to leave this flawless form, lingering as they slid down the fine white skin, leaving behind glistening, ambiguous traces. Yan Zhi found herself captivated by the droplets, feeling a tightness in her throat. It seemed the man was extraordinarily relaxed after his shower, standing there lazily, his damp hair gently sticking to his face, softening his usually cold and fierce aura. giving off a somewhat pitiful vibe reminiscent of a drenched puppy. Yet even in this situation, the half-mask of a Rakshasa remained firmly affixed to his face, stingily concealing his true visage, revealing only a delicate jawline and lips as red as blood, provoking endless imagination about the beauty hidden beneath the mask. Yan Zhi couldn't help but internally exclaim, "What a stunning man." Maman sensed that his gift had arrived outside the door while showering. But he didn't take this matter to heart. It was hardly worth mentioning. Opening the door, the gift obediently presented itself right in front of him. Perhaps it was due to the relaxed feeling after the shower. Maman found this gift particularly pleasing to the eye, quite endearing. The small gift seemed mesmerized by him, standing still without moving. "Come here." Without waiting for the girl to react, Maman assertively reached out and pulled her towards him. As the distance closed, Maman's eyes clearly reflected the girl's dark pupils, which happened to be looking at him, revealing a hint of unexpected confusion. A few playful strands of hair brushed against her lips, carrying a touch of temptation. Maman's eyelids suddenly fluttered, an inexplicable thrum in his chest, feeling that this gift chosen by Narcissus was particularly to his liking. No wonder Narcissus would abandon loyalty. It truly had a certain allure. Beneath the Rakshasa mask, Maman's dark red pupils flashed with a hint of shadow, his fangs itching with desire, stirring an inexplicable craving in his usually calm heart. Maman interpreted this as hunger. It had been a long time since he had desired food so intensely. He licked his protruding fangs, no longer denying himself. After all, this was his gift, wasn't it? He had every right to handle it as he pleased. With a long reach, he effortlessly pulled her into his embrace. His tall figure completely overshadowed the petite figure beneath him, adopting a posture of total possession, leaving the prey with no escape. Viewed from afar, it was an extremely ambiguous and intimate position. But only those involved knew that a sharp tooth had already pierced the delicate, white skin of the prey's nape. With dark hair, red lips, and sharp fangs, he was intoxicated by the girl's neck, evoking thoughts of an ancient and mysterious race, that of vampires. However, Maman, as a bug-type creature, was not a vampire. Yet, his method of obtaining energy was similar. He fed on human blood, and the stronger the human body, the richer the energy it provided. This method of energy acquisition was no secret within the Lantique. Hence, his subordinates would prepare numerous gifts for him to enjoy. And now, Yan Zhi was one of those gifts. It was time for him to feed. As soon as he leaned towards Yan Zhi's neck, Maman detected a rich, fragrant scent. Even without tasting, he could easily discern the high quality of the girl's blood. It was exceedingly enticing. Maman, who had severe cleanliness issues, usually resisted biting directly into the food's nape like a beast, as it was too crude and unhygienic. He preferred to cut open the arteries and savor the blood in a goblet, enjoying it leisurely. However, for the first time, upon smelling the rich aroma of blood surging in the veins, Maman could no longer wait for the overly complicated procedures. He resorted to the method he had previously looked down upon. Leaning against the girl's neck, his uncontrollable fangs easily pierced her skin. As the fragrant blood flowed along his fangs into his mouth, the rich aroma swept over every inch of his taste buds, leaving Maman momentarily stunned. Blood was the best medium, and the rich blood awakened the instincts that had long been suppressed within him, sending a tingling sensation like electric currents coursing through his body, akin to soft feathers brushing against his heart, making him itch. A surge of surprise and delight flooded his heart, causing his heartbeat to accelerate suddenly, pounding like thunder. His sexy Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he swallowed the blood, the energy contained within spreading throughout his body, and he involuntarily let out a satisfied sigh from his throat. Like a satisfied addict. Truly, what wonderful blood it was. He had never encountered blood so to his liking. He should have indulged freely, but after just one sip, he restrained himself and stopped, gently licking the wound caused by his fangs. Under his ability, the wound quickly healed, returning to its previous delicate whiteness. At this moment, he deeply understood that even when faced with blood so pleasing to him, he could no longer harbor even a hint of intention to harm her. Cherishingly, he licked the remnants of blood from the corner of his mouth, as if savoring the exquisite taste from before. Maman swiftly distanced himself from Yan Zhi. the emptiness of his embrace inevitably causing a sense of loss. However, being too close would reveal the thunderous sound of his heartbeat. In the pin-drop silence of the space, an inexplicable atmosphere of ambiguity gradually spread. On the other hand, Yan Zhi felt a sudden dizziness, enveloped by a massive shadow, the refreshing steam from the shower filling her nostrils. Then, she felt a tingling sensation at her nape. It was not painful, as if something cool had pierced her flesh. But oddly, it did not bring pain. Rather, it felt like a drug, inducing waves of delightful tingles. The cool flesh pressed against her nape seemed to soothe the tingling. When Yan Zhi was pushed away, her eyes still held a hint of confusion. To Maman, this scene was incredibly adorable. His sharp fangs naturally secreted a substance that anesthetized his prey. He had never realized that this innate skill he possessed could lead to such interesting outcomes. Yet Maman was unaware of how deeply his gaze revealed his profound infatuation and desire, burning hot enough to be startling. As if scalded by this heat, Yan Zhi instinctively took a step back, feeling like a plump lamb targeted by a hungry wolf. Yan Zhi's mind had cleared up quite a bit now. Considering his suspected vampire identity, she worried that he might pounce on her to drink her dry at any moment. After all, his eyes displayed unmasked desire. She felt a bit scared. Chapter 78 Mask. Yan Zhi didn't know that she was wronging Maman. In reality, what Maman desired was not her blood, but her as a person. However, Yan Zhi was unaware of Maman's thoughts and feelings. Out of a primal fear of such a dangerous creature, Yan Zhi unconsciously took a step back, creating a bit more distance between herself and Maman. She keenly noticed that her slight retreat sparked a sense of dissatisfaction in Maman. He felt that she was rejecting him. This realization made the usually confident Maman experience regret for the first time. They shouldn't have met in this situation. Damn it. If it had been in a more suitable setting, they would surely have enjoyed each other as company instead of this awkwardness, which was clearly due to his earlier frightening her. Rarely, Maman felt a bit remorseful. My name is Maman. It was the first time Maman introduced his name to someone. Until now, even the core members of Landic only referred to him as leader, never calling him by name, both out of ignorance and deep respect. Maman didn't like others calling him by his name, so it had become a taboo. Not only was his name a taboo, but no one in Landic had a name, they only had code names. Yet now, Maman suddenly thought that hearing the girl's melodious voice call his name might be quite enjoyable. Yan Zhi was taken aback by his sudden introduction. What kind of development was this? But she still followed suit and introduced herself. I am Yan Zhi. Yan Zhi looked at him suspiciously, wondering what was going on. Yan Zhi. Maman savored these two syllables, finding them exceptionally pleasant. Although he already knew her name from the information he had gathered earlier, it was far less delightful than hearing her introduce herself. Yan Zhi, could you help me take off my mask? The man was more than a head taller than the girl, bending down to accommodate her height, appearing submissive from a distance. As he leaned down, the distance between them closed, and Maman's eyes clearly reflected Yan Zhi's silhouette. Help me, please. The distance was too close, and Yan Zhi felt she could even sense his cold breath brushing against her eyelashes, sending an inexplicable tickle through her. The mask? From the moment she met Maman, he had been wearing a mask, not even taking it off after a shower. Yan Zhi was indeed curious about the legendary leader of Landic. What did he look like? The man bent down, and without the oppressive height, removing the mask was not a difficult task. Delicate white fingers reached around the back of the tall man's head. With a soft thud, the mask fell into Yan Zhi's hands. The man before her revealed the face that had been hidden beneath the mask. With just one glance, Yan Zhi couldn't help but hold her breath. She felt she finally understood why Maman insisted on wearing a mask. The face beneath the mask was excessively beautiful. His narrow, affectionate peach blossom eyes, high-bridged and delicate nose, paired with thin lips like scarlet roses, created a mysterious, dangerous, and alluring beauty. Due to the earlier motion, the already loose bathrobe slipped down further, almost hanging off Maman, leaving him nearly bare, revealing beautifully defined and powerful abdominal muscles, making him even more enticing. This scene perfectly matched Yan Zhi's memories of vampires, both dangerous and captivating. Or perhaps he resembled a succubus from Western mythology, tempting everyone who laid eyes on him. Looking at the mask in Yan Zhi's hand, Maman was quite satisfied. In the insect tribe, Maman's background was not particularly good. His race belonged to the ornamental faction within the insect tribe, where everyone, regardless of age or gender, was strikingly beautiful. Maman was particularly outstanding in appearance within his group. To minimize the troubles brought by their looks, Maman's clan often wore masks when going out to reduce harassment. Moreover, there was a magical and ambiguous tradition in Maman's clan. If someone personally removed another's mask, it meant they were proposing to that person. Although Maman wore a mask simply because of his proud nature, arrogantly believing that no one in the world deserved to see his face, just as no one deserved to call his name. Looking at Yan Zhi holding his recently removed mask, Maman felt it was time to respect his clan's tradition. Maman casually uttered 3 words, "I am willing." These 3 words left Yan Zhi bewildered. Willing for what? The abruptness of his words made Yan Zhi involuntarily voice her confusion. Upon hearing her question, Maman looked hurt, as if he were an innocent girl deceived by a scoundrel. However, he still tried to patiently explain, "Taking off my mask means proposing to me, and I accept your proposal." Hearing Maman say this, Yan Zhi felt as if she had received a hot potato and hurriedly shoved the Rakshasa mask back into Maman's hands. If it weren't for her insufficient height, Maman being so tall that she couldn't reach, Yan Zhi would have wished to forcefully put the mask back on him. Had she known that removing the mask would lead to marriage, she would never have dared to touch it. "I'm sorry, I didn't know about this custom." Yan Zhi quickly refused, inwardly exclaiming, "Do you interstellar pirates do things this wildly? Proposing on the second meeting? And to marry just because I took off a mask? How can there be such coercive dealings? Such a peculiar custom. It's truly astonishing." Upon hearing Yan Zhi's unhesitating refusal, Maman's expression darkened, and he fell silent. He didn't accept the mask that Yan Zhi had shoved into his hands. Since the other party was unwilling to take the mask, Yan Zhi had no choice. She couldn't just throw it on the ground. Unable to gauge his intentions, she decided that retreating was the best option. Yan Zhi could only take his mask and attempt to leave the ancient castle. Maman didn't stop her, and there was no one else in the castle. So Yan Zhi left without obstruction. When she reached the castle entrance, the prison guard who had accompanied her was still waiting outside. The guard's daily task was quite simple: to randomly select a suitable person from the prison to serve as food for the leader, and after the leader finished dining, the guard would dispose of the remains, i.e., the corpse, to avoid dirtying the leader's private domain. Today, however, it seemed that the wait outside was unusually long. Usually, the leader finished eating very quickly. The guard standing at the door thought to himself, somewhat puzzled. Was it because today's food didn't suit the leader's taste? Chapter 79. The kitchen. When the prison guard saw the living Yan Zhi leave the Lord Leader's private territory unscathed, his surprise was no less than encountering a ghost early in the morning. Perhaps it was even more likely to meet a ghost in broad daylight than to find someone alive leaving the Lord Leader's private domain. The prison guard rubbed his eyes in disbelief, fearing this was an illusion. However, he did not dare to stop the girl from leaving. He felt he was facing the greatest challenge of his career. For the first time, he brought food but found no corpse to handle. With nothing to do, the prison guard suddenly felt a strange sense of idleness. With a questioning attitude towards life, he dazedly returned to his office. As soon as he got back, he saw that figure again, which made him question his life. Yan Zhi was walking towards him from distance, like a lawless outlaw voluntarily walking into a trap. She politely asked him, "Hello, can I go back now?" "No." "Miss, do you know where this is?" "This is the prison of Randik. It's the first time I've seen someone run into a prison on their own." The prison guard felt like kneeling before her. Even with decades of work experience, he had never encountered such a situation. For a moment, he was at a loss. On the other side, Yan Zhi felt quite innocent. As an outsider, she was indeed unfamiliar with this place. After leaving Maman's castle, she found she had nowhere else to go. With no other option, she could only return to where she first stayed. Because she was unfamiliar with the area, it took her a considerable effort to find her way back. Yan Zhi and the prison guard exchanged looks, both reflecting a sense of helplessness in their eyes. The prison guard didn't know whether to let her in. Finally, a message received through the communicator rescued him from his confusion. It was the second direct order from the Lord Leader he had received this year. The Lord Leader wanted him to send the girl back to his private territory. The prison guard was puzzled but complied. Thus, Yan Zhi returned to the castle. This time, Maman didn't say anything strange to her. Yan Zhi was settled in a resplendent room in the castle. The silk bed was indeed much better than the cramped prison cell. Breathing in the scent of roses and lying on the soft, cloud-like bed, Yan Zhi couldn't help but marvel. Maman really knew how to enjoy life. She fell asleep contentedly. Meanwhile, with a soft click of the door lock, a tall figure arrived at Yan Zhi's bedside, greedily staring at her. His eyes were filled with an unshakable obsession. It wasn't until dawn, sensing that the girl was about to wake up, that he reluctantly left her room. After leaving, he didn't choose to sleep, but instead exited the castle and found the most well-equipped kitchen in Randik's headquarters. He arrogantly drove away the original chefs and claimed the kitchen for himself. His castle had never been equipped with a kitchen. After all, in his past understanding, such a thing was completely unnecessary. Now it felt like he was slapping his own face. But it didn't matter. As the supreme ruler of Randik, every kitchen belonged to him. Few knew that the Lord Leader of Randik possessed an extremely exquisite cooking skill. It couldn't be helped. Most of Maman's race served others, and their innate talent was to be at home in both the parlors and kitchens. Although Maman had previously scoffed at this talent, now it seemed quite appealing. The aroma of the dishes wafting from the kitchen puzzled the chefs who had been driven out. They seriously doubted whether they were still dreaming or had not woken up. They exchanged glances, seeing expressions of disbelief mirrored in each other. Was the Lord Leader cooking inside? It seemed so, but they didn't believe it. They had never seen the Lord Leader wield a spatula for cooking. They had only seen him throw enemies into the oil to fry them golden. Compared to the Lord Leader cooking, the credibility of ants catching missiles barehanded seemed higher. The chefs were filled with confusion from being overly shocked. Today, the chefs of Randik's first cafeteria were forced to collectively skip work. When Yan Zhi opened her eyes from the soft silk bed, the sun was already high. The bed was too comfortable, and she had unconsciously slept for a long time. Reluctantly rubbing her pillow, she really didn't want to get up. However, the enticing aroma of food wafting from outside was too tempting. After much internal struggle, her appetite finally triumphed over her sleepiness. Yan Zhi tidied herself up and walked out of the bedroom. Upon entering the dining room, Maman was already busy setting the table and inviting Yan Zhi to eat. The scene felt somewhat warm and homely. Today, Maman did not wear that terrifying Rakshasa mask. Yan Zhi strangely sensed a hint of domesticity on that exquisitely beautiful face. Wasn't the Lord Leader supposed to be cold and ruthless, killing without hesitation? What a destruction of character. But the enticing aroma of the food was too distracting, and Yan Zhi didn't have time to ponder these things. She picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. The exquisite flavor blossomed on her taste buds, and Yan Zhi squinted her eyes in satisfaction. It was truly delicious. Without needing to ask, Mama could already tell from Yan Zhi's expression that she was pleased with this breakfast. He felt a satisfaction he had never experienced before. Even the sense of achievement from becoming one of the 3 strongest insect races years ago could not compare to the happiness of this moment. Yan Zhi was delighted. However, on the other side, the first cafeteria of Randik served the elite troops of Randik. Naturally, the food provided was the most exquisite and plentiful. But today, when the elite troops finished their heavy morning training and arrived at the cafeteria, they were faced with the unprecedented situation of no food being supplied. They certainly couldn't train on an empty stomach for the rest of the morning. As the elite troops of Randik, they were highly capable and prideful. When they couldn't get breakfast, they immediately caused an uproar in the cafeteria. The cafeteria manager came out to mediate and maintain order. What? You say the Lord Leader requisitioned the kitchen this morning, causing breakfast to be unavailable? The cafeteria manager nodded. The leading soldier sneered with sarcasm. You think we're fools? The Lord Leader requisitioned the kitchen? Do you believe the Lord Leader would let you off easy if you spread such rumors? The chefs and the cafeteria manager were at a loss, unable to express their grievances. While they also felt the reasoning was absurd, it was the truth. Reality didn't require logic. After causing a ruckus, under the good-natured persuasion of the cafeteria manager and the chefs, the elite troops began to realize. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare to spread rumors about the Lord Leader. Sherlock Holmes once said, "When you have eliminated all which is impossible, then whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. So the Lord Leader really requisitioned the kitchen early in the morning? They didn't believe it. All the soldiers of the elite troops unanimously decided to rule out this option, as it also belonged to the realm of impossibility. Chapter 80. Male Mom, even Yan Zhi, no matter how dull she was, could clearly sense Maman's indulgence towards her. Although Yan Zhi couldn't figure out the reason, she went along with it and made her request. Could Narcissus be released? Although Narcissus had kidnapped her, she indeed wanted to come to the main base of Randic, and she didn't mind his little offense. Moreover, their interactions on the spaceship were quite pleasant, making them somewhat of friends. Most importantly, she noticed Narcissus's protection of her in front of Maman. She wasn't someone who didn't understand gratitude, and now that she had the opportunity, she chose to plead with Maman for Narcissus. Upon hearing Yan Zhi's plea, Maman gripped the pen in his hand tightly. His fingertips turned white, and deep inside, he was nearly overwhelmed with anger, even feeling a hint of grievance. This was the first time someone had asked him for a favor, and it was for another man. Now Maman just wanted to tear Narcissus to pieces. How annoying. He should have just killed him when punishing his betrayal instead of thinking about torturing him slowly for fun. Now Narcissus was alive, and he truly had no ability to refuse Yan Zhi. Fine, he heard himself respond through gritted teeth. Maman didn't know that this would be the decision he would regret the most in the coming days. At this moment, completely unaware of what was to come, Maman watched Yan Zhi's delight at his agreement, feeling a bit comforted. The atmosphere was just right, and Maman decided to discuss something that needed discussing, such as their marriage. Much like a job application, Maman handed Yan Zhi a thick stack of documents. This was his personal introduction, or perhaps a job application to become a groom. Yan Zhi took the documents with suspicion and sat down to carefully read through them. The stack was thick, and it took a long time to go through. As soon as Yan Zhi opened the documents, she realized they held immense value. The entire dossier on the mysterious leader of Randic was given to her without reservations. It detailed Randic's sphere of influence, Maman's abilities, his strengths, and so on. Yan Zhi had no doubt that if this document were auctioned in the Empire, it would fetch an astronomical price. However, she was also puzzled by some of the contents, such as skills that had no place in a pirate organization, like being proficient in household management and being able to take good care of a partner. Even more absurd was the claim that he could accept pregnancy and childbirth, significantly easing the burden on his partner. Male, mom. Seeing this line, Yan Zhi glanced deeply at Maman, realizing he was full of surprises. She hadn't expected him to have such capabilities. In comparison, the shock of the leader of the first pirate organization being a bug species seemed much smaller. After finishing the introduction, a hint of shock lingered on Yan Zhi's face. On one hand, she was astonished at the vast sphere of influence of Randic. On the other, the introduction was both credible and somewhat absurd. Some of the details were explosive even for gossip tabloids. While Yan Zhi was seriously flipping through the introduction, Maman did nothing else but focus intently on her, as if he could never get enough of watching her. As soon as Yan Zhi closed the last page of the introduction, Maman couldn't wait to ask, "This is my self-introduction. Before we get married, I think it's better for you to understand me more deeply. I hope you like it. What kind of wedding do you like? I hope our wedding can be held in a style you prefer. How about we set the date for this month? I can hardly wait." A series of questions left Yan Zhi bewildered. What? Did he still not give up on that ridiculous notion of marriage? Despite her best efforts to refuse, she was met with unwavering determination. To sum it up in one sentence, there was no way out if she didn't want to get married. When words failed to communicate, Yan Zhi decided to employ her previous escape tactic and prepare to leave. However, this time, it was not as easy as before. Just as she reached the door of the study, an iron door suddenly rose, blocking the exit completely and leaving no chance to escape. "What do you mean by this?" Yan Zhi asked, suppressing her anger. "I won't let you go. You must agree to marry me," Maman said, dropping his gentle facade for the first time in front of Yan Zhi, revealing the authoritarian nature of a leader. In his beautifully shaped eyes was a chilling possessiveness. "I don't like you at all. I won't marry you," Yan Zhi firmly rejected. "I know you must be the mistress of Randic." Although Maman had anticipated Yan Zhi's dislike for him, hearing such a straightforward response still pained him, and he forcefully made his demands. Yan Zhi could want anything, even the stars in the sky. He could give it to her, but he could not allow her to leave. Their opinions were irreconcilable. Yan Zhi decided to break through. After all, her SSS-level physique was not to be underestimated. This was her confidence in daring to come alone to Randik's main base. She kicked the iron door. In Yan Zhi's mind, kicking open this iron door should be no problem given her physical abilities. However, the reality astonished Yan Zhi. With all her strength, she kicked the iron door, but it didn't budge an inch. Yan Zhi looked at the door in surprise. Even the most special materials shouldn't withstand the full force of an SSS-level attack. Moreover, as a mech engineer, she recognized the material of the door. Although it was extremely hard, it shouldn't be at a level she couldn't break through. Trying to channel her mental power, Yan Zhi discovered that the amount she could summon was pitifully small. She had been tricked. Yan Zhi glared at Maman angrily. "What did you do to me?" "Nothing. Just something to make you obedient," Maman replied with a smile, his terrifying possessiveness never fading from his eyes. He wanted her, and he was willing to do anything to get her. He was never a virtuous gentleman, was he? On the first day, he confirmed his feelings for her. Maman had already had people investigate Yan Zhi's entire background thoroughly, including her SSS-level physique and mental power, which he knew all too well. The full resistance of someone with SSS-level physique and mental power was indeed a tricky matter. Thus, Maman decided to add something special to Yan Zhi's food to suppress her, fearing that his little bride would always think of escaping. Yan Zhi was the bride he had chosen. He could not accept her running away. Chapter 81. Jealousy. Yan Zhi was locked up. Strictly speaking, her movements were severely restricted within Maman's ancient castle, unable to leave even a step. Yan Zhi was very unhappy about all of this, and she showed little goodwill towards Maman. Faced with Yan Zhi's tantrum, Maman was not angry. Recently, he had been staying in the castle almost all day long. With a loud bang, the heavy door was slammed shut in front of Maman. If he hadn't dodged just in time, there was no doubt that the heavy door would have hit him in the face. However, even so, Maman didn't mind. "What does Zhi want to eat tonight? I'll go prepare it." He asked several times, but there was no response from inside. After a moment of silence, the darkness in Maman's eyes deepened. With a soft thud, the heavy door was pushed open directly. He was the master of this castle and held absolute dominion over it. Maman appeared at the foot of Yan Zhi's bed. The girl on the bed hid herself under the covers like an ostrich. Not a single hair strand daring to peek out, seemingly afraid of being seen by someone. Standing in front of Yan Zhi, Maman repeated his earlier question. "What does Zhi want to eat tonight?" This time, Yan Zhi had no way to escape and could only let out a muffled sound from under the covers. "I don't want to eat anything. Get out. I don't want to see you. You haven't eaten all day, Zhi. I'm really worried." Maman stood by the bed, his eyes filled with deep concern, as if the person on the bed was the one he cherished the most. But as soon as Yan Zhi heard this, she exploded, no longer caring to hide under the covers, throwing them off. "If you really cared, you should let me out, not keep me locked up here. Hypocritical jerk. I hate you." Her tone was laced with a hint of malice. It was expected, but hearing Yan Zhi's blatant dislike still caused Maman's heart to ache. His face paling slightly, and the gentle expression on his face began to falter. Forcing himself to stay calm, Maman spoke. "Zhi, I can agree to everything else. But please don't leave me, okay?" His tone even carried a hint of pleading, as if he were the victim in this situation, despite having imprisoned her by force. Thinking this way seemed not too bad. Yan Zhi was physically confined in a cage, while Maman was, in the name of love, tightly imprisoned and enslaved by the cage named Yan Zhi, yet he relished it. Maman's love gave Yan Zhi the power to hurt him, much like a humble believer offering their life and death authority to their deity. Yan Zhi was clearly aware of this to some extent, seeing Maman's increasingly pale face, which looked pitiful and fragile. She felt a strange sense of comfort in her heart. "Then please go away. Keep your distance from me." Sure enough, when Yan Zhi said this, Maman's face paled further, but he obediently began to slowly distance himself from her, his steps slow as if reluctant to leave his deity. Reaching the door, Maman seemed unwilling to give up, pausing before asking, "What do you want to eat?" The response he received was a crisp "get lost." As soon as Maman stepped out of the room, there was a loud crash, the sound of breaking porcelain echoing not far behind him. It was clear that Yan Zhi was not in a good mood, and that sound of shattering porcelain was directed at him. Maman couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache, not for the expensive porcelain becoming a pile of shards, but for the girl he cherished dearly who was in a negative emotional state. Maman left with a feeling of disappointment and heartache. On the other side, Yan Zhi, hearing Maman's departure, also gave up on her madness and returned to calm. It had been a day without food, and she felt a bit hungry. She curled up on the bed, hugging her knees. However, more important than being full, Yan Zhi knew that she couldn't eat the food Maman provided. If at first she was unaware during her first attempt, she later realized she had fallen into a trap. Yan Zhi had sharply deduced that there was something wrong with the food. It concealed a secret that suppressed her physical and mental strength. After a day without eating, her mental power surprisingly showed a slight upward trend, though not much, but enough to bring her joy and further solidify her judgment. As for why she had to treat Maman so poorly, it was purely an act of venting. Regardless of whether Maman's love was real or not, Yan Zhi found that he was extremely indulgent towards her. So she decided to use this indulgence to make him feel miserable too. After all, if she was unhappy, she would make others unhappy as well. A small act of revenge. In any case, she wouldn't give a good face to the person who imprisoned her. Maman returned to his room. He felt guilty about imprisoning Yan Zhi, but he absolutely insisted on not letting her go. He could only think of ways to make her happy as much as possible. After much contemplation, Maman made a decision that would leave him feeling uneasy for a long time: to send Narcissus over. Wasn't Yan Zhi pleading for Narcissus before? He hoped that seeing Narcissus would make her a little happier. A phone call was made. On the other side, Narcissus was finally released from the bindings that had constrained him all along. He stepped down from the blood-stained execution rack, his arms numb for being fixed in one position for too long. As soon as he got down from the execution rack, he was caught by a group of people and taken to the washing area. The wounds were splashed with water, and no one cared. Under the deliberate instruction of a certain jealous individual, the group scrubbed Narcissus with great force. The freshly scabbed wounds split open again, and the blood that flowed was diluted into a light pink hue by the running water. The wounds turned pale from the washing, and no one cared about the risk of infection, including Narcissus himself. He didn't care about his body. It had long since become numb with pain. After washing up, if it weren't for the fear of blood soaking the clothes and making it hard to explain, they would have been reluctant to wrap Narcissus's wounds in bandages. Long sleeves, long pants, and high-neck clothing concealed all his wounds completely, and from the outside, there seemed to be no problem at all. If one overlooked the empty eye sockets where his eyeballs had been, Narcissus still looked like the handsome and suave Master number 3 from before. Afraid that the hollow eye sockets would scare Yan Zhi, Maman frowned and sent Narcissus to the operating table. When Narcissus came down from the operating table again, he had a pair of sea blue prosthetic eyes in his empty sockets. Now, he looked completely no different from a normal person. No, he even appeared more striking. Looking into those deep and mysterious sea blue eyes, Narcissus's superior bone structure made him even more beautiful and dazzling. Maman felt a bit regretful. For the first time, he began to dislike the overly advanced technology of Landique, thinking the prosthetic eyes were too exquisite, especially since they were to be sent to Yan Zhi. He should have chosen a more ugly color. Before he even sent Narcissus over, Maman had already started to feel jealous. But now, with the sky brightening, according to the plan to send Narcissus to Yan Zhi early in the morning, it was obviously too late to change the prosthetic eyes. Maman could only sulk lightly. After Narcissus was dressed up, he was sent into the ancient castle. Maman leaned dangerously close to his ear, his tone containing a hint of danger. You should know what to say and what not to say, right? Chapter 82. Male green tea. Upon hearing this, Narcissus obediently nodded, seeming to still be Maman's most loyal subordinate, just like before. However, what Narcissus truly thought in his heart was likely known to no one. Even though he was once one of Maman's most trusted confidants, this was Narcissus's first time stepping into this ancient castle, once Maman's private domain. If it had been earlier, having such an honor would have made Narcissus feel anxious, wishing to serve Maman with utmost devotion. But now, after so much had transpired between the two in such a short time, the once pure loyalty had become tainted. As they entered the castle, both harbored ulterior motives. When they reached Yan Zhi's door, Mammon once again warned Narcissus not to meddle and to stay in his place. Yes, Narcissus continued to feign a submissive demeanor. When Yan Zhi awoke and opened the door, she saw Narcissus standing there, whom she hadn't seen for a long time. Naturally, it was a joyful moment to see a long-lost friend. "Good morning," Yan Zhi smiled, and Narcissus returned the greeting. On the side, Mammon watched this warm reunion without receiving even a glance from Yan Zhi, which felt particularly glaring. Although he had achieved his goal of making Yan Zhi a bit happier, he felt an inexplicable discomfort in his heart, gripping the doorknob tightly, as if he had a deep-seated grudge against it. He squeezed so hard that the steel doorknob became deformed. With a cracking sound, the poor doorknob was forcibly ripped off by someone who was secretly feeling jealous. The conversation between Yan Zhi and Narcissus was briefly interrupted by this incident. With no presence of his own, Mammon seized the opportunity to insert himself into their conversation. Number 3. This is the future lady of the leader. Remember to address her as Lady Leader in the future. Mammon knew that number 3 had received the name Narcissus from Yan Zhi, but he refused to call him that. Under the guise of an introduction, Mammon silently asserted his claim over Narcissus, like a proud lion guarding his mate. Narcissus clearly sensed the deeper meaning behind Mammon's words. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this, facing such a declaration of dominance still stimulated him, his neatly trimmed nails digging deep into the flesh of his palm. However, Yan Zhi evidently did not give Mammon any face and chose to ignore him, instead explaining to Narcissus, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Just call me Yan Zhi." Hearing Yan Zhi say this brought joy to Narcissus's heart. Things were not as bad as he had imagined, and his grip relaxed involuntarily. Now it was Mammon's turn to feel uncomfortable, but he dared not contradict Yan Zhi for fear of upsetting her. So he could only close his mouth with a hint of grievance, watching as Narcissus and Yan Zhi chatted happily. Just from seeing Yan Zhi and Narcissus together, Mammon began to regret bringing Narcissus back. On the other hand, Narcissus seemed to want to further provoke Mammon, hearing the leader say that, "I thought my sister was getting married. If she isn't, that's great. After all, she's still so young. Leader, you need to be careful with your words next time, or you might upset my sister." Narcissus put on a pitiful expression, his words seemingly protective of Yan Zhi, but to Mammon, they were veiled jabs. Upon hearing this, Mammon's anger surged. This male green tea, although he thought about directly throwing Narcissus back into the execution room to torture him repeatedly, he feared scaring Yan Zhi, which would only make her more resistant to him. Thus, he could only think about it. Mammon even restrained himself when speaking to Narcissus. "Watch your identity, number 3. Mammon warned quietly. He now completely understood that Narcissus's earlier submissive demeanor before meeting Yan Zhi was all an act. He hadn't taken Mammon's warning to heart at all. At that moment, Narcissus grasped Mammon's psychology and completely disregarded his warning, continuing to provoke him. "Sister, look at him using his power to pressure people. You don't like that, do you?" This statement struck a chord with Yan Zhi. Wasn't she being controlled and suppressed by Mammon right now? For a moment, her expression toward Mammon soured. Narcissus had executed numerous tasks and had even played many unspeakable roles out of professional necessity. So he understood human nature better than Mammon, who relied on strength to dominate. The last person to be angered by his tea skills was Yan Zhi, one of the Imperial twins. Like Yan Zhi, Mammon, who could also be categorized as a typical male, was not a match for the little green tea Narcissus. Mammon's face darkened with anger over 100 years, and the surrounding atmosphere dropped to a low pressure. In this environment, anyone else from Randik would have knelt in fear, wishing to atone with their lives. However, here gathered the only 2 individuals in Randik who were not oppressed by Mammon, Narcissus and Yan Zhi. Narcissus continued to chat happily with Yan Zhi, both deliberately ignoring Mammon. Mammon, feeling out of place, snorted coldly and left in a huff. Once he confirmed Mammon had completely left, Yan Zhi suddenly dropped her cheerful facade. Her expression became serious and somber, causing Narcissus to feel anxious as well. Yan Zhi looked around carefully and, after observing her surroundings, directly pulled Narcissus into her room. In the dim lighting of the room, a plan to escape began to form during their discussion. They decided that the day of their escape would be on the day of the wedding. On that day, all of Randik would undoubtedly be engulfed in a sea of celebration, with weak defenses providing them the opportunity to flee. Additionally, during this time, since Yan Zhi had been refusing to eat the food Mammon provided, her mental and physical strength was slowly recovering, albeit at a low rate. Though the recovery was slow, if given more time, she could regain more by the day of the wedding. Narcissus did not let Yan Zhi's trust down. He agreed with her plan and pointed out some minor imperfections in it, discussing and modifying it together to ensure it would be foolproof. On the other side, after leaving Yan Zhi's room, Mammon went to his office, meticulously designing his wedding, without any help, ensuring even the smallest details were carefully reviewed. The thought of Yan Zhi marrying him through this ceremony, becoming his, made the tedious design process feel quite attractive. Every time he was angered by Yan Zhi, he would go to the office to refine the wedding process, silently comforting himself that she ultimately belonged to him. He aimed to provide Yan Zhi with the most perfect wedding in the world. However, at this moment, Mammon was unaware that his soon-to-be wife and his loyal subordinate were not far away, earnestly plotting how to sabotage the perfect wedding he had designed. Chapter 83. Roses with Narcissus's company. Yan Zhi was indeed more willing to move around the ancient castle. The weather was nice today, and under the sunlight, the large patches of roses planted around the castle looked even more dazzling. Yan Zhi was drawn to the garden beneath the castle and began to observe the roses closely. While admiring the roses, Yan Zhi attracted the attention of the patrolling guards in the distance. "Hey, what are you doing? Stay away from the roses that the leader loves the most." The captain of the guards shouted at Yan Zhi from afar, trying to drive her away. He did not recognize Yan Zhi and only saw her as a strange face. Yan Zhi was startled by the shout, but did not hear the specific words clearly. She turned to look at the captain of guards. Seeing that Yan Zhi was still lingering near the rose bushes, the captain became more anxious. "Are you deaf? Get away from the roses that the leader loves the most, or I won't be polite." The captain of the guards made a threatening gesture with his sword towards Yan Zhi. Now, Yan Zhi completely understood. She didn't take offense at the captain's rudeness, but the mention of the leader's favorite roses piqued her interest. As someone who had been trying to give Mammon a hard time these past 2 days, Yan Zhi naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. If Mammon loved roses, then Yan Zhi decided to pluck them all. Without hesitation, the captain of the guards, who was hot-tempered yet dutiful, could only watch as a woman with strength appeared outside the leader's castle. Ignoring his warnings, she arrogantly began to pick the roses that the leader loved the most, one by one. You. The captain of the guards pointed at Yan Zhi with trembling fingers, unable to understand why the girl dared to treat the leader's favorite roses this way. If the leader found out, he would surely tear her apart. The captain felt that she must be tired of living to dare such a crazy act. Although he drew his sword to warn Yan Zhi that he wouldn't let her go, the threat was more about intimidation. After all, the rose bushes were the leader's private territory, and even he wouldn't dare to barge in. You. Stop it. Are you looking for death? The leader will kill you. He will definitely kill you. Since he didn't dare to intrude into the leader's private territory, the captain could only rage impotently outside, warning Yan Zhi to stop, like chanting a tight-fitting curse. Meanwhile, the girl inside ignored his warnings completely, showing a certain indifference that made the frantic captain look somewhat pitiful. Mammon was attracted by the commotion outside and came out to the rose garden. Seeing Yan Zhi holding large bouquets of roses while the roses he had cared for so lovingly over the years were now nearly stripped bare, he didn't have time to mourn his beloved roses. Instead, he was captivated by Yan Zhi, who was holding the roses. The large, blooming crimson roses against her fair face made her even more enchanting. With the favorite flowers paired with his beloved woman, Mammon found the scene pleasing to the eye. Before Mammon could say anything, the captain of the guards began to report, "Leader, it's this woman. She has plucked your favorite roses." The captain thought that upon hearing this, the leader would surely fly into a rage and immediately kill the ignorant woman, turning her into fertilizer for his beloved roses, as such things had happened before. However, to his surprise, the leader did not get angry upon hearing this. Instead, he smiled gently and asked the girl who had plucked his beloved roses, "You like roses?" If the leader's gentle demeanor was enough to astonish the captain, today's sun was indeed rising in the west. But the girl's response left the captain even more dumbfounded. as if she were courting death. Without holding back, she retorted against the leader's words. I don't like them at all. I find them bothersome. After saying this, she provocatively smiled at the leader, her eyes filled with malice. Yet the leader appeared not to notice, gently coaxing, if you don't like them, then just pluck them all. With a light remark, the leader decided the fate of this vast rose garden. His casual words left the captain shocked and questioning his own existence. He felt he must be hallucinating. Everyone knew that the leader's favorite was the fiery, beautiful rose, especially the large rose garden in front of his castle, which he had personally tended to for over a decade. Not to mention, not even daring to pluck a couple of flowers. Just looking at them too much would make one worry about angering the leader. And now, the leader casually decided to remove them all. It must be an illusion. As the captain of the guards was stunned, Mumin did not care about the captain's thoughts. He merely felt that regardless of whether it was true or not, since Yan Zhi said she didn't like roses, he would strive to align with her preferences as much as possible. Since she didn't like roses, then the rose bouquet originally designed for the wedding would be replaced with something else. Mumin happily made this decision. As for the rose garden he had previously loved, as long as Yan Zhi was happy, he felt no sorrow at all. At that moment, Narcissus also appeared, never missing a chance to add fuel to the fire and provoke Mumin. The leader is really inconsiderate. My sister doesn't like roses, yet he lets her pluck them all alone. What if she gets tired from all this? Saying this, he went down to help Yan Zhi pluck the magnificent roses from the garden. Irritated by Narcissus, Mumin couldn't help but admit that there was some truth in what he said. Fearing Yan Zhi might tire herself out, he saw the captain of the guard standing by, still in shock, and ordered without hesitation, you and number 3 come over to clean up the rose garden. Mumin cunningly left Narcissus and the captain of the guards behind, taking Yan Zhi away, wanting to monopolize her and shake off Narcissus, the green tea. Chapter 84, Wedding Before Leaving. She coldly announced to the captain of the guard that she is your future leader's lady. After dealing with the roses, remember to go to the punishment hall to receive your penalty. Do not let me see you disrespect her a second time. His eyes contained a warning. Although he did not say it outright, he had heard the captain of the guard's earlier loud and disrespectful remarks towards Yan Zhi. Yan Zhi might not care, but he could not. He could not allow anyone to harbor even the slightest disrespect towards someone he valued. Upon hearing this, the captain of the guard broke out in cold sweat, trembling as he knelt on the ground, respectfully accepting his punishment. After all, that was the punishment hall of Randik. Anyone who entered would come out scarred, if not dead. On the other hand, he was also filled with uncontrollable astonishment. Randik actually had a lady master now. The normally cold and emotionless leader could actually show feelings. This was undoubtedly the biggest news in Randik this year. If the girl truly was the lady master of Randik, then his earlier actions were indeed an offense against authority and deserved punishment. Realizing the leader's absolute protection of the girl, the captain of the guard silently elevated her status in his heart. This girl was precious. He must be careful to serve her well, if he could survive leaving the punishment hall. Meanwhile, Mumin, having successfully shaken off his rival, changed from his earlier cold demeanor towards the captain of the guard and gently asked Yan Zhi what she liked. Whatever she liked, he would plan over there. His speed of changing faces was astonishing. Hearing this, Yan Zhi smiled mischievously and suggested, then let's plant garlic. In Yan Zhi's mind, Mumin's image was somewhat like a vampire from mythology, which feared garlic. If garlic could also work on Mumin, that would be perfect. Yan Zhi guessed correctly to some extent. Although Mumin was not a vampire, he indeed did not like garlic and even hated its smell. However, in response to Yan Zhi's request, Mumin remained unfazed and ordered communications to have garlic planted around his castle, something he detested. Upon hearing Mumin's affirmation, Yan Zhi smiled contentedly. Seeing her smile, Mumin also smiled, and for a moment, the smell of garlic didn't seem so disgusting after all. Since the incident with the captain of the guard, Mumin announced to all of Randik that there was a lady master to prevent any more disrespect towards Yan Zhi. Suddenly, the entire Randik was in an uproar. People tried to find information about this mysterious lady master, but everything had been hidden away by Mumin, and no one knew anything. To satisfy their curiosity, the interstellar pirates of Randik began to loiter around the leader's private domain, hoping to catch a glimpse of the legendary Lady Master. But they saw nothing and were chased away by the leader, who was jealous and possessive. Some unfortunate souls, trying to stand out, were even punished. No one dared to be curious about the leader's lady anymore. However, the people of Randic silently reached a consensus. It seemed that the leader truly valued his Lady Master. Yet, what they did not know was that although the leader was very protective of his Lady Master, she did not think highly of him. In places unseen by others, Yan Zhi would occasionally stir up a bit of trouble for Maman. Days passed by with Yan Zhi provoking, Naxius fanning the flames, and Maman helplessly tolerating it. Soon, the day of the wedding arrived, a day Maman had long awaited. This was also a day the entire Randic had been looking forward to. Usually, the leader took every precaution to keep the mysterious Lady Master hidden, but during the wedding, he surely could not hide her identity any longer. In Randic, known for its strict discipline and hierarchy, for the first time, the streets were filled with a festive atmosphere. Expensive and beautiful lilies, airlifted from the distant flower star, H99, filled the entire Randic base. Originally, roses were prepared, but since Yan Zhi said she did not like them, Maman promptly changed them. Maman wore a custom-made white suit, holding flowers in his hands, and the morning sunlight bathed him in a golden halo, washing away his usual cold and murderous aura. He appeared like a refined gentleman, warm and gentle. What surprised everyone even more was that the leader, who had never removed his mask, had taken off today. His stunningly beautiful face was fully revealed, with snow-white skin, a delicate and high nose, and eyes filled with laughter. Anyone could see he was in a great mood today. With the unmasked leader on one side and the never-before-seen Lady Master on the other, the people of Randic suddenly felt unsure of where to direct their gazes. However, for now, they did not need to struggle with that question, as the only person before them was the unmasked leader, their eyes following his movements. Who knew if they would ever see the unmasked leader again in their lifetime? The reason for Maman not wearing a mask was due to his undisclosed thoughts. He wanted to arrogantly announce to the universe that Yan Zhi belonged to him. Since he wanted to show off, it would be inappropriate to keep the mystery of the mask. The first step of the wedding was to go to Maman's ancient castle to fetch his little bride and take her to the newly built church at Randic's base for the ceremony. There was originally no church at Randic's base, as Maman did not believe in such things. But now that he had someone he cared about, it was the first time Maman hoped that a deity existed in this world, to bless him and his beloved to be together forever. When Maman arrived at his castle, preparing to fetch his bride, a loud rumble sounded from the opposite direction of the castle, where Randic's starship docking port was located. The rumbling was the sound of a large starship taking off. However, on the day of the wedding, Maman was also worried that Yan Zhi would take advantage of the chaos to escape. He knew all too well that Yan Zhi wanted to leave Randic's base. After all, he never harbored any hopes that Yan Zhi would favor him. To prevent Yan Zhi from escaping, the starship docking port was closed today, and no flying vehicles would be allowed to leave Randic's base. Hearing that sound, Maman's first reaction was that Yan Zhi had escaped. Chapter 85 The Guard, however. Maman soon realized that something was amiss. The starship docking port was extremely far from here, and Yan Zhi must be in a great hurry to reach it. But it was not entirely impossible. Whether it was a trick to draw the tiger away from its mountain still needed further speculation, but when it came to Yan Zhi, Maman could not afford to make even the slightest mistake. He would rather kill 100 than let one escape. He picked up the communicator and dispatched a team of guards to the starship docking port to check the situation. Meanwhile, he opened the castle's door with a grim expression, holding onto the last bit of hope, and went inside the castle to search for his bride. He tried to comfort himself that the sound from the docking port were just an accident and that his bride was still obediently waiting for him in the castle to take her for their wedding. However, from the basement below to the attic above, the empty castle seemed to mock his infatuation. Standing on the highest terrace of the attic, he gripped the railing tightly with his fingers, his crimson lips pressed together, the gentle smile long gone, his eyes gradually turning red, and a shadowy gaze exuding a chilling aura that made one tremble with fear. He let out a sneer, his voice filled with a terrifying intent to kill, as if the air itself had grown colder with his words. All citizens of Randic, listen up. Find her, alive or dead. Although the members of Randik who had come to attend the wedding were densely packed around the castle, they were all trembling in fear at this moment, not daring to make a sound. The square, capable of holding tens of thousands, was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. On the other side, unlike all the possibilities Maman had considered, Yan Zhi was neither at the starship docking port, making noises, nor waiting obediently in the castle for Maman to come and marry her. At that moment, she was dressed in the guard's uniform, driving a specialized vehicle of the Randik Guard towards the starship docking port. Indeed, according to Yan Zhi's plan, Naxxos was to create some commotion at the starship docking port to draw everyone's attention. It was a classic diversion tactic. No matter what happened, Maman would definitely send someone to check the situation, and at that moment, Yan Zhi would drive out from near the castle, pretending to be a guard member going to investigate. After all, every guard team had hundreds of vehicles, and whether there was one more or one less, no one would notice. Yan Zhi followed the guard team all the way to the starship docking port. When they arrived, the attention of the guard team was drawn to the commotion caused by the large starship controlled by Naxxos. Taking advantage of the chaos, Yan Zhi slipped away from the group and moved to the side, boarding the small aircraft that had been prepared in advance, silently leaving the place while everyone was distracted. And now, victory was just ahead as Yan Zhi and the guard team were nearing the starship port. Suddenly, Yan Zhi felt a shadow fly past her at a high speed above her. She didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just a bird or something similar. However, when Yan Zhi and the guard team arrived at the starship docking port, to her surprise, Maman was already waiting there. Behind his white suit, a pair of black wings were prominently displayed. Yan Zhi couldn't help but feel a bit alarmed. How could he be here so quickly? The guard team had set out before him, and he had even gone inside the castle to search it. How could he have arrived at the starship docking port so fast on foot? This speed was beyond human capability. This was something Yan Zhi and Naxxos had not anticipated in their plan. Yan Zhi frantically reassured herself to stay calm. She was currently sitting in the guard team's vehicle and had even changed her appearance. With so many guard around, Maman would surely not recognize her. As one guard vehicle after another passed right in front of Maman, Yan Zhi held her breath in fear, following the vehicle in front of her to pass Maman. Successfully getting through, the vehicle behind her had already caught up, and Yan Zhi let out a sigh of relief. But before she could fully relax, her vehicle was suddenly stopped by Maman. Everyone in the guard team turned to look, confused as to why their leader would stop a guard vehicle. Yan Zhi forced herself to stay calm. She had already made ample disguises before acting. From an outward appearance, she looked like a thin, dark-skinned boy, completely different from the fair and beautiful Yan Zhi. Even she herself wouldn't recognize her reflection in the mirror. Maman knocked on her car window, signaling her to roll it down. Yan Zhi complied, doing her best to muster all her acting skills to produce a smile that was 3 parts pleasing and 7 parts fearful. "Leader, do you have any orders?" A clear, youthful voice came from her throat, and from her appearance to her voice and demeanor, she looked like an ordinary, slightly sycophantic guard recruit. Maman, with his crimson eyes, stared at her for a moment, seemingly not recognizing her, and did not respond to her words. He swiftly gestured for her to move forward. Yan Zhi's role now was that of a guard team member, and as a guard, her duty was to obey the leader's orders. She obediently continued to start the engine and drove forward, the entire process flawless. However, before the car could fully start, Yan Zhi felt a sharp pain in the back of her neck, followed by darkness engulfing her vision. In front of the watchful eyes of the entire guard team, they saw their leader carefully lift a thin boy out of one of the vehicles. The tenderness of the act led everyone to believe that this must be the legendary missing leader's lady. But no one told them that the so-called leader's lady was actually a boy. No wonder the leader had kept them from seeing her before. With a swift motion, Mama knocked Yan Zhi unconscious and injected her with a high-concentration sedative to ensure she would not wake up. After placing Yan Zhi in an absolutely safe location, Maman still felt uneasy and locked her limbs with heavy iron chains. Where the chains met her skin, there was soft animal fur to ensure Yan Zhi wouldn't be hurt by the chains. However, the heavy chains also prevented Yan Zhi from escaping. At that moment, Yan Zhi was still unaware of all this because she was still unconscious. She was placed on the only bed in the room, and as Maman gazed at her sleeping face, a torrent of desire surged within him. If only she could remain so obedient, quietly by his side forever. His gaze fixated on Yan Zhi's bright red lips, and an emotion deep within his eyes churned restlessly, as if a wild beast long suppressed was about to break free. Finally, unable to contain himself any longer, his strong hand gripped Yan Zhi's chin tightly, aiming for those flower-like red lips, and he kissed her fiercely, as the beast within him roared, clawed, and penetrated. But when their lips met, his movements instinctively softened, treating her like a precious jewel with utmost care. Time passed, though Yan Zhi had no sense of it. Long enough for the girl's lips to change from a light pink to a deep red, almost bleeding. Finally, Maman straightened up, looking at his handiwork with satisfaction. The malice swirling in his eyes had calmed considerably, like a beast satisfied by its desires. Taking one last deep look at the unconscious Yan Zhi, he thought, now it was time to deal with the traitor who wanted to take away his little bride. Chapter 86, I Hope She Hates You. When Mammon saw Narcissus again, he was once again strapped to the torture rack. I shouldn't have let you out. Number 3. Mammon said to Narcissus. But there is no medicine for regret in this world. Narcissus looked at Mammon defiantly, showing neither loyalty to his leader nor the feigned submissiveness he displayed in front of Yan Zhi. There was only provocation, a man facing his enemy. You took Yan Zhi away, Narcissus stated affirmatively. When the guards of Lantique arrived, Narcissus did not detect the signal for the small aircraft he had prepared to take off. At that moment, he knew this plan had failed. The leader was more powerful than he and Yan Zhi could have imagined. Are you worried about her? Mammon retorted. You won't hurt her. You can't bear to. Narcissus replied confidently, his gaze at Mammon somewhat provocative. In a way, they were alike. Mammon, having had his thoughts guessed, did not deny it. Right? Instead of worrying about my bride, you should worry about yourself. When Mammon did not act, Narcissus managed to have a few more words with him. But when Mammon began to act, Narcissus bit his teeth and did not make a sound. In the large execution chamber, the sounds of whips striking flesh, the sizzling of a red-hot, ironed burning skin, and the buzzing of a saw clashing with leg bones could be clearly heard. Blood spread far and wide. Mammon still felt unsatisfied. His bride could do no wrong. The only sinner was the one who lured his bride away, the one who ruined the perfect wedding he had prepared for his little bride. The sin was unforgivable. Time passed, and Narcissus, hanging in the execution chamber, was covered in blood, with not a single good piece of flesh on him. He had become a bloodied mass, not even worthy of being called a person. His limbs twisted into strange angles that would give anyone nightmares just by looking. Yet Narcissus seemed unfazed, not uttering a sound despite the torment. Looking at Narcissus, who was no longer recognizable as a human, Mammon still felt unsatisfied. Wiping the blood from his hands, he called someone in to treat Narcissus. Don't die here. I want to keep you around for future torment. As the execution stopped, Narcissus began to speak. You want to kill me. If you do, Yan Zhi will hate you. Narcissus spoke fearlessly, accurately grasping Mammon's psychology. Hearing this, Mammon did not deny it, but also did not respond. Narcissus did not need him to respond and continued, but I hope she hates you. Upon hearing this, Mammon's internal alarms went off. Something felt wrong. Looking at Narcissus again, he found that he had already tilted his head and died. He died from self-destruction of his mental power. Although his hands and feet were bound, Narcissus managed to attack his own brain with his mental power, successfully killing himself. His last words left in this world were, "It's a pity, I hope she hates you." He succeeded. Yan Zhi would definitely hold Narcissus' death against Mammon. Narcissus used his life to frame Mammon, cursing Mammon to never receive Yan Zhi's love. Mammon was not foolish. He quickly understood Narcissus' meaning. Unable to describe his feelings, the usually lofty leader experienced, for the first time, the feeling of being framed and having no way to explain. He didn't know how to describe it. His heart felt blocked, thinking about Yan Zhi's possible reaction to this news, feeling a strange sense of grievance. Narcissus truly did not forget to irritate Mammon even at the moment of his death. He was indeed a man focused on being a green tea prince beside Yan Zhi. Mammon returned to wash off the smell of blood, changing into another white suit, presenting the same gentle and jade-like appearance as in the morning. It seemed as if nothing had happened that day, and it was still morning. He was going to welcome his bride. However, everything that happened today did leave traces. At least time had passed. When he handled everything and appeared at the church entrance, the moon was high, and the night was deep and heavy with dew. But this did not affect anything. With a single communication, even in the deep of night, the church was still filled with guests who had come to witness the interrupted wedding ceremony. As the heavy church doors opened, a tall figure appeared at the church entrance, holding a fainted girl dressed in a white gown. She seemed to be the bride for today. If one were to ignore the unresponsive girl and the solemn wedding scene, the handsome man holding the beautiful girl would be a heartwarming sight. However, reality could not overlook those two conditions. In the sacred church, beneath the high-hanging bright moon, the scene seemed incredibly bizarre and absurd. Mammon firmly held the unconscious girl and stepped steadily toward the priest, as if he were merely holding an utterly normal wedding. But no one dared to raise objections to this absurd scene, including the esteemed priest who had traveled a long distance from the capital star to officiate the wedding. He had presided over countless weddings, from commoners to noble families, but had never seen such a bizarre scene. This wedding seemed to be a one-man show by the groom. The bride, unconscious, naturally could not express her opinion. The priest only asked the groom, "Do you take this beautiful young lady as your wife? From now on, love her, respect her, and never abandon her, being loyal for life, whether in wealth or poverty, in health or sickness, in success or failure. You will never forsake her. Always support and cherish her, sharing joys and sorrows together, creating a healthy and happy family until death." Mammon took Yan Zhi's right hand and solemnly swore, the three words resounding with determination, as if nothing could stop his resolve to fulfill his vow. "I do." Then came the ring exchange. Mammon firmly held Yan Zhi's right hand and earnestly placed the prepared ring on her right hand's ring finger, as if completing an incredibly great undertaking. Since Yan Zhi was unconscious, Mammon put the ring on himself. Thus, the wedding ceremony was completed. This wedding, named as such, turned out to be a one-man show by the groom. The priest looked up at the sky, silently praying in his heart, "Oh, merciful Lord, does a marriage recognized unilaterally truly count as a marriage?" No one could answer him, but he already had a faint answer in his heart. Marriage is a matter between two people. If only one person acknowledges it, it probably lacks any substantial value. Chapter 87. The chain. When Yan Zhi woke up, she found herself staring at a strange ceiling again. Moving her body slightly, she noticed a long chain attached to her ankle, with the other end fixed to the ground. The chain was neither long nor short, allowing Yan Zhi to move freely within the room. It wasn't heavy, and the connection around her ankle was wrapped in soft animal fur, making it comfortable and not bothersome. However, the implication of this restraint was exactly in line with Mamon's style. It appeared gentle and harmless, showing tolerance and leniency toward people. But when it came to bottom-line issues, it showed no change. Just like this chain, no matter how many thoughtful alterations were made to reduce its presence, it could not change its essence of binding a person's freedom. Such disgusting mercy. Yan Zhi noticed a ring on her right hand's ring finger. She felt extremely irritated, reached out, pulled the ring off her finger, and threw it far away, not caring at all about the enormous value of the diamond on it. The ring hit the ground with a light ding. Following the direction of the fallen ring, a heavy door opened a crack with a thud. Outside the heavy door was an endless darkness. The endless darkness merged almost seamlessly with the man in black standing at the doorway. The dim light cast a shadow over the man's gloomy face, making him appear like a terrifying demon from hell. The fallen ring rolled with a gurgling sound until it touched the man's black leather shoe and fell over. The man picked up the ring, a sickly dark light swirling in his eyes, but his face remained calm, his tone even carrying a chillingly crazy gentleness. "How could you throw away the ring? That's very naughty." Yan Zhi ignored him. The room was small with no hiding place, so Yan Zhi lay down, turning her back to him. She chose not to see, not to respond, not to think. Mammon didn't mind Yan Zhi's coldness. He walked over, took her right hand, and forcefully put the ring back on her finger. Yan Zhi tried to pull her hand back, but couldn't. After waking up this time, her body felt even weaker. It seemed Mammon had given himself some kind of drug again, and the bit of mental strength and physical energy she had managed to regain was completely gone. She felt worse than before, her body soft and without strength. Yan Zhi wanted to take the ring off and throw it away again. but her hand was firmly enveloped by his large hand, giving her no chance to remove the ring. Yan Zhi was furious. "Let me go." She glared at Maman hatefully. Maman gazed at Yan Zhi with obsession, his hoarse voice carrying a sickly, insane fervor. "Even if I die, I won't let you go." Yan Zhi felt scorched by the madness in his gaze. She inwardly cursed this lunatic. "You can't reason with a madman." Yan Zhi turned away and ignored him. Maman sat there for a long time, but Yan Zhi still didn't pay him any attention. He did nothing but stare obsessively at her on the bed. As time passed, he estimated that Yan Zhi should be hungry. Maman went out to prepare food for her. After a while, he came back with a bowl of warm, thick, fragrant millet porridge, accompanied by refreshing side dishes. Maman handed the porridge to Yan Zhi, but she didn't even look at it and swatted it away. The scalding porridge splattered all over Maman, the thick mixture slowly dripping down his black suit, leaving a wet mark and making him look quite disheveled. Maman didn't get angry. He went out to clean himself up, changed into a fresh outfit, and came back in again. This time he carried a bowl of steaming vegetarian noodles, the fine noodles submerged in a carefully brewed broth, accompanied by vegetables, looking very tempting. "If you don't like porridge, how about trying the noodles?" The response from Yan Zhi was that the bowl of noodles ended up all over Maman again, ruining his second outfit of the day. Maman still didn't mind, left again, and closed the door behind him before he left. This time Maman was gone a bit longer than before. When he returned, he seemed to have changed into a new set of clothes, and it looked like he had taken a shower. But there was still a faint smell of blood, mixed with moisture that lingered. What was different this time was that a chubby chef followed Maman inside. The chubby chef looked terrified, his legs trembling uncontrollably as he followed behind Maman, his eyes pleadingly looking at Yan Zhi. This time Maman was holding a bowl of fragrant and refreshing corn rib soup. Looking at Yan Zhi, Maman spoke calmly. "A chef who can't make the dishes you like is useless. I've already disposed of the chef who made the millet porridge and the one who made the noodles." Yan Zhi stared at Maman in disbelief, as if trying to find a trace of humor on his face. But there was none. The faint smell of blood in the air silently told Yan Zhi what he meant by disposed of. "What a lunatic!" Maman continued. "This bowl of rib soup was made by me." He moved his body, exposing the chef beside him completely to Yan Zhi's gaze. The moment the chef met Yan Zhi's eyes, he fell to his knees with a thud, his mouth unable to stop pleading and whimpering. The sight of two former colleagues dying right in front of him was an enormous shock for him. "How noisy." The two words came out of Maman's mouth. The chef's whimpering seemed to get caught in his throat, stopping immediately. He remained on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "Do you like the rib soup? If you don't, it's okay. There are many chefs in Landic." Maman spoke to Yan Zhi gently, as if casually asking what to eat today. However, this seemingly casual statement made the kneeling chef break into a cold sweat, his eyes filled with pleading as he looked at Yan Zhi. It was a threat, a blatant threat. Maman's meaning was simple. Only if Yan Zhi refused the food would he kill this chef. Refusing once would lead to the death of one chef. Pushing Yan Zhi to accept. This lunatic regarded the lives of his loyal subordinates as nothing more than weeds, to be taken at will. He felt no pity. They were merely tools to achieve his goals. Enough. Yan Zhi ultimately softened her heart. This was just a matter between the two of them. She didn't want to involve more innocent lives. Grabbing the bowl of rib soup, she gulped it down without bothering to savor it. She drank too quickly and even choked a bit. Just as she coughed a couple of times, Maman reached out to pat her back to help, but Yan Zhi dodged. Maman didn't mind and said, "Don't drink so fast. There's more for dinner. I one tea shortchange you." His caring words still carried a hidden threat, silently telling Yan Zhi that if she did not cooperate, he wouldn't mind killing a few more chefs for fun. Yan Zhi threw the empty bowl at Maman's chest. "Get out with your chef." Chapter 88 My life is a joke in the following days. Maman became increasingly insane. Yan Zhi's expression grew worse, and she treated Maman with less and less courtesy. However, Maman acted like a masochist, still pressing her face close to Yan Zhi despite her cold demeanor. This time, Maman brought in a plate of cooked steak, clinging to Yan Zhi in a crazed manner. Annoyed, Yan Zhi picked up the steak knife and thrust it into Maman's chest. Maman did not dodge, allowing Yan Zhi to stab her deeply. It was as if she felt no pain, perhaps fearing that Yan Zhi would not feel satisfied. Maman took a step closer to her, and with a soft sound, the knife plunged deeper into Maman's chest. Crimson blood dripped down the knife handle onto the floor, forming a small pool. Maman's expression showed no change, only a slightly pale face, still wearing her usual gentle demeanor. She softly asked Yan Zhi, "Are you a bit happier now?" Yan Zhi replied, "Yes," with a provocation in her eyes. Therefore, Maman held Yan Zhi's hand, pulled the knife from her chest, turned it around, and thrust it into her chest again. This time, with Maman's own strength behind it, the knife went even deeper than before. It seemed Maman did not care for her own life. Her face grew paler, but she still gently said to Yan Zhi, "As long as you're happy." Yan Zhi could not stand Maman's madness anymore, snatched the knife away, and threw it into the corner. "Get out." Maman smiled. "Finish your meal first, and then I'll go." Yan Zhi found the bloodied knife disgusting, so Maman brought her a cleaner one. She did not tend to her chest wound, allowing blood to soak her clothes and drip onto the floor, forming a small pool of blood. She paid no attention to her injury and only greedily watched Yan Zhi eat. When Yan Zhi finished her meal and tossed the plate to Maman, she said, "Get out." This time, Maman obediently complied and did not resist. Maman thought that perhaps she had truly gone mad. She had gone mad the moment she saw Yan Zhi, and as time passed, her madness only intensified, yet she relished it. Maman thought that as long as Yan Zhi did not leave, even if it cost her life, she would willingly accept it. However, as time passed, Yan Zhi's condition worsened. She had always been prone to sleepiness, but recently this condition deepened. At first, it was somewhat manageable. Maman would come to wake her up for meals, and she would respond. But then the situation deteriorated. Sometimes, she would fall into a deep sleep for an entire day, making it hard to tell whether she was unconscious or simply asleep. If it weren't for the medical equipment indicating that Yan Zhi's body was normal and that she was just sleeping, Maman would not know how crazy she would become. Now, Yan Zhi had not woken up for 3 days. The equipment only confirmed that she was sleeping. Maman felt a bit panicked. Yan Zhi had never slept for this long before. Initially, when he noticed the signs of Yan Zhi's sleepiness, Maman had considered a possibility. Could it be that Yan Zhi did not want to see him? That she had chosen deep sleep to shut herself off? Although he partially understood the reason, Maman was still unwilling to let go. He would not allow Yan Zhi to leave unless he died. But as Yan Zhi's deep sleep stretched on and on, 3 days passed, and she could not be awakened. Maman wavered. If anything happened to Yan Zhi, it would be better to let her go early. A free bird cannot be caged. They would rather perish than live in a comfortable golden cage. But even if Maman now wavered, regretted, Yan Zhi still did not open her eyes. For days passed. 5 days passed. 6 days passed. Maman had lost all interest in dealing with Randik's affairs, spending his days in front of Yan Zhi's bed, waiting foolishly. 7 days passed. 10 days passed. Finally, a turning point appeared. A thin layer of silk suddenly appeared around Yan Zhi, enveloping her like mist. Upon seeing this silk, memories from deep within his genes began to awaken, and Maman understood everything. Yan Zhi was the queen of the insect race he had been searching for all along. He had once desperately wanted to find the queen, eliminate her, and rid himself of weaknesses. Now, the person he had sought for so long appeared before him unguarded, and with just a stretch of his hand, he could easily crush her delicate throat and take her life. Yet, Maman could no longer bring himself to do it. How laughable, truly laughable. Maman laughed wildly, but his gaze was filled with mockery of himself. He had struggled for half his life to escape the fate of being a loyal subject to the queen, believing he was on the verge of success. It turned out he had failed long ago. In the end, he had become a willing subject under the queen, making all his previous efforts seem like a joke. He recalled a widely circulated saying among the insect race: "No insect can resist the queen's allure." He had once scoffed at this saying. After all, his goal had been to usurp the throne. Now, he realized that he was the real joke. The pull inscribed deep in his genes was simply irresistible. For the first time, Maman left Yan Zhi for a whole day without checking on her, trying to sort out his thoughts. But no matter how he tried, he could not make sense of it. His mind was filled with wild longing, growing like weeds. Standing at the highest point of the ancient castle, he looked down at the members of Randik coming and going. Over the years, he had been rebellious, lurking in shadows, rising from a low position to a high one, becoming one of the 3 senior insect races, forming a reformist faction, rebelling to take power, failing coming to human society, and rebuilding his own power. The journey had not been easy. At first, he just wanted to escape the fate of being a mindless pawn of the queen. But in the end, he had still become a slave to his genes. So be it, it's destiny. If he could become the queen's vassal and follow her, perhaps it was not as terrible as he had imagined. If he could be with Yan Zhi, then what identity he held seemed not so important. Maman gradually convinced himself. An untamed wolf is undoubtedly free as the wind. However, a domesticated dog, with a master to whom it wishes to be loyal, seems to also find another kind of happiness. Chapter 89 Loyalty. Having figured this out, Maman returned to the bedside of Yan Zhi. This time, she felt less awkward but discovered a new problem. As a Zerg queen, Yan Zhi was now terrifyingly weak. Having lived in human society for so long, Yan Zhi lost the energy supplied by the Zerg and was completely unable to cocoon herself, let alone break free from it. Her body lacked the capacity to accumulate enough energy. Not to mention breaking free. Even forming a cocoon was difficult for Yan Zhi with the limited energy in her body. She could only form a thin layer of silk. Even if someone forcefully helped Yan Zhi cocoon, her lack of energy meant she would be unable to break free and would suffocate in the cocoon. This situation was something Maman had anticipated. It was part of his original plan. Losing the queen's egg was intended to ensure that even if the egg hatched, it would be unable to survive the cocooning process due to insufficient energy. However, now that the plan had succeeded, Maman couldn't feel happy at all. A major news story appeared on the Imperial Star Network. The interstellar pirate Randik, who was usually elusive, had begun a massive slaughter of the Zerg. This action felt like a provocation against the Zerg. The Zerg were not mere beasts. They were also an intelligent race and could not ignore the provocations of their enemies. In an instant, the relationship between the Zerg and Randik, as well as between the Zerg and the Empire, became extremely tense. According to the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, some busybodies on the Star Network began to speculate whether the Empire would join forces with the rumored interstellar pirate organization, Randik, to jointly fight against the Zerg. Various speculations about this matter flooded the Star Network, but no one guessed the truth. No one knew. At Randik's headquarters, the Zerg Queen, a precious treasure nurturing the Zerg, was being sustained. The corpses of Zerg slaughtered by Randik were being sent in droves to Randik's headquarters. Maman adopted the most primal way to provide energy to Yan Zhi, which was to use the flesh and blood of the Zerg. Within the Zerg, the internal rules were strict yet brutally bloody. They could gain significant energy by devouring the flesh of other Zerg to enhance their abilities. Maman accumulated strength step by step from lower Zerg to become one of the higher Zerg through this method. For a time, the place where Randik was located had almost turned into a large slaughterhouse for the Zerg. When Yan Zhi woke up again, the familiar ceiling reminded her that she was still in the same small room where Maman had imprisoned her. However, the shackles that had been on her feet had disappeared. Without the constraints of the shackles, she felt a bit freer. But the heavy door remained tightly closed, and Yan Zhi still could not escape. There was freedom, but it was limited. This time, when Yan Zhi woke up, she found herself wrapped in a thin, cloud-like layer of silk. She had never seen this before, but it felt strangely familiar. She wanted to reach out and tear it away, but unexpectedly, this layer of silk, though light as smoke, was surprisingly resilient. If it weren't thin enough now, Yan Zhi might not have been able to open it. Looking at the silk that had just wrapped her whole body, Yan Zhi pondered herself. What trick was Maman up to again? But she also felt that it was somewhat unlike him. Suddenly, the heavy door of the room creaked open. Maman, whom she had just been suspicious of, entered, holding a bowl of something that looked like meat paste. Seeing Yan Zhi awake and sitting on the bed, Maman was evidently very surprised and quickly walked over. "How do you feel?" Unable to bear Maman's warmth, Yan Zhi coldly replied, "It's fine, don't touch me." For some reason, this time, when Yan Zhi woke up, she felt even weaker, as if she were seriously ill-patient. Even saying this short sentence was very difficult, her voice tinged with weakness. Hearing Yan Zhi's words, Maman withdrew his hand despondently. Seeing that Yan Zhi clearly did not understand the current situation, Maman began to educate her. Through Maman's explanation, Yan Zhi learned that she had been in a coma for quite a long time. She was the lost queen of the Zerg, And because she had not been among the Zerg for a long time and had grown up in human society, she lacked the supply of Zerg energy and therefore did not have enough energy to go through the cocooning process. The Zerg Queen's cocooning process was somewhat similar to breaking out of the cocoon to become a butterfly, with each cocooning and breaking free. The Queen's abilities would grow rapidly until she became the strongest Zerg. The thin white silk enveloping her when she first woke up was the product left behind from her last failed cocooning attempt. The energy accumulated within Yan Zhi was insufficient to support her through this cocooning process. If she were to forcefully cocoon now, due to insufficient energy, Yan Zhi would fall into a permanent sleep and never wake up again. With no other choice, Maman exerted some effort to halt Yan Zhi's current cocooning process, allowing her to wake up and wait until she had accumulated enough energy to prepare for the next cocooning phase. However, just like a butterfly cannot complete its emergence with the help of others, the Zerg Queen's cocooning process should not be interfered with by others. Life and death were left to fate. The consequence of forcibly intervening to halt the cocooning process was that Yan Zhi had become exceptionally weak and could not muster any strength. Yet even so, this was far better than being trapped in a permanent sleep due to insufficient energy during the cocooning phase. After hearing Maman's words, Yan Zhi finally completely believed that her identity was indeed that of a Zerg Queen. The thin, smoke-like white silk left from the halted cocooning process was physical evidence, and Maman had no reason to fabricate a lie to deceive her, serving as a testimonial. Now that both testimonial and physical evidence were complete, even though Yan Zhi was deeply unwilling to accept it, she had to admit that her identity was indeed that of the Zerg Queen, the greatest villain in the entire star system. Yan Zhi held her forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. As a young woman raised under the red flag, it was indeed difficult for her to accept becoming the greatest villain in the entire star system. Deep down, she felt she still belonged to the human camp, while the Zerg were the common enemy of all humanity. However, the reality was that she was the new queen of the Zerg, the enemy of humanity's enemies. Previously, when she was kidnapped to the Zerg domain, Leshan and Kongbai told her about this identity, and she was still unwilling to believe it. She could struggle a bit. After all, one cannot trust the words of kidnappers. But now, the truth was laid out before Yan Zhi, leaving her no room to resist. Thus, Yan Zhi's mission to Randik was thoroughly completed. She had come to Randik to uncover the secret of her body's identity, which she indeed found. But it was a rather heavy secret. Seeing Yan Zhi fall silent after listening to his words, Maman spoke to comfort her. Loyalty to the Queen is an instinct ingrained in every Zerg's genes. As a Zerg, I will always be loyal to you. Maman's attempt to comfort her only made Yan Zhi angrier. Pointing at the heavy iron door in the room, which was thick and ensured her inability to escape, she exclaimed, "Is this your loyalty? Locking me up?" Chapter 90. Narcissus faced with Yan Zhi's questioning, Maman fell silent. Even after confirming Yan Zhi's identity as a queen, he still couldn't bear to let him go. Was he loyal to the Queen of the Zerg? No, not really. He was merely loyal to Yan Zhi. Moreover, this loyalty was mixed with an overwhelming possessiveness. Unlike the unwavering loyalty of a subordinate to a superior, his loyalty resembled that of an ambitious usurper. He didn't want the object of his loyalty to become a reigning king. He wanted the one he served to become his most precious possession. In his eyes, there was only himself. He could only rely on himself, and he could never be apart from himself. Confronted with Yan Zhi's unconsciousness, Maman had wavered on whether to grant him freedom. But now that Yan Zhi had awakened, the threat of losing him at any moment had vanished, and Maman's greed began to flourish again. Since Yan Zhi's body was fine, why not keep it by his side forever? His possessiveness surged like wild grass. His only concession was removing the delicate chain from around Yan Zhi's ankle. However, the heavy iron door remained, and the imprisonment continued. Watching Yan Zhi remain silent before him, he could only respond to his own questions in silence. Yan Zhi's dissatisfaction grew, further provoking him. "Your so-called loyalty disgusts me." Hearing Yan Zhi say this, Maman felt as though his heart was being twisted by something, causing him intense pain. Yet, he forced himself to remain calm and change the subject. "You should eat something. Only with enough energy can you successfully go through the cocooning period. Upon hearing Maman's words, Yan Zhi let out a mocking laugh, as if she had heard something funny, deliberately provoking him, her words laced with malice. What if I say no? Are you going to kill a few chefs to threaten me? Having just processed the shock of his identity, Yan Zhi was not in a good mood, and Maman's annoying presence only made her inner desire for mischief swell. This is all you can use to threaten me, Maman. Yan Zhi lightly called Maman's name, as if summoning an unlikable dog at her feet, with a tone of disdain and arrogance that indeed had a hint of a queen's lofty demeanor. Maman paused, knowing that Yan Zhi disliked his threats. Not wanting to irritate Yan Zhi further, he reasoned that if she didn't consume the meat paste to replenish her energy, even if they resolved the current crisis of the cocooning period, she would still struggle in the next one. He stood there, caught in a dilemma. If you eat it every day, I'll take you out every day. Maman made a further concession. When Yan Zhi heard this, she tilted her head, a new idea forming in her mind. All right, she smiled, but her eyes still held undisguised malice. Seeing Yan Zhi take the bowl, it wasn't hard to eat. In fact, it was somewhat delicious. Maman hadn't lied to her. As the food went down, she felt a surge of pure energy spreading from her stomach throughout her body. Her physical condition improved significantly. After finishing, she handed the bowl back to Maman. This time, she didn't let him leave alone. Instead, she issued an order to him. Take me out. Maman led the way, and Yan Zhi silently memorized the route in her mind. They finally emerged from the narrow passage. Yan Zhi cursed Maman in her heart for being crazy, keeping her locked underground far from the surface. The warm sunlight poured down on her. It had been so long since she had seen the sun that her eyes involuntarily welled up with physiological tears, making her appear somewhat pitiful, balancing the tension she had felt with Maman over the past few days. The exit of the narrow passage was exactly Maman's ancient castle. Yan Zhi sneered inwardly, realizing he was truly afraid she would escape. Not only had he buried the small room where she was imprisoned deep underground, but he also personally guarded the only exit. Once outside the passage, the castle maintained the same appearance as when Yan Zhi had lived there. Her previous room was preserved just as it was. Outside the castle, garlic was planted, which was in stark contrast to the castle as style. Everything matched Yan Zhi's memories, as if life were still the same as before. But one person was missing. Yan Zhi asked Maman, "Where's Narcissus?" Maman remained silent. Yan Zhi seemed to realize something and shouted at Maman, "I asked you, where's Narcissus?" Maman continued to respond with silence. Seeing Maman's reaction, Yan Zhi understood everything. Angered, she coldly laughed and turned to leave. Maman wanted to follow, but Yan Zhi's "don't follow me" kept him rooted in place. After all, Maman knew he was in the wrong regarding the matter of Narcissus and could only stand there dumbfounded as Yan Zhi walked away without hesitation. With a loud bang, Yan Zhi slammed the castle's door shut. Maman could no longer see Yan Zhi's figure. Staring blankly at the castle door, Maman's thoughts went blank. Somehow, Narcissus's last words before his death echoed in his ears. "But I hope he hates you." At that moment, Narcissus's expression was calm, his tone serene, without a hint of hysteria, as if he was completely confident of victory. Maman truly hated how he had looked back then. It was disgusting. However, now, it seemed Narcissus's curse had taken effect. "Narcissus, even in death, you won't let anyone rest." Yan Zhi walked out of Maman's ancient castle alone. After calming down from the shock of Narcissus's news, Yan Zhi suddenly realized this was an excellent opportunity. Now that Maman wasn't sticking to her like a leech, it was a rare moment to act independently and a perfect time to execute her plans. When Yan Zhi appeared at the main base of Randik, it drew everyone's attention. Although Maman wasn't by her side, everyone still keenly recognized Yan Zhi's identity as the protagonist of that absurd wedding, the mysteriously esteemed leader's wife. The leader's protection of her had left a deep impression on everyone, and even though they were burning with curiosity about this mysterious lady, no one dared to approach her directly. They only offered distant glances of respect. Unfazed by the crowd's attention, Yan Zhi made her way directly to the Randik starship dock. This was the place where she and Narcissus had previously planned to leave Randik. Upon reaching the dock, Yan Zhi turned her steps and found the small spacecraft they had once intended to use for their escape in a container warehouse that was usually unnoticed. Clearly, Maman's people had not discovered this small spacecraft. Yan Zhi entered the spacecraft, made some adjustments to change its destination, and set up a few other settings. Then she stepped outside, watching the spacecraft silently ascend into the sky, gradually disappearing from her view. Apart from Yan Zhi, no one knew that a spacecraft had quietly left Randik's territory. Chapter 91. Aircraft. Yan Zhi did not choose to leave directly on the aircraft. It was because if she took the aircraft now, without Narcissus on the other side to divert attention, her disappearance would drive Mammon completely mad, leading him to search recklessly. Although the small aircraft had stealthy movements, it also had shortcomings in other areas, and ultimately could not escape Mammon's tracking. At that time, not only would she be unable to leave the base of Randik, but she would also expose her last trump card. For now, Yan Zhi only used it to send a message to the outside world, like a little messenger pigeon, while she returned to stabilize the situation. No one would care about a worthless little aircraft. Everything would seem as if nothing had happened. The only task left was to wait. Yan Zhi returned to Mammon's castle with an expression as usual. Mammon still maintained his posture of leaving, waiting foolishly for her. Regarding Mammon's self-destructive behavior, Yan Zhi simply thought it was self-inflicted. As soon as she appeared at the door, Mammon's eyes seemed to suddenly light up, as if he had regained his vitality. Letting Yan Zhi go out alone made Mammon extremely worried, fearing she would take the opportunity to escape. According to his plan, he was supposed to be by her side. However, regarding the incident with Narcissus, Mammon felt guilty. Seeing Yan Zhi's disdain for him, he did not dare to chase after her, fearing to irritate her further. One side was the worry of Yan Zhi escaping, and the other was the concern of annoying her. This conflicting thought tormented Mammon all afternoon. Now that Yan Zhi had returned safely, it was good. A faint hope lit up in Mammon's heart, since Yan Zhi did not escape directly. Did that mean she actually did not mind staying by his side so much? Where did you go this afternoon? Mammon attempted to open a conversation with Yan Zhi. Yan Zhi replied coldly, her tone laced with sarcasm. Do I need to tell you? Didn't your lackeys report to you? Mammon was left speechless. Indeed, at Randik's base, there were Mammon's spies everywhere, highly focused on Yan Zhi's every move, even when he was not by her side. Others would report to him what she had done that day. He already knew that Yan Zhi had gone to Randik's starship docking port today, the place where his men captured Narcissus. Was she reminiscing about Narcissus? Mammon felt a twinge of jealousy. He didn't understand why Narcissus could win Yan Zhi's favor while he could not. Although he was fully aware of everything Yan Zhi did today, he still wanted to hear her tell him directly. However, it was clear that Yan Zhi did not give Mammon that opportunity. As the outing time ended, Yan Zhi consciously found the entrance to the underground passage to the secret room without needing Mammon to guide her. Mammon hurriedly stopped her. You can stay in the castle. Your original room is still reserved for you. Yan Zhi's safe return today made Mammon's trust in her grow stronger. He felt that even if Yan Zhi stayed in the castle, nothing would go wrong, even though her previous stay during the wedding had left him with terrible memories. However, the living conditions in the secret room were not good, and he would feel sorry for Yan Zhi if she lived in such a place. But it was evident that Yan Zhi did not appreciate his concern. But I don't want to live in the same house as you. It disgusts me. She rejected Mammon's request without courtesy, her tone filled with disdain, as if disgusted by something filthy. Hearing Yan Zhi's merciless reply, Mammon felt a pain in his heart. Had she really come to loathe him to such an extent? She was even unwilling to share a room with him, preferring to live in the deeply buried secret room. Still reluctant to let Yan Zhi live in the underground secret room, Mammon tried to persuade her again. I can go out and not live with you. Yan Zhi still showed no mercy, adding, the place you lived in I also find disgusting, her tone full of malice. Not even glancing at Mammon as she resolutely walked into the long, dark tunnel. Mammon could no longer keep Yan Zhi from leaving, merely watching her figure disappear into the darkness of the tunnel. He thought to himself whether his initial approach had been wrong. If he had taken a different method, would he and Yan Zhi have a better relationship instead of being at odds like they were now? Once, Yan Zhi was a very gentle girl. Having registered in Randik for so long, he had changed, and Yan Zhi had changed too. He had become anxious and possessive, while his overwhelming desire to possess her had turned Yan Zhi into a hysterical and prickly person. He still clearly remembered how she looked when he first met her. He was filled with rage due to Narcissus's betrayal, and the innocent Yan Zhi was caught up in it, taken aboard the starship by his men. In that moment of eye contact, Yan Zhi's eyes held pure curiosity and exploration towards him, perhaps mixed with a hint of amazement at his looks. But now, in Yan Zhi's gaze, there was only pure disdain and unmasked malice. All these changes were truly his own doing. Days passed by, and Yan Zhi still did not give Narcissus a pleasant face. Every day, after consuming meat paste for energy, Maman accompanied her around Randik. Sometimes, she would find Maman annoying and deliberately send him away. Maman obediently complied. Maman was somewhat satisfied with his current life, even though he still did not earn Yan Zhi's approval. As long as he stayed by her side, he had no complaints. However, in contrast to Maman's satisfaction, the entire Randik organization was facing some hardships recently. The consequences of the large-scale slaughter of the insect race were the insect race's retaliation. After all, the insect race was the greatest threat to humanity across the galaxy and was not to be underestimated. Even though Randik's armed stockpiles were advanced and sufficient, they still suffered significant losses. The previous situation was somewhat better, but recently, the insect race seemed to have gone awry, targeting Randik with even more ferocity. The pressure on Randik to fight against the insect race had suddenly increased severalfold. Reports from the front lines flooded into Randik's base like snowflakes. Even Randik's own members were beginning to feel overwhelmed. They could not understand why their leader, with no grievance or benefit to gain, would target the insect race. This situation brought no advantages at all, but the leader had given orders, and they had no choice but to comply. Chapter 92. Explosion aside from the Zerg. Even the Empire has been restless lately, as if they took the wrong medicine, trying every possible way to target Randik. At first, because Randik had a falling out with the Zerg and was resisting them, although there was no formal alliance between the Empire and Randik. The Empire's attitude toward Randik softened due to their common enemy. Sometimes they even provided some small assistance to Randik, opening convenient doors. However, now, this former half-ally seems to have turned against them, suddenly launching a strong attack on Randik. Even when Randik had been overly arrogant in their interstellar dealings and the Empire sent troops to eliminate interstellar pirates, Randik had never faced such severe targeting from the Empire. Now, facing a double-sided attack from both the Empire and the Zerg, Randik is in a precarious situation. Even the most powerful pirate organization in the galaxy, with deep roots, is struggling to cope. Randik is in urgent danger. However, the higher-ups in Randik can't even understand why they have fallen into such a dire situation. They haven't even started causing trouble yet. Their recent actions have been relatively low-key, even though Randik has fallen into such a critical situation. Maman still insists on staying by Yan Zhi's side during the day, preferring to face Yan Zhi's cold demeanor rather than deal with a mountain of official duties. It is not until night falls and Yan Zhi falls into a deep sleep that Maman sits in his office, sleepless, handling the piled-up official tasks one by one. However, on the battlefield, the situation changes rapidly. The timeliness of various information and orders is particularly important at this moment. Even if Maman delays by just one day, the original situation may have already undergone tremendous changes. Externally, Randik faces two powerful enemies, and internally, the orders from Randik's supreme ruler are always not timely enough. It is not surprising that Randik is retreating on the front lines. As someone who has gradually developed Randik, Maman understands this principle very well. But it is simply because Maman has something more important than handling Randik's official duties in his heart. If Randik falls, he can start from scratch to establish a second one, but he only has one Yan Zhi. However, the lives and fortunes of tens of millions of Randik members after Randik's fall are not within Maman's consideration. Even so, Maman has already gone without sleep for over 10 consecutive days. No matter how strong his physical constitution, Maman's eyes are still showing dark circles. It is just another ordinary day, seemingly no different from usual. Maman stays by Yan Zhi's side, gazing affectionately at her. Yan Zhi does not speak, and Maman also remains silent. Maman thinks that the silent Yan Zhi looks more well-behaved than the one who speaks, and he likes both, of course. It's just that the silent Yan Zhi doesn't always say those heart-wrenching words. Maman is very satisfied just being next to Yan Zhi. Even if time were to freeze at that moment, it would seem like a good choice. But soon, with a loud bang, a huge explosion seems to shake the entire earth. The quiet atmosphere between Maman and Yan Zhi is shattered. Maman immediately shields Yan Zhi behind him, vigilantly staring in the direction of the explosion. Suddenly, a group of guards appears, surrounding and protecting them. Although the frontline battle is intense, Randik's main base is sufficiently concealed, and its defense facilities are strong enough. This place should have been very safe. However, the explosion that has occurred is clearly not a trivial matter. The immense noise announces that the incoming party is not friendly. Maman cautiously watches the direction of the explosion, keeping Yan Zhi securely behind him. As long as Yan Zhi is safe, Maman does not worry. Soon, the culprit behind the explosion appears before Maman. A dense swarm of various flying vehicles occupies the sky above Randik's main base. The foremost figures, when Maman takes a closer look, he recognizes them all. The Emperor of the Empire, Su Chengxiao, along with the twin stars Jian Xingji and Jian Guji. Although he finds it strange why this group is going to such lengths to attack his Randik, it is not surprising that they gathered together, as they're all the pillars of the Empire. However, the two figures beside them puzzle Maman. They're the only two high-ranking Zerg, Leshan and Kongbai, who were once his partners. How could it be? The Empire and the Zerg have always been at odds. Why would the top-tier individuals from both sides join forces to come to Randik? Soon, his question is answered. He is so focused on guarding against the aggressive enemy in front of him, protecting Yan Zhi behind him, that he does not consider whether Yan Zhi is willing to be protected by him. While he is focused on the enemy ahead, Yan Zhi takes the opportunity to jump into a flying vehicle that he hadn't noticed had appeared behind him. Riding in the vehicle, Yan Zhi, under Jian Xingji's assistance, successfully stands opposite Maman. Facing such a seamless cooperation, Maman understands everything. All his recent doubts are answered at this moment. Why have the Zerg and the Empire been attacking Randik without reason lately? Why have the Empire's elites joined forces with the Zerg's high ranks? Why were they able to find the coordinates of the concealed Randik base? All the questions, looking at Yan Zhi, who is being protected behind that group, Maman understands everything. Maman can't help but admire Yan Zhi. She seems to truly understand him. Indeed, he is powerful. But facing the siege of the top experts in the entire galaxy is a tremendous pressure for him as well. Maman thinks he should be happy at this moment. After all, Yan Zhi at least understands him. Suddenly, Maman bursts into wild laughter, as if the entire space is filled with his mad laughter, laughing wildly, laughing recklessly, laughter filled with killing intent. Everyone is extremely cautious of his unexpected behavior. Gradually, his laughter diminishes, his eyes fixed on Yan Zhi, filled with accusation, and even a trace of barely perceptible grievance. Jian Xingji steps forward, blocking Yan Zhi from Maman's line of sight. When Yan Zhi meets his gaze, she indifferent turns her head away, showing no response. How cold, Maman thinks. Shouldn't he have realized this long ago? Their relationship has always been one where he forced his possessiveness upon her, and from beginning to end, there was never any warmth, any affection, or even any response. Yan Zhi. Maman softly calls Yan Zhi's name. He knows that he may not escape today, but he truly cannot bear to part with Yan Zhi. He might really be the madman Yan Zhi described, but even as a madman, he wants Yan Zhi to accompany him. To die together. No one expected that even when surrounded, Maman still has the ability to resist. Everyone only felt a flash before their eyes, and the next second, the carefully protected research material appeared in Maman's arms, being tightly controlled. No one knows how Maman did it. Chapter 93 People's Hero the Maman, holding Yan Zhi hostage, drew everyone's attention. Jian Xingji shouted at Maman, "Let go of Yan Zhi, you can make any demands." Maman ignored Jian Xingji's shouts, keeping Yan Zhi confined in his arms. Leaning against her neck, brushing against her ear, and whispering in a low, hoarse, ambiguous tone, "Look how tense he is now. Your Majesty really is endlessly charming." The latter half of his sentence was half mockery, half self-mockery. Maman's tone suddenly shifted to a fierce intensity, as if he had a hint of a desire to tear flesh from someone. "You are mine, and anyone who covets you deserves to die." Even though Maman's tone was so crazed it sent chills down one's spine, Yan Zhi did not back down at all, mercilessly provoking him further. "Then just kill me." Hearing this, Maman's heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. His grip on Yan Zhi tightened suddenly, his eyes turning blood red, and he hoarsely growled at her, "I really want to kill you. However, He held Yan Zhi tightly, as if wanting to embed her into his body and take her away. Taking a deep breath, a sweet metallic taste filled his throat, and he struggled to suppress the overwhelming desire to possess and destroy. He looked deeply at Yan Zhi, then suddenly seemed to lose all his strength and sighed. "But I can't bear to, I really can't." His voice even carried a hint of a sob, like a lost, homeless child. Yan Zhi had never seen him show such a vulnerable side. For a moment, she was stunned. Then she felt something crash violently against her lips, as if trying to swallow her whole, fiercely biting down, and she could even taste the salty, bloody flavor in her mouth. Then a smooth object seemed to be passed over, and as soon as it entered her mouth, it transformed into pure energy, surging through Yan Zhi's entire body. "What is this?" "The insect core." Yan Zhi realized what this object was. The insect core contained immense pure energy, the source of the insect race's powerful abilities, equivalent to the heart of the insect race. Naturally, a being without a heart could not survive. Mammon, having lost his insect core, quickly turned pale. "This time, I will let you go." Mammon spoke with difficulty, but his tone was calm and satisfied, as if he had accomplished something significant. His body was weaker than ever, but his heart was more fulfilled than ever. "I'll willingly die for you. I'm the only one you have killed. I hope that in all your days and nights to come, you will never forget me, remember me dearly, and my energy will merge with you, never to be separated. My death will become your greatest achievement. In whatever form, our names will forever be intertwined in the mouths of the world, never to part. Yan Zhi, you can never escape me in this lifetime." The grip on Yan Zhi began to weaken gradually. She gently struggled, and his hand fell weakly, and he collapsed. Yet a satisfied smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. The leader of the largest pirate organization in the galaxy, Mammon, was dead. He died too easily quietly. Jian Xingji and the others had prepared ample warships and weapons, but did not use them. They had expected a fierce battle, but the war ended quicker and easier than anyone had imagined. Without its supreme ruler, Randic scattered like a pile of loose sand, posing no threat at all. People surrounded Yan Zhi, cheering for her, praising her, calling her the hero who had pulled out the largest malignant tumor in the galaxy. Yet, standing amidst the cheers, Yan Zhi's expression was somewhat blank and hollow. She felt as if she had played the role of an executioner. She would never forget this moment. The news of the collapse of the largest pirate organization in the galaxy quickly swept through the entire star network. Yan Zhi, who had made great contributions in this matter, suddenly became the hottest topic of discussion, randomly opening a post, according to reports. A commendation conference celebrating Yan Zhi's extermination of Randic leader Mammon will be held on the 9th of this month. The comments below were all praises for Yan Zhi. Yan Zhi is really impressive, worthy of being a powerhouse with both physical and mental strength at SSS level. She is so brave. I heard she went undercover in Randic's headquarters for a long time alone. She has both courage and wisdom. Love it. Time passed to the 9th of this month, and amidst the public's attention, the commendation conference for Yan Zhi's extermination of Randic leader Mammon was held. Under countless glaring flashes of light, the main character of the day was absent. No one knew where she had gone. The imperial ruler, Su Chengxiao, maintained order at the venue and made a public statement. Although today's people's hero, Yan Zhi, is not present at the scene, people will forever remember her bravery and fearlessness during the duel with Randic leader Mammon. People will forever remember her contributions to the extermination of the largest pirate organization in the galaxy, Randic. People will forever remember her contributions to interstellar peace. With a round of warm applause, the commendation conference came to a successful conclusion. Meanwhile, as the protagonist of the commendation conference, Yan Zhi appeared in the center of the insect domain in the queen's castle. Her body was covered in thick silk, wrapped in a snow-white cocoon, silent and still. This state had lasted for a long time, and Les Han and Kong stood by Yan Zhi's side like the queen's most loyal knights, never leaving her. Mammon had given the insect core to Yan Zhi, proving himself to be the strongest of the insect race. The insect core, containing immense energy, had directly sent Yan Zhi, who had been severely lacking in energy, into the cocooning phase. Before leaving Randic's headquarters, Yan Zhi had already transformed into a gigantic cocoon. and Leshan and Kong hurriedly brought her back to the insect domain. This was the best place for the queen to cocoon and break free. They had been waiting here for a long time. The cocoon grew thicker and thicker, yet there had been no sign of movement. Finally, a crisp cracking sound emerged from the long silent cocoon. The sound was not loud, but in this extremely quiet environment, it was exceptionally clear. Soon, the cracking sounds became more urgent and rapid. Before long, a large crack opened in the middle of the cocoon. Yan Zhi calmly poked her head out, her expression serene and dignified, showing no signs of the mess and fatigue typically associated with breaking free from a cocoon. Clearly, this cocooning phase had gone remarkably smoothly. Yan Zhi had finally entered the adulthood phase of the insect race, the age when the insect race's abilities were at their peak. After a long period of chaos, the insect race finally welcomed their long-awaited queen. Under the queen's rule, they had put away their former brutality. No longer expanding their territory endlessly, they began to focus internally, concentrating on the development of their own technology. The entire galaxy ushered in a rare period of great peace. Chapter 94, Public Opinion War, Year 7100 of the Star Calendar. The 30th anniversary of the Empire's diplomatic relations with the insectoids. With the arrival of the Great Peace Era, the Empire and the insectoids are no longer in a hostile relationship of irreconcilable differences, but have become mutually supportive partners. Various trade exchanges and cooperation between them are ongoing. Everyone shares resources, communication brings progress, and openness fosters development. Since the establishment of diplomatic relations between the Empire and the insectoids, there has been rapid development in the entire star system, whether in economy, politics, or technology. Everyone clearly understands the source of these benefits. Therefore, the anniversary of the Empire's diplomatic relations with the insectoids has become a legal holiday across the star system. As a particularly celebratory day, the government also distributes many benefits to celebrate with the people. This year's anniversary of the Empire's diplomatic relations with the insectoids kicked off with an exceptionally significant announcement. The Emperor of the Empire held a grand live press conference, during which, in front of all the people of the star system and the insectoids, he professed his love to the insectoid queen. As soon as the news broke, the people of the Empire were still in shock and had not understood the situation. Meanwhile, the insectoids swiftly conducted public relations. They stated directly that their insectoid queen had no romantic entanglement with the Emperor of the Empire and urged him to respect himself. A notice ruthlessly rejected the Emperor's declaration of love. Following that, the insectoids released another announcement. The insectoid queen is the treasure of all insectoids. She may have a harem, but will never marry outside her kind. The entire announcement never mentioned any specific emperor, but every word directly slapped the face of a certain emperor, warning him not to harbor delusions. This series of events had the entire star system's netizens eagerly consuming the gossip. At the same time, they were very curious about what actions the Emperor of the Empire would take in response to the insectoids' blatant resistance. According to the latest reports, the Emperor proposed a constitutional amendment, attempting to add a clause that grants the Emperor personal autonomy to freely choose to marry or become a consort. According to the latest reports, the next constitutional amendment review meeting will be held early, expected on the 8th of this month. According to the latest reports, the constitutional amendment proposed by the Emperor has been approved at the early review meeting. According to the latest reports, the Emperor held a press conference, during which he expressed his willingness to become a consort in the insectoid queen's harem to promote deeper cooperation and establish a friendly relationship between both parties. According to the latest reports, Leshan, the Minister of Propaganda and Foreign Affairs of the insectoids, held a press conference today, during which he publicly emphasized that the Emperor should respect himself and abandon his delusions. He also stated that the cooperation between both parties is based on mutual interests and is already strong enough without the need for a feudal marriage to solidify it. Reports indicate that the Insectoid Propaganda Department has begun a vigorous campaign to promote knowledge about racial segregation and has published a large number of popular science books on the subject. Leshan, standing in front of a large screen, closely monitored the public opinion dynamics across the internet, striving to respond promptly to any arrogant remarks that coveted their insectoid queen. Leshan silently cursed Su Chengxiao, the toad, wanting to eat swan meat. According to reports, the Imperial Marshal Yan Zhi and the newly appointed Imperial Vice Marshal Yan Zhi recently left the capital starship and arrived at the insectoid territory on the 3rd, speculating that they might be negotiating with the insectoids on behalf of the Emperor. At this moment, Su Changxiao, who was being cursed as a dog thief by Lu Shan, was watching the news and angrily cursing Yan Zhi and Yan Zhi as traitorous ministers. He had never given them any orders to go to the insectoids. He was well aware of their intentions in secretly approaching the insectoids. For the first time, Su Changxiao felt that being the emperor of the empire was not so easy. There were too many matters to handle daily, and he found it difficult to extricate himself. According to reports, the emperor submitted a request for a half-month leave to the parliament, which has been approved. According to reports, enthusiastic citizens captured news of the emperor at the capital star's docking port, but currently, there is no relevant agency announcing the emperor's itinerary. Various dynamic news updates continuously emerged on the Star Network, dazzling the viewers. People on the Star Network expressed that they had never seen such rapid changes in high-level policies. They closely followed the new information on the Star Network, and every time they thought the situation had settled, new news would emerge, shattering their perceptions. The entire star system's people were consuming gossip to the point of numbness. JPG, those paying attention to the information on the Star Network, naturally included Kong Bai, the current Minister of Defense and Transportation of the Insectoids. Seeing that quite a few people seemed to be coveting their insectoid queen, Kong Bai wore a cold expression and sent a message to his subordinates. Soon after, a new message appeared on the Star Network. According to reports, due to certain political reasons, all insectoid docking ports are currently refusing to receive any Imperial officials. Those with related itineraries are requested to return immediately to avoid unnecessary trouble. Upon seeing the message sent out, Kong Bai, who had been closely monitoring the Star Network for an entire day, silently set down the 998th innocent pen in his hand. The previous 997 pens had already been ruthlessly broken by the not-so-happy Kong Bai throughout the day. After a day of frowning, Kong Bai finally revealed a satisfied smile at this moment. According to reports, Imperial Marshal Yan Zhi submitted a resignation letter to the Emperor, which was rejected. According to reports, Imperial Vice Marshal Yan Zhi submitted a resignation letter to the Emperor, requesting to resign from the position of Imperial Marshal, which was also rejected. According to reports, Emperor Su Changxiao submitted a resignation letter to the Parliament, requesting to resign from the position of Emperor, which was rejected by the Parliament. After a second submission, the Parliament again rejected it. Upon seeing the last piece of news, Lu Shan smiled with satisfaction. He then transferred large sums of money from his personal account, with the recipients being the leaders of various parties in the Parliament. As a former richest person in the empire and a shrewd businessman, Lu Shan understood one principle: money can make the world go round. This expenditure was worthwhile, and he was very satisfied. According to reports, the Supreme Court received an anonymous tip-off containing evidence of bribery involving multiple members of Parliament, and related members have been dismissed. On the other side, Su Changxiao gritted his teeth and declared that the thing he hated most in his life was corruption and that building a clean government must be prioritized immediately. Chapter 95 Application Rejection. It is said that the next day, 2 proposals appeared on the Queen's desk with similar content. The essence of the proposals can be summarized as advocating for the Queen to expand her harem for the future prosperity of the insect race. Although they mentioned expanding the harem, both proposals recommended only one name. However, the names mentioned in the 2 proposals were completely different. One mentioned Lesan, while the other mentioned Kong Bai. Ultimately, both proposals were ruthlessly rejected by Her Majesty the Queen. In the year 7100 of the star calendar, it was a year of rapid development for the entire communications media industry in the empire. The reason was simple. Certain bigwigs in the upper echelons frequently engaged in power struggles, with each having their own strategies. Reporting on these bigwigs was enough to sustain the entire communications media industry, especially the leading companies in the field, which made a fortune that year. It is said that the communications media industry has advanced significantly in all aspects, not only due to the influx of capital bringing technological innovations and improved management methods, but also in terms of beliefs. This year, it became unfashionable within the communications industry to worship the god of wealth for financial gain. Instead, everyone began to worship the insect race's queen Yan Zhi. After all, she was the main character in this series of events. Without her, there wouldn't have been so many stories to report, and consequently, there wouldn't have been as many opportunities to profit. According to several industry insiders, this seemingly absurd behavior appeared to be quite effective. The emergence of this belief further intensified the trend of worshipping Yan Zhi within the news media industry. For a time, it became a widespread phenomenon in the news media sector and even subtly spread to other industries. However, for the majority of ordinary citizens who were not engaged in the communications media industry, they had no idea about the significant changes happening within it. They only knew that there were countless big stories this year that they couldn't keep up with. Whenever they were left speechless by one bigwig's shocking decision, another bigwig would soon follow with an even more astonishing one. Influenced by this factor, another industry also experienced considerable growth this year: the fields of dentistry and orthopedics, as there were significantly more cases of people dislocating their jaws due to shock than in previous years. Just treating these cases brought substantial income to the doctors in those fields. However, they tended to be low-key and preferred to quietly amass wealth. As a result, their visibility online was not as high as that of the communications media industry. Yet, while some rejoiced, others were concerned. This year, the admission scores for various majors related to the communications media industry were raised to an exceptionally high level, beyond everyone's expectations. Following closely were the admission scores for dentistry and orthopedics, which also saw a significant increase. The teachers responsible for recruiting in these fields were all smiles. But some aspiring candidates wishing to enter these industries faced difficulties this year. Another industry that shared the same plight as those aspiring to enter the communications media field was the entertainment industry. This year was considered a harsh winter for the entire entertainment sector. The attention of the public was drawn to the power struggles of a few bigwigs. After all, real stories happening in the world were often more captivating than those in movies and television dramas. People's energy is limited, and once their attention is diverted, they naturally have no extra energy to share with the entertainment industry. This led to a significant blow to the entertainment industry, which traditionally relied on attracting attention to generate traffic revenue. The few artists promoted by major entertainment companies this year received lukewarm responses. It was simply that no one was paying attention to celebrities this year. In previous years, carefully crafted projects by entertainment companies might have gained popularity, but this year was different. All attention was drawn away by the bigwigs, and no matter how much they hyped their projects, they couldn't make a splash. The winter of the entertainment industry was no joke. However, some more adaptive entertainment professionals created a batch of derivative fan works featuring the insect race's queen, managing to crack the code for attracting traffic and surprisingly thriving in an otherwise declining industry. Yet, regardless of whether various industries were profiting or losing money this year, all events reached a conclusion in the new year. In the year 7101 of the star calendar, the insect race's queen announced her marriage to the insect race, pledging to fight for their prosperity and development for life. Upon hearing this news, the loyal insect race felt deeply moved, ready to go to great lengths for their queen. It is said that later, the imperial monarch Su Chengxiao, the imperial marshal Jian Xingji, and the imperial vice marshal Jian Guji all submitted applications to join the insect race. However, each time, they were jointly blocked by Kong Bai, the current Minister of Defense and Transportation, and Les Han, the Minister of Publicity and Foreign Affairs. At first, the entire interstellar population was shocked and discussed the matter extensively. However, as similar incidents occurred too frequently, the people gradually became numb. Such matters no longer stirred any interest among the interstellar populace. Yet, while the general public became numb, the three men did not. They persistently submitted applications to the insect race, only to be coldly rejected again and again by the two unyielding men. This cycle continued throughout Yan Zhi's reign. Les Han and Kong Bai even developed a sense of camaraderie through this repeated rejection of applications, growing more taciturn with one another. Perhaps due to the numerous times they had rejected others' applications, they were destined to face retribution. While rejecting others' applications, Les Han and Kong Bai were also ruthlessly rejected themselves. Every month, they would synchronously submit a proposal to the queen's desk, with similar content advocating for the queen to expand her harem for the prosperity of the insect race. However, whenever they reached the section for recommending candidates, the fragile bond and understanding that Leshan and Kongbai had established would vanish without a trace. They both selfishly filled in only their names in that section, unwilling to add anyone else. However, as Yan Zhi was now a married woman who had wed the entire insect race, she sternly rejected any attempts to interfere in her marriage. Thus, each proposal they submitted was mercilessly turned down. Yan Zhi suggested that they should spend their excess energy thinking about how to better develop the insect race. After being directly rejected by Yan Zhi multiple times, the two occasionally held an optimistic thought. The queen had married the entire insect race. And since they were part of the insect race, it was equivalent to marrying themselves. The equation held true. Of course, this equation did not receive the queen's approval. It was merely the wishful thinking of certain individuals. Chapter 96. Later generations records during the reign of Queen Yan Zhi, the insect race experienced its most prosperous period, making her an undisputed wise ruler. Under her leadership, remarkable achievements were made in both science and technology, as well as literature and art. Whenever future generations mention their charming ancestor, she is an unavoidable topic. Her life can be described as legendary. When the insect queen was still an egg, she was betrayed by the insect race defector Maman and ended up in human society, where she was adopted by Su Qingxiao, who was still the crown prince of the empire at that time. From then on, they were inseparable, and before the insect queen had even emerged from her cocoon, a deep bond was formed with Su Qingxiao. According to research, this record only exists in the relevant historical documents of the empire, while the insect race's historical records deny it, having published academic papers multiple times to refute this part of history. Amidst various debates, the authenticity of this history is yet to be confirmed. Later, due to an accident, Yan Zhi was adopted by Marshal Jianxingji of the empire and later entered the Imperial Academy with exceptionally outstanding results. Just like gold will shine, her extraordinary talents did not go unnoticed in the academy. Upon entering, even though she was framed by malicious individuals, she ultimately relied on her own strength and charisma to win the title of the strongest freshman. During her studies, she repeatedly showcased her astonishing abilities in various competitions, achieving excellent results and attracting a large number of followers. Later, filled with wisdom and courage, she grew dissatisfied with the harassment and intimidation from the most notorious pirate group in the galaxy. For the sake of a peaceful life for all, she bravely infiltrated this vicious pirate group alone. With her intelligence, she engaged in a battle of wits with the ruthless leader of the Randic, Maman, on a daily basis. Furthermore, she relayed information to the outside world, facilitating the first cooperation between the insect race and the empire, leading to the complete annihilation of this largest pirate organization in the galaxy. In this great battle, she even single-handedly killed the leader of Randic, Maman, displaying remarkable bravery. From then on, the people of the galaxy no longer had to worry about the threat of space pirates. After the successful eradication of the space pirates, she officially ascended to the throne as the queen of the insect race. Having lived in human society for a long time, this new queen had a deep understanding and appreciation for human culture. With her strong advocacy, the empire and the insect race, representing different political groups, finally established diplomatic relations. This was an unprecedented achievement. It was precisely because of her initiative that the empire and the insect race had the opportunity for extensive exchanges in economics, politics, and culture, promoting progress in various aspects such as technology and culture. Communication brings understanding, understanding brings trust, and trust brings friendship. Through such frequent exchanges, the people of the empire and the insect race eliminated their prejudices against each other, breaking the previously hostile situation. The entire galaxy welcomed a great period of peace. And under this foundation of peace, various undertakings in the galaxy developed rapidly. Of course, in every era, people cannot change their gossipy nature. In later generations, what people fondly discussed, aside from the queen's political achievements, was her romantic life. Although the queen was nominally married to the insect race, this did not prevent various historical records from documenting her romantic life. It is no wonder that people pay attention to her love life. not only because she was so famous that every move was under scrutiny, but also because her romantic life was so exciting, with countless topics worth discussing. Among the officially recorded accounts, there were several high-ranking figures involved. For example, the then Emperor Su Chengxiao publicly expressed his love multiple times, but after being repeatedly rejected, he became even more determined, which moved future generations to tears. Another example is the then Marshal Yan Zhi and Vice Marshal Yan Zhi, two brothers who could be said to be the secret competitors of their own emperor. When their emperor failed to win her affection, they took pleasure in his misfortune and personally entered the fray to compete for the love of the insect queen. They claimed it was a separation of work and life. In work, they were the most trustworthy partners, but in life, they were fierce rivals. According to rumors, it was said that the reason these two marshals never received promotions was due to the emperor's personal vendetta. However, the legendary queen did not only face external threats from the empire, even within the insect race. High-ranking officials like Lu Shan and Kong Bai were constantly vying for her favor. According to relevant records, during the queen's reign, these two submitted proposals advocating for the queen to expand her harem a total of 864,023 times, all of which were rejected by the queen but were resubmitted afterward. This is still considered official history, recorded in a somewhat understated manner. As for certain unofficial historical records, they tend to be more sensational and are a topic of great interest for future generations. Research on this legendary queen's romantic life has always been a hot topic in academic circles. Recently, a new theory has emerged. Some scholars propose that the greatest enemy faced by this legendary queen, the leader of the largest pirate organization in the galaxy, Mammon, might not actually be an enemy. Mammon was also a self-made legend, and many scholars study him, particularly his antagonistic relationship with the legendary queen. Recently, researchers have discovered new historical materials suggesting that their relationship may not have been merely antagonistic. They found evidence indicating that there was some romantic connection between the leader of Randic and the legendary queen. To be precise, it was a one-sided, fervent admiration from Mammon towards the legendary queen. This new research has sparked significant discussion in the academic community, with some supporting the theory and others expressing skepticism. Currently, scholars have not reached a consensus on this claim. Among history teachers, there is a common understanding. Lessons involving Queen Yan Zhi are always particularly difficult to teach. The reason is simple. Her life was too spectacular. The numerous significant events that occurred during her reign are countless, making it extremely challenging for students to learn and memorize. Yet, ironically, this legendary queen is a key focus in the curriculum, and teachers cannot skip over her. Today, a newly hired teacher, Xiao Zhang, encountered this issue. Today, she was to start introducing this legendary queen to her students. She had prepared for her lesson until 3 a.m. last night, which left her feeling a bit overwhelmed. Fortunately, this legendary queen was highly renowned, and even without formal lessons, the students already had a general understanding of her. However, their understanding deviated somewhat from the curriculum, as they were more interested in her romantic escapades. Before class, as soon as teacher Xiao Zhang entered the classroom, she was bombarded with questions from the students. Teacher, did Queen Yan Zhi end up with Emperor Su Chengxiao? Before she could finish her question, a boy passionate about military affairs eagerly interrupted. The Marshal is the most powerful. Queen Yan Zhi must have ended up with Marshal Yan Zhi. In the class, the girls who performed well in history were dissatisfied with the little boy's comments, saying, "You're all talking nonsense. Queen Yan Zhi married the Zerg, so she must have married her loyal ministers, Lu Shan and Kong Bai." The students were chattering and arguing enthusiastically, not giving teacher Xiao Zhang a chance to respond. Meanwhile, the history class representative, a pure history enthusiast who was highly regarded by teacher Xiao Zhang, approached her with bright, inquisitive eyes and asked, "Teacher, I recently read a paper that said the leader of the Lantique, Mammon, was also a follower of Queen Yan Zhi. Is this true?" Although teacher Xiao Zhang knew that her class representative loved history, she was still amazed by the knowledge the current students possessed. This was cutting-edge research. However, facing her representative's eager eyes, teacher Xiao Zhang patiently explained, "Regarding this issue, experts have not yet reached a consensus, so I don't know either. But it's impressive that you thought of this question." Just then, the class bell rang. Teacher Xiao Zhang stood at the podium, clapped her hands, and signaled for the students to quiet down. I understand your questions, but I hope you all recognize that love and rumors cannot overshadow the achievements of a great woman in her career. The accomplishments of Queen Yan Zhi in her endeavors are what we, as her descendants, should focus on. The peaceful era she established is something we should always remember. The teacher hoped that all the students would understand that a great woman should not be confined by love. Being beloved is just one of the many qualities of Queen Yan Zhi that is not worth mentioning. She also hoped that all students would remember not to be bound by love in their future lives, as there are many valuable things worth pursuing beyond that. Watching her students sitting attentively, listening seriously, teacher Xiao Zhang smiled with satisfaction, believing that her students would learn this chapter's content very well. Chapter 97 Extra. Greed 1. Mammon was not originally called Mammon. As for what he was called at first, too much time has passed for him to remember. He belonged to a faction within the insect race that was always servile. It was not unusual for someone from the tribe to become a mistress of another insect race. Mammon's mother was one such person. She not only became the mistress of a high-ranking insect, but was also ambitious, aiming for the position of the main wife. To achieve this, she designed to give birth to Mammon, which earned her considerable favor. She was a woman of great cunning, successfully captivating that powerful man. However, she also had a degree of foolishness. She did not realize that the marriage of a high-ranking individual could not solely consider love as the only factor. The wife of that powerful man was a noble lady, carefully cultivated by a prestigious family. Clearly, Mammon's mother was no match for that woman. As for his mother's final fate, Mammon was unaware. He only knew that one day, after his mother was taken away by a group of strong men, she never returned. At that time, he cried very sadly. He was indeed very beautiful. Even in the embarrassing situation of being dragged away, his tears were like rain on pear blossoms, pitiful and heart-wrenching. Subsequently, Mammon was also expelled from that magnificent house and returned to the tribe where his mother originally belonged. As a child unrecognized by that family, Mammon naturally had no right to carry their surname in this world. Thus, he lost his original name and acquired a new one, which he has continued to use, Mammon. The meaning of the name Mammon is greed, symbolizing the original sin of greed. It was a mockery from his father's noble first wife towards his mother. Like a pillar of shame, this name would accompany Mammon for life. However, Mammon did not quite understand what the purpose of this action was. After all, his mother was already gone. These so-called humiliations were something she could not feel at all. Nevertheless, people always need a channel to vent their emotions. It was not incomprehensible that Mammon became this channel for venting. However, to be honest, Mammon actually quite liked this name. It suited him well, not because of his mistress mother, but because his nature was indeed greedy. Because of greed, he devoured both kin and alien races, step by step accumulating energy to rise. From a lowly insect of a servile faction, he gradually transformed into one of the 3 major advanced insect races. Even the other 2 advanced insect races were no match for him. And that family of his father, which once seemed unattainable, had now become insignificant like ants. Mammon still remembered the shock and subsequent flattery when they discovered that the abandoned and destitute illegitimate son from years ago had now become someone they could not reach. They were eager to come and attach themselves to him, longing to offer all they could to please him. Mammon felt it necessary to fulfill their wishes. After all, they still had a blood bond. Thus, Mammon turned the entire family into his nourishment. Mammon became stronger. He was quite satisfied with this so-called father's family and decided he would remember their contributions to his strength. He hoped they would also be pleased with this outcome. Chapter 98. Side Story. Greed 2. A truly greedy person will not allow themselves to be beneath others. Clearly, Mammon was no exception. As one of the 3 high-ranking insect races, aside from the yet-to-hatch queen, there was hardly anyone above him. However, this situation of being second only to one was not what Mammon desired. He wanted to be above all. Thus, he formed a reformist faction, cautiously trying to establish himself as king. He failed, but it didn't matter. Defecting from the insect race also meant he didn't have to bow down to anyone. Achieving his goal in another way by establishing Randic. Watching it gradually develop and grow into a behemoth that no one dared to provoke in the galaxy. Mammon found it somewhat dull. What a boring life. In this life, he rarely encountered anything he couldn't obtain. The difficulties he faced while growing up were not problems for him. Others might think he had a tough journey, but only he knew that his heart was calm and untroubled. Just when Mamin thought his life would pass like this, perhaps as a punishment for his arrogance, or perhaps because he could never escape the fateful loyalty to the queen, he encountered Yan Zhi during an unexpected incident involving traitors. She became his calamity, but he preferred to see it as a sparkling gift from God for his dull life. He liked her so much that he was willing to give up everything: money, status, and even his long-cherished goal of never being beneath anyone. He tried every means, but none could win the girl's heart. His genuine feelings were repeatedly cast aside by her. At first, facing Yan Zhi's rejection, Mamin was not discouraged at all. Her cold demeanor and deliberate targeting, her plucking the roses he loved, her ruining the wedding he had meticulously prepared, and even when she stabbed a sharp knife in her chest, Mamin felt he could endure it all as long as he could stay by her side, even without love. However, when he discovered Yan Zhi's betrayal and saw her guardedly hiding behind Jian Xingji, he suddenly felt exhausted. Perhaps he should love his beloved in a different way. He had never been able to refuse Yan Zhi, even if this time she wanted his life. But he, Mamin, had always been a selfish and ruthless villain, incapable of any selfless sacrifice. He was greedy, always had been. So he employed a little trick. He gave his insect core to his beloved, allowing her to kill him with her own hands. According to his investigation, the woman he loved had never killed anyone herself, so let him be the first. He would die for his beloved, ensuring that his cold-hearted love would remember him forever. His death would stain that pure white with blood, marking it with his color. He wanted his name to be eternally tied to Yan Zhi's, so that even when people praised her as the hero who defeated the great villain Mamin, they would not forget to mention, "Oh, this is the one who defeated the great villain Mamin." He wanted to be an indelible shadow, haunting her. He thought he would fall into darkness forever, or perhaps into the depths of hell. After all, how could someone as despicable, ruthless, and bloodstained as him dare to hope for heaven? But it seemed there was indeed divine mercy. Of course, Mamin preferred to believe it was a divine oversight. How could a deity show mercy to someone as filthy as him? But for whatever reason, Mamin felt as if he truly went to heaven. It wasn't the legendary place filled with angels, holy light, and beauty that he longed for. Instead, he became a wisp of a ghost, forever by Yan Zhi's side. This was his paradise, his long-held wish. Unexpectedly, it was fulfilled after death. No one could see him, and no one could communicate with him, but that was enough. Mamin stayed by his beloved's side, watching greedy people pursue her. Initially, he was furious. How dare these humans covet his beloved? But later, seeing that his beloved rejected them all equally, Mamin felt very satisfied. In his view, no one in this world was worthy of his beloved. Oh, except for himself. So he accompanied Yan Zhi for a very long time, watching her build a vast and powerful kingdom step by step, witnessing her create a peaceful world. Indeed, a blooming rose should not be confined in the golden cage he had forged, but should grow in the wild, making the entire land vibrant and splendid. Mamin felt a sense of pride. Look, his beloved was so capable. The love born from infatuation did not fade like fireworks. The more he got to know her, the more he fell in love with her repeatedly. The initial spark of love never waned. Instead, it grew deeper with their long-term companionship and observation, becoming more captivating like fine red wine. Sometimes, Mamin couldn't help but wonder if everything could be redone. Would the outcome be different? If from the beginning they had chosen a gentler way to get to know each other, if he hadn't employed such radical methods of confinement, if he had given her freedom, would everything have turned out differently? If everything could be redone, he would treat the love of his life very, very well. Perhaps God heard Mamin's prayers. Lady Luck smiled upon him once again, and his wish came true. Chapter 99 Extra. The Queen's Harem 1. When Mamin opened his eyes again, he felt an overwhelming heaviness. It was a sensation he was unfamiliar with. Ever since he had given the insect core to his beloved, he existed as a soul beside her, merely in awareness. In such a light and formless state, he naturally could not perceive heaviness. However, Mamin currently did not have the energy to explore his physical condition. All he felt was an immense heartache, so painful that it was hard to breathe. The last scene in his memory was of the girl he had loved for a lifetime, who had transformed from a charming young girl into one with gray hair. She remained as elegant and enchanting as ever, but was extraordinarily quiet. In her stillness, Maman could not even feel her breath. She lay quietly on a large bed, as if she were asleep, surrounded by ministers who were desperately suppressing their mournful cries. The greatest queen in the history of the insect race had passed away. She left gracefully, leaving only the entire nation's subjects immersed in deep sorrow. And there was one soul, unnoticed, going mad. Whether this soul cried, screamed, or howled, no one felt it. It was truly cruel. In this world, he was left alone. Yan Zhi was gone. Maman felt that his last tie to this world had also vanished. He sensed his consciousness gradually dissipating into this world. Dissipating was fine. His awareness was becoming increasingly chaotic. Just when he thought he would disappear silently from this world, thump, thump, a sound that seemed almost inaudible yet deafening came from Maman. Immersed in sorrow for a long time, Maman took a while to notice this change. He blankly placed his hand on his left chest. His hand did not pass through his body as if through nothingness. On the contrary, it firmly landed on his chest. Thump, thump. A strong heartbeat resonated from his chest, vibrating in his palm and bringing a slight tingling sensation. Maman, in a daze, raised his right hand. The feeling was both strange and familiar. This was a hand that once belonged to him. Maman, now in a soul state, had not observed his body for a long time. Long enough that he could hardly remember what he looked like. Old memories began to gradually awaken. Maman recalled a concept he had learned long ago, reincarnation. It was said that the dead would reverse time and return to the past. So was he reborn? But the furnishings in the room were so unfamiliar. In his memory, there was no such place. However, now was not the time to investigate this question. At this moment, the only event occupying Maman's entire mind was, where was Yan Zhi? He couldn't be bothered to put on shoes. The room was empty. He staggered out of the door and bumped into someone. Upon closer inspection, it was his capable assistant from his time in the insect race. However, this assistant had been dealt with by him personally for disagreeing with his betrayal of the insect race. Without giving it much thought, Maman shook his shoulder and shouted at him, "Where is Yan Zhi?" Seeing the inquiry, this former capable assistant looked tense, cautiously observing the surroundings. Only after confirming it was safe did he dare to reply, "My lord, I know you are very dissatisfied with joining the queen's harem, but this is the center of the insect domain, the ruling area of the newly emerged queen. Even if we dislike her, we cannot call her by name here. Be careful not to give those old guys a handle." It seemed he was afraid that such a cautious approach would provoke the prideful lord. Before Maman could fully digest the meaning of this statement, the assistant hurriedly reassured him, "My lord, don't worry, our people have already been sent over. They will definitely succeed in assassinating the queen tonight. You are one of the 3 high-ranking insect race members. How could we just let you go to the harem like that? That would be too insulting to you. Rest assured, those sent this time are from the Empire and will not be influenced by the queen's genes." Before this former capable assistant could finish explaining the current situation, he found his lord looking at him with a terrifying expression. He swore he had never seen such a horrifying look on his lord's face. As he spoke, the assistant's voice gradually lowered, and he no longer dared to speak. There was no choice. His lord's expression was too frightening. "Are you saying that tonight we will assassinate Her Majesty the Queen?" Maman's deep voice echoed in the former capable assistant's ear, each word seeming to be squeezed out fiercely from between his teeth, carrying a chilling intensity. "Yes, yes, my lord," the former capable assistant cautiously replied, not understanding which of his words had angered the lord. Suddenly, he felt as if he had been thrown out. Before he could regain his senses from the feeling of weightlessness, there was a loud bang. It was the sound of his body crashing heavily to the ground. The sharp pain spreading rapidly from his back engulfed his entire body. In his final moments of consciousness, he saw his lord hurriedly rushing out. It seemed he had angered his lord, but he did not understand what had gone wrong. The soft sunlight at dusk could not penetrate the heavy, intricate, and luxurious curtains. Although it was already evening, Yan Zhi had just gotten out of bed. The intelligent system in the room sensed that its master was awake, and the elaborate curtains automatically opened. The soft rays of the setting sun poured into the room. Yan Zhi rubbed her sleepy eyes. I woke up again, and it's already afternoon. Ever since she had crossed over, Yan Zhi had noticed that the body she had come into was particularly weak and extremely sleepy. Even though some time had passed since her arrival, she still found it hard to adapt to this feeling of sleeping almost all day. Yan Zhi still remembered the scene when she first regained consciousness in this world, where her entire body seemed tightly bound in an extremely small space. She felt a tightness in her chest, as if the oxygen in that space would soon be consumed. Unable to help it, she struggled, fought, and exerted herself. She didn't know how long had passed before she heard a light tearing sound. The beginning is always the hardest. With that light sound, the subsequent events became much simpler. After a long time, Yan Zhi finally emerged from that small space. Turning her head, she realized that the small space had been a giant cocoon. The scene before her made Yan Zhi wish she could hide back into the cocoon that had once contained her. Before her stood a sea of people, all kneeling respectfully on the ground, looking at her with fervent eyes, as if they were worshipping a deity. Upon seeing Yan Zhi emerge successfully, the crowd of people exclaimed in unison, "Your Majesty the Queen." Yan Zhi's social anxiety kicked in, and she fainted from fright. Objectively speaking, she fainted because her newly emerged body was too weak and completely out of her control. Before Yan Zhi could thoroughly replay the events of the past few days in her mind, a warm, tall body unexpectedly leaned in from behind her. A strong arm carefully wrapped around Yan Zhi, maintaining a balance of intimacy and respect. She was embraced from behind. "Your Majesty, you are awake. What are you thinking about?" A familiar voice came from beside her ear, deep and magnetic, with a gentle tone, like a kind-hearted flower that understands. Yan Zhi looked up at the sound and saw a magnified, handsome face before her. The person's skin was as icy white as fine porcelain, with a strikingly handsome appearance. Those peach blossom eyes were exceptionally beautiful, always carrying a hint of affection no matter how one looked at him. Not to mention his current, deeply affectionate expression. The emotion in his eyes could easily intoxicate anyone who gazed into them. The person was none other than Narcissus. Speaking of which, this name was given to him by Yan Zhi after she crossed over. At that time, an elderly man who appeared to be of high status brought him to kneel before her, requesting her to bestow a name upon him. At that time, Narcissus did not have a name. Once Yan Zhi gave him a name, he completely belonged to her. Chapter 100 Extra. The Queen's Harem 2. What are you doing? A cold and rigorous voice came from behind, sharp yet underscored by a strictness that seemed ingrained in his bones. It was as refreshing as a bottle of mineral water just taken out of the fridge, invigorating. This voice reached Yan Zhi's ears, leaving her momentarily stunned. She hurriedly broke free from the embrace of the man behind her, creating distance between them, cautiously glancing back. Her eyes betrayed a hint of inexplicable guilt. Behind her stood a tall man in black, his well-fitted suit taut against his impressive physique, with not a single wrinkle in sight, demonstrating his meticulousness. His brows were stern, his facial features clean and sharp, with a high nose and well-defined lips pressed into a line, his sword-like eyebrows slightly furrowed, seemingly displeased as he looked at the two people embracing in the distance. Cold and indifferent, Yan Zhi recognized the newcomer. His name was Le Shan, one of the 3 high-ranking insectoid clans. According to an elder, all 3 high-ranking insectoid clans were to join the Queen's harem to help her produce offspring. For someone like Yan Zhi, who had grown up under the red flag and in the spring breeze, although they were all stunningly handsome, having all 3 was indeed beyond her imagination. Not to mention, there was one more, Narcissus, who had been forcefully included. Yan Zhi didn't consider herself greedy, but as the newly emerged insectoid queen, she was quite unfamiliar with her surroundings, feeling weak and helpless, with little say in matters. She was currently in a stage of taking things one step at a time. However, at this moment, looking at Kong Bai, standing at the door with a cold expression, Yan Zhi inexplicably felt a strange sense of guilt, as if she was having an affair behind the legitimate wife's back, silently distancing herself from Narcissus. Kong Bai appeared very serious. He was handsome, but facing this type of aloof, handsome man made Yan Zhi feel somewhat intimidated and unable to help but feel nervous. His silent authority put pressure on her, akin to seeing a handsome yet strict male teacher, making her involuntarily sit up straight. However, Kongbai did not blame Yan Zhi, but instead lightly warned Narcissus that if he could not help the queen produce offspring, he should not cling to her so much. Yan Zhi found it somewhat absurd. How could a man help himself produce offspring? She didn't quite understand the physical structure of their insectoids. Before she could thoroughly contemplate the reasonableness of this statement, an unexpected event occurred. A man wearing the uniform of the insect domain guards rushed in from outside, holding a document and looking extremely anxious, pushing past Kongbai at the door. "Your Majesty, urgent document, urgent document." Yan Zhi thought something significant had happened, and as the man rushed in front of her, she reached out to take the document to see what was going on. However, before her hand could reach it, she keenly noticed a hint of maliciousness in the man's smile. Something was wrong, but it was too late. With a loud bang, an explosion echoed from the insectoid queen's palace. The palace collapsed with a thunderous roar, and a huge cloud of dust billowed into the air, silently informing the world that a massive explosion had taken place here. Meanwhile, Mumin, who had just awakened in this world and was rushing towards the center of the insect domain's queen's palace, arrived just in time to witness a scene that made his eyes widen in disbelief. He watched as the queen's palace collapsed. Had he arrived too late? He had thought that with a chance at rebirth, he could be with Yan Zhi forever, but why had the story ended before they even met? Mumin felt as if he could tear himself apart for this world. Why? Why did he think about assassinating the queen? Why? Just as he had begun to hope, he was met with disappointment again. Suddenly, a figure slowly emerged from the dust, pulling Mumin from this extreme negativity. The person was holding a figure. It was Yan Zhi. She looked to be in very bad condition. The newly emerged insectoid queen was weak, unable even to stay awake for an entire day. Now, surviving this explosion was a miracle, thanks to the protection of Kongbai and Narcissus. Kongbai, seemingly cold, refused to let go of Yan Zhi in his arms, while Narcissus, unable to surpass Kongbai and closer to Yan Zhi, was in an even worse state. He could only follow behind Kongbai, occasionally glancing at Yan Zhi with worry. Seeing them emerge from the dust, Mumin rushed forward without thinking to check on Yan Zhi's condition. Unexpectedly, Kongbai turned around, blocking him. "What are you doing?" Mumin asked, his voice laced with anger, wanting to deal with anyone standing in his way to Yan Zhi. Kongbai was angrier than him, not bothering to respond to his question, but leaving a warning in a furious tone. "Don't let me find out that today, this incident is related to you." With that, he carried Yan Zhi away without looking back. Mumin was left rooted to the spot, feeling ashamed because, in truth, today, this incident was indeed somewhat related to him. He cursed his former self again in his heart. Although Kongbai despised him, Mumin still followed closely behind Kongbai, unable to shake him off. Thus, they made their way to the hospital. Throughout this journey, Kongbai treated him as if he were a thief, wary that he might do something harmful to Yan Zhi at any moment. After all, among the 3 high-ranking insectoid clans, only he was born with rebellious tendencies and had previously taken many actions against the queen. This incident was likely connected to him. Fortunately, he and Lushan had long warned the queen about the dangers posed by this person. The queen should understand that she needed to be on guard against him. Mumin wondered whom Kongbai was putting on this worried facade for. If not for knowing his true nature, he would have been deceived as well. Kongbai inwardly cursed. He did not like Mumin. If, before the queen had emerged from her cocoon, he and this naturally rebellious person could maintain a semblance of harmony. Now that the queen had emerged, everything he had was dedicated to her. For anyone with ulterior motives towards her, he wished he could eliminate them without hesitation. If the timing weren't yet ripe, he wouldn't allow Mumin to appear here, lively and well. Upon arriving at the hospital specifically equipped for the queen's palace, a team of highly qualified royal physicians immediately began their work. Various instruments scanned Yan Zhi's body repeatedly, emitting alarming beeps that made one uneasy. Meanwhile, the queen, whom everyone was concerned about, had lost consciousness. Her fair little face was smeared with dirt and blood, lying there silently, as if she might vanish at any moment. Seeing this scene, everyone's hearts tightened. The attending physician, under the oppressive gaze of the 2 high-ranking insectoids, spoke tremulously, "Your Majesty's condition is very critical." She is in imminent danger, and there are currently no effective treatment measures. Faced with the pressure exerted by these two individuals, the attending physician felt anxious and wronged. He was a genuine insectoid, naturally drawn to the queen due to her genes and completely loyal to her. Watching her in this state, he felt distressed. How could he not exhaust all his abilities to save her? But the reality was that there was nothing he could do. The attending physician could feel the weight of the words, "There are currently no effective treatment measures," hanging heavily in the air. The murderous, or rather, insect-slaying gaze coming from the opposite side left the attending physician with no doubt that if anything happened to Her Majesty the Queen while she was in his care, he would definitely not see the sun rise the next day. These two big shots were certainly not easy to get along with. However, the attending physician was somewhat puzzled. It was easy to understand Comer. He was famously a staunch royalist, loyal to the queen. But Mammon had always enjoyed going against the queen. Those at the top of the power hierarchy were well aware of these matters. So why were they all so tense about Her Majesty today? The attending physician couldn't quite understand. Chapter 101 Extra. The Queen's Harem 3. Hearing the attending physician's words, the expressions of Kong Bo, Mummin, and Narcissus were not good. With serious faces, they exuded a tremendous sense of pressure. At this moment, Lu Shan, who had received the news, hurried over. Looking at Yan Zhi, who lay silently on the hospital bed, Lu Shan angrily glared at the three who stood frozen in place. "How are you taking care of Her Majesty the Queen? I ask you, how are you taking care of Her Majesty the Queen?" Lu Shan's voice was lowered to a volume that wouldn't disturb the doctor's treatment, but it did not stop him from venting his anger. However, no matter how angry he was, it couldn't change the current situation. In the end, Lu Shan could only face the three, who wore serious expressions in the hospital, turning the trio into a quartet. The doctors and nurses felt an unusually heavy pressure today. As they passed by the quartet, they didn't even dare to breathe, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire of the Furious Four and be dealt with directly. Regarding Yan Zhi's current condition, there was actually very little the doctors could do. The body was a finely tuned instrument. The body of the insect queen was even more special than that of an ordinary insect. They had no relevant experience and dared not intervene rashly, fearing that doing so would make matters worse. The only thing they could do now was to wait and rely on the queen's own physical resilience to pull through. But could she really pull through? Looking at the numbers on the monitoring equipment, closely observing Her Majesty's physical condition, the outlook was not optimistic. The attending physician marked this question with a big question mark in his mind. He had a bad judgment, but he didn't dare to tell the four men standing like ominous gatekeepers outside. "Sigh, this is troublesome." However, the four standing at the door were not fools. Whether from the data on the equipment or the atmosphere on site, they could understand the thorny nature of the situation. Just when everyone was worried, a crazy thought suddenly appeared in Mamon's mind. "I have a way." Having said that, he tried to enter Yan Zhi's hospital room. Narcissus, Gumbel, and Lu Shan were always on guard against him, believing he had ulterior motives towards the queen. And how could they possibly allow him to be alone with the unconscious queen? They immediately rushed to stop him. As a result, they found themselves rooted to the spot, their bodies as heavy as if pressed down by a mountain, unable to move at all. Mammon had somehow taken control of everyone in the hospital. Had his power reached such a level? The others were filled with astonishment. Kong Bo growled at Mammon, "What do you want to do?" To break free from Mammon's control, even he, as one of the three high-level insectoids, would need some time. "I will not harm Her Majesty the Queen." Mammon left this sentence and turned to enter Yan Zhi's hospital room. The others could only watch helplessly until the door of the hospital room completely blocked their view. Looking at Yan Zhi, who lay silently on the bed, Mammon felt an overwhelming ache in his heart. Although the timelines were inconsistent, he was certain this was the person he held dear. And now, the person he cherished had become this way because of him. Mammon felt both heartache and regret. If only he could have appeared in this world a little earlier. But now, he would compensate the girl he held dear. Mammon's tribe was a low-level group of insectoids that served others. However, this low-level tribe could thrive and endure to this day due to its unique abilities. Outsiders only knew that the members of this tribe were exceptionally beautiful, but very few knew that this tribe had a means that was never disclosed, called sacrifice. This method, known only to a few within the tribe, involved forcibly expelling one's own insect core to give to others, becoming nourishment for another's strength. And oneself would vanish from this world like a sacrificial offering, just like what Maman did to Yan Zhi in his previous life. However, now Maman did not want to use that method. Instead, he wanted to act on an ancient legend he had seen in his tribe's library. The legend spoke of a long time ago in their branch of insectoids, where a young female insect fell in love with a male from another tribe, but was unable to have him. During a hunting expedition, the male was injured and on the brink of death. The young female, not wanting to lose her life, but also not wanting the male to die, sacrificed half of her insect core, and by some twist of fate, formed a miraculous bond with the male. From then on, their lives seemed to be intertwined. They thrived together and suffered together, forever bound to each other. Maman had to admit that he was captivated by this legend. To be forever bound to Yan Zhi, thriving together and suffering together, held an unparalleled allure for him. However, this was just a legend. Maman knew nothing about the specific steps to divide the insect core or the various risks involved in the process. He could only explore it himself. This was a gamble. If Maman won the bet, he could successfully achieve his goal and be eternally bound to Yan Zhi. This time, it would be a real and tangible forever, not like before in a spiritual state. If he lost the bet, Maman was willing to give up his own life, offering his entire insect core to his queen. It would just be repeating the steps of his past life. After all, it was a life he had picked up for free. He was willing to exchange his life for the safety of his queen. The stakes of this gamble had always only been his own life. Regardless of success or failure, he would not allow Yan Zhi to suffer the slightest harm. This was his promise to his queen and his bottom line in doing things. The hospital had no shortage of surgical instruments. Maman did not enlist anyone's help. He directly took up a knife and brutally cut open his own chest. It seemed as if he could not feel pain. Amidst the bloody chaos, he felt that smooth, rounded object. He pulled out directly, blood spraying onto the floor, filling the entire hospital room with an inescapable stench of blood. Chapter 102. Side story. The Queen's Harem 4. When Yan Zhi woke up, she found an additional hospital bed beside her. Lying on the bed was an extremely beautiful man, his skin snow white, lips deep red like blood. With dark hair and red lips, a strikingly beautiful appearance that was both aggressive and inexplicably alluring. Who was this? Yan Zhi did not recognize the person, but she felt a strange connection had somehow formed between them. It was a feeling both unfamiliar and familiar. The news of Yan Zhi waking up quickly reached the people waiting outside through the monitoring equipment. Lushan and Kong pushed the door open. How do you feel? Hearing this, Yan Zhi took a moment to feel her body and realized that she indeed felt somewhat different. The constant weakness and fatigue she had experienced since her arrival had completely vanished. She felt particularly energetic at that moment. However, she remembered that she had just survived an explosion. Yan Zhi was a bit confused, but still answered the question honestly. I feel great. Curious about the man beside her, she couldn't help but ask Lushan, who is he? Lushan looked at Maman as if he were looking at a green tea. He recalled how their group had struggled to break free from Maman's control to rush into Yan Zhi's hospital room, intending to teach Maman a lesson, only to find the room covered in blood. Maman stood there with his chest bloodied, proudly explaining what had happened. They understood that Maman's willingness to explain was not out of kindness, but rather a show-off, flaunting his close connection to the queen to undermine his rivals. That scheming man. However, despite seeing through Maman's true nature, Lushan and the others had no choice but to arrange for Maman to stay in the same hospital room as Yan Zhi. There was no other option. If they tried to move him elsewhere, he would rather delay his treatment than leave. Lushan wished he could let him die if he didn't want treatment, but he feared that anything happening to this scoundrel would implicate the queen. Reluctantly, they arranged for him to stay there. Now that the queen had asked, Lushan had to explain, Your Majesty, this is Maman, the leader of the reformists. Yan Zhi was shocked to hear this. This is Maman? Although she had never met him, she had heard his name from Kong by Lushan, and even Naxxos early on. They had warned her to trust any insectoid except Maman, as he was born with a rebellious nature and harbored ulterior motives regarding the throne. Being in her position, she would inevitably become a thorn in his side, so she needed to be cautious of him. In addition to that, there were his ruthless ways and various deeds. Looking at the man in the adjacent hospital bed, Yan Zhi was somewhat surprised. She had expected a ruthless man from the stories to look more frightening. She never imagined he would have such an alluring appearance. But the more beautiful a man, the more dangerous he could be. Yan Zhi decided she should remain vigilant. Such a man might be beautiful, but she couldn't look at him for too long. Thinking of the story she had heard about him, she felt that with one moment of inattention, he could come over and break her neck. As for the vague sense of connection she felt, Yan Zhi subconsciously ignored it. Le Chant Gangbei and Naxxos also tacitly avoided mentioning what had happened during the time Yan Zhi was unconscious. Not only that, taking advantage of Mamon's current state of unconsciousness, they spoke a lot of bad things about him to the confused queen, successfully raising her vigilance. And while Mamon was still unconscious, they directly took the queen back to her palace, as far away from Mamon as possible. Having been fully protected by Kong Bai and Naxxos during the explosion, Yan Zhi had a high level of trust in these two, so she complied with the arrangement and returned to the queen's chamber. As for Mamon waking up to find that the queen he had been waiting for was not by his side, that would be a matter for later. Mamon certainly knew that this outcome was the work of those people and angrily made a note of it in his mind, planning to get his revenge when the opportunity arose. However, before he could retaliate against them, they soon met again. When Mamon encountered those two again, they had interrupted his first meeting with his beloved queen since his rebirth, which was during the training course for entering the queen's harem organized by the insectoid elders. Indeed, in the insectoid race, where the queen has absolute rule, the insectoid queen is akin to an ancient emperor, perhaps even more beloved by the people. Therefore, to join the queen's harem, one must undergo training, euphemistically called learning to better serve the queen as a companion. If it were the old Mamon, he would have scoffed at such training, even feeling angry, considering it an insult to his dignity. How could someone as proud as Mamon waste his precious time on something akin to husband training courses? But the current Mamon was different. He not only actively attended the classes, but even arrived exceptionally early, fearing he would be late and waiting in the conference hall. When Mamon arrived, there was not a single person in the conference hall yet. After a while, Lu Shan and Kong Bai appeared together in the conference hall, clearly having arrived early as well. As soon as they entered the conference room, Kong Bai noticed Mamon's attire and frowned slightly. What a disgrace. Mamon was dressed in a black silk shirt. At first glance, there seemed to be no problem, but not a single button was properly fastened. It was open from the collar down to his waist, revealing well-defined muscle lines underneath. He wore shiny silver chains around his neck and waist, exuding a sense of flamboyance. He was like a walking hormone machine, unabashedly radiating his charm to those around him. Kong Bai frowned, feeling an inexplicable sense of crisis, sensing a significant difference from Mamon's previous gloomy and ruthless demeanor. It turned out that since Mamon realized he was in the same area as his beloved queen, he made it a habit to dress flamboyantly every day, striving to present his best self at every possible moment he might encounter the queen. With the one he loved, Mamon was like a peacock that constantly displayed its feathers, eager to show all his good qualities to his beloved. In his previous life, he had failed to leave a good impression during his early interactions with Yan Zhi. This time, Mamon was determined to redeem himself. Chapter 103 Extra. The Queen's Harem 5 regarding Kong Bo's so-called questioning of what kind of propriety is this. Mamon did not take it to heart. However, as a male who has always had someone he cares for, Mamon couldn't help but want to crush anyone who had designs on his beloved. He retorted without hesitation, "Your Majesty likes me like this. You keep everything strictly in order and are so rigid and boring. How can you serve His Majesty well?" While retorting, Mamon also belittled his competitor, attempting to undermine their self-esteem. It must be said that he succeeded. Love brings worries. Although Kong Bo knew this was Mamon's trick, he couldn't help but think after hearing his words. It seemed that Her Majesty was somewhat reserved and fearful whenever she saw him. Kong Bo began to reflect on whether he was too serious. Perhaps he should be a bit more flirtatious like Mamon. Although Kong Bo could be considered a rival of Lu Shan due to Mamon's actions that were tied to the queen's life, Lu Shan felt that Mamon was even more detestable. Based on the principle that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, Lu Shan begrudgingly counted as half a teammate of Kong Bo. Seeing Kong Bo seemed to be losing ground in front of Mamon, Lushan voiced support. "In the upper echelons of the insect race, who doesn't know how much you dislike Her Majesty? Now you want to curry favor with her. Who knows what you're really up to?" In response to Lushan's digging up old grievances, Maman was unbothered and shot back. "Her Majesty is now connected to my life. I am naturally Her Majesty's person in life and a ghost in death, unlike you." Maman disdainfully looked Lushan up and down and picked a line that pierced the heart, saying, "What does this have to do with Her Majesty now?" Lushan was successfully angered. However, amidst his anger, he felt some confusion. What he had previously said to Maman was true. It was well known that Maman didn't like Her Majesty. According to his own investigation, he suspected that this person's involvement was related to the Queen's recent assassination attempt. But there was currently no solid evidence. Why was he now acting this way, as if there was jealousy in the backyard? If it were before, Lushan might have thought that Maman was scheming something. But judging by Maman's various behaviors today, Lushan's sixth sense told him that it didn't seem like an act. After all, Lushan couldn't fathom what kind of great benefit could drive a proud person like Maman to act in such a jealous manner. Time quickly passed, and the elder responsible for teaching arrived on time. The dispute among the three came to a pause. While Lushan listened attentively to the teacher, his attention inevitably drifted towards Maman. The reason was simple. Maman seemed to be paying too much attention. He was listening intently, taking notes, and even asking the teaching elder various questions, clearly having engaged in serious contemplation. He looked just like a diligent student, considering Maman's usual gloomy and ruthless demeanor. Lushan thought it was strange for Maman to be so serious at this moment. It was already a sign of respect for teachers that he didn't directly snap the elder's neck. No, logically, Maman wouldn't even attend such a boring lecture. As prominent figures in their respective fields, everyone was usually very busy. All these anomalies told Lushan that something was off with Maman. He had a vague feeling that another competitor for the female lead was about to emerge. Faced with this threat, Lushan decided that he must go back and speak ill of Maman to his queen. As for the various thoughts in the minds of the three senior insectoids, Yan Zhi was completely unaware. As a newly emerged insectoid queen, her status was high, but due to her limited understanding of various matters, she still had quite a bit of free time. Learning slowly, she thought. As night fell, the center of the insect domain was shrouded in darkness. Yan Zhi returned to a small corner of the garden. After long observation, she found that this place usually had few people passing by and had beautiful scenery. In the evening, sitting on a bench, feeling the evening breeze and smelling the flowers, she was undisturbed, making it quite pleasant. It was a small secret base that Yan Zhi had discovered. However, today seemed different. It was extremely quiet, and while sitting on the bench, Yan Zhi keenly heard a murmur of conversation. Initially, she wasn't curious about it. She didn't want to be the type to eavesdrop. But there was no helping it. It was too quiet, and their words drilled straight into her ears. Although it was a conversation, one person was primarily talking while the other was listening. The listener didn't speak much, but the speaker's voice trembled, revealing the fear within. This voice made one curious about what was happening. Yan Zhi caught a few key words. Queen's assassination mission failed, requesting punishment, and so on. These keywords reminded her of the massive explosion she had experienced not long ago. She initially thought she was merely eavesdropping on someone else's conversation, but unexpectedly, this matter was related to her. Naturally, Yan Zhi couldn't miss this opportunity. She cautiously moved toward the direction of the voices. Fortunately, this was a garden, providing ample cover for her. Concealed in the nearest bush to the two conversing, Yan Zhi peered out to observe them. To her surprise, she recognized both of them. One was Maman, who had been lying beside her after she woke up from the explosion, notorious for his ruthless nature. The other, due to Lushan, Kongbo, and Narcissus repeatedly educating her about Maman, was someone Yan Zhi had not met in person but could recognize as one of Maman's capable subordinates. Said to be highly valued by Maman and considered one of his trusted aides. What were they doing? As the distance between the two closed, Yan Zhi felt an inexplicable connection with Maman that she had sensed while on a hospital bed. This connection seemed capable of transmitting emotions. The closer she got, the more she could feel Maman's violent emotions. He was furious, even somewhat vicious. With this connection, Yan Zhi seemed to sense Maman's venomous and sinister demeanor. The person speaking, Maman's deputy, was still kneeling on the ground, trembling as he admitted his mistake. Men, listening to him, appear to have lost patience. Fool! He simply spat out these two words, without any hesitation, reaching out to grasp the other's throat. He forcibly silenced the other person, giving no chance for mercy. With a forceful grip, Yan Zhi heard a crisp cracking sound. The person's neck twisted into a strange angle, and he fell limply dead. Chapter 104 Extra. The Queen's Harem 6. Yan Zhi was almost about to scream, but she managed to hold it in. As a good youth born under the red flag and raised in the spring breeze, Yan Zhi had never seen anyone killed, let alone seen someone murder someone else. The impact of this scene on Yan Zhi was immense. However, she tightly covered her mouth to prevent herself from making any sound. She had long heard that Maman was ruthless, and now that she saw it with her own eyes, it was indeed the case. He could kill his own trusted subordinate without mercy. How could she, who occupied the throne he coveted, not be a thorn in his side, a flesh in his wound? Moreover, she had come out this time without any guards. If she confronted him directly, she would surely meet a grim fate. She estimated she would end up like that trusted subordinate, or even die a worse death. Killing one was the same as killing two. Yan Zhi felt that her life was hanging by a thread. From the conversation she had just eavesdropped on, it was clear that he harbored murderous intent towards her. The previous explosion incident had actually been orchestrated by him, intending to eliminate her. Despite her heart being in disarray, Yan Zhi still tried her best to move quietly. She carefully retraced her steps back to her palace. She must select more guards to watch over her tonight, feeling that her life was under immense threat at any moment. On the other side, after dealing with his subordinate, Maman felt slightly better. It was this fool who sent someone to assassinate his queen. Although the order came from the original self of this world, Maman could not find trouble with his former self. He could only deal with everyone related to this matter one by one. The trusted subordinate was the last person Maman dealt with. With his death, everyone involved in this incident was wiped out cleanly. No one would know that Maman was related to the explosion aimed at the queen. He could present himself as completely innocent to grow old with his beloved queen. Unfortunately, those executed fools thought they were being punished for failing their mission. Damn it. He realized how stupid they were earlier. Executing them was partly to clean himself of all the dirt, and partly because, as someone who deeply loved his queen, he could not tolerate their attempt to assassinate her. Regardless of whether it was due to his orders or not, they were unforgivable. He confirmed that everyone who knew the details of the explosion incident, except for himself, was dead. Maman, feeling a bit better, decided to leave. As he passed by a low bush, Maman sharply caught a familiar scent. It was a faint jasmine fragrance, one he was very familiar with. This scent belonged to his beloved, his queen. What is this? Maman felt a foreboding in his heart. He hurried to the edge of the bush. The lawn behind the bush was marked with a shallow imprint, indicating that someone had been there recently. Had she heard? How much had she heard and seen? Various questions flooded Maman's mind. He started to panic. In this life, he had learned from the lessons of the last life, wanting to leave a better first impression. Now, it seemed that his queen had witnessed him committing murder. All his careful planning had come crashing down. Maman wished he could drag that dead trusted subordinate out and whip his corpse 100 times. It was all his fault for dying so easily at that time. On the other hand, Maman also hated himself for choosing such a place to deal with his subordinate. How could he let his queen see it? He didn't know if she was frightened. He had to explain everything to her and try to salvage his image. The next day, Maman submitted a request to meet the queen. This was the first time Yan Zhi received a meeting request from Maman. The timing was just right. Yan Zhi was still immersed in the bloody scene she witnessed the night before. She had to think more. He didn't submit the request too early or too late. He chose the very day after she discovered his secret. Could it be that he found out she had overheard everything and was coming to kill her to silence her? After all, she had been so panicked after hearing the secret, rushing back to her palace, to a safe place, without taking care of any traces of her eavesdropping. Could it be that he really discovered her eavesdropping? The more Yan Zhi thought, the more frightened she became. She couldn't help but empathize with the subordinate whose neck had been snapped last night, feeling her own neck ache slightly. I am doomed. No way. Absolutely not. For the sake of her own life, Yan Zhi mercilessly rejected Maman's request to meet. Upon receiving the rejection, Maman's expression darkened. He was now completely certain that his queen must have seen what he did last night. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so resistant to him. But not being able to see the queen also meant he had no chance to explain himself. Maman didn't want to take any overly radical measures to force his queen to listen to his explanation. He had suffered from this in his last life. There was nothing he could do but wait. Every day that followed, Maman submitted a letter requesting to meet Yan Zhi, hoping for her response. However, what he didn't expect was that his persistent daily requests only strengthened Yan Zhi's belief that Maman was trying to kill her. So persistent? He had to come every day? Did he really want to kill her? Every time Yan Zhi received Maman's meeting request, it felt like receiving a death notice from a cold-blooded assassin, making her anxious for a while. Rejected, all rejected. She was determined not to let him see her. But no matter how much Yan Zhi struggled, there was one thing she couldn't escape: her wedding with the 3 high-ranking insectoids. This had been arranged before she broke free and left her no room for resistance. After all, the 3 high-ranking insectoids required a ceremony to enter the queen's harem. To Yan Zhi, it felt like holding a wedding, marrying a primary wife. The only difference was that while others married 1, she was marrying 3. Since she had to get married, she naturally couldn't avoid meeting her grooms. Yan Zhi was terrified at the thought. Chapter 105 Extra. The queen's harem 7 before the wedding repeatedly. Yan Zhi expressed to Kong Bai and Le Shan, "You must protect me well." After receiving their affirmative responses, she felt a little more at ease. The wedding ceremony was held as scheduled. During the ceremony, Yan Zhi wore a golden floor-length gown adorned with countless jewels. The gown trailed on the ground, shining brilliantly in the sunlight, but the brilliance of the jewels did not overshadow Yan Zhi's own beauty. Her fair and beautiful face carried a cold and distant expression, which, under the embellishment of the jewels, appeared even more stunning and added an air of untouchable nobility. As if a goddess had descended. Step by step, Yan Zhi gracefully walked toward the altar where the ceremony was taking place. On the high altar, her 3 grooms had been waiting for a long time. Her gaze swept over Le Shan and Kong Bai. Upon meeting Maman's eyes, Yan Zhi's cold and distant expression nearly faltered, and she almost lost her noble demeanor. Yan Zhi was still somewhat afraid. The after effects of that night had not yet passed. However, as a queen, she had some skills in intimidation. Although her mind was filled with countless thoughts, her face did not reveal any of it. She maintained her noble and aloof appearance. Suddenly, Yan Zhi heard a pitiful voice, "Your Majesty, why aren't you looking at me? Is it because I look bad today, Yan Zhi?" The voice sounded quite wrong, but Yan Zhi felt it was somewhat familiar. If she wasn't mistaken, it should be the voice of the ruthless Maman. However, how could someone so cold-hearted as Maman speak in such a tone? She glanced over at Maman, who was standing upright on the altar, his noble and untouchable face showing no signs of speaking. It must have been an auditory hallucination. For some reason, Yan Zhi felt that when she glanced at Maman, he seemed to unconsciously stand up straighter. The voice sounded again, "Ah, Your Majesty looked at me. Looked at me. My outfit today should make me look very handsome, right? I've tried on 28 sets of formal wear, and this one feels the best. Your Majesty is looking at someone else again. How annoying." At this point, the voice carried a hint of anger. Yan Zhi's gaze, which had merely swept past Maman, turned back again. This was too strange. At this moment, Yan Zhi couldn't care less about her fear of Maman. She fixed her gaze on him. Sure enough, the voice sounded again, "Ah, Your Majesty is looking at me again." The voice even carried a sense of eager anticipation. "Your Majesty, why are you staring at me? Is there something wrong with me today?" Yan Zhi carefully observed Maman, tried to investigate the source of that voice. But she despairingly found that Maman had not spoken a word at all. What was going on with the voice she heard? "I must be going crazy," Yan Zhi thought. Perhaps it was inappropriate to be staring at Maman for too long. Yan Zhi withdrew her gaze and proceeded with the grand ceremony as planned. However, her attention was occasionally drawn back to Maman by that strange voice. There was no way around it. The voice was too noisy, making it hard not to pay attention during the quiet and solemn ceremony. "Your Majesty, you look so beautiful today. Of course, you are beautiful every day. Just thinking about being able to live with Your Majesty forever makes me happy. Hee. Your Majesty is really so cute. So cute. Your eyebrows are cute. Your nose is cute. Your mouth is cute. Your Majesty is looking at me again. Various remarks sounded to Yan Zhi like the inner monologue of an infatuated person. But sometimes some strange things mixed and startled Yan Zhi. Your Majesty is looking at someone else again. I really want to kill everyone who tries to seduce Your Majesty. Just looking at me is enough for Your Majesty. I wish I could put Your Majesty in a place where only I could see her, but I can't do that. She would be unhappy. Your Majesty can only be mine. I really want to kill everyone else. They're so annoying. It would be great if it were just me and Your Majesty. After various tests throughout the long ceremony, Yan Zhi formed a rough judgment. She seemed to be able to hear the innermost thoughts of the cold and ruthless reformist leader. Maman. However, from Maman's so-called cold and ruthless inner voice, Yan Zhi discovered a completely different aspect from her previous understanding of him. According to her knowledge of him, Maman should hate her to the bone, wishing to eliminate her as soon as possible. But from his inner voice, Yan Zhi found that he not only did not dislike her, but it seemed that he was infatuated with her. This made Yan Zhi somewhat incredulous. Your character has collapsed, hey. The only aspect that aligned with Maman's character was his jealousy when he would casually mention wanting to kill this person or that person, wishing to eliminate everyone in the world except for himself and her. Although that was perverse, it was very much in line with Yan Zhi's impression of Maman. The current conflict between this reality and her previous understanding filled Yan Zhi with curiosity. She couldn't help but want to change her previous plan. According to her earlier plan, after the ceremony ended, Yan Zhi was supposed to choose one groom to rest with that night. She had originally intended to randomly select one from Lushan or Kongbai, never considering Maman. But now, having heard Maman's inner thoughts, Yan Zhi was extremely curious and wanted to explore further. The ceremony quickly reached its conclusion. Next was the final step of the ceremony. Lushan, Maman, and Kongbai each held a flower. Yan Zhi would take the flower of the one she wished to rest with that night. Chapter 106 Extra. The Queen's harem ate sure enough at this stage. The voice that Yan Zhi heard was still quite noisy. Can the Queen choose me? I want to sleep with the Queen. The Queen definitely won't choose me. She doesn't even want to see me. I've long been disliked by the Queen. The voice even carried a hint of choked sobs, feeling extremely wronged. Hearing this voice, Yan Zhi inexplicably felt a sense of guilt for bullying others. So, under the tense gaze of everyone, Yan Zhi began to choose flowers. She first took the flower from Kongbai, who was closest to her. Seeing his flower taken away, Kongbai's eyes lit up. The aloofness that usually adorned his face vanished without a trace. The joy in his eyes overflowed. Anyone could see how happy he was at that moment. Kongbai was indeed happy, but that voice was completely unhappy. Although I could have known long ago that Her Majesty the Queen wouldn't choose me, it still feels bad. Kongbai, what an annoying guy. I must find a way to get rid of Kongbai. The Queen must be right. It must be that Kongbai who seduced her. That voice kept chattering in Yan Zhi's ear, noisy as ever. Just when everyone thought the flower selection process had come to an end, Yan Zhi made a move that no one expected. She took the flower from Lushan's hand. Originally, Lushan's expression had visibly darkened when he thought Yan Zhi had chosen Kongbai. But this action from Yan Zhi made Lushan's eyes light up instantly. He didn't care how many people Her Majesty the Queen chose. As long as he was included, that was enough. Now Lushan and Kongbai were both in high spirits. That voice, however, was infuriated. She chose those two and still didn't choose me. Am I really that unlikable to Her Majesty the Queen? Her Majesty the Queen really dislikes me. The figure had already revealed a cry. Huh, Her Majesty the Queen chose me too. The Queen doesn't dislike me. Under Maman's resentful gaze, Yan Zhi also took the flower from Maman's hand. The tone of that voice changed instantly, filled with excitement. The Queen chose me. The Queen chose me. The jubilant voice echoed in Yan Zhi's ears. Yan Zhi looked at Maman, her expression somewhat hard to describe. It was really hard to believe that beneath such a handsome exterior was such a lovesick person inside. Now, Yan Zhi already had 3 flowers in her hands. After all, as the saying goes, children make choices, while adults take them all. As a queen, Yan Zhi's approach was to ensure everyone was treated equally. This made sense. Not at all. Of course, that wasn't the reason. After hearing Maman's inner voice during this ceremony, Yan Zhi indeed felt a curiosity towards Maman and a desire to explore. However, Yan Zhi was also afraid that the voices she heard might be due to some strange mental illness like delusions. If what she heard was truly Mamon's inner voice, Yan Zhi wasn't afraid, as it seemed that person wouldn't harm her. But if everything she heard was just her imagination, then foolishly going to be alone with Mamon would be like sending little snacks to a wolf, eager to die faster. Therefore, Yan Zhi thought it best to call a few more helpers to ensure her safety. However, others did not know the various plans in Yan Zhi's mind. They could only see Yan Zhi directly choosing 3 flowers. The various insect tribes expressed that this new queen truly had great stamina, was exceptionally brave, and would certainly lead them to glory. Yan Zhi, I am being slandered. That night, after finishing her grooming, Yan Zhi pushed open the door to her palace. She felt inexplicably nervous. As it turned out, Yan Zhi's nervousness was somewhat justified. As soon as she opened the door, 3 flower-faced men of different styles came into view. Kong Bai's asceticism, Lu Shan's beauty, and Mamon's allure. Each had their own style and characteristics. Perhaps because it was time to sleep, they were all dressed very lightly. Even someone like Kong Bai, who usually had an old-fashioned, reserved demeanor, was now wearing a deep V black silk nightgown. Not to mention Mamon, who had been flamboyant every day since his rebirth. Today his outfit was even bolder, exposing large areas of ice-white skin without any cover, clearly showcasing his well-defined and powerful muscle lines. The clothing was a bright red, made of thin gauze, half concealing and half revealing, incredibly enticing. The room was filled with vibrant colors and fragrances. Yan Zhi was momentarily stunned by this visually overwhelming scene. She could only silently recite, "Form is emptiness, emptiness is form." She was here with a rigorous exploratory attitude to uncover the truth and could not let beauty cloud her judgment. That night, the queen's palace was brightly lit, not extinguished for the entire night. Yan Zhi also figured out the reason behind hearing the inner voices that night. It was due to the half-insect core that Mamon had shared. Sharing the insect core meant life was interconnected and hearts were in sync. According to historical records, during the reign of the insect queen Yan Zhi, political, economic, and cultural developments saw great progress. Acknowledged by both the insect tribe and the empire as an exceptionally wise ruler. In her personal life, she shared deep feelings with the members of her harem. With a previous dynasty and the harem complemented each other. It is said that later on, the queen traveled across the empire and had several romantic entanglements. But these records only exist in unofficial histories, and the truth remains unknown.